Ning Yuan had spent his entire life going against the tide for humanity, only to be bound tightly by the chains of fate, with death itself demanding his life. The iron chains shimmered with an eerie golden light, constricting each breath, each desperate struggle. In the depths of the great hall, an ancient voice echoed, "It is not your betrayal, nor our wish. It is they who chose you, decreed your end." He lifted his head, his sharply defined face glowing in the flickering gold light, eyes still sharp and unyielding. A bitter laugh rumbled from deep within his throat. "Zhuqingyue, killing Mado, you really believe that will buy you the peace you so desperately protect? When did you all become this naive?" Silence followed, until a cold female voice replied, "Ning Yuan, the other clans agreed to a 100-year truce in exchange for your life. We cannot refuse. At this point, death is not reparation, it is the price of hope." Rage exploded within Ning Yuan's chest. The chains blazed with blinding golden light as he roared, "I have devoted my entire life to protecting humanity, sacrificing everything, putting righteousness above personal gain. And yet you kill me with vague excuses. I saved millions of lives, how dare you slander me? Trap me with hollow hopes just to send me to the grave?" Darkness filled the hall, heavy with tension. The ancient voice returned, merciless and cold. "Ning Yuan, don't overestimate yourself. You have lingered in the fourth cultivation stage for centuries. Your time is nearly up. Killing you requires no justification, only a fabricated crime. The world will believe our story that you died naturally, a guardian spirit." The mockery drove Ning Yuan to wild laughter. "Fabrications. Hypocrites. I hate you, Ali, hate that I was too blind to see this world sooner. If I could turn back time, I'd tear you apart inch by inch." From the shadows, a low voice cut through, "Enough of this washed-up hero's nonsense. Linchuan, see him off personally." A figure appeared clad in flowing white, eyes crackling purple lightning. Shun Linchuan, the youngest seventh-stage transcendent on Blue Star, master of thunder, formidable and unyielding. "Ning Yuan, your death will grant us the respite we desperately need. Humanity will not perish. Our ideals will endure." Ning Yuan's gaze sharpened. Then he suddenly asked, "Do you know what power the fifth stage of light grants?" Shen Linchuan waved his right hand. Purple lightning formed into a spear, wild energy crackling outward. "The fifth stage of light controls time. This secret is known only to us two." A sly grin crossed Ning Yuan's face. Shen Linchuan's expression flickered uneasily before he struck down with a palm. Purple light erupted violently. Ning Yuan's body shattered as his voice barely whispered, fading away. Time, a streak of white light crossed space, vanishing without a trace. In Dezhou City, the scorching summer cicadas roared as waves of heat rolled through the streets. Yet the anxiety of job-hunting graduates remained undiminished. "Hey, young man." A middle-aged woman waved to snap Ning Yuan from his daze. Blurred, he saw the plump woman in a white dress and glasses, sitting inside a tent cluttered with job posters. "What do you think of this opportunity? It's tough at first, but has great promotion potential." Ning Yuan's eyes scanned the flyers. 8 to 9 shifts, 1 day off per week, 2,400 yuan monthly, no social insurance or benefits. He looked up at the date marked July 21, 2035, in the Yuan calendar. His pupils constricted sharply as a flood of memories surged back. The woman's mouth twitched, doubting, is this guy crazy or what? Suddenly, Ning Yuan burst into a low laugh, growing louder and drawing curious glances. Clutching the flyer tightly, his expression twisted in disbelief. "I never thought. I really became 2035. Using my fifth stage time rewind ability, I've gone back 400 years. Then calm returned as he held his breath, sensing but not awakening the familiar primordial power. He realized, time rewind only sent back consciousness, not the body. Knowing this, he felt a strange joy. The future path was his own to choose. "Are you okay, young man? Maybe you should see a doctor." The woman grew impatient, but he seemed mad, and no other applicants stirred despite her urging. Ning Yuan tossed the flyer aside, stood up, and blended into the crowd, then disappeared without a trace. Memories long buried surged unbidden in Ning Yuan's mind like an unstoppable tide. Neon lights from speeding taxis streaked across the window in alternating bands of brightness and shadow, but Ning Yuan's attention remained fixed on the past he had long locked away. The car slowed and came to a stop before a dilapidated old residential complex. "We've arrived at Chuanhe Community. Is this the place, buddy?" The driver glanced carefully at his passenger through the rearview mirror, suspicion flickering in his eyes, as if uncertain about someone who took time just to confirm an address. Ning Yuan looked up at the peeling walls and rusty iron gate, paid the driver, then pushed open the door and stepped out. Passing through the dim stairwell, he entered Building 2. The elevator, worn with age, groaned with a low metallic friction as its doors slid open. He pressed 7. The elevator swayed gently on its slow ascent, then dinged softly and stopped at the 7th floor. Apartment 703. The door plate glimmered faintly cold under the yellowing light. Ning Yuan withdrew a key, inserted it into the lock, and heard a decisive click as the door swung open. The space inside was modest, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Though the decor echoed a style from a decade ago, everything was meticulously clean, light wooden furniture polished to perfection, green plants thriving on the windowsill. Ning Yuan closed the door behind him and settled onto a fabric sofa, his gaze falling on the digital clock mounted on the wall. Yuan calendar, year 2035. In this era, extraordinary beings have already begun to appear, though the public remains unaware, he thought quietly. And those spirit seeds have very likely manifested as well. Top-tier spirit seeds that would shock the world in the future were still overlooked today. Yet he, granted by rebirth, now possessed the right to choose a new path. That realization quickened his heartbeat in the stillness of the living room. The power to overturn everything was hidden somewhere not far from himself. What is a spirit seed? Legend says all things possess spirit. Spirit seeds are the essence and source of those forces. When extraterrestrial beings descended and civilization was engulfed in endless war, relying solely on technology to fight otherworldly creatures wielding ghostly power was like prehistoric tribesmen charging a modern army with bone spears. The emergence of spirit seeds became humanity's final and only hope. Some called them gifts from the gods. If a mortal successfully fused with a spirit seed, their body and soul would be completely transformed, reborn into a transcendent state. Spirit seeds varied in form and strength. Once fused, host and seed were bound by life and death, impossible to undo. In his previous life, Ning Yuan had merged with the origin of light. If not for a last-minute breakthrough to 5th tier and awakening time reversal on the eve of his execution, he would have long since turned to dust. The one who sentenced him, Shen Linchuan, wielded the origin of thunder, a single strike, deciding life and death. Those fused with spirit seeds were called extraordinaries. Thanks to them, humanity was not utterly crushed on the future's bloody battlefield with alien invaders. Recalling that lives, blood, and tears, Ning Yuan's eyes briefly lost focus before snapping back into cold, clear resolve. The path before him was crystal clear. With the advantage of rebirth, he would seize the fleeting spirit seed that had once driven both aliens and humans into madness, then forge ahead alone, leaving everyone else far behind. In the coming endless chaos, only by becoming truly strong and wielding absolute power can one be the player, rather than a pawn sacrificed like in the previous life. Click. The faint sound of the door lock snapped Ning Yuan out of his restless thoughts. He looked up to see the dark security door gently opening. A girl slipped inside, carrying a beige crossbody bag and a supermarket bag filled with vegetables and fresh fish. Ning Yuan, when did you get back? It was his cousin Ning Luo, 3 years his senior. Her clear brows and fair skin complemented a simple white t-shirt and jeans, paired with clean white sneakers, giving her a fresh, pure look. Just got back a little while ago. Ning Yuan met her bright, clear eyes and replied softly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. When he was 4, his parents died in an accident, and since then he had lived with his uncle's family, relying on his only cousin Ning Luo. Meeting this closest family member again after rebirth stirred a whirlwind of feelings inside him. Their current home was a 2-bedroom apartment rented by Ning Luo in this city to make it easier for her brother to stay during holidays. How's the job search going? She hung up her bag, changed shoes quickly, and casually asked. Then she added, don't rush. Don't settle for a job that doesn't suit you. I bought some fish today. I'll make soup for you later. Saying this, she went into the kitchen, and the faucet began to run. Ning Yuan, you're not saying anything? Is the job hunt discouraging you? With her apron tied, Ning Luo peeked out, only to find Ning Yuan staring blankly at her. Is there something on my face? No, nothing. Ning Yuan withdrew his gaze, sat down on the sofa, and turned on the TV. It's just not easy to find a job. I'm off tomorrow. I can go with you and help look. She smiled warmly. Okay. Ning Yuan casually changed the channel, replying softly. The next morning, the bedroom door opened. Just awake, Ning Luo, wearing loose pajamas and yawning, walked into the living room. She found Ning Yuan already sitting on the sofa. Ning Yuan? Up so early today? She leaned closer, noticing the snowy mountain peaks on the screen. Hey, isn't this Everest? Couldn't sleep, just browsing. Ning Yuan put away his phone and smiled faintly. All right, I'll make breakfast. After we eat, let's go out for a walk. With that, she turned into the kitchen. Ning Yuan watched her busy back fade away, then reopened the video, gazing at the majestic Everest. A glimmer of light flickered deep in his eyes. At the dinner table. After we eat, you don't have to come with me to look for a job. You finally got a day off. Just rest at home. Ning Yuan put down his chopsticks, speaking casually. Ning Luo was peeling a boiled egg. Her fingers paused briefly, then she looked up at him. What's wrong? I'm fine. After a moment's thought, Ning Yuan replied lightly. I've made plans with some classmates. Oh, really? Ning Luo set the peeled egg beside his bowl and nodded. Makes sense. It's probably more fun for you to hang out with people your own age. After the meal, Ning Luo went to the kitchen to clear the dishes while Ning Yuan went back to his room and picked up the neatly packed backpack. Just as he opened the door, a soft call came from behind. Xiao Yuan. He turned around. Ning Xiaoluo had stepped out of the kitchen in casual home clothes, her slender fair right hand giving him a thumbs up. Good luck. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Ning Yuan's lips. He closed the door and left. The afternoon sun scorched the street as Ning Yuan wandered aimlessly through the crowd, backpack on his back. His eyes flickered over posters pasted on walls and telephone poles. Time passed. He was still alone. Turning into a secluded alley, he spotted a bulletin board plastered with rental ads. Ning Yuan stopped and tore off a card. Need urgent cash? Same-day loans, low interest, instant disbursement, borrow and repay anytime. Phone, 1xxxxxxxxxx. Address, number 302, Lianhua Road, Dazhou City. Suda Finance Company, Ltd. He read the exaggerated ad with a slight smile and pulled out his phone to dial. The ringtone only rang thrice before a crisp female voice answered. Hello, who's this? I need money, Ning Yuan said bluntly. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then the clear voice returned. That address is fake. They'll give you a new one. Just bring your ID card when you come. After noting down the new address, he hung up, hailed a taxi, and told the driver where to go. 20 minutes later, the cab stopped. Huiman Finance Company. Ning Yuan looked up at the sign above the door and pushed through the glass doors. Inside was a small room with only 3 people. Seeing him enter, the woman at the reception jumped up immediately. Heavy makeup, big wavy hair, a tight low-cut top revealing an eye-catching expanse of pale skin. She cooed flirtatiously, welcome, handsome, a stark contrast to the serious tone on the phone. Ning Yuan's gaze swept past her to the 2 men sitting on the sofa. On the left, a burly man in a tank top with a shiny bald head crossed by a striking scar was focused intently on his game. On the right, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, was clipping his nails. Hearing the greeting, the man with glasses looked up to meet Ning Yuan's eyes. Ning Yuan walked over and sat down in front of him, placing his ID card on the table. Loan. The man with glasses froze for a moment. The words he had been about to say caught in his throat. How much do you need? He asked with a frown, still going through the usual procedure. The more, the better. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, answering decisively. The bald man in the corner, who had been gaming, paused and looked Ning Yuan up and down. The woman by the water cooler, dressed in a low-cut top, also stopped mid-motion to glance over several times. The man with glasses pulled out Ning Yuan's ID card, pushed aside his laptop, and began checking the information while explaining deliberately. I need to understand your situation first before I can assess the loan amount. No problem. Ning Yuan nodded and cooperatively handed over all the documents. ID verification, credit checks, bank statements. They sped through the process with practiced efficiency. Almost without a hitch, an approval notification popped up on the screen, 200,000 yuan. This is the highest amount you can borrow right now. The man with glasses turned the laptop so Ning Yuan could see. Okay, you'll take it. Ning Yuan confirmed quickly and confidently. Next, the 3 of them took turns handing over various documents, interest rates, repayment terms, late payment clauses, nothing left out. Ning Yuan didn't even frown once, signing, fingerprinting, and posing for photos at every step. The scribble of pens on paper and the shutter clicks echoed repeatedly in the cramped office. At the same time, a message popped up on all 4 of their phones, 200,000. With the paperwork finished, the 3 politely escorted Ning Yuan to the door. Brother Ning, come visit us often, and don't forget to bring your friends. The bald man grinned broadly, slapping a big hand on Ning Yuan's shoulder, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Sure. Goodbye. Ning Yuan nodded slightly and waved down a taxi. The car pulled out of the alley, kicking up a cloud of dust. Only the 3 remained outside the office. The woman folded her arms and looked at the man with glasses. Brother Wu, you just caught such a big fish today. Why do you still look unhappy? The man with glasses pushed up his glasses. Something's off when things don't add up. That guy has never taken out a loan before and suddenly wants 200,000 without even asking about the interest. I don't see the pressure of debt on him. It's like we're just handing him money. The bald man laughed loudly. You're overthinking it. We've seen plenty of college students with lofty ambitions who want to get rich without effort. No background, no assets, yet daring to borrow 200,000 in one go. He might as well forget about paying it back this lifetime. Inside the taxi, Ning Yuan leaned against the seat, his forearm resting on the window. His phone screen displayed a travel app as he browsed for the next flight, heading southwest. The loan amount still flickered in the message notifications. Now that the startup capital's secured, the next step is to set off and get that thing I need. He tapped the screen lightly, his gaze calm and steady. I just wonder if, in the future when the world is shocked by you, this moment will still be there. In her room, Ning Xiaoluo was lying on the bed, bored and scrolling through videos, when suddenly she received a message from Ning Yuan. I won't be coming back these 2 days. Some classmates and I plan to go out and unwind. Going out with classmates to unwind? She sat up, stared at the screen, read the message carefully from start to finish, then quickly typed back okay, have a good time, and come back early. At the same time, She sent a transfer. On the way to the airport, Ning Yuan looked down at Ning Zhaoyuo's reply and the transfer on his phone. He traced the phone's case with his fingertips and sighed softly. At the airport counter, "Hello, here is your boarding pass. Have a pleasant journey." The clerk handed over the boarding pass and watched Ning Yuan's departing figure with a sigh. So envious. Another young master off on vacation. Ever since I graduated last year, I haven't had a moment to rest. A coworker teased, "Xiao Yu, young master might be an exaggeration. He looks decent, but dressed pretty ordinary." Xiao Yu scoffed, "Ordinary?" I glanced when he switched apps just now, was discussing timing and routes to climb Mount Everest. Going to Lhasa isn't just for sightseeing. He's climbing Everest. Climbing Everest costs at least hundreds of thousands, right? Can a fresh graduate really afford that? The coworker was left speechless and just shrugged. Inside the airplane cabin. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Changlong Airlines Flight CD-136 from Dazhou City to Lhasa. I'm Captain Lu Xing. We expect the flight to last 4 hours and 46 minutes. The narrow cabin was filled with young faces excitedly discussing where to go first in Lhasa. Compared to their well-equipped hiking backpacks and camera gear, Ning Yuan's worn, flat backpack made him stand out awkwardly. He found a window seat and sat down, took off his headphones, listened to the in-flight weather advisory for the region, then pulled down his eye mask and rested. The girl next to him had wanted to strike up a conversation, but saw his cold expression and gave up. Hours passed in a flash, and the plane landed smoothly. It wasn't dark yet when Ning Yuan arrived at a new starting point. Arrival hall of Lhasa Gongar Airport. Banners for guest houses and tour groups rose and fell amid the noisy crowd. In the farthest corner, a small sign with Ning Yuan written in colorful marker stood quietly. Ning Yuan spotted it immediately and strode toward it. "You must be Ning Yuan." The man holding the sign had a thick beard and removed his sunglasses, appraising him from head to toe, clearly surprised to see someone so young contacting him about climbing Everest. "That's me." Ning Yuan handed over his ID. After checking the photo and name on his phone, the man nodded and motioned for him to follow. Inside the business van, the engine rumbled low. The bearded man drove while speaking in a calm voice. "You can call me Ahu." The SUV slowly climbed the winding mountain road, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Ahu gripped the steering wheel and spoke in a low voice. "Since you want to climb Everest, I assume you've already done your homework. Everest isn't like other tourist spots. Courage alone can get you killed." After saying this, he glanced in the rearview mirror at Ning Yuan. Leaning back in his seat, Ning Yuan's expression was calm to the point of indifference, showing no sign of nervousness. His young face seemed as if he hadn't even heard the warning. "When's the earliest I can start the ascent?" Ning Yuan asked quietly, his eyes fixed on the passing scenery outside the window. Ahu hesitated. "I have the gear ready, no need to buy anything else. But to climb Everest, you have to have a local guide. They're all busy leading groups these days. The soonest would be in 4 days." He added, "Don't worry though, I've arranged lodging. You can get familiar with the area or just wander around for now." Ning Yuan frowned upon hearing this, then said something startling. "They'll be climbing at the latest the day after tomorrow. As for a guide, you don't need one. I found you because you can bypass all the complicated permits and procedures. Just get me the equipment and use your connections to get me to the mountain base." The 10 grand we agreed, one very penny. "What?" Ahu's eyes shot wide open. "No guide? You're saying you want to climb Everest without a guide?" To him, this was suicide. No matter how elite the mountaineer, no one dares to challenge Everest alone. It's practically a death wish. Could it be that this young man is trying to? The thought sent a chill through Ahu, and his voice softened a bit. "Kid, life's full of hardships, but also incredible beauty. There's no obstacle you can't overcome." Ning Yuan caught the misunderstanding and smiled faintly. "You're overthinking it. To be honest, I snuck up here without telling my family just to take photos to show off and pick up girls. I've only got 2 days. He can't afford to waste time hanging around, got it?" "Oh, I see. Well, you should have said so." Ahu let out a long breath of relief. He didn't want to make a living from a reckless scheme. If it's just for photos, then the day after tomorrow is fine. "Actually, I know a perfect spot just a few kilometers from the Everest base, still within signal range and very safe." They chatted as they walked, and before long the SUV pulled up in front of a simple guest house. "You should get some rest. We'll leave first thing tomorrow." Ahu accompanied Ning Yuan to the front desk and smoothly handled the check-in. Ning Yuan nodded and headed upstairs. As his figure disappeared around the corner, Ahu leaned against the counter and muttered, "He must be loaded, dropping that kind of money just to take pictures and show off." The woman at the front desk was a woman in her early 30s with slightly yellowish skin and average features, but a striking figure. Tilting her head, she teased, "Congrats, Hugo. Big job again, huh?" Ahu's eyes roamed over her, a sly smile curling his lips. "Zhoma, are you taking this big job tonight or not?" Upstairs, the door to Ning Yuan's room clicked shut. He didn't collapse onto the bed but instead stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the night sky. Through the glass, he could already make out the massive silhouette of Everest in the distance. The next morning, Ahu started the car early and drove Ning Yuan straight to the Everest base camp. Knowing Ning Yuan's tight schedule, he hardly stopped along the way, pausing only briefly at necessary checkpoints and using every means to get through quickly. Before sunset, the two arrived at a temporary outpost not far from Everest, a large military tent at the center of the camp. You'll rest here tonight. I've got all your clothes and gear ready, Ahu said in a low, decisive tone as he pulled back the tent flap and pointed to a neatly stacked pile in the corner. They'll take care of some paperwork, then we'll head up the mountain first thing in the morning. Without waiting for a reply, he pulled out his phone, started dialing, and stepped out of the tent. Ning Yuan looked around. There were heavy down jackets, brand new oxygen tanks, goggles, and every kind of professional climbing equipment you could imagine. He took the dark red down jacket from his luggage and put it on. It fit perfectly, a benefit of having given his height and weight in advance. Just as warmth began to spread, he drew back the flap and stepped outside. Night fell, and the snow sparkled under the starlight, but the camp was bustling with activity. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Looking around, most faces were young tourists. For them, the camp was the final destination. For Ning Yuan, however, this was only the starting point of crossing the world's highest peak. Gazing up at Everest, its majestic peak illuminated by stars, a burning passion welled up in his eyes. Maybe here lay the beginning of his new life. Boss, 3 bowls of mutton soup. A clear female voice called from a nearby makeshift soup stall. Ning Yuan, just settling onto a low stool, glanced sideways. The speaker was a young woman with softly curled hair cascading over her down jacket. Despite her loose padded clothing, her slender figure was unmistakable. Even more striking was her flawless, porcelain-like complexion and delicate featuresa textbook beauty. Her arrival quieted the noisy tent slightly, and many people's eyes naturally followed her. Ning Yuan gave her face a quick once-over, then shifted his gaze to the 2 burly, stern-looking middle-aged men behind her. In a heartbeat, he judged them to be no ordinary bodyguards. Their posture was rigid, eyes sharp, and muscles poised as if ready for combat. Clearly elite special forces. To have guards of that caliber constantly by her side, her background obviously wasn't simple. Noticing Ning Yuan's scrutiny, the guard on the right glanced briefly at him, then looked away. The look was one of indifferent assessment. They clearly didn't see Ning Yuan as a threat. Ning Yuan didn't mind, lowering his head to cradle the steaming mutton soup. A slight frown appeared on his brow. Encountering these 3 mysterious individuals here, at this time, he sensed unexpected complications brewing. Miss, we really shouldn't drink it here. If the captain finds out, we'll get scolded, one guard whispered. The woman laughed lightly, a mischievous certainty in her tone. It's not alcohol, what's there to fear? Everyone online says the mutton soup here is delicious. I made a special trip for this. They'll carry your gear over by Lu Feng's side, no worries. The 2 guards exchanged a glance. They clearly couldn't argue with her and took seats on either side. Ning Yuan swallowed the last sip of soup, set down the bowl, paid, and got up to leave. The night wind lifted his coat hem, and his silhouette looked tall and resolute amid the mingling light of lamps and snow. What's going on in the Western continent? What trouble does he have? The woman sipped her lamb soup gently with a spoon, then casually asked the man beside her. The middle-aged man known as Shizhou paused for a moment, lowered his voice, and replied, From the moment we walked in, everyone in the shop kept staring at the young lady. Only that kid was focused on me and Lao Gao. It's like he saw through who we really are. What? Lao Gao raised his eyebrows in surprise from the other side. You're overthinking it. That kid looks like just some fresh college graduate here on a trip. Maybe, Shizhou narrowed his eyes, feeling he might have jumped to conclusions. The woman put down her spoon, wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and said casually, Who cares? Some people just have sharp instincts. Maybe he's one of them. Boss, the bill, please. The next day, inside the tent, Ahu was busy packing, shoving gear into the SUV while reminding Ning Yuan. You remember all the instructions I gave you? Ning Yuan nodded. Ahu pulled out a telescopic selfie stick from the tent and stuffed it into Ning Yuan's backpack. This thing's a must-have for photos. Ning Yuan looked at the stick and smiled. That's thoughtful service. Worth every penny. Of course. Ahu rubbed his hands together with a goofy grin. If this trip's fun, remember to send me some friends. My prices are cheap and service top-notch. No problem. Ning Yuan said readily. Let's go, get in. The SUV wound along the twisting road toward the foot of Everest. Along the way, they chatted casually, half listening. I heard Everest has gotten harder to climb these past few years? Ning Yuan asked, staring at the snowy peaks outside the window. Yeah, Ahu tapped the steering wheel. Nobody's reached the summit in the last 2 years. Even the veterans who have climbed it before couldn't make it. Oh, why's that? Storms keep getting crazier and more unpredictable. Sometimes the snow and wind rage for hours. You can't tell which way is which. Those words made Ning Yuan's heart skip. Irregular natural phenomena usually mean a spiritual seed is devouring the essence of heaven and earth. He immediately thought of the 3 people they met last night at the lamb soup shop. They must be another force hunting the spirit seed. But he wasn't anxious. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Because they won't find it, not yet, at least. Even in his previous life, That spirit seed rooted in Everest went undiscovered for over a century. The extraordinary being who shocked the world by finding it hadn't been born yet. In that past life, countless supernaturals climbed the world's highest peak seeking the spirit seed, and all came back empty-handed. For them, Everest was an easy climb, but still yielded nothing. People always look far ahead, not realizing the true treasure lies right beneath their feet. Ning Yuan murmured to himself. Sadly, few would understand this wisdom. If he weren't reborn with memories from his past life, he might never have found it even in death. In his previous life, Ning Yuan had naturally attempted to climb Everest a few times. This, world's highest peak, was like a rough jade inlaid with a legendary spirit seed, drawing the attention of extraordinary individuals worldwide. Its unique geographic position attracted top experts from every country. At that time, Ning Yuan, as the official top-tier fighter, had also joined the search, but like everyone else, he returned empty-handed. Eventually, as countries gradually gave up, Everest was reopened, becoming a tourist haven once more. During this seemingly calm period, a team of about a dozen ordinary climbing enthusiasts ventured into the mountain. One of them accidentally obtained that spirit seed and fused with it, giving birth to a special extraordinary being that nearly overturned the world's balance of power. The next day, at the foot of Everest, the off-road vehicle crushed the gravel with a screech, breaking the chill of the early morning air before coming to a steady stop. Ning Yuan opened the door, and the biting cold wind hit his face like blades against skin. He straightened his collar and slung his backpack on. Come on, follow me. Fully decked out in a mask and sunglasses, Ahu carried a bag and led him over the barrier straight to the climbing management station. Through the glass window, Ning Yuan saw Ahu leaning close to the staff member, lowering his voice, occasionally pointing at Ning Yuan as if negotiating some price. 10 minutes later, Ahu nodded to him to go in. You only have 2 hours. The bald, middle-aged administrator with glasses slammed a thermos down on the table and got straight to the point. Since it's just for photos, that time is enough. He then pulled a thick coat from a cabinet behind him and handed it over. Put this on. It's our staff uniform. Take it off after you finish shooting. Ning Yuan took the coat, glancing sharply at Ahu. Ahu immediately leaned in close, whispering into his ear. No choice. The mountain's under lockdown these days. Heard there's an official inspection going on. I just got the news myself. But don't worry, 2 hours is plenty. The spot I marked is only half an hour's trek. Ning Yuan gave a faint cold smile. 100,000 yuan, and that's all I get, just 2 hours? Brother, I'm struggling too. Ahu pulled him outside, lowering his voice. Don't think all that cash goes into my pocket. Maybe I see about 30% if I'm lucky. If I lied, I'm not human. The money's spent, the connections are made. Your call, but 2 hours really is enough. He held up 3 fingers helplessly. Fine, 2 hours it is. Ning Yuan controlled the smile and nodded agreement. Ahu finally relaxed. Watch your time and route. The biggest danger at the foot is slippery paths. If anything happens, call me on the walkie-talkie. They'll get people in immediately, but that's extra. Re-entering the room, Ning Yuan, under Ahu's relentless instructions, put on the coat and wrapped his face tightly. Then, alone, he passed through several layers of internal security barriers, walking toward Mount Everest under the curious gazes of several staff members. Once Ning Yuan was out of sight, Ahu quickly grabbed the bald, middle-aged man's thermos cup, filled it with hot water at the water dispenser, and smiled as he spoke. Really grateful to you, Brother Wu. Without your help, this deal of mine would have fallen through, Ahu said, handing back the filled thermos with a flattering expression. The bald, middle-aged man old Wu snorted coldly, twisted off the cap, took a sip of hot tea, and lowered his voice. Ahu, looking at how long we've been friends, I'm taking a risk helping you this time. But it's a one-time thing. Don't bring anyone else in on your own before I give you new instructions. Keep a low profile for now. Ahu glanced around to make sure no one else was paying attention before leaning in. Brother Wu, what's going on? Can you give me a hint? Old Wu set down the cup, voice even quieter. Someone important is coming. I hear it's a group planning to climb Everest. If they catch wind of your shady business, they could wipe us all out with a word, understand? Ahu sharply sucked in a cold breath, a chill running down his spine. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking interrupted them. Come in, Old Wu said casually. The door opened, and a manager in charge of inspections saluted and reporting to the officer. That group you mentioned earlier has arrived. What? Old Wu jumped up from his chair. Weren't they supposed to arrive tomorrow? Are you sure it's them? Officer, yes. The license plate and head count match. The woman leading said she notified you in advance. Hurry, take me there. Old Wu grabbed his coat from the hanger and almost ran out the door. Ahu hesitated for half a second, then hurried after him. Outside the barrier, the cold wind howled. 2 black SUVs stood silently on the snow, with a woman and 5 men arranged in a semicircle beside one of them. If Ning Yuan were here, he would immediately recognize the woman, the same one he met last night at the lamb soup shop. Old Wu, his sparse hair mussed by the wind, beamed. Ah, Xia, look at you showing up early without giving Uncle Wu a heads up. Xia Xinran, still wearing the simple outfit from last night, extended her hand to old Wu. Hello, Uncle Wu. Standing behind old Wu, Ahu was stunned for the first time in real life. He was face to face with such a beautiful woman. But as his gaze swept across the 5 men beside her, his whole body shuddered. 3 of them had cold, piercing eyes, and one even slipped his hand inside his jacket. Ahu immediately lowered his head, too afraid to look again. Shinran, how is the old man? Your grandfather? I worry about him a lot. I often remember his earnest teachings from back then whenever I have time off. When I retire, I promise to come visit, old Wu said with a voice full of nostalgia and emotion. My grandfather is well, Xia Shinran replied with a smile. That's good, that's good. It's windy here, let's go inside first. I've prepared all the gear, you can start climbing whenever you like, old Wu said, beckoning them to follow. Then, without thinking, he turned and gave Ahu a sharp glare, silently telling him to get lost. Ahu, knowing their close relationship well enough to read the look, awkwardly smiled, bowed slightly, and stepped aside, watching them enter. From old Wu's tone, Ahu could tell this person was far from ordinary, definitely someone with immense power and influence. If he had dragged Ning Yuan into that crowd a moment later, regardless of what would have happened, given old Wu's temperament, he would never have let him off easily. Thinking this, Ahu secretly felt lucky this time. Fate had been on his side. In the management station's equipment room, rows of mountaineering oxygen tanks and ice axes were neatly arranged, the cold white fluorescent lights making the metal gleam sharply. Old Wu checked off items on a tablet, casually reminding, Shinran, climbing Everest is no joke. I've arranged for several professional guides if you need. I can send them over right now. Xia Shinran, focused on checking her safety harness, looked up and said, no need, Uncle Wu. Those guys have climbed every mountain there is, you can trust them. Besides, this mission is special, so bringing outsiders isn't convenient. Old Wu, a man who understood the rules, immediately nodded upon hearing this. All right, if you need anything, contact me anytime, I'll solve it for you straight away. The 6 of them quickly finished gearing up. After tightening the last buckle, they crossed the railing and stepped onto the snowy plain, heading toward Everest. Snow whipped by the wind, and Shizhou glanced back at the station. Miss, that just now was Ahu. Xia Xinran's gaze remained calm. Over the years, old Wu has made quite a bit of money off Ahu. We nearly have all the evidence we need on him. Let's just let him have another free month. No one said a word but quietly followed. Everyone knew that old Wu should have been taken away by oversight authorities last month. The only reason he was still active was that his nearly decade-long experience here was essential for this Everest expedition these past few days. Meanwhile, ahead, Ning Yuan had already veered off the planned route. The howling mountain wind swept past his goggles as he looked up at the towering ice wall, quickly comparing the coordinates in his mind. Then he took off his locator and casually tossed it into the snow before turning and heading toward another steep slope. That path was winding and narrow. The snow untouched it was clearly not an ordinary climbing route. In the year 2146 of the Yuan calendar, a century plus from now, a group of ordinary people formed a team to challenge Everest. By then, supernaturals had integrated into society. Ordinary people both revered and admired them, seeing them as saviors. On that very day, a man named Chu Feng, an ordinary member of the team, completely changed his fate. Ning Yuan stepped on the soft snow and recalled the official records describing how Chu Feng obtained the spiritual seed. People had always thought Chu Feng gained this opportunity at Everest summit. But that wasn't true. Because of his fear of altitude sickness, he had climbed only a short distance before quietly leaving the team to descend. A sudden blizzard struck during his descent. Relying on memory, he groped blindly but went off course, ending up at the foot of the mountain in the exact opposite direction. Realizing his mistake, he used starlight to navigate and pressed on, until he came across a glowing spiritual seed in a deserted snowy valley. Back then, Chu Feng had revealed the whole story without reservation under official pressure. Thinking of that now, Ning Yuan felt a deep sense of awe and reflection. At that time, Chu Feng was just a young and passionate man in his early 20s, utterly devoted to the official headquarters of supernatural beings. His trust in them bordered on fanaticism. For the sake of his country, he fully disclosed all his abilities without reservation, only to be met with shock and suspicion from the higher-ups. Even worse, the intelligence he shared was leaked by an insider, leading to his death when he was ambushed by alien tribes and rival elites. Looking back on Chu Feng's life, he was like a shooting star in the night sky, brief, but brilliant. In those chaotic times, no supernatural being could be guaranteed a tomorrow, and no one had the power to protect him. Lost in thought, Ning Yuan slowly climbed over the scattered rocks at the foot of Mount Everest. His eyes meticulously scanned every crevice of the rock face, missing no irregular detail, no matter how small. As time passed, the sky darkened and a biting wind swept through, carrying icy particles. The temperature continued to fall. After a whole day of fruitless searching, he remained calm and composed, showing no sign of impatience. Then, as he flipped over a large boulder, he suddenly held his breath. In the dusk ahead, nestled in the heart of the rocky debris, a pitch-black flower caught his eye. It was a snow lotus, but completely black. Its petals shimmered with a faint dark glow, as if countless shadows were swaying in the wind, beautiful yet eerie. Ning Yuan's heart jolted, a spirit seed. The flower was an exact match to the descriptions of the future Chu Feng. Ning Yuan quickened his pace and crouched beside the snow lotus. He removed his goggles and gloves, instantly feeling the air's piercing chill. The black petals undulated with a subtle light, as if shadows were hesitatingly watching and retreating. Ning Yuan extended a trembling finger and lightly touched a petal. The coldness bit deep through his skin, yet his gaze burned with intensity. In his previous life, the first spirit seed he obtained embodied the essence of light. It had been nurtured carefully by the authorities, for light symbolized hope and power to people. Yet time proved otherwise. His advancement was slow, and his abilities leaned toward defense. During those turbulent years, the nation craved sharp offensive strength. The best defense is a good offense had always been the truth. Still, through defense and protection, he became known to ordinary people as a guardian deity. Why the alien tribes wanted him dead at all costs remained a mystery to him. But that was all dust of a past life. Now, he was about to embark on a brand new path, a path that belonged solely to himself. Though the petals were icy cold, Ning Yuan felt no discomfort. He stared intently at the black snow lotus and murmured, "Where there is light, there is shadow. Without light, there is only darkness." What force in this world could be more terrifying and powerful than the darkness itself? All things in this world operate on balance. Gain comes with loss, and to obtain power, one must take necessary risks. An ordinary person has only one chance in a lifetime to merge with a spirit seed. Success grants ascension to the extraordinary. Failure reduces both the person and the spirit seed to dust. The earliest method of spirit merging was as simple as one word: swallow. But once ingested, the spirit seed's instinctive, violent energy clashes with the flesh, and survival rates outside of 30% were essentially gambling with death. Until a genius once tried a new approach. Nourish the seed first by irrigating it with their own fresh blood, allowing it to familiarize itself with the host's aura before swallowing it. This raised success from 30 to 50%. To improve chances further, even more blood had to be spilled, forcing the ultimate compatibility out of both sides. Ning Yuan stood silently at the icy foot of Mount Everest, the cold wind whipping his chest open. He pulled out a brand new dagger from his chest pocket, its cold gleam mixing with the glitter of snow around him. His eyes burned fiercely, then took on a resolute madness as they locked onto a pitch-black snow lotus. In the next moment, he flipped his wrist and sliced open the artery in his left arm. Hot blood gushed out, turning into a crimson waterfall in the biting cold, flowing over the dark petals of the snow lotus. The blood was quickly absorbed by the flower like parched earth drinking sweet rain. Pain shot up his nerves, but Ning Yuan's face remained expressionless, only a trace of delight shimmering in his cold gaze. Uft! The blade cut again. He bit the dagger's handle with his teeth, tore open flesh on his right arm, and dropped the dagger once more. Arms outstretched, he let blood pour from both wrists onto the snow lotus. The flower trembled, its petal edges quietly lighting up with faint golden veins. Blood loss made the world spin. The roar of the wind grew distant. He bit his tongue hard to stay conscious, fixating on the flower while silently counting his heartbeat, gauging his limits. 2 minutes later, his face had turned nearly translucent. Nearing the third minute, his mind wavered violently. Just before losing awareness, Ning Yuan sneered fiercely and suddenly grabbed the black snow lotus in his palm, tilting his head back, swallowed it. In an instant of biting cold, the lotus transformed into surging energy that flooded his veins like an icy tide crashing through his organs. Almost simultaneously, sparse snowflakes began drifting down from the dim sky, quickly thickening into a heavy curtain. Blood still dripped from his arms, but he made no move to dress the wounds, for success meant mortal wounds would heal instantly. Failure meant death was inevitable anyway. With this thought, he collapsed backward onto the snow, allowing the wild wind and heavy snow to buffet his face. Ning Yuan gazed up at the gray, heavy sky, the corner of his lips twitching as he whispered, "Snow and wind press down on me like mountains. I laugh because wind and snow feel like cotton." Then, the familiar, indescribable agony inside him soared, ripping through his innards with relentless fury until his consciousness shattered completely and darkness engulfed him. How many days passed? No one knew. A brief but heavy snowfall fully cloaked the foot of Mount Everest in pure white. A few wild sheep were grazing around the rocky area. Suddenly, from the silent snowfield, a pale, ghostly white arm shot out unexpectedly, sending the sheep scattering in panic, their hooves pounding chaotically. In the next moment, Ning Yuan abruptly sat up from a snowdrift half his height, scattering snowflakes all around. His eyes were pitch black like ink, his whole body enveloped in a strange aura that quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the unusual pressure and the dark glimmer in his eyes receded, leaving him looking like an ordinary person just with eyes that seemed deeper and more profound. Ha 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 ha. After a brief silence, he threw his head back and laughed wildly. It's done. I've made it. Ning Yuan jumped down from the snowdrift and raised his arm, which used to be covered in scars now. It was smooth and flawless, without a trace of blood. Then, he extended his spiritual awareness inward. Within him, he saw, at his chest, a gray, misty space floated silently with a small black tree resembling a withered sapling rooted inside. Counting the branches, the thickest one held a small black orb, the size of a fist, dangling at its tip like a newborn fruit. That was the source of power for transcendent beings, the spirit source fruit. Ning Yuan stared at the orb with burning eyes, barely able to contain his excitement. In my past life, as a 5th-level transcendent, I had 5 spirit source fruits inside me, but I never felt this joyful. He murmured softly, his smile growing more and more wild. Is this what hope for a smooth future feels like? Haha. Retracting his spiritual awareness, he pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, showing the time had leapt forward 15 days. A flood of missed calls and messages from Ning Xiaoluo filled the screen. He frowned. He had been unconscious for a full 15 days, several days longer than planned. Just as he was about to call back, his fingers stiffened, his grip tightened, and with a crack, the phone shattered into 2 pieces. Ning Yuan had no intention of explaining. He'll be back soon anyway. He'll just say I lost my phone. He casually tossed the broken fragments into the snow. Then he picked up a fist-sized chunk of frozen rock by his foot. With a squeeze of his fingers, crack. The icy stone shattered instantly, powder drifting through his fingers. A 1st-level power far beyond what I had in my past life. Holding the powder in his palm, he gained a tangible understanding of his transformation. His 1st-level dark spirit ability, shadow control. In his last life, he had only seen information about dark spirit powers up to the 4th level, because back then Chu Feng was assassinated before advancing to the 5th level. Thinking of that, Ning Yuan looked up toward his shadow cast long and distorted on the snow by the setting sun. The shadow moved without wind. The normal human silhouette was suddenly stretched and pulled, its outline twisting at will as he focused his thoughts. Boom. At his command, the shadow suddenly thrust out a jet-black spear that tore through the air, instantly piercing a massive boulder several people tall. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the enormous boulder shattered like tofu with almost no effort. With a thunderous roar, several dark long spears shot out from Ning Yuan's shadow, instantly shattering the massive boulders around him. A few mountain goats nearby were startled and leapt 3 feet into the air before bolting wildly toward the mid-mountain slopes. After a brief assessment, Ning Yuan relied on the combat experience accumulated in his previous life to quickly master the use of his current 1st-stage abilities. His shadow swirled at his feet and obeyed his every command. The shadow could transform into illusory forms to launch surprise attacks or detach entirely from the ground, hovering in front of him. A dark humanoid silhouette, equal in height and sharply outlined like Ning Yuan himself, stood silently on the snow-covered ground. He stared at the apparition with complex emotions in his eyes. A spiritual breed combining offense, defense, speed, and strength he had encountered only 3 times in his past life. Among 1st-stage abilities, only Dark Spirit possessed all 4 attributes simultaneously. Ning Yuan took a step forward, seamlessly merging with the shadow. The next moment, he became a faint wraith and dashed toward the peak of Mount Everest. Atop Everest's summit, Ning Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. What would take an ordinary person half a month to reach, he now traversed in mere seconds. The biting wind, whipping ice particles wildly like knives, could not rattle him in the slightest. As he gazed down at the sea of clouds below, bang, 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 a burst of gunfire erupted just below the summit. Ning Yuan's brow furrowed as his concentration was interrupted. Instantly, he transformed into a shadow again and swiftly glided down the mountain ridge. Meanwhile, on the flat final stretch before the peak, gunfire flared from 2 groups shooting at each other from behind scattered rocks. Flames and debris flew, while the echoing impacts against the rocky walls rumbled one after another. Ning Yuan quietly appeared at a blind spot above both sides, coldly observing from on high. One group of 3, a woman and 2 men he recognized. They were the same team he had seen days ago at the mutton soup stall. At this moment, Xia Xinran was protected behind a giant boulder by her 2 companions, while more than 10 unknown armed assailants pressed the attack with overwhelming firepower. Both sides had suffered casualties. 2 mutilated bodies lay near Xia Xinran's group, while 5 corpses from the opposing side were sprawled in a heap. When will reinforcements arrive? Xia Xinran gripped her pistol and whispered to Shizhou beside her. At least half an hour, Shizhou gasped, eyes bloodshot. At this altitude, helicopters and drones can't hover properly. They can only drop people off at the highest safe altitude, then it's all on foot. Before his words finished, the enemies steadily advanced behind cover. Miss. A burly man emptied a magazine and whispered urgently during the reload. They've got numbers and battle experience. Their background must be complicated. Suddenly, enemy gunfire ceased, and a loudspeaker crackled. People on the other side, put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Put down your weapons and surrender. If you surrender, we guarantee your safety. Hearing the clumsy Chinese, Shizhou froze briefly, then cursed angrily. Damn it. Foreign devils. They actually crossed the line armed on our turf. The burly man's face darkened grimly if not for a huge boulder conveniently shielding them from behind. They would have been wiped out in an instant by the enemy ambush. Suddenly ambushed without warning, they had suspected that their movements had been leaked, but never imagined they were facing a well-equipped foreign force. The gun barrels gleamed darkly, laser sights flickering in the night. The murderous intent pressing in from the forest sent everyone's nerves to the breaking point. How dare they? Aren't they afraid that exposing their position could spark a war between two countries? Xia Xinran was shocked, but forced herself to stay calm. She took a deep breath of the cold, slightly earthy air and shouted loudly. No matter who you are or where you come from, this is our territory. Leave now, and we'll pretend we didn't see you. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Invading another country's land to commit violence could ignite a war. Raising her voice even more, she added, our teammates are on their way and will arrive soon. The forest fell silent for a moment. Whispered voices exchanged as if weighing options. Xia Xinran gripped her rifle stock tighter, hoping they would choose retreat. Instead, a young but practiced voice spoke up in fluent Chinese, light and teasing. Is that you, Miss Xia? My God, I never expected to run into you here. The familiar greeting made Xia Xinran's heart jump. She searched her memory quickly and fixed on one name. Lippy, it's really you. Haha, didn't think beautiful Miss Xia would remember me, he replied with a sly laugh. Xia Xinran narrowed her eyes, voice sharp and cold. You've crossed the line, Lippy, and you've broken the rules. You know the consequences. Consequences? Lippy laughed loudly. Without solid proof, there won't be any serious repercussions. The tension deepened in the woods. He continued, Miss Xia, since you're here, our goals obviously align. Too bad I found nothing on the other side, so I thought I'd try my luck here near the summit. I swear, I was just wandering around the mountaintop, never came down. Now that we know each other's identities, there's no need for secrets. If you come with me, I swear on my honor, I won't harm you. A cold wind swept over the hillside. Xia Xinran sneered. You won't kill me. Sure, but you'll use me as a bargaining chip to gain favors from the Xia family. That goes without saying, Lippy admitted without restraint. But in the end, you'll stay alive, won't you? Huh. Don't make me laugh. Xia Xinran shot back without hesitation. Rest assured, if I die here, you won't last long either. Is that so? What a pity then. Lippy sighed softly, then issued a command to the tall blonde man beside him in a low voice. Try charging again. If it fails, withdraw. From what I know about Xia Xinran, there's surely a backup team down the mountain. We don't have much time. The blonde man responded grimly, raising his hand in a tactical signal. Gunfire erupted once more. Above them, Ning Yuan stood expressionless with his hands in his pockets, watching the scene unfold. He had been about to turn away and leave, but the moment he heard Xia Xinyan's true identity, his steps froze abruptly. The Xia family, one of the country's few top-tier elite clans, whose members wielded immense influence in both the military and government. Such a background could become a crucial chess piece in his initial plans. Ning Yuan silently weighed his options and decided to make full use of the woman before him. Below, the battlefield was thick with smoke and tension. Xia Xinyan, alongside two elite bodyguard Shizhou and their captain Old Zayatu, cover behind rocks, locked in a deadly standoff with several unknown armed assailants. With just the three of them, as long as no accidents happened, surviving until reinforcements arrived was entirely possible. But accidents, as always, could be engineered. A cold gleam flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes as he looked down at the trio. Casually, he plucked a tiny fragment of rock the size of a fingernail from the cliff face, then launched it with force. PFF. Shizhou, who had been suppressing enemy fire from the side, suddenly collapsed as his knee exploded in a spray of blood, toppling forward uncontrollably. Shizhou! Xia Xinyan cried out, but before her voice finished, a hailstorm of bullets descended. Bang! 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 The enemy showed no mercy. Several bullets pierced Ziz's chest. One even tore through his skull. Though dead-eyed, he futilely squeezed the trigger, as if desperate to take down just one more enemy in his final moment. The burly captain Old Xia froze for half a second, then surged with rage, letting out a hoarse roar. Damn you all! His submachine gun barked fiercely. Two enemies trying to finish off Shizhou were hit in the arms and forced to retreat, carried away by their comrades. Xia Xinyan stood rooted, staring blankly at Ziz's lifeless body, her mind numb. Above, Ning Yuan's expression remained cold as he picked another sharp shard of stone. PFF. Old Xia's right hand immediately erupted in a bloody hole, dropping his gun. What the hell? Is there a sniper out there? Old Xia stared in shock at his bleeding palm, disbelief etched on his face. Nice shot. An enemy lookout peeked forward, eyes gleaming with excitement. Before orders were given, the seasoned comrades had already intensified their fire. Old Xia. Xia Xinyan's eyes welled up with tears. Miss, listen to me. Old Xia clenched his teeth, gripping his pain as he bent down to retrieve his gun. His voice trembled but carried firm resolve. No matter what, you absolutely cannot let them capture you alive, understand? Xia Xinyan bit her lip and nodded firmly. I understand. After a moment of silence, Old Xia said bitterly, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Then suddenly, he leapt up, gun raised, and charged forward in a desperate last stand. In that instant, shouts and gunfire erupted. No one expected that this battle-worn, iron-willed man would dare to rush wildly at the enemy. Bullets tore through his body, and Old Xia collapsed with a thunderous crash. His blood stained the snowy peak of Mt. Everest, and the surrounding air fell into a deathly silence. The wind howled, and heavy footsteps approached. Xia Xinyan's hands trembled, yet she pressed the muzzle of her gun to her chin. A chilling cold climbed up her spine. Even though she was experienced and formidable, in this moment she felt like an ordinary girl afraid, helpless yet stubbornly refusing to close her eyes. Drop the gun. Several armed men, faces masked, surrounded her. One of them barked the order in rough, foreign-accented language. Xinyan, no? You really didn't have to go this far. Lippy ducked behind a tall, blonde, muscular man and poked his head out, speaking softly but persuasively. A wise man knows when to adapt, right? Just do as you're told, and I won't take your life. Life is precious, after all, and we're living in an unprecedented era. You really want to die like this? Xia Xinran fixed him with a cold stare, unwavering. Maybe this era is exciting to you, but for many, it's sheer despair. I'm leaving now soon, you'll meet the same fate. As she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and pressed her finger to the trigger. At that moment, a calm, indifferent voice spoke from the blizzard in flawless Mandarin. What's going on here? What are you doing? The sudden voice stopped everyone in their tracks, and even Xia Xinran's eyes snapped open. She looked toward the sound, pupils narrowing at him. How could it be? Not far away, Ning Yuan stood casually in the snow, hands in his pockets, expressionless. Unlike the others, fully geared for climbing, he wore only simple cold-weather clothing, as if out for a casual walk in the mountains. Shit. What the hell? The blonde giant swore, spinning to point his gun at Ning Yuan. Where the hell did this guy come from? Ning Yuan's sudden appearance filled Lippy with intense unease. He shouted urgently, hey, put down the gun. Before he could finish, a dark shadow shot through the blonde man's skull like a spear. Blood and bone fragments splattered all over Lippahot and metallic in scent. Everyone froze instantly. The first to recover was Lippy, trembling all over, whispering, God, he's a transcendent. They'd all heard of transcendence, but never seen one with their own eyes. They never expected their first encounter to be such a nightmare. A fierce, icy wind swept through. Driven by fear, the remaining men instinctively pulled their triggers. Muzzle flashes erupted, bullets raining down on Ning Yuan like a storm. Yet the bullets seemed to hit an invisible barrier, halting midair in front of him before clattering harmlessly onto the snow. Fuck! Monster! It's a monster! A dark-skinned man screamed, turning to flee. He barely took a step before a shadow flickered by, slicing his waist clean through. His body split in two, the upper half collapsing onto the snow, a trail of blood marking the fall. In his fading consciousness, he saw countless dark shapes darting through the snowy mist, tearing his teammates into pieces. The thick stench of blood was scattered and carried away by the cold wind. Fragments of limbs and pools of fresh blood sprinkled over the snow formed a glaring dark red layer. Snowflakes whipped against the cheeks with the biting wind, but could not mask the pungent metallic smell. Even with rigorous training, Xia Xinran felt waves of nausea rising in her stomach and a tightness in her throat. Are you okay? Ning Yuan stepped on the snow, stopping in front of her, his tone calm. Xia Xinran instinctively took a step back, her boots leaving a wet trail on the blood-soaked snow. Her pupils reflected an unmistakable fear. Seeing her like this, Ning Yuan sighed softly, lifting his eyes to the bodies of Shizhou and the captain sprawled across the snow. Pain furrowed his brow. I wish I had arrived earlier. They wouldn't have died then, he said, recalling the attackers. I couldn't understand a word they said before they died. They must have been from some foreign faction, right? Hearing foreign faction slightly eased Xia Xinran's dread. She nodded, her voice trembling. Yes, they're all from foreign factions. The leader's name was Lippy, an heir to a top multinational corporation with a very powerful background. I see. Ning Yuan nodded slightly, eyes sweeping over the scattered remains. Looks like I wasn't mistaken in killing them. After confirming his stance, Xia Xinran's thoughts raced as she cautiously spoke. Brother, which unit are you from? Me? Ning Yuan smiled gently. I'm just an ordinary commoner. How I ended up like this was a complete accident. You saw it yourself, I lost control of my power. I just wanted to give them a painful lesson but couldn't hold back, and that's how it got so messy. Xia Xinran's eyes widened sharply. An independent supernatural. To fuse with spirits of the same level without any organizational support required incredible luck. An independent supernatural meant he hadn't been recruited by any faction yet. If they could bring him into the Xia family, the clan's influence would grow significantly. She was about to probe further, but met Ning Yuan's half-smiling gaze and suddenly felt a chill in her chest. The family elder's warnings came to min supernaturals who possessed terrifying power often acted on a whim, and any offense might cost one their life. Ning Yuan noticed her hesitation, voice still gentle. What's wrong? Xia Xinran composed herself, speaking respectfully and sincerely. May I ask your name, brother? I will repay the life-saving grace you have shown me today. Huh. Ning Yuan secretly admired her tact, still smiling, but shaking his head lightly. No need to repay me. When you're out there, how could you stand by watching your own people bullied by outsiders? It was nothing. But his eyes rested on her face. Judging by your reaction, you've probably seen other supernaturals before. I just hope you won't leak what happened here. I don't want to become some experimental test subject. Experimental test subject? Xia Xinran gave a bitter smile. He clearly underestimated his own value. Every country was secretly trying to recruit supernaturals. She nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother. I will not reveal a single word about today. Satisfied with her promise, Ning Yuan nodded contentedly. Then the shadow beneath his feet began to spread, gradually engulfing the scattered body parts and corpses around them. The black mist surged like tidal waves over the rocky walls and grass, swallowing severed limbs as if they were being dragged into an abyss, sinking inch by inch into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the remains of the people from Shizhou and the bloodstains on the ground vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Xia Xinran's pupils contracted sharply. She could almost hear her rapid heartbeat, though not a single cry escaped her throat. All done. Let's part ways here. Ning Yuan nodded slightly toward her, his voice calm and low. Someone is already climbing up this way, must be the rescue you called for. With that, he transformed into a streak of black shadow that dissolved along with the swirling darkness beneath him, as if swallowed by the night. Teleportation. What level of spiritual seed had he merged with? Waves of turmoil roiled in Xia Xinran's heart, but she could only stand there, stunned, staring at the empty ground. About 10 minutes later, 20 armed rescue workers arrived at the clearing, breathless. Their boots crushed the rocky gravel, their rifle barrels scanning warily in all directions. They found Xia Xinran sitting alone on the ground. Miss, are you okay? What about the others? The team leader hurried forward and saluted crisply. They can't be found anymore. Xia Xinran's voice drifted out softly like the wind through the pale mist. The rescuers exchanged uncertain looks, at a loss for words. At that same moment, a dark figure streaked across the sky, cutting through the clouds like a falling star before vanishing. A life-saving debt from a stranger, given without expectation of return, often carried priceless weight. Ning Yuan silently vowed in his heart when he met Xia Xinran again, it would be the Xia family's turn to repay him. The night tinted Dazhou City's neon lights a deep purple. Having traveled continuously and hurriedly, Ning Yuan pushed open his door. The first thing in his sight was Ning Xiaoluo sitting alone on the sofa. Hearing the lock turn, she suddenly looked up. Her hair was disheveled over her shoulders, dark bruises visible beneath her eyelids. After a moment of shock, she rushed to Ning Yuan, her eyes already red-rimmed. Xia Yuan, where have you been these past 10 days? Why didn't you answer your phone? She raised a hand as if to strike, but it froze midair as she trembled and accused. I even reported you missing. The police said you bought a ticket to Lhasa. Why go so far? Even if it's for a trip, you should have told me. I thought you'd been tricked into going abroad, or worse. Ning Yuan looked down at the girl who was shorter than him by a head and gently wrapped his arms around her. Her familiar warmth and the faint scent of shampoo lingered by his nose. His voice was steady. Xiaoluo, better days are coming for us. Better days? What better days? Ning Xiaoluo lifted tear-filled eyes to his, not pulling away. The kind where you get whatever you want. Ning Yuan smiled faintly. But Ning Xiaoluo pushed him away, shaking her head seriously. Xiao Yuan, simple and peaceful is happiness too. Of course having money is good, but you can't do just anything to get it. Honestly, things are already a lot better than before. Even if you don't work, I can support us both. Simple and peaceful is happiness too? Ning Yuan lowered his gaze to study her face. But the consequence of peacefulness was the forfeiture of choice when it came to certain things. Ning Xiaoluo stared at Ning Yuan in a daze. She had the feeling that her cousin, who had grown up with her, suddenly seemed like a different person lately. When did he start changing? Maybe it was because he kept hitting dead ends and couldn't find a job. With that suspicion in mind, she dismissed Ning Yuan's earlier words as nonsense and pressed on. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Didn't you go out with your classmates? How did you end up going to Lhasa alone and then go missing for more than 10 days? I just wanted to clear my head. Ning Yuan shrugged helplessly, wearing an expression that seemed rehearsed long ago. As for losing contact, I lost my phone and didn't have money to buy a new one. Luckily, I met a kind guy who bought me a plane ticket back, or else I'd still be stuck there. Ning Yuan vividly recounted the perilous journey. His phone stolen in a narrow alley in Lhasa. Only a few coins left in his pocket, unable to afford a hotel room, so he stayed outside a temple until dawn. Later, a man driving an off-road vehicle gave him a ride to the airport, and help pay for the ticket. Hearing this, Ning Yuo's face tightened with worry. His gaunt appearance only made her more anxious. That man really was a good person, she said seriously, clutching her apron tighter. Too bad you didn't get his contact info. You should try to get in touch and return the money. He's wealthy. He doesn't care about a little cash. Ning Yuan waved the matter off casually and quickly changed the subject. Hey, Shaluo, I'm craving your braised pork ribs. Sure enough, Ning Shaluo stopped pressing him further and nodded eagerly. Okay, you rest first. He'll call you when it's ready. Saying that, she picked up her vegetable basket and left the house. Once the door closed behind her, the smile faded slowly from Ning Yuan's face. After dinner, night deepened, streetlights flickered sparsely, and the world gradually quieted as most people drifted to sleep. Inside the house, only a dim yellow lamp burned. In the dark bedroom, Ning Yuan stood by the window, a shadow gazing down on the night. These days, he couldn't even sleep yet. He could go days without food or water and feel no harm. That was because what sustained his life now was no ordinary nourishment, but spirit source. What is spirit source? The air contains the primordial essence of heaven and earth. Ordinary people breathe it in to no effect, but supernatural beings can transform it into spirit source because inside them grows a Tao tree. It is the mark of a transcendent being and the root of their power. Inside Ning Yuan was such a tree, a small black one, brittle like dead wood. Taoism teaches the three fundamentals: essence, energy, and spirit, connecting with the workings of heaven and earth. The energy cycle is very much like a tree's growth, blossoming, and fruiting. The tree growing inside a transcendent being illustrates this perfectly, hence it is called the Tao tree. By absorbing the primordial essence from the world around it, the Tao tree grows and eventually bears spirit source fruits. These fruits continuously infuse the transcendent being with spirit source, granting them extraordinary strength. The number of spirit source fruits symbolizes a transcendence power level. Each additional fruit means they have successfully ascended one rank. It sounds simple, but real advancement is as difficult as scaling the heavens since the speed of progress is closely linked to the strength of one's spirit seed. Since the birth of all things in heaven and earth, distinctions have existed between good and bad, beautiful and ugly, strong and weak. Naturally, the spirit seed containing the primordial forces of heaven and earth also varies in strength accordingly. In other words, the moment one fuses with a spirit and becomes a transcendent, it marks the absolute ceiling of that individual's growth for life. So, even though countless transcendent beings were born among humans in the previous era, the very best managed to condense no more than 7 spirit fruit within themselves. Despite having 70-year elites, the human race was still suppressed in the wars against other races. If it weren't for the constant infighting among the aliens, humanity would have long been wiped out. At this moment, Ning Yuan became a fleeting shadow, silently vanishing from his room. In the darkness, his trace was invisible. The next instant, he appeared on the rooftop of his residential complex. The night breeze swept across the roof, bringing a faint chill. He sat cross-legged, holding his breath and focusing intently, drawing upon the dark essence hidden deep within the night. Inside his body, the Tao tree began to operate. Countless fine threads, barely visible to the naked eye, seemed to be pulled into his meridians, all consumed by the Tao tree. In the previous life, the power and uniqueness of the dark spirit had made Chu Feng the center of everyone's attention, and the terrifying speed of the dark spirit's advancement directly thrust him into the opposing camps of the alien races and humanity. At that time, an old man's words remained deeply engraved in Ning Yuan's heart. The hearts of alien races, since I am not a transcendent, I don't understand them. But the human heart, as a fellow human, I understand well. If someone holds a power before which we can only look up, they will be far harsher to us than the aliens, treating us not as peers, but as mere slaves or vermin. Across past, present, and future, this truth has never changed. The old man who spoke was merely a mortal. More precisely, given Ning Yuan's timeline, that old man wasn't even born yet at the present moment. Yet his words stuck like a curse in the hearts of that era's top transcendent beings, eventually driving some of them to conspire with aliens in secret and assassinate Chu Feng. In his youth, Ning Yuan could not understand and thought the old man was narrow-minded. With enemies at the gates, how could one eliminate their own allies first? But after witnessing betrayal, downfall, and utter annihilation, and returning through reincarnation, he finally realized the old man's words were true. From the moment he fused with the dark spirit, he could only move forward alone, either doomed to repeat Chu Feng's tragic fate or leaving everyone far behind, using them until they're no longer valuable, then discarding them. On the rooftop, the Tao tree continued to consume the dark essence of heaven and earth. The only spirit fruit inside him flickered faintly, as if dancing with joy. In the previous life, ordinary transcendent beings without external help took at least 6 years to advance from first to second tier, and nearly 20 years to go from second to third. Most never surpassed the third tier in their lifetime. Breaking through from third to fourth tier was a chasm. Those who reached fourth tier before 100 years old could extend their lifespan by 4 centuries, their appearance frozen at the moment of breakthrough until death. Ning Yuan watched the transformations inside him. Although he had studied the dark spirit before, experiencing it firsthand was still staggering. The speed of advancement was far beyond imagination. Calculating based on the current absorption rate and the Dao tree's amplification, it would take him at most 1 month to advance from first to second tier. Thinking back on all the effort and time he had spent trying to advance in his previous life, and then comparing it to how easily and comfortably he was progressing now, Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at himself. In his last life, he hadn't bonded with the light spirit until he was 29. Relying on the rare qualities of that spirit, plus the massive manpower, materials, and resources his country invested in him, he leapt into the second tier by age 32, reached the third tier at 38, and only barely managed to break through to the fourth tier by the age of 48 after great hardship. But when the government realized his fourth-tier abilities were still mainly defensive, lacking offensive potential, their steady support suddenly dried up. After all, the enormous resources needed to push a fourth-tier transcendent to the fifth tier could instead cultivate several other more talented fourth-tier prodigies. From then on, Ning Yuan was gradually pushed aside by younger talents and stagnated at the fourth tier. Only in the last few days before his secret execution did he rely on centuries of exhaustive training to break through alone, barely reaching the threshold of the fifth tier. At that moment, the light spirit inside him blossomed with power enough to reverse time itself, allowing him to be reborn. The spirit that the world once dismissed as flashy but useless was in truth powerful enough to turn back the years. But having lived again, Ning Yuan refused to repeat the same mistake. She no longer had the luxury of slow and steady progression. Fully aware of the future, he knew that only by choosing the terrifyingly fast path of the dark spirit could he change the fate of despair in the shortest time possible. As for the former light spirit, he had other plans for it. As the last spirit fruit hanging on the Dao tree inside him ceased to sway and its glow dimmed, Ning Yuan reined in his thoughts and slowly rose, casually stretching his arms. His bones cracked lowly in the night breeze, as if being pieced together anew. It was already 2 in the morning. Below, sparse street lamps and a handful of open shops cast faint light. Time to start the second step of the plan. Standing on the edge of the tall building, Ning Yuan gazed down at the city nightscape and muttered to himself. Before he finished speaking, his figure seemed swallowed by the darkness and vanished from sight. In the absence of neon lights, the dark alleys bred indulgence and crime. In corners beyond surveillance, drunk men and women nursed grudges. Illicit deals took place in secret. Predators lurked, searching for prey. Ning Yuan weaved through the night, indifferent to these typical scenes of ugliness. He wasn't here to intervene, but to find an opportunity, a crime scene that fit his exact needs. Minutes later, the target appeared. At a shadowed entrance on the edge of a busy district, cameras were everywhere and crowds still lingered. Several young men surrounded a well-dressed middle-aged man, knives glinting coldly under the streetlights. This was perfect. Ning Yuan's demand was simply needed a crime scene that's both heavily monitored and extremely crowded. Only by appearing in full view of many eyes could he reasonably infiltrate the scrutiny of various departments. Why expose himself voluntarily? There were 2 reasons. First, they were still in the early days of the Transcendent era. With memories of his past life, he knew how rare transcendent beings were now, and how valuable they were to the state. Showing himself would bring recruitment efforts, not rejection. And the second reason? That was even simpler. In the approaching age of supers, whether terrifying alien races or powerful nations commanding popular support and various supernatural resources, these forces will dominate the future. If Ning Yuan wants revenge, if he wants to break ahead of everyone else and walk alone at the front, he must use every resource at his disposal. At this moment, in a park. Damn you. You think him a joke, huh? Harsh curses exploded as 2 drunken men shouted while raining punches and kicks down on a young man on the ground. The youth's clothes were torn. He curled up holding his head, blood and dirt smeared across his face. Across from them, another man was gripping a girl whose eyes were swollen from crying. The man was solidly built, his arms like iron claws locking her in place. His rough hands wandered over her body. The girl begged through tears, "Please stop. Don't hit us anymore. Just let us go." Ha ha ha. The man holding her threw back his head and laughed loudly, reeking of alcohol. "Hick out here in the park at night, all snuggling and hugging. What are you guys up to, huh?" The girl trembled. "Nothing. We were just out to relax, really. Lying isn't what a good student does." The man bent down and took a deep, drunken breath on her pale neck with a dazed smile. Students nowadays really need to be disciplined properly. With that, he hoisted the girl up sideways, ignoring her struggles and cries, then turned and walked toward the dark woods behind them. "Damn it. Let her go?" The young man on the ground had bloodshot eyes, roaring as he tried to stand, but the fat man slammed a foot down on him. "Shut up. Knock him out." The man holding the girl didn't even glance back, speaking as if giving a casual order. "Uft." The fat man spat onto the youth's face, then kicked him twice more. The young man screamed hoarsely, "Damn you. I'm going to sue you. You're going to jail." "Jail?" The fat man paused, then burst out laughing. "Kid, you're just unlucky that you ran into the three of us today. That kind of talk might scare others, but not Usha, ha ha." He pointed to the man carrying the girl. "You know who he is? He's—" "Hey, fatso." The man in the tank top nearby hurried to stop him. "There are people here. Watch your mouth." Only then did the fat man notice the scattered bystanders. Some whispering quietly, some egging on the scene, some filming on their phones, others nervously checking the time. Sobered by the reminder, he raised both hands. "Look, look, just drunk, just drunk." Then he kicked the youth 2 more times. The crowd murmured. "This is outrageous. It's clearly harassment." "Yeah, looks like they're drunk. That couple's really unlucky. The guy should have just pulled his girl away instead of trying to tough it out." "Did someone call the police?" "Shoo, keep your voice down, I already did. The cops should be here soon." The man in the tank top glanced at the youth pinned underfoot and shook his head helplessly. Li Xiao is really enthusiastic tonight. This isn't the first time, and the ending is always the same. With that, he kicked the youth unconscious. People in the crowd wanted to rush forward but were held back by companions. Others stared at their phones, confused why the police still hadn't arrived. Ning Yuan stood quietly among the onlookers. Casually, he reached into a passerby's tote bag nearby, pulled out a handful of peanuts, peeled a shell, and popped the nuts into his mouth one by one, chewing slowly. Watching the scene, a satisfied smile gradually appeared on his face. "Help, help. I'm sorry, I won't dare come to the park at night again. Please, just spare me." In the pitch-dark park, under dim yellow streetlights, a girl sobbed uncontrollably, her tears and mucus smearing her face, her voice trembling with despair. She looked around desperately for help, but all she saw were crowds huddled beneath the shadows of trees. Her male companion lay unconscious beside her, knocked out by a heavy blow. The onlookers watched everything clearly, yet no one stepped forward. 3 brutal men acted with such viciousness and recklessness that everyone instinctively backed away. Seeking safety instead of conflict was a natural instinct for most. Faced with these 3 merciless wolves, all that remained was fear. Brave ideals felt like a luxury now, swallowed by the overwhelming silence and tension in the park. As the girl was lifted off the ground, her last hope shattered with her. Her cries grew faint, and the light in her eyes faded completely. Li Xiao carried her toward the dark woods. Suddenly, a fist-sized rock whizzed through the air and struck Li Xiao hard on the forehead. Shit! The sharp pain exploded through him. Staggering back a few steps, his grip loosened, and the girl slid to the ground. The other 2 men froze, then spun around sharply. "Damn it! Who the hell threw that stone?" The fat man bellowed at the crowd, his voice ruthless. "Are you looking to die? Believe me or not, I could kill you and nothing would happen tomorrow." The crowd shrank back even more, their footsteps faltering and confused. Before the 3 men could regain their composure, another rock hurtled through the air, smashing into the fat man's forehead. Stars flickered in his eyes as blood trickled down his face. He wiped the blood away, the vivid red making him tremble violently, whether from pain or rage. No one could tell. Standing where the rocks came from was a young man, just in his early 20s. He had handsome, refined features and clear, delicate eyebrows. His deep eyes sparkled coldly like distant stars, now flashing with mockery, as if he had just casually thrown a pebble to silence a barking dog. His name was Ning Yuan. Li Xiao recovered, his face twisted into a sinister grin as his voice trembled with fury. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Tomorrow, it'll kill your whole family." "No, scratch that, it'll ruin you today, right in front of you, and kill your whole family." With that, he roared and lunged at Ning Yuan. His burly figure and contorted face radiated menace. The bloody fat man and another man in a tank top followed closely behind. Bystanders scattered in panic, and before long, only Ning Yuan remained standing. "Fuck you," Li Xiao shouted as he closed the distance, swinging a fist at Ning Yuan's face and cursing wildly. Smack! Sharp and sudden, Li Xiao's fist was still midair when Ning Yuan's heavy palm landed squarely on his face. The force sent half of Li Xiao's face into a bloody mess. An eyeball bulged grotesquely, and several teeth flew out. Ning Yuan, careful not to let him fall, bent down and supported Li Xiao's body. An eerie silence filled the air. No screams came. Li Xiao had already lost consciousness from the blow. Ning Yuan suddenly lifted his leg and struck Li Xiao's lower abdomen. Accompanied by a chilling crack of breaking bones, Li Xiao's abdomen and spine were completely shattered by the powerful blow. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily into a trash bin in the park. Ning Yuan's blow was precise and merciless. He didn't kill Li Xiao on the spot, but shattered his ability to move from the waist down, leaving only his upper body barely alive. At that moment, the 2 others, initially slow to react, finally snapped out of it. They stared at the grisly sight of Li Xiao in shock, their eyes nearly bulging out. "Damn, you're finished. Do you know who that is?" "His surname is Li. In Dazhou City, there's a top-tier Li big shot with almost magical influence. That kid is his only son. The fat man's face went pale with terror as he shakily pointed at Ning Yuan, his voice trembling with panic. To him, Ning Yuan was walking right into a trap and he himself was implicated, having volunteered to bring Li Xiao out. Enough talk. Quickly restrain him. Don't let him get away, or we're all doomed. The fat man shouted, turning to yell at the man in the tank top beside him. The tank top man's expression darkened, his tone grave. Restrain him? This guy's a martial artist. He's not easy to handle. The horrific image of Li Xiao being kicked viciously still haunted him, causing shivers down his spine. Having roamed the underworld for years, he knew that the truly dangerous ones didn't just fight unknown. One man could take on 3 or 5 without breaking a sweat. The tank top man clearly expected this too, his face sullen and conflicted. Ning Yuan didn't even bother listening to their bickering. He stepped forward and suddenly closed the distance, driving 2 swift kicks toward them without hesitation. The fat man was caught off guard and struck hard. The intense pain exploded through him like being slammed by a heavy truck. His body went limp as he flew backward, consciousness rapidly fading until he lost it completely. The tank top man was kicked away just as violently. Ning Yuan's strikes were clean and merciless, sparing them from prolonged suffering but shattering the nerves of their lower bodies, leaving both instantly paralyzed from the waist down. Not far off, a few onlookers who had dared to glance back were stunned into silence, their minds reeling as if watching effects from a sci-fi movie. A girl sitting on the ground was dazed, staring blankly at Ning Yuan's retreating figure, her mind wiped completely and unable to come back to reality for a long time. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, lighting up the living room. Ning Xiaoluo tidied up the simple apartment, then carried her canvas bag to Ning Yuan's door and knocked lightly. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Still dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, the inexpensive little shoulder bag swayed gently as she moved. Her simple outfit made her skin look even clearer and whiter, giving her a fresh and bright appearance. Xiao Yuan, I'm off to work. Breakfast is in the kitchen, don't forget to eat. There's 3,000 yuan on the table. When you get up, remember to buy a phone. Okay, I got it. A calm voice responded from inside. After the door closed with a soft click, the apartment fell silent again. A moment later, Ning Yuan pushed the door open and headed toward the kitchen. On the dining table were some peeled boiled eggs and a steaming bowl of plain rice porridge. The next instant, the shadow of his feet passed over the table. The eggs and porridge seemed to be swept away by a gust of wind, leaving only a brand new empty bowl behind. On the coffee table in the living room, 3 stacks of neatly arranged 100 yuan bills lay piled. Ning Yuan casually picked up the money, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips. Silly girl, perfect timing. Her phone's been old for years anyway. Time for a new one. He closed the door behind him and pressed the elevator button, each movement calm and unhurried. Just as the elevator arrived, a pale, middle-aged man in a dark suit rushed in. He raised his hand to cover a suppressed cough and glanced apologetically at Ning Yuan. Sorry. Ning Yuan's expression remained indifferent. His eyes fixed on the elevator's advertisement panel, giving no reply. When the elevator reached the ground floor, Ning Yuan stepped out first. The footsteps behind him were steady, the suited man maintaining a carefully measured distance. After passing the security booth, he disappeared into the crowd. To an outsider unaware of the situation, they would seem like 2 strangers living in the same building. But Ning Yuan knew full well the man had been tailing him since the moment he left home, always keeping just the right distance, skillful enough to be virtually undetectable to most people. Efficiency as usual, he murmured to himself. The street buzzed with its usual activity, pedestrians focused on their own affairs, no one paying Ning Yuan any extra attention. He walked straight to a brightly lit phone shop on the corner. Hi handsome, looking for a phone? A young female clerk greeted him with a professional smile. Give me the 2 best phones you have, and a SIM card. Ning Yuan sat at the counter, his voice steady and resolute. The clerk hesitated for half a second, then her face lit up with excitement. Okay. She poured him some water, then brought out 2 flagship phones. 2 other clerks in the shop watched the scene. Their expressions mixed. If only they'd known this poor student would spend so freely, they wouldn't have let a new hire miss out on the opportunity. Just incredibly lucky, one of them murmured bitterly in private. Ning Yuan swiped the remaining loan balance on his card to pay, then left with the bag containing the new phones. As he stepped out the door, he keenly sensed at least 20 pairs of eyes briefly glance at him, each gaze fleeting, quickly turning away without a hint of surprise. His expression remained unchanged as he carried the phone bag, acting as if unaware, and headed straight back to his own apartment complex. As he stepped into the residential complex, the world seemed to fall silent. The streetlights had just flickered on at dusk. Normally, there would be people walking their dogs around this time, but Ning Yuan walked the entire tree-lined path without seeing a single soul. The crunch of dry leaves beneath his shoes sounded unusually loud. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Ning Yuan. A woman's voice called from behind him. Ning Yuan turned around. About 20 meters away, standing in the middle of the path, was a man wearing dark sunglasses. His black jacket hung half open, and a wisp of smoke drifted lazily from his lips. He looked relaxed but planted firmly, like a nail hammered into the ground. To the man's left stood a woman dressed in a dark uniform, holding some documents in her hands. She was tall and slender, and her gold-rimmed glasses reflected the cold glow of the streetlight. The sound of rustling papers came softly as the woman looked up and spoke with gentle but unwavering clarity. Ning Yuan, male, 22 years old, graduate of Dazhou City Normal University. Originally from Ningjia Village, Liuan County, Dazhou City. Your parents died in a car accident when you were 3. You were then raised by your uncle Ning Rongxiang's family. At age 12, Ning Rongxiang became addicted to gambling and drugs and abused the family. His wife committed suicide by pesticide poisoning. The following April, he contacted human traffickers, planning to sell your cousin Ning Xiaoluo as a bride when she turned 16. In June that same year, Ning Rongxiang fell into a cesspit drunk and drowned. Since then, you and your cousin Ning Xiaoluo have relied on each other. She closed the files and pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. It's hard to imagine how you both survived such a harsh life. Ning Xiaoluo supported and cared for you by earning top grades every year and working part-time. She even gave up an opportunity at a prestigious out-of-town university for your sake. Ning Yuan, you have a devoted cousin. Ning Yuan listened quietly the whole time, offering no response. I'll introduce myself first, the woman said, unfazed by his silence. My name is Su Wei. I'm with a special national agency. Ning Yuan, please come with us. We mean no harm. We just want to talk. Her tone was calm, but left no room for negotiation. Ha 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 ha, clever tactics. Ning Yuan Chill ran through Su Wei at the sound. The man in the jacket stepped forward half a pace, shielding Su Wei behind him. Suddenly, multiple tiny red laser dots appeared on Ning Yuan's chest, throat, and forehead. Clearly the surrounding buildings and greenery had long been rigged with weapons. Ning Yuan, we mean no harm. Su Wei's voice came again. We know you're not like ordinary people. Come with us, and you'll understand a lot. Are you here about those 3 useless guys from yesterday? Ning Yuan suddenly asked. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly. No, they're not worth your attention. Those 3 won't bother you anymore. As for Li Tong's father, he was placed under surveillance a month ago and will face consequences soon. We're here only for you. Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment, seeming to weigh his options, then nodded, his expression troubled. All right. But can I go put my phone away at home first? Of course. Well, wait right here. Su Wei relaxed, signaling quietly. In the blink of an eye, all the red laser dots on Ning Yuan disappeared. He walked along the concrete path and climbed the stairs of the apartment building. His back grew distant. Su Wei finally let down her guard. Good, this superhuman seems quite reasonable this time. The man in the jacket stubbed out his cigarette with a shoe. Maybe. People like us are all a bit crazy. Some think they're saviors. Some think they're the hero of the story. But this one looks normal. Yet, just beyond their sight in the stairwell, a sinister smile crept across Ning Yuan's face. At last, I've been waiting for you, my dear friends. I'm back. You're really going to let him go back alone? Aren't you afraid he might run off? After all, we don't even know if he has any special abilities now. The man in the jacket asked Su Wei. Su Wei calmly stuffed the documents spread across the table neatly into a file folder, her movements unhurried. If he were smart, he wouldn't run. Besides, he's not alone. The man in the jacket paused, then shrugged. When it comes to scheming, you guys are the best. Su Wei replied with a faint smile. She looked out the window, her tone calm yet icy. If an exceptional person has no attachments, sooner or later they become a threat. When that time comes, we won't be here to invite him, we'll be here to eliminate him. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door, and Ning Yuan pushed it open. We won't be back until tomorrow night. Don't worry about your sister. Someone will explain, Su Wei said as she bent down to get into the business van, glancing up at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan stared at her expressionlessly. Is that a warning? The cabin lights were dim. Once seated, Su Wei's graceful silhouette pressed against the leather seat. She didn't reply but scooted over to make room. Ning Yuan climbed in and sat beside her. A faint scent drifted into his nose. Then the man in the jacket slipped into the vehicle, blocking Ning Yuan's other side. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle slowly pulled out of the compound. The atmosphere inside suddenly grew heavy. Su Wei brushed back stray hair from her face and broke the silence first. Ning Yuan, when did you gain your ability? I don't know. His voice was flat and expressionless. The air thickened again. Then where are you taking me? Ning Yuan asked. No idea. Su Wei shot back without hesitation. Silence stretched on, streetlights flashing by outside. After a long pause, Ning Yuan turned his head to look at Su Wei, his voice calm but edged with chill. You've got guts. Where does your confidence come from? The gunman up front? Or this guy sitting next to me protecting you? The 4 fully armed soldiers in the front row instinctively tensed, fingers tightening around their trigger guards. Ning Yuan's voice was low but sharp like a nail driving into everyone's eardrums. If you think catching Ning Xiaoluo means you've got leverage over me, you're wrong. I could kill all of you in 10 seconds and still be standing before her. Better think twice before you brag, the man in the jacket sneered. Ning Yuan ignored him, a faint smirk curling his lips as his gaze remained fixed on Su Wei's face. Just as Su Wei was about to speak, she suddenly felt something hard press against her side. She looked down, her pupils shrinking in shock. The empty right hand of Ning Yuan was now gripping a sleek black handgun, the barrel pressed firmly against her ribs. What was even more terrifying was that she recognized the gun. It was the standard issue pistol worn at the soldier's waist up front. The soldiers hadn't stepped out of the vehicle once, and Ning Yuan had been in full view the entire time. What method did he use to pluck the gun from a soldier's pocket right under everyone's noses without anyone noticing? Su Wei slowly raised both hands in surrender, a bitter smile playing on her red lips. Just kidding. No need to take it so seriously. Sitting on the other side of Ning Yuan, Yang Kong also noticed something was wrong from Su Weikang's pale face. He looked down, saw the gun in Ning Yuan's hand, and his heart instantly froze in terror. Unlike Su Wei's fear, Yang Kong, as a transcendent, felt a chill deep inside at the silent appearance of the handgun because the ability to pull out a weapon without a sound or warning meant the other side could just as quietly take their lives. Yang Kong straightened his back, his eyes behind dark glasses locked tightly on Ning Yuan's fingertips. Every nerve in his body warned him that the spiritual seed fused in this young man was no ordinary one, definitely far beyond his own level. Are you joking? Su Wei's voice trembled. Ning Yuan slightly raised the gun's muzzle, looking at her coldly. Since you investigated me, you should know I don't talk much, and I don't joke with matters of life and death. No, no, no. Su Wei hurriedly waved her hand. Though you seem distant, the teachers and students all think you're a good person. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, half smiling. If I'm not mistaken, you locked onto me because of what happened last night, then spent one night digging through my background. I didn't expect you even questioned everyone close to me. Su Wei's lips curled with confidence. It's my job. I first filtered out people who had frequent contact with you, then had staff call them overnight to verify. Ning Yuan was silent. He had to admit the official methods were beyond ordinary imagination. Sometimes, even a wife who lived with you for decades might not know as much about you as they could learn in a single night. Too bad Su Wei could never guess that Ning Yuan before her came from 400 years in the future. You asked where my confidence comes from just now. Ning Yuan gently shook his head. It's not from them, but from you. Su Wei's eyes widened. You're smart. You knew what could happen to that girl if dragged into the alley, and you also understood that intervening might expose your identity, yet you still saved her. Ning Yuan spoke each word deliberately. Su Wei, you're a good person. That hat's where my confidence comes from. As he spoke, his fingertips twitched. The icy metal gun slid back into his sleeve as if it had never existed. The heavy pressure at his waist vanished instantly, and Su Wei exhaled deeply. The headquarters, she whispered softly. The transcendent headquarters, that's where we're taking you. The car sped like lightning and soon charged into the airport. The waiting private jet lit up its boarding stairs as Su Wei, Ning Yuan, Yang Kong, and the others boarded directly. Hours later, the plane landed smoothly in Dying City. After disembarking, they were led onto another military vehicle. The spacious cabin had all windows and the windshield sealed with special materials, preventing anyone from seeing outside. Only the driver, wearing special glasses and military uniform, had full clear vision, allowing the vehicle to move steadily and silently. I hope next time you come to headquarters, you won't need such an escort, Su Wei said, turning her head to look at the man who had remained calm throughout. Ning Yuan knew well that he still hadn't earned their trust. So of course they wouldn't want him to see the location of the headquarters. Is that so? He lifted his head slightly, his gaze drifting over the sealed windows. Maybe next time, I'll find my own way there. With that, Ning Yuan closed his eyes in response. The car kept moving without a pause for a full hour before finally slowing to a stop. The door opened, and Ning Yuan was the first to step out. The soles of his boots hit the concrete ground with a dull thud once again. He stood on this familiar yet oppressive land. Surrounding him was a vast, militarized complex. Wide, straight main roads flanked by rows of concrete walls, the shortest building towering 5 stories high. Armored vehicles were parked shoulder to shoulder. Soldiers patrolled back and forth, their gun barrels gleaming coldly. The air smelled of machine oil and rust, sharp and disciplined. Straight ahead, a palace-style building stood out. Grayish-white stone steps supported a bright vermilion gate, above which fluttered a massive red flag on a tall flagpole, booming color against the sunlight. On the lintel, 5 bold golden characters stood out against a black background. Headquarters of the extraordinaries, written with vigorous strokes, like dragons and phoenixes soaring across the sky, radiating an imposing aura. Impressive, isn't it? Su Wei looked up at the plaque, her eyes shining with admiration. She leaned close to Ning Yuan and lowered her voice. I can tell you a secret. The location here is very special, beyond what you can imagine. With that, she stepped forward briskly. Ning Yuan watched her retreating figure, silently recalling. The first time I came here last life, she said the very same thing to me. They entered through the gate into a spacious foyer where someone was waiting. The man wore a well-pressed suit and gold-rimmed glasses that caught the light. His rounded face carried a smile as warm as spring breezes. He extended his hand. "Hello, Ning Yuan. Nice to meet you." Louis. Ning Yuan shook his hand, feeling the warmth of the other's palm. "Minister Liu," Su Wei greeted politely, a slight smile in her eyes. Nearby, Yang Kong, the person assigned to escort them, simply nodded without expression. With the formalities over, Yang Kong's duty ended, and he turned to leave. Liu Yi gestured to the two. "Shall we? The reception room is ready." The three entered the elevator. Liu Yi leaned into a facial recognition scanner. The confirming beep sounded, and the doors closed smoothly. The digital floor indicator ticked upwards, slowing until it stopped at 5. The corridor on the 5th floor gleamed with polished floors that echoed footsteps clearly. At the end stood a dark gray metal door. Louis stopped and stepped aside with a welcoming gesture. "Please come in." Ning Yuan looked at him briefly and pushed the door open first. "Minister, should I come in too?" Su Wei hesitated. "Please do. Having you here will help him relax," Liu Yi said quietly. Reassured by his explanation, Su Wei followed into the meeting room. The door shut behind them with the soft click of an electromagnetic lock. At the center of the room was a long conference table, big enough for 20 people. At the far end hung an enormous LCD screen. 5 figures already sat in leather chairs along the table, for middle-aged men in dark suits flanking either side. And in the middle, an elder with snowy white hair and matching beard, impeccably dressed in a crisp gray Zhongshan suit buttoned up to the collar. "Sit wherever you like," Liu Yi said with an easy smile. Ning Yuan took the seat nearest the door, sitting straight-backed and composed. Su Wei sat beside him, fingers clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. The 5 in the room regarded Ning Yuan silently. No greetings or unnecessary expressions, like they were scrutinizing a valuable specimen. Ning Yuan returned their gaze, lingering a few seconds longer on the elder in Zhongshan suit before looking away. The atmosphere was taut, like a drawn string. Unlike Ning Yuan's calm, Su Wei's breath lightened unconsciously. She recognized 2 of the well-known high-ranking military and political figures frequently featured on television, with ultra-high prestige. She swallowed hard. My God, and that other old man. Could he be the top-tier transcendent that Yang Kong mentioned? Thinking this, Su Wei glanced stealthily at the elderly man, then quickly lowered her head. The old man was smiling kindly, his eyes gently curved with warmth. At that moment, Louis nodded slightly to the 5 people in the room and walked alone to the LCD screen at the end of the conference table, pressing the power button. As the screen lit up, he turned to Ning Yuan and said, "You must be curious why we brought you here. He'll explain everything now." With that, he opened the first folder on the desktop. Inside the folder was a series of stitched videos from surveillance footage and phone recordings documenting transcendent individuals unleashing their powers across the globe. As the images played, Liu Yi's voice echoed in the meeting room. In recent years, the appearance of transcendent beings worldwide has become more frequent. You are neither the first nor will you be the last. Power brings hope, but it also brings deeper despair for individuals and nations alike. The rise of transcendent beings is undeniably a new threat. Common criminals and transcendent criminals simply do not operate on the same level. While police and military can quickly suppress ordinary criminals, they struggle to contain transcendent individuals with special abilities. Thus, using transcendent beings against other transcendent beings has become the primary strategy for all countries, more critical than even arms races. A sufficiently powerful transcendent can cause far greater destruction than conventional weapons, something you might not fully grasp now, but it is happening. 5 years ago, the president of Ba Nation was assassinated quietly simply because of his stance. Almost simultaneously, his supporters, including high-ranking figures in several conglomerates and an army general, were systematically eliminated. That general was taken out silently within his own military camp. At this, Louis glanced at Ning Yuan and slowed his tone. Since then, the world order has been reshaped. A brand new era is coming, which also means new and unprecedented difficulties. Liu Yi closed the window and opened a second folder. The screen displayed a dimly lit video from roadside civilian surveillance. As the progress bar was dragged, Su Wei's pupils widened suddenly. In the footage, a humanoid figure appeared as if out of thin air, approaching the camera step by step. It defied her understanding. Strange, extremely strange. It had the outline of a human, but no facial features. Its entire body was as black as ink, resembling porcelain fired at high temperature. From its back hung 3 tentacles that swayed without any breeze. Each step it took seemed to teleport it hundreds of meters forward. In the blink of an eye, the creature was right beneath the camera. Then the screen went blank. It vanished. In the silent conference room, Liu Yi's voice continued to resonate. The dim glow from the projector cast a cold outline around his slightly weary figure. An ancient saying goes, "All things grow and restrain each other." He glanced around the room, his tone low but clear. Every existence has its purpose. We have been tracing the origins of the extraordinary beings, trying to understand when and why they appeared until we discovered it. He exhaled heavily at that point. They do not belong to Blue Star, nor to any known species. We have no clue where they came from. All we know is that they harbor naked hostility toward humanity. Our ancestors said, those not of our kind have different hearts. Therefore, we call them the others. The projected image shifted. White text on a black background displayed a date and coordinates. For years ago, a remote village in Dachuan City, codenamed Incident 03. The frozen frame revealed a silent nightmare of blood mist and shattered walls. 653 bodies, young and old, healthy or sick, all torn to pieces. Yet the livestock inside the circle remained intact, standing silently. Lu Yi's voice grew hoarse. In their eyes, human life isn't even worth that of animals. Su Wei's fingers clenched the armrest tightly, the knuckles slightly pale from the grip. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes. So did you find it? Lu Yi was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. We have tracked them non-stop over the years, even confronted them directly, paying a heavy cost. We nearly killed it, but it escaped. Since then, it hasn't appeared. But we're certain it's still lying low, maybe hidden in the city, maybe lurking in the wild. Wait, Minister, Su Wei raised her hand, her delicate face even paler than usual. You just said they. Is there more than one of these monsters? Lu Yi gave a bitter smile and nodded. Ning Yuan glanced at her calmly. If you find a cockroach in your house, don't fool yourself, there's more than one for sure. The elder, who had been silent all along, chuckled softly at this, stroking his beard approvingly. A fitting analogy, young friend. Indeed, these others are far more numerous than we estimated. Even worse, they can take any form and lurk right beside you. Perhaps the very colleague you see every day could be the one to snatch your heart from behind. The elder turned kindly to Su Wei, still smiling. By the way, based on current intel, these things have a preference for human hearts. Su Wei shivered slightly, her lips trembling. Though she was no stranger to extraordinary beings, information about the others was always top secret across nations. This was her first time hearing of them. Lu Yi pressed the remote, and the screen went dark, transforming into an electronic blackboard. He picked up a light pen and quickly wrote glowing lines on the black background. 1. Steps for ordinary people to merge with spirit seeds. 2. The concept of the Tao tree and its growth path. 3. Key milestones in the ascension process. His handwriting flew across the screen, filling it in the blink of an eye. These conclusions represent years of dedicated research by the world's top extraordinary individuals and scientists, Lu Yi said steadily, though passion simmered beneath the surface. They laid the foundation so newcomers wouldn't have to stumble blindly in the dark. Like today's entire math system rests on 1 + 1 = 2. He gently set the pen down and scanned the solemn faces before him. One could say this knowledge was the most valuable treasure for any beginner. But for Ning Yuan, as someone who had been reborn, all of this was already old news after all. In his previous life, he had even served as a mentor to many extraordinary beings during his spare time. The conference room was brightly lit, the air conditioning circulating a consistent cool breeze. Lu Yi raised his hand to sip some mineral water, moistening his throat, then fixed his gaze back on Ning Yuan with a tone both serious and calm. Ning Yuan, I have already explained to you about the existence of the extraordinary beings, the current predicament the world faces, and those mysterious alien races whose origins remain unknown. He paused and raised his hand toward the real-time intelligence displayed on the wall, his pace slightly quickening. In short, the emergence of extraordinary beings and alien races will bring unprecedented calamities to our country, maybe the entire world. No one knows if the future holds destruction or a brand new era. Lu Yi set the water bottle down on the table and leaned forward slightly. The sole reason for calling you here today is simple. We hope you will join us and serve the nation. After speaking, he fell silent, waiting patiently. Ning Yuan said nothing. Beside him, Su Wei instinctively turned her head to gauge his expression. The other 5 attendees kept their composure, all watching him closely. It was well known that if an extraordinary being was willing to work for the country, it would naturally be a great advantage. However, many had declined after all. No one could force a powerful existence to serve at their command, lest they be secretly turned against someday. In other words, it means selling ourselves to the country, Ning Yuan murmured after a moment's thought, suddenly letting out a faint, mocking laugh. Once you join, the kinds of missions ordinary people wouldn't even dare touch will definitely fall to us extraordinary beings, whether dealing with our own kind or facing those so-called alien races. Lu Yi nodded, offering no denial. That's correct. Of course, you can choose to join or not. The freedom is yours. Hearing the word freedom, Ning Yuan's face remained calm, but inwardly he scoffed. Freedom? Huh. He met Lu Yi's gaze and asked evenly, what are the benefits of joining? And what happens if I don't? Adjusting his glasses, Lu Yi turned toward an electronic whiteboard on the side wall. With a quick swipe, he erased the previous content and swiftly wrote 4 large capital letters, S, A, B, C. Joining us means becoming an official extraordinary being. We assess each individual's strength and growth potential, ranking from S to C. He gestured to the letters. S level is the highest, representing irreplaceable power with unlimited growth usually linked to the fundamental forces of nature, like the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, or powers like wind, thunder, and ice. A level signifies strong uniqueness and extremely high growth ceilings. Examples include psychic, spatial, sound, poison, or gas abilities. B level covers conventional special powers with high potential, such as manipulation, granting, absorption, or release. C level is common, with lower growth limits no special abilities, only enhanced strength and speed. As he spoke, Louis tapped lightly on the letter C. If you are rated C, you would receive a monthly stipend of 200,000. In addition, you and your immediate family would receive priority protection rights. He paused and stared directly at Ning Yuan. Priority protection means this: if a disaster strikes, and only 1 out of 5 ordinary people can survive, it will be someone with this right. You offer your service, so you deserve a return. This special privilege is the reward you should expect for your dedication. Saying that, Louis slowly raised his hand and pointed to option B. If you're a Class B superhuman, he said calmly but with undeniable authority, you'll receive a monthly stipend of 500,000 yuan and enjoy higher priority protection. You will also be issued a special ID card. With it, you can, if necessary, mobilize all the resources of an entire city, essentially giving you temporary administrative control over that city. Louis's hand continued to rise, stopping at the next tier. Class A offers a monthly stipend of 2 million yuan, priority protection, the right to designate protectors, priority access to national resources, and a certificate identifying you as a provincial-level official. He seemed about to raise his hand further, but thought better of it and smiled lightly. For Class S, the state will strive to meet all your reasonable demands. His gaze swept across the room before he added, regardless of rank, anyone who completes state-assigned missions will receive corresponding rewards, wealth, status, and even rare spiritual artifacts or weapons that directly enhance your abilities. At this last remark, a bright gleam flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes as he silently thought. Rare resources nationwide and spirit items that accelerate cultivation that entire lifetime's worth will belong solely to me. Noticing Ning Yuan's contemplation, Lu Yi continued, but joining the official ranks has more benefits. You'll gain access to classified state intelligence and the latest information on alien races and superhumans, keeping you updated on all shifts in the situation. Of course, you're free to refuse. As long as you obey the law and don't disrupt social order or harm others, we'll act as if today never happened and safely return you to your ordinary life. The room fell completely silent after his words. Lu Yi fixed his eyes on Ning Yuan, waiting for his answer whether to join or not. Ning Yuan rubbed his forehead and deliberately wore an expression of resignation, sighing, an ordinary life? At this point, can I still erase all the changes and go back to that kind of life? He'll join you. His response was no surprise. Lu Yi and the 5 observers beside him showed no reaction, while Su Wei, standing closest, let out a long, quiet breath of relief in her heart. Their mission completed, delivering a superhuman to the state and bringing generous rewards within reach. Welcome, Ning Yuan. Lu Yi stepped forward, extended his right hand, and shook his firmly. From now on, we are colleagues. I hope we can stand shoulder to shoulder protecting our country and our people. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. Of course. Oh, by the way, Lu Yi immediately asked, to prepare your official ID, we need to record your abilities. Would you mind demonstrating? Ning Yuan lowered his gaze to the floor. Moments later, everyone watched as the shadow beneath his feet seemed to come alive, slowly rising off the ground and forming into a 3-dimensional, pitch-black figure. The eerie and oppressive sight instantly silenced the conference room. All eyes were locked on that dark shape. Su Wei, standing nearest, was so stunned by this baffling manifestation that she was completely frozen. The shadow slowly moved to Lu Yi's side. A jet-black palm emerged from the ground and clasped Lu Yi's right hand, which was stiff from nervousness, then gently shook it up and down. The grip tightened like an iron band, and a bone-chilling cold seeped beneath the skin into his veins, as if his entire hand had been frozen in ice. Oh, controlling one's own shadow? Interesting. The old man leaning forward at the end of the long table fixed his bright gaze on Ning Yuan, clearly intrigued by his ability. The other 4 examiners also stared at the constantly shifting shadow. 2 of them even whispered quietly to each other. Is that enough? Ning Yuan withdrew his gaze and asked Lu Yi. Yes, it's a very unique ability. Lu Yi nodded stiffly, still shaken. As the shadow released its grip, the crushing pressure and icy cold quickly vanished from his hand. What else do you need me to do? Ning Yuan asked again. The shadow beneath his feet writhed and then retracted, like ink soaked into the carpet. Nothing more. Lu Yi composed himself. In a while, someone will deliver your ID and communication device. Until we contact you, just live your life as usual. Ning Yuan nodded, pushed back his chair, and turned to leave. Xiao Wei, accompany Ning Yuan back. Lu Yi's voice brought Su Wei out of her daze. Oh, okay. Got it. She hurriedly stood and followed him out through the conference room door. The corridor was silent, and empty Ning Yuan had already disappeared. Su Wei looked down the vacant hallway and suddenly recalled the words from the car. I can kill all of you within 10 seconds, then appear beside Ning Xiaoluo. Her lips parted instinctively, but no words came out. Above the sky, a black shape suddenly appeared between the clouds, like a crack stained with ink. Merging into the shadow, Ning Yuan looked down at the base below. Mountains and dense forests surrounded it, with no signs of life for miles. As he surveyed the supernatural headquarters, 3 sharp gazes locked onto him from the ground. Truly a den of hidden talents, Ning Yuan sneered. Then his whole form turned into a dark silhouette and vanished in an instant. Inside the conference room, Old Qin, you're saying this kid can actually fly? A middle-aged man in military uniform frowned and asked quietly. Lu Yi and the others also turned curious eyes toward Old Qin. Heh, you've seen supernaturals who can fly before, no need to be surprised. Old Qin tapped his cane. He probably fuses completely with his shadow, using it to fly. He paused. Since he joined the official ranks, he's one of us. The more talented he is, the more it benefits us. Then he looked at Lu Yi. Everyone's seen his records. He has a dependent cousin, right? Just as Lu Yi was about to respond, the man in a suit next to the officer spoke first. Yes. The two have been inseparable since childhood. If I'm not mistaken, Ning Xiaoluo's father didn't die by accident, but was killed by Ning Yuan himself. This kid is mature beyond his years, bold and capably a promising talent. Haha, promising. Someone said loudly. Only promising talents are worth cultivating, to shield the motherland and its people. Another agreed. Better than those rootless, self-centered supernaturals. A kid with ties means he has weaknesses, and weaknesses are something to hold on to. Dezhou City. Ning Yuan pushed open the door and saw Ning Xiaoluo sitting on the sofa watching TV. She wore loose loungewear, her black hair loosely tied into a bun at the back of her head. A few melon seeds were pinched between her fingers as she stared intently at the screen where the male and female leads were embracing. Hearing the door open, she suddenly turned around, her eyes lighting up. Xiao Yuan, I'm home. Ning Yuan casually hung his coat on the rack by the door. On the coffee table, a brand new phone box caught the eye. Ning Xiaoluo pointed at it. Did you buy this phone? Yeah. Ning Yuan sat down beside her and nodded in confirmation. Where did you get the money? I earned it. Earned it? Ning Xiaoluo widened her eyes in surprise. Isn't that the latest high-end model? Over 10,000 yuan, right? How did you earn that much? Secret. Ning Yuan grabbed some melon seeds and began cracking them open. The TV was playing a tragic story of parting and death, but Ning Yuan seemed uninterested. Ning Xiaoluo stared at him, increasingly suspicious. Suddenly, she stood up and pulled up his shirt in one swift motion. Caught off guard, Ning Yuan's shirt rose to his chest. Seeing his stomach was intact, without any scars, Ning Xiaoluo relaxed. What were you thinking? Ning Yuan said, half laughing, half crying. You didn't really think I sold a kidney, did you? Her ears flushed red as she hurriedly lowered his shirt. I picked up some part-time gigs during my free time these past few years, Ning Yuan explained, then reached into his pocket and pulled out another phone of the same model. Your old phone was due for an upgrade anyway. I saved enough, so I decided to buy one for each of us, no returns or exchanges. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Ning Xiaoluo's worries eased. She whispered, thank you for the gift. She had meant to advise him against spending so freely, but now that the phones were bought, she gave up. Life went on quietly but rushed. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. During the day, Ning Yuan claimed to be going to work, but actually wandered the city aimlessly. At night, however, he steadily improved his abilities. On the rooftop under the night sky dotted with stars, Ning Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The Tao tree inside him gently swayed as the dark primordial energy surged like a tide, absorbed by its branches and leaves. Unlike before, after the energy flowed in, it no longer nourished the spirit source fruit, but seemed to sink silently like a stone thrown into the sea. The first spirit source fruit has reached its limit, Ning Yuan thought, realizing it was time to break through to the next stage. The Tao tree lacked a spirit and could only instinctively nurture its existing spirit source fruit, unable to cultivate a second one. But humans had spirituality. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly summoned all his inner strength, gathering it into a torrent aimed at a withered branch of the Tao tree. As the power continued to pour in, the branch seemed to be nourished by spring rain, gradually turning green. A tender bud swelled and finally formed into a tightly closed blossom. Ning Yuan was drenched in sweat all over. The only way to break through from the first stage to the second was to forcibly infuse the withered branch of the Tao tree with an immensely powerful source force, thereby triggering the birth of a second spirit source fruit. This not only required the Tao tree itself to be at the right growth phase, but also demanded that the transcendent cultivator possess an almost peak first-stage foundation of terrifying strength. If the power connection faltered midway, whether it was the Tao tree or the transcendent, both would suffer a brutal backlash. Though not fatal, the torment would leave them weakened for a long time. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ning Yuan sat cross-legged, continuously channeling the primal source energy in his palms into the Tao tree inside him like a gushing spring. The flower bud at the tip of the withered branch blossomed in dazzling spiritual light, then withered away, eventually solidifying into a tiny, black pearl-like fruit. Seeing this, he exhaled a long breath of relief. It had succeeded. At this moment, on the Tao tree within him, the original exquisitely perfect first spirit source fruit still hung in place, while beside the withered branch there was now a newborn fruit only about a tenth the size of the first. Though seemingly fragile, it emitted a surging spiritual fluctuation, rivaling even surpassing the first fruit's power. Without Ning Yuan's intentional effort, the Tao tree automatically nourished the young fruit with a gentle stream of spiritual energy. The eastern sky showed a faint light. The first rays of morning sunlight slipped through the curtains, casting a slant of light across Ning Yuan's face. He slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at his lips. She had successfully advanced to the second stage, the general realm. Oh my goodness, how did I end up here? This. By the roadside, a folding chess table surrounded by a crowd erupted in a frustrated exclamation. Old Zhang held his shiny forehead, stomping his foot in regret. Little Ning, let's play another round. This time I'll definitely beat you. The onlookers burst into laughter. Old Zhang, how many times have you said that in the past few days? Haven't won once. This time, for sure, this time. Old Zhang said with a straight face, carefully arranging the black and red chess pieces. Ning Yuan pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. Seeing it was still early, he nodded and sat back down. Recently, his daily routine had been almost fixed. Mornings spent playing chess with a group of elderly men by the roadside, afternoons casually gaming at an internet cafe, evenings eating home-cooked meals made by Ning Xiaoluo, and late nights cultivating alone on the rooftop. His days were both fulfilling and lazy. That had become his new normal. Unlike those prophets who, upon rebirth, sucked up all heavenly materials and treasures across the world, Ning Yuan didn't lack desire, but simply had no idea where to start. His rebirth was a desperate gamble in the final moments before death. What ordinary person, suddenly given a second chance at life, can remember all the winning lottery numbers or the exact locations where ancient artifacts were unearthed from news reports? The answer was obvious. Except for a few world-shaking events, like the globally sensational Dark Spirit, most other details had faded into scattered fragments. Of course, a small number of spirit treasures and artifacts remained etched clearly in his memory, each more powerful than the last. Yet all of those were top-secret state secrets in his previous life. Only a select few high-ranking officials ever saw them. Ning Yuan had acquired a few through military achievements and contribution points redeemed from the national treasury. This was also why, after rebirth, he was determined to join the official Transcendent organization. The saying "it's best to stand under a big tree to get shade" never went out of style, especially when the tree was at the peak of national power. If he wanted to exact justice for the blood feud of his past life, uncover why the alien race relentlessly pursued him, and obtain everything he needed in the shortest time possible, the best path was to leverage this big tree. Praise occasionally rang out from the chess stall by the roadside. Brilliant. That move was brilliant. The crowd around erupted in admiration, everyone applauding Ning Yuan's hidden strategy. At the same time, some quickly rushed to offer advice to old Zhang, who was playing against him. Hey old Zhang, you can't move your rook there, trust mech knight jump. Don't jump the knight. Fall back and keep an eye on Xiao Ning's cannon. Nonsense. Counter the cannon directly. That kid's definitely setting a trap for you. Around the chessboard, old Zhang was already surrounded by 3 or 4 advisors. One elderly man's face flushed red with frustration, stomping his foot as defeat seemed imminent. Amid the lively scene, a red sports car slowly pulled up by the roadside. The window rolled down, and Su Wei, wearing sunglasses, looked curiously at the circle of people tightly surrounding the chess stall. She removed her glasses and stepped out of the car. Today she wasn't in her usual professional outfit, but wore a short-sleeved top and high-waisted denim shorts. Her tall figure and long, pale legs immediately caught the attention of passers-by. Su Wei was already striking in appearance. Combined with this figure, she was even more eye-catching. She made her way to the edge of the crowd and called out crisply, "Ning Yuan." Her voice was soft but clear and pleasant. Nobody in the front row of elderly men turned around. "Ning Yuan." Su Wei raised her voice. A few of the old men finally glanced back. One frowned and shot her a glare. "Who's this girl? Go away, don't distract Xiao Ning." Su Wei's mouth twitched involuntarily, and she clenched her fist, taking a deep breath to keep calm. "No getting mad. Don't get mad at these old geezers." After the man spoke, he stood tiptoed to peer closer at the chessboard, as though the game's fascination meant more to him than any beautiful woman. Ning Yuan didn't respond to her at all, so Su Wei stood outside the crowd and waited. Passers-by saw her standing there all alone on the fringe of the old men's circle and looked puzzled. Some gathered courage to ask for her contact info, but the moment they got close, her dark expression made their hearts skip and they quickly turned away. After about half an hour, the crowd suddenly went silent. as if all sound had been sucked out. Then came a wave of gasps and continuous exclamations. I told you. I told you. That seemingly insignificant pawn move by Xiao Ning was just waiting for this moment. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a perfect provisions march ahead of the troops' move. Simply brilliant. Sue snapped back to reality and leaned forward, curious. Then lamenting sighs came from the crowd. Ah, old Zhang. You didn't listen. Now it's too late to regret. Wish I could help. Wish I could. I told you something was fishy about that pawn's position. You all said it was nothing important, but see now? The horse is blocked by that little pawn, one wrong step, and the whole board is lost. Old Zhang covered his face with a long sigh, while the 4 or 5 advisors at his side bickered and blamed each other nonstop. Just one step away. Clearly one more step, and it would have been checkmate, but we lost because of that small pawn. One more game. Last game. Xiao Ning, today I will definitely beat you. With that, old Zhang rolled up his short sleeves, wiped sweat hard from his brow, and reached out to set the pieces for a new game. Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan. This is Su Wei. I need to talk to you. Just as Ning Yuan was about to agree to old Zhang's one more game, these words dropped like a stone into the chess stall, abruptly dousing the competitive spirit that had just been building. Old Zhang raised his eyebrows and grinned as he reached out to stop him. No more today? Let's play one more round. It's almost noon. Come on. They'll treat you to a meal at Defu Tower afterward. Defu Tower was one of the top restaurants in Dazhou City, members only, with a minimum spend of 5,000 yuan. The onlooking elders already knew old Zhang's background, so their faces showed no surprise. Ning Yuan glanced down at his phone. It was just past 11. He shook his head. Next time. You see, someone's here looking for me. Without waiting for old Zhang to say more, he stood up, squeezed through the crowd, and went straight to Su Wei. A hint of displeasure flickered in Su Wei's eyes and brows, but she forced a smile. Busy Ning, finally coming out of hiding? Ning Yuan's expression was calm, and he only replied, get to the point. I still need to buy groceries. The notice came through. It's crowded here. Su Wei glanced around and lowered her voice. Let's get in the car first. She waved to the side of the road, where a gleaming white coupe pulled up steadily. The two got in and drove off. The chatter around the chess stall erupted immediately. The elder who had earlier scolded Su Wei to be quiet couldn't help but comment, Xiao Ning something else. That girl must be his girlfriend, right? Pretty, and driving a nice car too. Poor Xiao Ning. He sighed, shaking his head. Just playing a few more rounds of chess, yet he's being pushed like this. His face looked awful. Old Zhang stroked his beard and nodded. It's probably because of that girl. Xiao Ning refuses to keep playing. Such a fine young man being managed so tightly. A nearby woman teased, Old Zhang, since you care so much, why not introduce your granddaughter to him? Your girl's a beauty too. Old Zhang froze for a moment, then actually considered it seriously. Come to think of it, my granddaughter also drives one of those French sports cars, or whatever. With Xiao Ning's chess skills, he's no ordinary guy. They'd make a good match. After saying this, he quickly packed up the chess pieces, kicked his electric scooter to life, and left in a hurry, leaving the elders feeling helpless and amused. Meanwhile, Su Wei had parked outside a quiet cafe. By the floor-to-ceiling window, the two sat facing each other, sunlight falling onto the table between them. Su Wei opened her purse and pulled out a black and gold bank card, gently sliding it across the table, then pushing it in front of Ning Yuan. Su Wei took a small sip of her coffee and looked at Ning Yuan with a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. This bank card is yours. It contains 500,000 yuan, and another 500,000 will be deposited into it promptly on the 1st of every month. The password is your birthday. She pushed the card to the center of the table, her tone carrying a congratulatory note. Congratulations, Manager Ning. After evaluations by various departments, headquarters has officially recognized you as a Level B superhuman, entitled to Level B benefits. Meanwhile, our city has long lacked a superhuman manager, so headquarters has decided to appoint you. I will fully assist you in this role. In a way, you are now the most powerful person in Dazhou City. Level B, huh? Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression calm to the point of indifference. Inwardly, he sneered headquarters only knew about his ability called Shadow, unaware that his true power lay in darkness. Their carefully guided assumptions had clearly worked in their favor. Su Wei sat upright across from him, her eyes closely studying every flicker of his expression. Knowing Ning Yuan well, she understood that although he was somewhat aloof, he was still only in his 20s. Normally, anyone who suddenly became a city mayor overnight would show joy or at least shock and confusion. But Ning Yuan's composure suggested he had already anticipated everything, leaving her with a slight sense of disappointment. Ning Yuan casually stuffed the bank card in his pocket without so much as glancing at the expensive coffee. In a cool voice, he said, if there's nothing else, they'll be going now. There are 2 more things. Su Wei set down her coffee cup and leaned forward slightly, her tone serious. The first concerns me. She introduced herself again. I'm Su Wei, a liaison investigator for Dazhou City. My usual role is to find potential superhumans within the city and guide them to join us. Now that the city has a manager, I am to assist fully, so from now on, we're colleagues. I'm a native of Dazhou and look forward to working well together. After speaking, she extended her hand. Ning Yuan stared for a moment before reaching out to grasp the soft, almost boneless hand. He remembered that in his previous life, when he first became a superhuman, he served as Dazhou's city manager, and Su Wei was the liaison. After being promoted to level A and becoming a provincial manager, he rarely returned to this city. Su Wei withdrew her hand and moved on to the second matter. She took out her phone and placed it in front of Ning Yuan. Recently, there was a mysterious incident in Dazhou City. As she spoke, she opened a surveillance video. The footage was dim, streetlights casting faint halos over an empty intersection. A timestamp at the top right read 9 p.m. She dragged the progress bar, the video jittered slightly, then paused on a still frame. A road came into view, with a middle-aged woman hurriedly riding an electric scooter, her face anxious, glancing nervously from side to side. Then, something unexpected happened. A dark shadow seemed to drop from the sky, appearing directly in front of the woman's scooter. This is a man, more precisely, a man wearing a bull's head mask. In the darkness of night, he seemed to appear out of nowhere, landing directly in front of a woman riding an electric scooter. His gloved hand shot out, blocking the front of her vehicle. The scooter halted abruptly, as if it had slammed into a steel wall. Ning Yuan sat before the surveillance screen, his senses sharpening. The next moment, the bull-headed man grabbed the woman roughly by the arm and yanked her off the scooter seat. On the footage, the woman trembled all over, her lips quivering as she murmured incessantly. Her hands clutched desperately at the man's jacket, her face a mixture of fear and pleading. Yet the bull-headed man paid no attention. Raising his palm, he struck harshly. Slap. After only a few blows, the woman's cheeks swelled grotesquely, tears mixed with mucus streaming down her face. She kept muttering pleas, but the camera captured no sound. Only the trembling movement of her lips betrayed her despair. The bull-headed man remained expressionless, delivering a dozen or more slaps in rapid succession, beating her until she collapsed, unconscious. Only then did he stop. Having finished, he coiled his legs, leapt up, and used the edges of rooftops and signposts to propel himself, vanishing swiftly into the night like an ancient martial artist with impeccable lightness technique. The video paused. Su Wei looked up and briefly introduced. Her name is Ma Xiaomei, 49 years old, a team leader at Dafeng Machinery Factory. For the past 3 days, right after work each evening, Ma Xiaomei had been stopped and beaten by this bull-headed man. Changing routes was useless, and even family members escorting her made no difference. She claimed to know nothing about him and had no grudges against anyone. Each time, the man attacked silently and with precision. Her injuries healed just enough by the next day not to affect her work. After reporting to the police, they only found this segment of surveillance footage. Cameras along other parts of her route were deliberately damaged. Closing her phone, Su Wei lowered her voice. Initial assessment. He's a civilian, supernatural and extraordinary individual operating carefully, without any identity traces, with strong counter-surveillance awareness. Since he's continuously injuring ordinary people and could cause greater harm, headquarters wants you, the head of Dazhou City, to take action, capture him, and if necessary, kill him. Ning Yuan stared silently at the screen. Su Wei waited quietly. Within the official system, supernaturals technically can refuse assignments as long as they don't cause trouble. They still collect pay, and no one bothers them. But headquarters has another method: incentives. That's how the contribution point system was born. In the previous life, countless supernaturals worked tirelessly to raise their contribution points, hoping to exchange them at headquarters for spiritual artifacts and weapons, willing to be treated like beasts of burden without complaint. Spiritual artifacts and enchanted items cannot be crafted by human hands alone. Like spiritual energy itself, they are born from the world's transformations and the awakening of spiritual gifts bestowed by heaven and earth. Under the dim lights of the coffee shop, Ning Yuan set his cup down and calmly fixed his gaze on Su Wei across from him. This guy looks tough to deal with. What's in it for me if I take the risk to confront him? Su Wei raised her hand, holding up her index, middle, and thumb fingers. A clear 30 contribution points. She continued smoothly. Contribution points are tied to your rank at headquarters. They affect your promotions and resource allocation. Most importantly, you can exchange them for money, supplies, even spiritual items and artifacts, things that greatly benefit supernaturals. Her voice was low, but every word landed with weight. Spiritual items, rare treasures containing the primal energy of heaven and earth, directly boost a supernatural's power and shorten advancement time. Because of their value, they are considered national strategic resources, nearly extinct in nature. Spiritual artifacts, as the name suggests, are special objects shaped by years of changes in time and nature. Originally mundane objects, bronze cauldrons, swords, axes, household tools, even modern firearms, daggers, scissors, mirrors, machetes, awaken incredible abilities through long burial or rare circumstances. To borrow a gaming analogy, spiritual items are like potions, spiritual artifacts are equipment. Both spiritual items and artifacts are priceless national treasures, Su Wei said with a flicker of longing in her eyes. There are rumors abroad of an artifact that can grant eternal youth just by wearing it. Changing tone, she added a condition. But to use them, you first have to become a supernatural. Everyone wants that, but it's terrifyingly difficult. First, you need the chance to get a spiritual seed. Then, you risk your life fusing with spiritual energy. She paused, speaking solemnly. Spiritual seeds are different from spiritual items and artifacts. They leave no trace. There are only two ways to get one now. Either it falls on a destined person by fate, or someone who has a seed but refuses to fuse might sell it. Are there fools who give up becoming supernatural? Of course, she shrugged lightly. In recent years, a couple of cases abroad leaked about selling seeds. But those stories were quickly suppressed, and no one knows the truth behind the scenes. After the explanation, Su Wei fell silent, hands folded on the table, quietly waiting for Ning Yuan's reply. He appeared to consider it, but inside he had already made up his mind. Su Wei didn't understand that contribution points were not truly for trading goods, but a secret measure used by higher-ups to gauge a supernatural's character. The more points early on, the more favor and training you received after all. Who doesn't want a responsible supernatural? After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan stood and said evenly, "Send me the address. He'll take care of it." With that, he turned. The bell above the glass door jingled as Ning Yuan left without looking back, leaving Su Wei seated, watching his retreating figure fade away. Every afternoon at noon, Ning Xiaoluo had 2 hours to rest. She never ordered takeout. She always went home to cook her own meals. In her room, Ning Yuan carried 2 bowls of noodles to the dining table. He didn't need to eat, but during the days living with Ning Xiaoluo, he still never skipped the usual 3 meals like an ordinary person. The noodles steamed gently, the soup wobbling softly, and the rising vapor looked pale and delicate under the chandelier's light. As usual, Ning Xiaoluo carefully transferred the single fried egg from her bowl into Ning Yuan's, the yolk shimmering slightly on the surface of the soup. They ate while chatting casually, Ning Xiaoluo talking about trivial office matters and gossip, Ning Yuan occasionally nodding and replying with brief or yeah. A ding-dong from the phone broke the quiet at the table. Ning Yuan placed his phone face up on the edge of the table. 2 notifications appeared as the screen lit up, a message from Su Wei, followed immediately by a location share. Ning Xiaoluo glanced at the screen instinctively, then looked back at Ning Yuan. Seeing that he merely glanced at it and ignored it, she couldn't help but ask, "Is that your classmate?" "No." "Oh." She paused. "So does she need something?" "Yeah, something like that." The topic quickly dissipated like the steam from the noodles. Ning Xiaoluo took a couple more bites, suddenly finding the taste bland. She gently put down her chopsticks, turned, and sat down on the sofa, flipping on the TV. "Xiaoluo," Ning Yuan called her. "HM." She turned her head. "Let's move to a new place," he said, looking up at the relatively low ceiling of their small living room. "A classmate of mine works in real estate. This apartment's too small and a little outdated. We should get a bigger one." Ning Xiaoluo hesitated briefly, then laughed. "All right, how big are you thinking? We can save up over time." A memory from his previous life flashed through Ning Yuan's mind. After he became a transcendent, he and Ning Xiaoluo moved into Xinghu Huapan, the most famous scenic villa district in Dezhou City. When they were still ordinary people, they had passed by this neighborhood. Ning Xiaoluo held his hand then and said, "Living here would be so happy." Later, fate gifted him a villa that an ordinary person could never afford in a lifetime. Their days overflowed with money, and Ning Xiaoluo didn't have to work anymore, but her smiles grew fewer, replaced by a quiet worry. She feared he might suddenly die one day like other transcendent beings. Snapping back to the present, Ning Yuan was standing in front of the sales office of Xinghu Huapan. The gilded character's reception center gleamed in reverse on the glass doors. Inside, a luxurious chandelier hung, and workers were still moving in plants. Looks like the opening was recent, he thought. He pulled out his phone and opened the 2 unread messages from midday. "Ning Yuan, Ma Xiaomei is off work alone at 9 p.m. tonight. I've sent you the address. Let me know if you need backup. Su Wei." Ning Yuan dialed her number immediately. The call was answered on the first ring, and Su Wei's anxious but hushed voice came through. "Ning Yuan, do you need me to do anything?" "No support needed tonight. I can handle it alone," he said. "I'm calling about something else." Suddenly the other end went silent. Only the sound of her slightly nervous breathing remained. "Can you lend me some money?" As Ning Yuan's words hung in the air, silence stretched on the other end of the phone for a full 30 seconds. "Borrow money?" Su Wei doubted her ears and double-checked. "Yeah, borrow money." Ning Yuan's voice was calm, without a hint of hesitation. "Okay, how much do you need?" This time, Su Wei answered quickly, her tone noticeably lighter. She understood perfectly well that for someone extraordinary, favors far outweighed money. Ning Yuan paused thoughtfully. In his previous life, the villa at Xinghu Huapan was gifted to him. He had no idea what it cost. "Wait a moment, I'll ask." With that, he hung up and headed toward the sales office. The glass door slid open automatically, and a blast of cool air hit him. The spacious, bright lobby was nearly empty. A well-dressed female sales agent with impeccable makeup immediately approached. Looking to see a house, sir? Xinghu Huapan is nestled by the mountains and lakes, with complete amenities. Has Unit 03 in Area A sold? Ning Yuan interrupted directly, his expression calm but resolute. Zhou Lili was taken aback. Xinghu Huapan had only sold a dozen or so units in 2 months, and she remembered every visitor clearly. But this young man was unfamiliar, yet his detached confidence made her wary. Yes, sir. You have great taste. Unit 03 in Area A is the best standalone property in this project. She suppressed her heartbeat and grew even more respectful. How much? Ning Yuan asked. The building area is 413 square meters. Total price is 9.65 million yuan, Zhou Lili replied promptly. Hearing the price, Ning Yuan nodded and dialed Su Wei again. Transfer 10 million directly to me. On the other end, Su Wei lounged lazily on a luxurious sofa, but upon hearing that, she bolted upright. What? 10 million? 10 million, not 1,000, Ning Yuan said impatiently. You drive that expensive sports car and can't come up with this little money? If not, they'll find someone else. Damn, why does a broke nobody like you need so much money? Su Wei gripped her phone tightly, her thoughts in turmoil. 10 million was truly beyond her means on her own, but with family backing, it was doable. But is it really worth spending 10 million to win favor with a transcendent being whose future achievements are still uncertain? Su Wei stood in the corridor outside the sales office, her fingers lightly tracing the edge of her phone, brows deeply furrowed. She thought she knew Ning Yuan well, but only the Ning Yuan before he became a transcendent. The 10 million on the phone was called a loan. But if he truly entered that legendary realm someday, would he even be willing to pay her back? And if Ning Yuan decided to default, what could she possibly do to him? Still, if she refused, their already fragile relationship would be completely severed. Besides, even if she said no, other wealthy patrons would be lining up to write him checks after all. In these turbulent times, the value of any transcendent being was undeniable. With that thought, she took a deep breath. Ning Yuan, give me a few minutes. I'll find a way to raise the money. After saying this, she hung up. There was no way she could come up with 10 million on her own. She had no choice but to ask her family for help. If her parents refused, she could always decline Ning Yuan on the grounds of simply not being able to collect the funds, which would be understandable. Inside the sales office, Ning Yuan was fiddling with his phone, clearly reading Su Wei's thoughts like an open book. Across from him, the sales manager Zhou Lili stood frozen, still stunned from the earlier conversation, asking someone to transfer 10 million just like that. She thought she must have misheard. Su Wei's private villa. Dad, that's the situation. She paced back and forth in the living room, speaking rapidly as she recounted the details. Give it to him. He'll transfer the money to you immediately, came the calm, steady voice of Su Linshao on the other end. 10 million, just like that? Su Wei had expected her father to agree but hadn't imagined he'd hesitate for not even a second. That's nothing. Su Linshao lowered his voice. Wei, I've been hearing some rumors, things that can't be suppressed for much longer. If it comes to that, chaos across the land wouldn't be an exaggeration. What is a transcendent? They don't need to eat or drink. Their power defies logic, and the future of the world will inevitably be in their hands. When that time comes, ordinary people will be no better than animals to them. To be able to buy favor with a transcendent now is a godsend. If we want to keep any balance of power in the future, it will have to be through transcendent beings. If the Su family wants to preserve its wealth and prestige, we have to hold fast to people like this. Ning Yuan started out as a brink with huge potential. You must seize every opportunity to build a good relationship. Ideally, bind him to our family. Wei, do you understand? Su Wei was struck speechless by her father's words. Her palms grew sweaty holding the phone. Dad, what are you saying? Her cheeks burned. Wei, you're not a child anymore. While Ning Yuan is still young and inexperienced, find a way to. All right, I'm hanging up now. Transfer the money quickly. Su Wei cut him off before he could finish speaking. Inside the sales office, Zhou Lili bent down to pour water into the cup on the table beside Ning Yuan. The rim of the cup lightly tapped the surface with a soft clink. As she bent over, her slender figure was on full display. Whether intentional or not was unclear. At the same time, Ning Yuan's phone rang again. The moment Ning Yuan answered the phone, Su Wei's voice came through. I've gathered the money. They'll transfer it to you right away. He replied coolly, then hung up casually. No sooner had his finger left the end call button than his phone buzzed again. In his pocket, a notification from the bank confirming the transfer. A few steps away, Zhou Lili at the sales desk watched the whole scene as if in a dream. The phone call, the message, the card swipe, one smooth sequence. Card swipe. Ning Yuan pulled out the bank card Su Wei had handed him at noon and tossed it lightly onto the card reader on the counter. The POS machine beeped crisply. Within seconds, the 10 million yuan villa at Xinghu Huapan officially changed hands. After completing all the formalities, Zhou Lili bowed slightly and escorted Ning Yuan to the sales office entrance. The dusk was fading, and the orange streetlights stretched their shadows long. Mr. Ning, all the Xinghu Huapan villas come fully furnished, so you can move in any time. she said, handing him a sleek dark blue card holder. Here are the access card and keys. As soon as the property certificate is processed, they'll deliver it to you right away. She hesitated, curiosity getting the better of her. Mr. Ning, pardon me for asking again, but are you sure the property certificate will have only Ning Xiaoluo's name on it? Ning Yuan accepted the card holder and nodded simply. Just hers. An inexplicable mix of bitterness and curiosity stirred in Zhou Lily's heart. The documents showed Ning Xiaoluo was only 26 so young, yet already receiving a million-yuan villa as a gift. She bit her lip and couldn't help but study Ning Yuan's profile. Clear, sharp features, fair skin, an expression both detached and quietly confident. He was worlds away from the pudgy, greasy-faced middle-aged clients she was used to, and his wealth was on a whole different level. Mr. Ning, she took a steady breath and lowered her voice. Thank you for trusting me. Thanks to you, my sales this month have exceeded my targets. If you have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime. And if you ever need anything regarding the house, just let me know, I'm always ready to help. She lowered her gaze, a faint flush rising to her ears. But all she got in response was the silence of the empty corridor. Mr. Ning? She looked up, but the space in front of her was empty. Ning Yuan had already stepped into the elevator and left, leaving only the echo of his fading footsteps behind. That evening, after a simple dinner with Ning Xiaoluo, Ning Yuan told her to get some rest early, then returned to his room and locked the door. Just after 8 o'clock, the city's neon lights flickered on one by one outside the window. He leaned by the window when his phone buzzed. On it was Su Wei. When he answered, her voice came first. Ning Yuan, in half an hour Ma Xiaomei will be off work. I know. Although you don't need backup, orders just came down from above, Su Wei said steadily. Now is a critical moment for recruiting that extraordinary person. So we'll be joining you on this mission. Ning Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly, and replied softly. All right, I understand. As his words faded away, his figure seemed swallowed by the night, vanishing from the room in an instant. Qinghe Industrial Zone, North Industrial Avenue. The freshly paved asphalt road stretched empty and silent, dim streetlights slicing the night into uneven bands of faint light. A breeze swept by, stirring up dust and gravel. Only a single electric scooter, its headlights pale and cold, moved forward alone. On the handlebar, Ma Ziyumi's hands trembled uncontrollably. She had chosen this shortcut only because the police had promised, it's absolutely safe tonight. Yet her heart felt weighed down by a heavy stone. Since that incident, she only dared take crowded routes, and even the bustling crowds couldn't deter that man's relentless obsession. Damn it. What the hell did I ever do to deserve this? She choked back tears in her heart, nearly breaking down. No figure, no looks, no money. Why is that guy fixated on some old woman like me? Her education was limited. After working in the factory for 30 years, she had finally been promoted to team leader, hoping for a little peace. But instead, she had run into this nightmare. If she weren't so unwilling to let all her hard work go to waste, she would have left long ago. Didn't the cops say to trust them and take any route tonight? Where are they now? Have they all gone into hiding? The empty surroundings offered no comfort, only a few scattered cars parked along the roadside, their shadows stretching long under the flickering lamps, like silent lurking monsters. Before she could finish the thought, a dark figure suddenly darted past and landed steadily right in front of her scooter. Ha ha ha, sister, are you looking for me? The newcomer wore a terrifying ox mask, arms crossed, chin raised just enough to reveal a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ghost, spirit, monster, Ma Xiaomei screamed, legs trembling so hard she nearly fell off the scooter. Not far away, inside a car parked by the roadside, Su Wei was monitoring the surveillance through headphones, munching absent-mindedly on chips. Despite her concentration, all she caught was vague, fleeting movement on the screen. Clatter. Suddenly, a large unfamiliar hand reached out from behind the seat and snatched the chips from her hand. Ah! Su Wei jumped in shock and turned around abruptly, only to see Ning Yuan popping the chips into his mouth and raising an eyebrow at her. Su Wei, is this your idea of work? Breaking into someone's car is one thing, but eating in there too? Realizing it was one of their own, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief before glaring. I lent you 10 million during the day, trying to scare me to death and then stiff me on the debt? Ning Yuan cleared his throat. Ahem. In the interest of justice, temporarily requisitioning a civilian vehicle, I'm sure the kind owner will understand. Embarrassed, Su Wei resealed the half-eaten chips and asked, that guy just now, his moves were too fast to see clearly. You're a superhuman. Can you make him out? Think we can catch him? Ning Yuan didn't reply. His body suddenly transformed into a shadow and disappeared from inside the car. Su Wei's pupils constricted instantly. This was the first time she had witnessed Ning Yuan use this ability. The carriage door had just been locked, yet Ning Yuan's figure slipped through the metal like a wisp of smoke, landing steadily on the road in the next moment. In the middle of the street lamps cast a dim, yellow glow. Please, don't hit me. I beg you, please stop. Ma Xiaomei collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling with fear and despair. Her whole body shook uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. But the masked man remained unmoved, raising his right hand high, the gust of wind from his palm brushing across her face. Ma Xiaomei gasped for breath, her face pale from lack of oxygen, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Damn it, where are the police? Weren't they supposed to protect me? She screamed inwardly, feeling a burning sting on her cheek just from seeing that hand raised. The masked man sneered cruelly, gathering strength in his arm to strike down. But just before his palm came down, he suddenly froze under the streetlight. Besides the two shadows, a third distinct silhouette appeared. Impossible, his heart clenched tightly. There were clearly only him and Ma Xiaomei present, yet the shadows revealed someone else. A wave of fear surged through him, and he instinctively lifted his head. Atop a nearby street lamp stood a young man. His features were refined and his clothing ordinary, but his expressionless gaze cut like an icy blade. The masked man's spine chilled, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. A primal instinct told him. This young man was the same type as him and, even stronger. Ma Xiaomei looked up in confusion, unsure why the slap was frozen midair. Hit her. Ning Yuan's voice was calm, but commanding. What? Both the masked man and Ma Xiaomei were stunned. Looks like she's used to you beating her. If you don't hit her, she won't feel right. Hit her, best to knock her out with one slap. Otherwise, I'll do it to you, Ning Yuan said, raising his right hand to his chest, his knuckles cracking. The masked man snapped out of it first, sneering. All right, friend, I'm listening. Before his words finished, his palm sliced through the air, slapping Ma Xiaomei so hard she went limp on the ground. Jesus! Su Wei, sitting inside the car not far off, widened her eyes behind the glass, nearly shouting in shock. The masked man casually dropped Ma Xiaomei to the ground, raised both hands, and slowly backed away. Friend, we're no enemies here. My problem with her is personal. Let's just pretend we never saw each other today, all right? Ning Yuan looked down at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his cold face. I think that sounds perfectly fine. The masked man exhaled in relief at those words. But the next moment, his shoulders stiffened as if wound tight by an invisible spring. Beneath the dim streetlight, Ning Yuan lifted his chin toward the nearby car and said, I don't mind, but it seems she has something to say to you. The car door clicked softly as Su Wei stepped out of the business vehicle. She raised her hands slightly, palms facing outward, and approached slowly, her voice steady. Don't be nervous, I'm unarmed. In the darkness, the masked man silently scanned her aura. Sensing no supernatural energy, just an ordinary person, furrowed his brow and glanced back up at Ning Yuan beneath the street lamp. She wants to talk to me? What do you mean? Su Wei pulled out her credentials and flicked them under the light. I'm an official. Would like you to cooperate with a simple interrogation. Once you answer our questions, you're free to leave anytime. The masked man's eyes flickered over Su Wei like a scanner, then cast a wary glance at Ning Yuan. After weighing the situation briefly, he muttered quietly, Fine, ask your questions. The tension between the three tightened like a drawn bowstring. High above, Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes with interest, observing the masked man who had shown subtle signs of wanting to pounce on Su Wei 3 times just moments before, yet had forcibly restrained himself. Su Wei remained oblivious and plunged straight into the interrogation. First question, what is your relationship with this woman? Do you bear a grudge? Why have you been targeting her in recent times? The masked man was silent for a long moment, as if choosing his words carefully. I just can't stand her arrogant attitude during the day. She's an uneducated ordinary worker but got promoted to a low-level boss and started tormenting her subordinates. Those workers are too afraid to resist for fear of being punished, so I had to teach her a lesson. Su Wei was taken aback slightly. So you simply can't stand her and see yourself as some sort of avenger? You could put it that way, the masked man nodded. Su Wei was momentarily speechless. From above, Ning Yuan gave a faint "oh" and said, So you work under her. You are bullied silent during the day but wear a mask at night to get revenge. The masked man's pupils suddenly contracted. Su Wei looked up at Ning Yuan and pressed. How can you be sure he's Ma Ziyumi's subordinate? Even the headquarters surveillance hasn't found his identity. Ning Yuan replied calmly. Someone intent on justice would have either killed Ma Xiaomei already or ended her career. He neither kills nor ruins her, but hurts her just enough to cause pain without affecting her work the next day purely to torment. Only a long-suppressed subordinate would come up with such a method. After hearing this, Su Wei nodded instinctively. Ning Yuan continued, looking down, take off your mask. If you refuse, it doesn't matter. At the latest, by tomorrow morning, your face and identity will be revealed anyway. After a brief silence, the masked man, knowing he could no longer hide, finally removed his mask. The face beneath the mask was completely different from the fierce image Su Wei had imagined. What appeared was a somewhat youthful face, with dark skin and an age seemingly just in the early 20s, radiating a simple and honest aura. You guessed right. I am indeed one of her employees, the young man said. He first cast a cold glance at Ma Xiaomei, who was slumped on the ground, then turned to Ning Yuan, a faint smile crossing his face. The smile, paired with his ordinary, almost innocent appearance seemed surprisingly genuine and simple. Yet the words that followed made Su Wei's heart skip a beat. I work hard during the day, only to be scolded and mistreated by her, just because I'm from out of town, here with no one to rely on, and because I'm young and quiet, not knowing how to fight back. Honestly, on the first day, I wanted to kill her, but I was afraid of exposing myself, so I just slapped her twice. The next day, when I saw her wearing a mask but still relentlessly yelling at me, I suddenly felt killing her would be a waste. So from that day on, I started slapping her every night. As he spoke, a chilling, twisted smile tugged at the corner of his lips. I know it sounds strange to you. At first I wanted revenge, but then I found myself addicted to the feeling. To be bullied and insulted during the day, and at night to see her kneeling and crying, begging for mercy. This intense contrast became an obsession. Su Wei listened, biting her lip tightly, her face twitching in discomfort. Ning Yuan clapped his hands lightly and laughed. Not bad. An ordinary person bullied in the daylight, transforming at night into a master of life and death. That stark contrast can indeed be fascinating at a certain stage. Right? Right. The young man's eyes shone brightly, full of admiration as he looked at Ning Yuan. Big brother, I know we're kindred spirits. You must understand me. Ning Yuan nodded earnestly. I understand, of course. After all, many ordinary people who have just gained extraordinary powers go through stages just like yours. Extraordinary powers? Su Wei frowned, feeling a sense of unease. The young man's mental state seemed anything but stable. She pursed her lips and asked her second question. Where did your powers come from? The young man turned his gaze back to Su Wei, his eyes gradually becoming brazen. Feeling a closer connection now, he shamelessly sized her up. Coming from a poor background and working at the bottom rung every day, he had only ever seen beautiful women online. This was the first time he'd met one so stunning in real life. Particularly, Su Wei's fair, slender legs looked especially alluring under her short skirt, like an unseen force magnetizing his eyes. Su Wei's expression darkened immediately. Hesitating for a moment, the young man awkwardly scratched his nose and chuckled. Heh, it's actually nothing special. About a month ago, my grandma, worried I wasn't eating well in the city, sent me some tonic herbs from back home. At first, I thought the herbs in the soup were plastic models because no matter how I cooked, they wouldn't soften. I bit on one with my teeth, and to my surprise, the indestructible herb vanished as soon as it touched my mouth. Then my whole body started aching. How to describe it? The pain was so intense I couldn't even scream. He shuddered at the memory, a flicker of fear flashing across his face. That kind of pain was something he'd never want to experience again. The atmosphere grew cold and tense after his words. Su Wei clenched her fists, feeling a mix of disgust and fear welling up inside. The young man seemed to revel in the secret torment behind his story, lost in his own twisted, complicated psyche. The violence of night and the humiliation of day intertwined within him, painting an unusually disturbing portrait. I must have been knocked out from the pain because when I woke up, 2 whole days had already passed. That's how the young man began his story. After waking up, he clearly felt tremendous changes raging inside his body. Luckily, the factory dorm was already full, so he had no choice but to rent a place on his own. Otherwise, he would have been exposed that very night. Mentioning this, he lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride crossing his face. Though he hadn't studied much, had watched plenty of movies and read many novels, so he knew exactly what it meant to be different from ordinary people once targeted. There was a very high chance of being captured for research. That's why he had been keeping his powers tightly under wraps all this time, terrified of showing even the slightest hint of it. Su Wei stood opposite him, listening to his endless tale, but all she felt deep down were 4 words: lives terribly unfair. So many people, including herself, had fought desperately to become extraordinary, yet this guy seemed to have effortlessly stumbled upon a treasure that everyone else dreamed of. That's the whole story. I swear it's true, the young man said solemnly, spreading his hands. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the rental room. There are some medicinal supplements I haven't even touched. If you want, they'll give them all to you. He finished with a mischievous wink at Su Wei. No need. Su Wei's tone grew noticeably colder. Hey, race the third question: is he willing to join the authorities and use his abilities to serve the country? If yes, someone will come by tomorrow to take him for an interview. The young man fell silent for a moment, stroking his chin, then shook his head. I refuse. Su Wei paused, then pressed again. Joining the authorities comes with many benefits. High salary, good status. Frankly, you won't have to twist screws in a factory anymore. You can start a new life. Still, he shook his head. The offer is good, but I'm still refusing. Why? Su Wei asked sharply. He hesitated a few seconds before answering slowly. I'm not well educated, but my grandma often said that people in big cities are the worst, that there's no such thing as a free lunch. The more benefits there are, the greater the risks. Right now, I have a job and I still manage to save 4,000 a month. That's enough. Su Wei fell silent. She couldn't tell whether this man was foolish or just smart. Heh, contentment, huh? Ning Yuan, arms crossed under a street lamp, chuckled quietly to himself. Looks honest, but actually pretty cunning. Su Wei glanced up at him before sweeping her eyes over the unconscious woman nearby. Then she returned her gaze to the young man, frowning. You don't have to join if you don't want to, but since you've used your abilities to harm ordinary people, you still have to go to headquarters tomorrow for some training. The young man frowned. So, you're saying whether I want to or not, I have to go to your headquarters? Su Wei nodded exactly. After all, you. Before she could finish, he suddenly exploded into action, launching himself at Su Wei like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, his hand was mere centimeters from her face. She could even see the black dirt under his nails and smell the sharp metallic stench of rust. There was a creaking sound, like bones grinding against each other. The young man was just a fingertip's distance away from grabbing the woman before him, but that sliver of space stretched out like an impenetrable abyss, trapping him firmly in place. The dark shadow flickered like a living creature, transforming into countless tendrils that coiled tightly around his joints. No matter how he roared or struggled, his body remained motionless. Only then did Su Wei come back to her senses. Her legs went weak and she stumbled backwards several steps, desperately trying to put some safe distance between them. Her pale, delicate face drained of color from the sudden turn of events, leaving only a ghostly whiteness. She could not understand why she hadn't threatened him or mocked him, only followed protocol by asking him to register and attend training at headquarters. Every extraordinary individual found by the authorities had to go through this process, even if they didn't ultimately join. Registration, understanding their abilities, learning to use them safely. This entire procedure existed for social stability and to protect ordinary people's lives and property. Just like Ning Yuan not long ago. He had accidentally harmed civilians before, but after the headquarters reviewed his history, behavior, and assessments, they recognized him as a kind and upright person and appointed him city leader of Dazhou, a testament to the fairness of the headquarters. So why did this young man suddenly choose to attack? Why? Su Wei pressed her hand against her lower back as she pulled out her pistol and aimed it at the youth, her voice low and firm. She wanted to understand why he'd rather lash out than go to headquarters. Why? Ha 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 ha, you ask me why? The youth struggled desperately, but in vain. When he looked up at her, a twisted smile flickered across his face. Pretending? You still pretend? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? That so-called damn headquarters you speak of, if I went there, I'd just become your puppet. You don't know right from wrong at all. He tilted his head back and laughed hoarsely. Harming ordinary people? Huh. When Ma Xiaomei pushed me to the edge, why didn't you take her to headquarters? I'm just a lowly ant struggling to grasp some power to exact revenge, and you jump in to stop me. Don't talk about breaking the law. I didn't touch anyone else or do anything wrong. I only want to get back at the one who hurt me. You want me to go to headquarters? In your dreams. I neither have the time nor the courage. Su Wei's hand holding the gun trembled slightly, but she sighed softly nonetheless. You've misunderstood the officials and headquarters. As long as you obey the law, no one will make things difficult for you. The system is fair and just. Ha ha ha, fair? The young man's fury erupted like gasoline thrown on a fire. 10 years ago, my father was forced to fight back and ended up maiming someone, so he went to prison. But the one who bullied my mother is still free to this day. My mother died young from illness, but the real culprit lives better than anyone. An honest farmer, an ordinary family crushed to dust just like that. That's the fairness you keep talking about? Su Wei fell silent. She knew very well how unjust the world could be, but beyond the system, she could do nothing. Seeing her stay quiet, the youth painfully twisted his neck and looked up at Ning Yuan standing on the streetlight pole. That man still gazed expressionlessly down on the crowd. Brother, you're not normal to begin with, why serve her? The youth's voice was hoarse but held genuine hope. You've never felt the helplessness when right and wrong are turned upside down, have you? Listen to me, cut ties with them. This world is huge. The two of us working together, where couldn't we go? Listening to the young man's words, Ning Yuan slowly spoke up to refute him. You're wrong. I'm not serving her. She's my subordinate. A cold smirk curved at the corner of his mouth as he pointed his right hand at the youth, his voice sharp and resolute. In this world, there's no such thing as clear-cut black and white. If you're strong enough, black is black and white is white just because you say so. The young man was stunned instantly. The next moment, the shadow beneath Su Wei's feet trembled violently. A sharp, spear-like phantom shot out swiftly from her shadow and pierced straight through the youth's skull. This was the power of the dark spirit at rank 2 shadow control. While rank 1 could only manipulate one's own shadow, rank 2 could command the surrounding darkness and shadows. Ning Yuan's attack was fast, ruthless, and precise. The youth didn't even have a chance to resist before his skull was pierced, killing him on the spot. Blood mixed with fragments of bone splattered onto Su Wei's body, legs, and face, grotesque and terrifying. Su Wei had seen dead bodies before, but never such a brutal death. Instinctively, she touched the splattered chunks of flesh on her face. Gagging, she bent over and vomited violently. As the shadow dissipated, the black, tentacle-like phantom entwined around the youth retracted back into the shadow beneath his feet. The youth's lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Why could you restrain and control him? He's still so young. Su Wei looked up, fear and confusion in her eyes as she glared warily at Ning Yuan under the streetlight, clutching her skirt tightly as she asked the question that weighed on her heart. Ning Yuan shook his head, his gaze cold. Su Wei, you come from a good background, but your thinking is still trapped in your own social status. This person has gone through countless pains and hardships. If fate hadn't favored him to become a transcendent, he without education or resources would have been stuck at the bottom of society forever. Letting someone like him go would only sow future instability. Su Wei bit her lip, struggling in her eyes. Everyone can change. You killed him on a guess. That's wrong. Seeing her like this, Ning Yuan's expression darkened sharply. Su Wei, if I hadn't acted just now, you might have been killed by him or captured as his plaything. You're not grateful I saved your life, yet you question me? In the head of Dezhou City, you're merely my assistant. You have no right to question me. They'll tolerate this once, but never again. If you cross the line again, get out of Dezhou City. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ning Yuan's figure disappeared into thin air, leaving Su Wei alone on the street beside the corpse. She stood there blankly, her right hand gripping the gun tightly, and her left clutching her skirt, pain stabbing through her heart like a knife. Ning Yuan's words cut deeply into her soul. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice came through Su Wei's earpiece. Xiao Wei, Ning Yuan is right. Minister, Su Wei's voice trembled. There were other options, there clearly could have been. You have to understand that unstable factors bring all kinds of consequences. Sometimes, we cannot afford those costs. Ning Yuan's methods are ruthless and decisive, but his way of handling this is not wrong. The voice was low and steady. You'll understand many things gradually. Someone will come to pick you up soon. After those words, the earpiece fell silent. Dejing City, headquarters of the Extraordinary Division. The lights burned all night. The command room had just emptied out, but the faint buzz of static from the headsets still lingered in the air. Lu Yi took off his headset, furrowing his brow deeply, his face dark with worry as he stepped out of the room. Returning to his office, he slammed his palm onto the desk, making the teacup jump. A growl escaped his throat. That Ning Yuan. Killing someone without consulting headquarters first, this is too much. A soft chuckle came with the creak of the door. It swung open, and a tall, sharp-featured young man with a buzz cut strode in, wearing a cheerful smile that clashed with the tense atmosphere. Minister, you're upset over this? He asked without ceremony, grabbing the teapot and pouring 2 cups of water on Lu Yi's desk before handing one over with a grin. Am I not supposed to be? Lu Yi took the cup, but didn't drink right away. Since Ning Yuan is now officially with us, he has to weigh his actions carefully. Killing so casually means he doesn't respect us at all. The young man eased into the sofa, crossing one long leg over the other with ease. I think Ning Yuan made the right call. Actually, he's exactly the kind of person both you and I want on our side. His smile deepened. Lu Yi paused mid-sip, eyeing him curiously. The youth stroked his buzz cut lazily, continuing. Think about it, if Ning Yuan had captured that guy alive. Would you have released him? Killed him? Or let him rot somewhere in between? Release him? That man hates the government for reasons unique to his past, and wouldn't cooperate and eventually turn rogue. Kill him outright. Tensions are high now, and killing an ordinary extraordinary person at this moment would do us more harm than good. Everyone's watching headquarters closely. Keep him locked up? That would leak and cause a rift among the extraordinary teams who pride themselves on their fate. His reasoning was clear and well thought out. Louis set down his cup and gave him a teasing look. Zheng Guang. So you think you're one of those chosen by fate types too? Zheng Guang. The youth quickly raised both hands in mock surrender. Minister, you're joking. I wouldn't dare call myself anything special. I'm ready to give my life for the country anytime. Louis shook his head with a wry smile. You cheeky kid, stop showing off your smarts in front of me. But really, you actually praise someone? That's rare, aren't you always saying our peers are a bunch of nobodies? Zheng Guang shrugged, tapping his temple. About this Ning Yuan Gui's either a reckless brute who only knows how to kill, or the smartest man around who really understands how to read his superiors. Clearly, he's not the brainless type. Lu Yi sank into the sofa, rubbing the sore bridge of his nose from fatigue. Yeah, he's definitely a rare talent, a real asset. Just a shame his background isn't great. Background? Zheng Guang frowned. What do you mean? I remember Ning Yuan's file saying he came from poverty, orphan young. That's not exactly a bad thing, is it? Sighing deeply, Lu Yi's gaze rested on Zheng Guang. It's precisely because he's poor and parentless that it's a problem. Since you still don't get it, let me ask you this. Since ancient times, when dynasties faced foreign invasions and fell, have you ever wondered why the royal family would fight desperately to the end, while many who lived in luxury thanks to imperial favor still chose to surrender or betray? You mean a sense of belonging? Hearing Lu Yi say this so bluntly, Zheng Guang immediately understood. Lu Yi nodded with satisfaction. Exactly, it's about belonging. You come from a long line of military officials, generation after generation served high positions, so naturally you feel a deep, unbreakable bond with the country. But Ning Yuan, he's talented, capable, and smart, yet his background isn't so good. It's almost impossible to instill such an unwavering sense of belonging in someone like him. Dezhou City, Chuanha residential area. Clang. The phone hit the wooden floor with a crisp sound that echoed through the living room. Ning Xiaoluo stared at Ning Yuan in shock, her lips slightly parted, eyes wide with disbelief. Opposite her, a shadowy figure composed entirely of black mist stood silently beside Ning Yuan. Seeing is believing, hearing isn't reliable. Now do you believe me? Ning Yuan controlled the shadow to bend down, picking up the phone and placing it back beside Ning Xiaoluo. This world has already changed. There are the extraordinary, the otherworldly, and in the future, even stranger creatures and events will appear, Ning Yuan explained calmly. Time quietly passed. Ning Xiaoluo rubbed her face, stared at the shadow, and pinched her arm from time to time. Finally, she hesitatingly said, Xiao Yuan, you're an extraordinary now? Working for the country? Ning Yuan nodded. When did it start? Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Was it during those 10 or so days you went missing in Lhasa? Ning Yuan nodded again. After a while, Ning Xiaoluo steadied herself on the couch and stood up, as if one foot was still in reality and the other trapped in a dream. She struggled to accept the truth before her whether Ning Yuan was just an ordinary person, an extraordinary, or even a monster. He was still her little brother and the only family she had in this world. I am going to cook, she said quietly, wanting to find something to calm herself in the kitchen. Do extraordinary people need to eat anything special? Like fresh blood? Or some kind of meat? Ning Yuan smiled wryly. It's not as extreme as you think. I'm still human. Really? Ning Xiaoluo breathed a light sigh of relief. Though if she had to prepare those things, she'd do it still. Eating raw meat isn't very clean. Ning Yuan watched quietly as his sister busied herself in the kitchen. It had been this way in their past lives, and it was the same now. He never intended to hide his identity from Ning Xiaoluo. In the future, ordinary people's lives would be as fragile as grass, sometimes lost in sudden battles. For those who didn't even know why they died, death held no warning. But for ordinary people who understood how the world was changing, perhaps such deaths could be avoided. Knock knock knock. Just as Ning Yuan was lost in thought, sharp knocks suddenly rang from the door. The knocking was urgent, signaling the visitor's irritable personality. Ning Yuan frowned, rose from the sofa, and took a few steps to the door. With a click he unlocked it. Outside stood a bald, broad-shouldered man in a black tank top, blocking the doorway. His heavy breathing and the reflection of the room's lights in his dark sunglasses made him look intimidating. The man lifted his chin, sneered coldly. Hey, remember me? Forget something? Ning Yuan sized him up, his gaze lingering briefly on the shiny bald head, then nodded faintly. Oh, it's you. What's up? His calm reaction caught the other off guard for a half second. Then he glared angrily, bitterly laughing. First repayment date, and you're already overdue. What do you mean, what's up? The soft clatter of a spatula came from the kitchen, and a small head peeked out from the doorway. Xiao Yuan, what's going on? Nothing, just a meter reader, Ning Yuan said with a smile, turning back. He stepped out, closed the door behind him, and locked it. Only the two of them remained in the corridor. The burly manly bio cracked his neck, making loud popping sounds. Hey man, what's the deal? Forgot to pay, or just short on cash? Our company's all formal, but you're not answering calls or giving any notice. What kind of business is this? Ning Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then half smiled. Paying back? I borrowed it on merit. Why should I pay? Li Biao looked as if his ears were stuffed with cotton, dumbfounded, and fiddled with his pinky. What did you say? Ning Yuan didn't bother answering, hands in pockets, nodding toward the elevator. Damn. Li Biao's temper flared, reaching out to grab his collar. Ning Yuan calmly warned, don't make a move here. Lots of hallway cameras. If neighbors call the cops, it won't be good for you. Li Biao froze, then snorted and dropped his hand, following him into the elevator. The steel door slid shut, leaving only the drone of the descending elevator in the confined space. Li Biao cracked his knuckles and sneered. You're bold, acting so entitled about this debt. Today you'll get roughed up, but tomorrow won't be so simple. Ning Yuan kept his back to him, pretending not to hear. Li Biao fumed, grinding his teeth. Huh, play dumb. We'll see how long that act lasts. When the elevator reached the first floor, they crossed flower beds and exercise equipment and walked toward a blind spot deep in the community park. Just as they stopped, the air burst with the crack of bones and screams. Seconds later, Ning Yuan's foot forced Li Biao's face into the wet mud. Ning Yuan pressed down harder with his toe, coldly looking down. Want your money, or not? No, no. I want it. Li Biao's voice was choked and broken by the mud filling his mouth. His right arm bent oddly, spasms racking his body. In his mind, he replayed the moment just before when he'd been desperate to swing that right arm and show this young guy what an iron fist was. But the other person simply spun around and gripped his hand swiftly and decisively. Then an excruciating pain surged through him, and he saw his entire arm twisted like a rag. The brittle, shattering sound of bones breaking exploded in his ears. Li Biao was horrified to realize his elbow was twisted nearly out of shape, his flesh twitching from the nerve-wracking pain. He collapsed abruptly onto his knees, sprawling like a lifeless, drained dog in the dust, cold sweat soaking his back instantly. In that moment, he understood that the scenes in horror movies were nowhere near as terrifying as real experience. Through his blurred vision, Ning Yuan planted a foot on his head and asked in a low voice. Li Biao almost answered instinctively. He clearly felt the pressure underfoot rising bit by bit, as if his skull could be crushed at any second. The deadly threat in that weight forced him to spit out his answer despite his trembling tongue. Ning Yuan seemed satisfied, withdrawing his foot slightly, dust shaking off his shoe sole. Next time, don't come to the wrong person. Not everyone is as easy to deal with as me. His casual warning hung in the air as he turned to leave. The room fell silent again. Night seeped through the curtains' cracks, and the light cast two shadows. At the dining table, Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoluo silently picked at their food. Steam rose from the porcelain bowls, but could not dispel the oppressive heaviness. Ning Xiaoluo, usually lively and energetic, had barely uttered a word. Coming to terms with a whole new worldview takes time, let alone accepting a completely changed life. Ning Yuan did not try to comfort her. He knew this woman had always been strong inside from childhood until now. After a while, he put down his chopsticks, his tone calm. You don't need to work these next couple of days. Pack your things, we're moving. Moving? Ning Xiaoluo's chopsticks paused midair as she looked at him with confusion. Where? Have you found a place? How much is the rent per month? It's assigned by headquarters, free of charge. We can just move in, Ning Yuan replied, pulling a black, nameless card from his pocket and placing it before her. Also, my monthly salary now is 500,000. You don't have to work anymore, buy whatever you want. Didn't you always envy the rich kids and heiresses in those TV dramas as a child? From today on, you don't have to envy them anymore. The card gleamed coldly under the light, but Ning Xiaoluo did not reach out. Deep worry shadowed her beautiful brows, her fingers fidgeting nervously on her lap. Ning Yuan understood her hesitation and spoke gently. Are you worried that the higher the benefits, the greater the danger? She nodded, her eyes filled with a rare plea. Isn't that true, Xiao Yuan? There's no such thing as a free lunch. For everything you gain, you lose something else. I don't want that kind of life, nor do I wish for it. This is fine just like this. And please don't work for them. Let's live quietly and simply, okay? Silence fell in the room. Ning Yuan's mind drifted back to his previous life when he was about to become a transcendent and join headquarters. She had said the exact same words then. Much had changed since, many people and things, but this girl had remained the same. After an unknown time, he sighed softly. In today's world, we're forced to move forward by the tide of events. No one is innocent. Holding treasure invites danger. Sometimes the life you want isn't yours to choose. Besides, I've already been targeted. Ning Yuan lifted his gaze, his voice low but resolute. Xiaoluo, there's no turning back now. It's advance or die. Moving was always a hassle and complicated, especially for them, having lived in the same rented apartment for several years. For this reason, Ning Xiaoluo had taken 2 days off work. The entire morning, the two of them bustled around from the wardrobe to the kitchen, finally getting the place mostly packed by the afternoon when the slanting sunlight streamed into the living room. The car is here. Let's bring the stuff down, Ning Xiaoluo said, hanging up the phone and wiping sweat from her forehead. She called out to Ning Yuan. Together, they picked up their luggage again and walked into the elevator, heading downstairs. At the community entrance, a white van was already parked. The driver was a tanned, middle-aged man, leaning against the door and puffing on a cigarette. When he saw Ning Yuan approaching with 2 heavy bags, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly stubbed out his smoke and hurried over. Wow, that's a big bag, he said instinctively, reaching out to grab one but awkwardly realizing he couldn't lift it. Meeting Ning Yuan's eyes, he sheepishly withdrew and turned to open the van's door. Thanks, driver. Ning Xiaoluo handed over 2 suitcases, which were noticeably lighter compared to the massive bags Ning Yuan had almost strained his shoulder carrying. The driver chuckled as he loaded the suitcases one after another into the van. Is there more upstairs? I can help you get it, he asked politely after accepting the bottled water Ning Xiaoluo offered and taking a sip. No, it's not much left upstairs. Well, make one more trip ourselves, Ning Xiaoluo declined courteously, glancing around the spacious van. Xiao Yuan, the van has room. Shall we put the fridge in? We did pay for that one. Ning Yuan shook his head with a helpless smile. No need. The new place has all the appliances we need. Just as they were about to go back up, the distant wail of police sirens suddenly sounded. A police car and a black SUV entered the community, pulling up slowly behind the van. The driver hurriedly started to move aside, thinking he was blocking them, but the 2 vehicles stayed put. The police car door opened, and 3 officers stepped out. At the same time, a sharply dressed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the SUV, followed by Li Biao, who was limping with a bandaged arm. The 3 officers strode directly toward them. The lead officer's gaze swept over the driver and Ning Xiaoluo before settling on Ning Yuan. We understand someone named Ning Yuan lives in this building. Do you know him? The police inquiry tightened Ning Xiaoluo's chest. She wanted to look at Ning Yuan but forced herself to stare at her feet. Li Biao and the man with glasses also approached. Li Biao looked up and locked eyes with Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan replied calmly. his tone steady and unhurried. His gaze passed over the police and fixed directly on Li Biao. Their eyes met, clashing sharply in the air between them. In that single glance, Li Biao nearly lost his soul. The look Ning Yuan gave was like one cast at a man facing death. The three police officers all froze for a moment, clearly not expecting to find Ning Yuan so easily. But as trained law enforcement personnel, they quickly regained their composure after the brief lapse. Apart from the team leader Lu Jiwei in front, the other two flanked Ning Yuan on either side, closing in and cutting off all his escape routes. Not far away, Li Biao was being tightly held by the man with glasses, but stood rooted in place as if nailed to the ground. If it weren't for the police blocking the way ahead, he would have turned and run long ago. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Can he really attack the police? If he tried, he wouldn't dodge the bullets. Li Biao kept telling himself this silently, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. Wang Lei, the man with glasses, saw how scared Li Biao was and had no choice but to walk over to the police, putting on a stern face as he confronted Ning Yuan. You stabbed me in the face and even crippled one of my men's arms. If word gets out, how can I still survive in Dazhou City? Might as well switch careers and become a philanthropist, he sneered coldly. Young people just don't get it. Today, they'll teach you what the law's real power means. Lu Jiwei collected himself and asked in a steady voice, Ning Yuan, someone reported you for intentional injury, causing a fracture in another person's right arm. What do you have to say? Ning Xiao Luo stood stunned nearby, and the driver was full of questions. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan nodded and said, I did it. At this, a cold smile curled on Wang Lei's lips. Good, admit it. Saves me the trouble. Lu Jiwei didn't waste time and pulled out his phone to log the incident as protocol. ID number? 4 Ning Yuan began slowly, then recited the long string of digits in full. Ning Xiao Luo tried to stop him, but Ning Yuan stopped her with a calming look. Lu Jiwei quickly typed the number in, but a message popped up on the screen. Insufficient privileges. He paused, then quietly said, Try again, maybe I made a mistake. Ning Yuan decisively took out his ID card and handed it over. Lu carefully checked every character, re-entered the number, and triple-checked it before confirming. Insufficient privileges. The same 4 words appeared again. Liu's fingers trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the team leader, he understood that this message only appears in 2 cases. 1. The individual's identity is so highly classified it requires national-level information protection. 2. The person belongs to some special department, often tasked with confidential missions, making them nearly immune to prosecution through normal channels even for violent crimes committed in public. Clearly, Ning Yuan was not the first Kasi who was too young for that. Lu Jiwei first wiped the sweat from his forehead, then handed the ID card back to Ning Yuan with both hands. The light reflected faintly off the plastic card. The other 2 officers exchanged glances, confusion clearly written across their faces. They didn't understand their captain's sudden change in attitude. Wang Lei was equally baffled. This turn of events was nothing like what he had expected. Could it be that the young man really had someone backing him? The thought made Wang Lei anxious. He turned his head and whispered, Captain Lu. Before he could finish, Lu Jiwei shot him a sharp glare that cut through the air like a knife, forcing Wang Lei to shut up immediately. Then, Lu Jiwei composed himself, stepped forward, and saluted Ning Yuan with respect, offering a professional smile as he gestured, Thank you for your hard work. If you need any assistance here, don't hesitate to ask. Ning Yuan returned the salute calmly and politely. Thank you. You've all worked hard as well. His gaze rested on Wang Lei as he spoke steadily. There's been a misunderstanding between me and them. We'll handle it ourselves. All right. Lu Jiwei nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Ning Yuan had no objections, he signaled with his eyes for his 2 colleagues to withdraw. The police car started quietly, its tires rolling cleanly away from the residential area, leaving behind an eerie silence. Only then did Wang Lei truly understand what it meant to hit a brick wall. He gripped the sole of his shoe tightly with his toes, sweat on his forehead deepening. In the distance, Li Biao stood motionless, pale as though his soul had been drained. Ning Yuan approached Wang Lei, gently patting his shoulder with the palm of his hand. His tone was soft, but low just enough for the 2 of them to hear. Go home and wait. They'll pay you back as soon as I'm done. An inexplicable chill crawled down Wang Lei's spine. He quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it over with a forced smile. You're joking, brother. There must be some misunderstanding. Forget the money among us. Money only damages relationships. Once Biao's healed, we'll come by to apologize and treat you to a drink. Ning Yuan didn't take the cigarette. Instead, he fixed Wang Lei with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. At the same time, the pressure in his hand on Wang Lei's shoulder tightened like an iron band, causing Wang Lei to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Xiao Yuan? Ning Xiao Luo's worried voice came from nearby. Hearing her call, Ning Yuan released his grip and turned to walk toward her. If anyone had noticed their shadows, they would have seen a thin black thread quietly slither from Ning Yuan's shadow into Wang Lei's. Inside the elevator, the enclosed space was dimly lit with a yellowish hue. Ning Luo couldn't help but whisper, Xiao Yuan, what just happened? Why did the police say you deliberately hurt someone? It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything wrong, and I don't bully decent people. Ning Yuan smiled faintly, as if trying to reassure her. Is that so? That's good. She let out a soft breath. Downstairs, amid the low growl of the engine, Wang Lei gripped the steering wheel tightly in the driver's seat. Li Biao hunched over, clutching his chest in the passenger seat, his eyes full of fear. The tension in the car made every breath feel harsh. The unknown is the scariest thing of all. Wang Lei's mind kept replaying the young man's calm expression, commanded even Captain Liu's respect. Who was he really? And why had he borrowed money here under a false identity? Had Wang Lei unknowingly offended someone over the years who was now deliberately targeting him? Bang! Frustrated beyond comprehension, Wang Lei slammed his fist down hard on the steering wheel. Li Biao, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, was startled by the sudden shout and almost curled up in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Lei saw Li Biao shrinking his neck and gripping the edge of the seat with white-knuckled hands. He felt an absurd urge to laugh and couldn't help but sneer coldly. Biao, you've been around long enough and dealt with tough situations, even taken lives. What haven't you seen? Are you really this scared of him? Li Biao swallowed hard, his face pale as death. Brother Lei, something's off with Ning Yuan. His strength isn't human. He twisted my whole arm, with barely any effort. I could feel it really wanted to kill me. His shoulders trembled, voice barely above a whisper. I've seen plenty of fighters and strong men before, but never anyone like him. Brother Lei, forget the 200,000, let's not provoke him again. I can't face that guy anymore. Even Captain Lu fawns over him. What are we to him? Wang Lei's frustration boiled over. He lit a cigarette with a sharp snap, the hot smoke tightening the crease between his brows. It's just 20,000. If we don't want it, fine. But I hate not knowing the full story. If we're supposed to pay respect, we should at least know who we're dealing with. The car turned into a dim alley. After a few hundred meters, Wang Lei spotted a police vehicle parked by the roadside with its hazard lights flashing. He stopped behind it, straightened his jacket, put on his usual friendly smile, and got out. Captain Lu Jiwei pushed open the driver's door and stepped down. Wang Lei approached him. Captain Lu. Before he could finish, Lu grabbed his collar, veins bulging with rage. You damn fool. You really know how to cause trouble. There are millions of people in Dazhou City, and you had to pick a fight with him? Wang Lei was stunned by the fury. He had never seen Lu so unhinged. Captain Lu, you're mistaken. I didn't know who he was. I wouldn't dare cross him for anything in the world. Besides, he came to me asking to borrow money. What else could I do? His voice broke with a hint of desperation. Borrow money? Lu sneered. Who do you think you are that had borrowed 20,000 from you? His identity is so classified even our chief can't access it. The chief tried 3 times and got warned by superiors. You honestly think someone like that would be short of 20,000? Wang Lei was dumbstruck. Lu released his collar, but his voice grew even harsher. You must have offended him somehow. Think hard if you can't figure it out. He wouldn't have set a trap for no reason. I really can't remember. Wang Lei's knees weakened as his mind raced through all the dirt he had stirred over the years. Forcing women into prostitution, entrapping female college students, bribery on the side, even driving some to desperate deaths for unpaid debts, each one stained with blood and filth. Wearing a sharp suit, he was drenched in sweat, his gold-framed glasses fogged over. Voice trembling, he said, Captain Lu, I really can't remember where I offended him. Lu was silent for a moment, his gaze icy. Let's go. Leave Dazhou City immediately. The farther you go, the better. Star Lake Gardens. The van pulled up to the community gate and was immediately stopped by the security guard. Only after Ning Yuan showed the villa key engraved with Area A, number 03, did the automatic barrier slowly rise. The vehicle continued forward and came to a steady stop in front of Villa number 03 in Area A, guided by Ning Yuan. The driver set 2 large suitcases down on the sidewalk, glanced at Ning Yuan with a complicated look, then got back in and drove away. Xiao Yuan, you're saying this is a free house assigned to you? Ning Shaluo looked at the 3-story detached villa in disbelief. Ning Yuan, with a key halfway inserted into the door, paused briefly. A delicate image of Su Wei flickered in his mind before he smiled and said, yeah, it's free. Don't worry about it. Now that I'm a national-level talent, the benefits are naturally good. The 2 of them pushed open the wrought iron gate, preparing to wheel their luggage inside. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from the villa next door. A dark luxury car slowly backed out of the driveway and turned, heading straight toward their gate. Ning Shaluo instinctively nudged her suitcase closer to the roadside. But the luxury car didn't drive past. Instead, it stopped firmly in front of them. The rear window rolled down to reveal a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed casually with black-framed glasses and eyes bright with spirit. The woman, around 40, was well-maintained with fair skin, wearing an expensive necklace that added to her distinguished air. It was the jeweled woman who signaled the driver to stop. She turned her head, curiously studying the 203 actually got sold. Are you here to clean? Her voice was soft yet tinged with scrutiny. Ning Xiaoluo glanced at Ning Yuan, who was carrying the luggage straight into the house. She forced a polite smile and said, "No, we're living here." "Living here?" The woman raised an eyebrow, then gave a faint, dismissive smirk that flashed in her eyes. The man in the passenger seat shifted his gaze onto Ning Xiaoluo. Her loosely tied long hair, floral dress, slender figure, and fair skin seemed ordinary, yet paired with her innocent face, it gave her a fresh, pure look, sharply contrasting with the mature, glamorous woman beside him. The woman naturally noticed the man's lingering glance. In fact, it was because of his prolonged look that the driver deliberately stopped at their gate. Seeing Ning Xiaoluo no longer reply, just dragging obviously worn-out luggage into the yard, the woman snorted and signaled the driver to move on. "Got some nerve. Living here like you're worth something." Her cutting sarcasm came clearly through the closing car window. Ning Xiaoluo frowned slightly, completely bewildered by this sudden hostility. Bang! A loud crash sounded not far away. Ning Xiaoluo quickly turned around and saw the luxury car had slammed into a low wall ahead. The hood was dented, and faint wisps of smoke were rising from under the bonnet. She hesitated, just about to take out her phone to call the police, when a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Ning Yuan had appeared beside her without her noticing and quietly said 4 words, "Don't get involved." With that, Ning Yuan directly pulled Ning Xiaoluo into the courtyard and closed the gate behind them. Pushing open the door to the living room, a dazzling array of furniture and exquisite decor came into view. Ning Xiaoluo, immediately captivated, shook off her earlier fright and eagerly began exploring every corner of their new home. After a brief familiarization, the two each picked rooms upstairs and downstairs to unpack their belongings. Later, Ning Yuan took Ning Xiaoluo outside to get acquainted with the neighborhood. Opening the courtyard gate, she was surprised to see that the car that had crashed into the wall was gone, leaving only a battered hole in the wall. Broken bricks and rubble scattered on the ground served as silent reminders of the day's earlier dangers. They wandered around until sunset, then returned to the villa carrying bags and parcels. They quickly put together a simple dinner. At the table, Ning Xiaoluo looked up and said, "I'm planning to go to work tomorrow. You don't have to go back to that job. I need your help here," Ning Yuan said, setting down his chopsticks, his expression calm but firm. "What kind of help?" She paused mid-clearing the dishes. Ning Yuan pulled out a black card and gently placed it in front of her. Supernaturals deal with resources and wealth that ordinary people can't even imagine. Their time is spent training and completing headquarters missions, so every supernatural has a personal assistant to manage assets, purchase equipment, and take care of supplies. "Xiaoluo, we're family. I trust only you, so it has to be you." Ning Xiaoluo pondered briefly, then took the card with a solemn nod. Night deepened, and time quietly slipped by. Upstairs in the villa, Ning Yuan leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the night view. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. "You're running pretty fast." 400 kilometers away, on the expressway near Dazhou City, a black SUV tore through the night. Behind the wheel, Wang Lei held the steering wheel with one hand, eyes fixed ahead, but his mind still haunted by lingering fear. Lu Jiwei's threat throbbed like poison in his thoughts. He hadn't even packed before dragging Li Biao back to the shop and fleeing in haste with his girlfriend, Lin Cece. "Leech, how much longer are we driving?" Lin Cece, heavily made up in a tight skirt and 10-centimeter heels, stretched and complained from the passenger seat. "Could have said something earlier. I would have changed into something comfy. Who sits in heels this long?" Annoyed, Wang Lei shot her a side glance. "Shut up. I'm already stressed." "In a bad mood?" Lin Cece flirted, flipping back her hair as she leaned over to unbuckle his belt. "Want me to help you relax?" "Damn it. We're going 130 kilometers per hour. Are you crazy?" "I trust your driving skills," she teased, moving her hands anyway. Biaz is still in the back. "That guy's been out cold for ages." "I just looked. Hey, stop." Suddenly the SUV jolted violently. Sweat broke out on Wang Lei's forehead as he struggled to keep the wheel steady. Above, hanging silently in the dark sky, Ning Yuan's gaze locked on the speeding vehicle. Inside the car, Wang Lei suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Two shadowy black hands slipped silently from behind the seat, brushing over his shoulder and covering his hands on the wheel. The icy touch instantly drained the sweat from his body. Lin Cece gasped in confusion, but Wang Lei was too terrified to shout, his eyes wide as he stared at the knuckles gripped tightly by those dark hands. "Ah!" Lin Cece finally screamed. The black hands suddenly tightened, forcing Wang Lei's hands to violently jerk the steering wheel. Crash! The SUV shattered the guardrail, hurtling toward the rocky mountainside on the right. Seconds later, a violent explosion tore through the night, flames erupting like raging flowers in bloom. Moments afterward, the blast lit up the darkness, its fierce glow scattering the night shadows. Central Police Station, Dazhou City. In the early morning office, the steam was still rising from paper cups of coffee when a young policeman lowered his voice to ask a colleague, "Have you heard? There was a car accident on Jiguang Expressway the night before last." "A car accident on the highway?" Big deal, replied a female officer, casually biting into a bun without looking up. Yeah, right. If it wasn't something unusual, do you think I'd be telling you? The young policeman's tone turned serious. Oh, what's so unusual about it? Someone at the next desk looked up, curiosity piqued. My childhood friend is a firefighter. He was at the scene the night before last. The young policeman held up 3 fingers as he spoke. The car was speeding at 140 kilometers per hour, smashed through the guardrail, and crashed straight into the mountainside. 3 people died on impact. Their bodies were burned so badly by the fire they looked like charcoal. It was a terrible sight. 3 died, someone whispered, sighing softly. Hey, race the kicker. The young policeman lowered his voice even more. Guess what caused the accident? Driver fatigue? The female officer guessed without missing a beat. He shook his head and cleared his throat. The male driver was found slumped against the steering wheel, his upper body broken. The female passenger in the front seat was lying across his legs. The third body was in the back seat. My friend, with all his experience, immediately recognized what caused the crash. It was something in that woman's mouth. The room went silent in an instant. Ugh. The female officer blushed and got up to leave. TCH, playing with death, someone muttered, shaking their head. Just then, Lu Jiwei appeared, pushing through the door with a batch of files in his hands, his face stormy. What are you all talking about? Get back to work. Everyone immediately bowed their heads to their tasks. Lu Jiwei lowered his gaze to scan the investigation report on the deaths of Wang Lei and 2 others. Yet in his mind, the image of Ning Yuan flickered, flooding him with an indescribable fear. Was it just coincidence, or something more? Time quietly slipped by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wei had vanished without a trace, never contacting Ning Yuan again. The authorities hadn't assigned any new missions. The only reminder of Ning Yuan's extraordinary status was the 500,000 yuan salary deposited punctually at the beginning of the month. A scenic park. A floral patterned blanket was spread across the grass beside a small portable barbecue, smoking gently. Ning Xiaoluo carefully flipped the meat skewers on the grill, the sizzling oil flickering in her eyes. Ning Yuan lay nearby with his hands behind his head, eyes closed in a light nap. She glanced unobtrusively at Ning Yuan's profile, a long-lost smile flickering at the corner of her lips. It had been years since she felt this carefree. Since middle school, she had been juggling classes and part-time jobs, all to graduate college together with her brother and escape their painful past. Had Ning Yuan not suddenly become an enhanced, she would still be working tirelessly, saving to buy a house, and maybe even finding him a wife someday. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated, pulling her back to reality. The screen lit up. Incoming call. Su Wei. Ning Xiaoluo? She looked at the caller ID, then at Ning Yuan, who was still peacefully asleep. Hesitating for a moment, she answered reluctantly. Hello? Su Wei, driving, was startled to hear the soft female voice on the other end. She glanced carefully at her phone screen and, seeing she hadn't dialed the wrong number, spoke up. Ning Xiaoluo? This time it was Ning Xiaoluo who was taken aback. Yes, it's me. After a brief pause, she replied softly. Hello, Xiaoluo. Is Ning Yuan next to you? Let him take the call. Tell him Su Wei wants to speak with him about something important. He's sleeping. Sleeping? Su Wei's foot eased off the accelerator, and the bright red sports car slowed down. What time is it? Why would a supernatural like him be sleeping now? She muttered to herself. There was silence on the other end, so Ning Xiaoluo added. He'll ask Xiao Yuan to call you back once he wakes up. No, Xiaoluo. It's urgent. Give him the phone. The next moment, a low male voice came through the receiver. What is it? Su Wei immediately snapped back to attention. Are you home now? He'll come to see you and explain face to face. Qingxing Park. Ning Yuan paused briefly, then said his location. Su Wei's fingers flew over the navigation as she glanced at the screen and added, He'll be there in about 20 minutes. The call ended. The red sports car immediately performed a stylish drift, spinning around, its tires screeching as it sped off in the opposite direction toward Qingxing Park. In the park, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns over the 2 of them. Ning Xiaoluo looked up at her brother. Xiao Yuan, is your friend coming later? There's not much food left here. I can go buy some. No need. Ning Yuan shook his head, his tone cool. Don't waste money on outsiders, and besides, she wouldn't like what we have anyway. Ning Xiaoluo sighed and gave up. If Su Wei had heard that, she'd probably be furious after all. Not long ago she had lent Ning Yuan a full 10 million yuan. The roar of an engine grew louder as a dazzling red sports car pulled up outside the park. The door popped open, and Su Wei stepped out confidently in stiletto heels. Spotting the siblings under a large tree, she waved and jogged over. Xiaoluo, nice to meet you. I'm Su Wei. She smiled and extended her hand. The white dress made Ning Xiaoluo look even more graceful, and feeling a bit shy, she briefly shook Su Wei's hand. Hello. Su Wei radiated fiery confidence, while Ning Xiaoluo was serene and reserved, their contrasting presence striking. After greeting Xiaoluo, Su Wei gave Ning Yuan a subtle smile, as if erasing any previous tension. Ning Yuan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, What's the matter? Su Wei glanced at Ning Xiaoluo, hesitating briefly. We'll go buy some drinks. Ning Shaluo said tactfully, beginning to edge away. No need. Ning Yuan raised a hand to stop her. If there's something to say, don't avoid her. I've already told her everything. Oh, Su Wei wasn't surprised. Family secrets rarely stay hidden. She proceeded formally. Shaluo, let me properly introduce myself again. I'm Ning Yuan's liaison officer, responsible for coordinating headquarters missions and assisting him with his work. You're his only family. If you ever need help, you can reach out to me. She pulled out her phone and offered it to Ning Shaluo to exchange contact information. Oh, okay. Ning Shaluo hurriedly took out her phone, and they quickly added each other as contacts. Once sure no one was paying attention, Su Wei got to the point. Ning Yuan, headquarters recently sent an urgent notice requesting you to attend a very important meeting tomorrow at 9. I've already arranged the plane. If everything's ready, you can depart at any time. After hearing Su Wei's words, Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. An emergency meeting? What could be so urgent at this hour? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Su Wei shook her head gently, a faint worry creasing her brow. I don't know the details either. I only know headquarters not only summoned you, but gathered many extraordinary individuals all at once. It must be something serious. An emergency call for the extraordinary Ning Yuan's heart sank as another name flashed through his mind: the incident in Greater Hu City. In his past life, it was that very event when the extraordinary and the alien clans were fully exposed, and ordinary people saw the hidden world for the first time. Back then, he was just an average netizen, so that day remained vividly engraved in his memory. He suddenly pulled out his phone to check the date. The numbers on the screen made his heart pound heavily. If it really was that chaos, it meant the crisis that was supposed to happen a year later had been pushed forward. Did my rebirth disrupt the timeline? Or did taking away the dark spirit early trigger a chain reaction? He racked his brain, but found no answer. Seeing Ning Yuan fall silent, Su Wei didn't press further. Her gaze drifted toward the small barbecue grill under the shade of the tree. The midday sun scorched the grass, sweat trickling down her fair forehead. Ning Shaluo hurriedly called them over to the shadow. Sit under the tree. It's cooler here. Thank you. Su Wei smiled as she lowered herself onto the ground, folding her legs crosswise as she picked up the picnic rug. Her eyes brightened looking at the plate of chicken wings and sausages. Shaluo, did you grill all this? During the downtime, Ning Shaluo nodded shyly. I was bored anyway, and since Xiao Yuan likes barbecue, I made some for him. I'm so jealous. Wish you were my sister. Su Wei sighed. Shaluo quickly said, it's a bit cold now. He'll warm it up again. You can try it fresh. No worries. I'm about to faint from hunger. Su Wei grabbed a skewer of sausage and took a big bite. I've been running around all morning. Didn't even have time for a sip of water. Ning Shaluo paused, then reluctantly reignited the charcoal. Better warm it up. Cold food can upset your stomach. She shot Ning Yuan a reproachful glance. If only she had trusted his appetite and prepared more, the guest wouldn't have to eat leftovers. At that moment, Ning Yuan put away his phone and said calmly, no need to arrange a flight. He'll be at headquarters on time tomorrow. Su Wei, still chewing on a chicken wing, paused then nodded, okay. He leaned against the tree trunk, quietly watching one person meticulously tending the grill and another devouring the food. Obviously, Su Wei had been hungry all day, and Xiaoyuo's speed heating the food couldn't keep up with her appetite. You really should open a barbecue restaurant. You're missing out. Su Wei sipped her cold drink, eyes half closed in contentment. Or I could open one for no investment needed. Just free meals on demand. Haha. Ning Shaluo only shook her head at the suggestion. Opening a store is one thing, but if you ever want to eat, feel free to come find me. Hearing that, Su Wei's eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded without hesitation. A few minutes later, the food on the tray, which was already scant, was devoured by her like a whirlwind, leaving just a few scraps behind. Seeing that the Ning siblings barely touched their food and quietly watched her, Su Wei wiped the corner of her mouth and gave a somewhat shy smile. I've eaten so much from you both, it feels a bit embarrassing. They'll treat you to a meal another day. She stood up, grabbed the bottle that was half empty, and waved to Ning Yuan. I'm heading off now. Just get in touch if you need anything. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Bye, Shaoluo. Let's hang out sometime. Su Wei waved again to Ning Shaoluo. Ning Shaoluo smiled in return, watching Su Wei's confident figure walk away. A subtle trace of envy surfaced in her eyes. To her, Su Wei seemed to carry a natural confidence that only someone who had never needed to worry about making a living from childhood could possess. Logically, they belonged to two different worlds, but because of Ning Yuan, these two paths that should never have crossed were able to meet, chat, and share a meal on the same carpet. Unlike Ning Xiaoyuo's sentiment, Ning Yuan understood Su Wei's transformation. In such a short time, her attitude and demeanor had clearly become more polished. She had undoubtedly recognized the situation and repositioned herself. For a young lady who was once proud and looked down on the poor to swallow her pride, there was probably only one reason: greater benefits. Behind this change, it was very likely the counsel of her family elders played a role. The next morning, a slender, black shadow streaked across the sky like a shooting star, heading straight toward Dying City. At the same time, above the headquarters of the supernaturals in Dying City, The roar of helicopter rotors echoed non-stop. On the ground, columns of military vehicles entered in succession. The cabin doors opened, and men and women in various outfits either leapt down from the aircraft or jumped off the vehicles carrying bags. Some wore trench coats. Others carried sheaths for knives, ages ranging from teenagers to elderly, yet all silently surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a neat suit appeared with a smile, walking briskly forward. Lu Yi. Thank you all for coming such a long way. Everyone's gaze turned to him. Old Lu, suddenly calling us here. Is something big happening? Someone in the crowd asked. The speaker was a young man carrying a backpack, looking to be in his early 20s, with determined brows, messy hair, and bits of grass stuck in his strands. Louis laughed as soon as he saw him. Xiaoshuang, where have you been wandering off to this time? Don't mention it. Chun Xiaoshuang grumbled, brushing his hair back angrily. Got tricked by an old guy into chasing treasures in the middle of nowhere. He patted his backpack. Minister Lu, you haven't answered me yet. What's this emergency all about? I had to cross over 10 mountains overnight to get here. Don't worry, we'll explain once everyone's here. Louis glanced at his watch. 8:50 a.m. His eyes scanned the group, quietly waiting for the two people who hadn't arrived yet. The buzzing roar of a helicopter grew louder as it approached from afar. Everyone instinctively looked up to see the cabin door swing open, and a petite figure descending gracefully, her clothes fluttering in the wind. It was a girl dressed in simple athletic wear, her hair tied into twin ponytails. Her landing was as quiet and light as a falling leaf. As soon as her toes touched the ground, she patted her flat chest and exhaled. That was close. I almost arrived late. Almost simultaneously, another shadowy figure streaked down alongside the spinning rotor blades, a cold breeze sweeping across the crowd's faces. As the ripples of dust settled, Ning Yuan appeared, calmly smoothing his clothes. The crowd fixated on him in stunned silence. What kind of ability is that? He can actually fly? Whispers of awe spread quickly. Some scoffed softly, murmuring, maybe it's just a show. Once everyone was assembled, Lu Yi signaled and led the group down a first-floor corridor. Silver gray lighting illuminated a towering blast-proof door. Placing his hand on a touch panel beside it, biometric scans of his fingerprint and face seamlessly cleared. The heavy metal door slowly slid open, revealing the interior, a massive elevator large enough to hold hundreds. The group filed inside, the thick doors sealing shut behind them. Instead of ascending, the elevator began descending silently. After about 10 seconds, the cabin shuddered lightly and the doors opened again. Before them lay a vast sunken conference hall. A huge central screen hung silently. A lone podium stood below it, and tiered semicircular seating spread out, capable of accommodating thousands. Many people's pupils contracted sharply, visibly overwhelmed by the imposing scene. Minister, are you here to show us a movie or what? Someone joked from the crowd. Lu Yi glanced back with a smile. Not that we can't watch one, he said, but the smile faded. His expression grew solemn. But first, please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. With that, he and several staff members moved toward the front row. The crowd dispersed in small groups to find seats. Ning Yuan's face remained impassive as he scanned the room, his mind already clear on why they had been summoned. He slipped away from the crowd and descended the steps slowly, his gaze locked on the front row. Most attendees preferred those seats too, for better vantage points. Yet when they reached the front, they found it already occupied by a group. Some wore sharp headquarters uniforms. Others were mysterious strangers clearly not from the same arrival group. Although puzzled, people didn't press further and took their seats. Only Ning Yuan stopped halfway down the steps, his eyes quietly fixed on a slender figure standing by the podium. A girl with long white hair, wearing a small, delicately crafted hairpin resembling an ice crystal. He was quietly looking down at a worn, yellowed book with an antique cover. From Ning Yuan's vantage point, he couldn't see the silver-haired girl's face, but the three characters Wei were already deeply imprinted in his heart. China's first steer transcended, a woman who had existed like a banished immortal since childhood. Facing a soul from his past life so vividly once more, the now steely Ning Yuan felt none of the old fluttering in his chest, only the realization that his former self had been naive. He withdrew his gaze and casually took a seat in an empty spot nearby. After being stared at for some time, Wei seemed to sense it. She turned her head slightly, her eyes lingering briefly on Ning Yuan before looking away. Neither spoke, but their minds were elsewhere. At that moment, Louis stepped onto the podium holding a tablet, accompanied by two staff members. Nearly 100 transcendent beings gradually fell silent. Hello everyone, and thank you for attending this extraordinary meeting, Lu Yi said, his voice steady as he scanned the room. Before we start, let me introduce this place, the headquarters war meeting room. In the future, countless decisions that change history will be made here. He paused, eyes sweeping over the sparsely filled seats. Some may wonder, this hall can hold thousands, so why are only 50 of you here? There are two reasons. First, excluding those still on missions, there simply aren't many transcendent beings at headquarters ready for urgent deployment at this stage. Second, Not all transcendent beings are qualified to participate in this meeting. Those present today are all power level B or higher. A murmur stirred through the crowd. They exchanged glances, all were higher or above. Such an assembly clearly signaled something serious. Lu Yi continued. That's the introduction. Now for the meeting's content. Please note that everything you hear next is strictly top secret. Any leaks will be considered treason, and headquarters will not hesitate to execute anyone responsible. I trust none of you will make such a grave mistake. Seeing the increasing gravity on their faces, he signaled a female staff member beside him. She immediately operated the tablet, and a giant screen lit up, playing video footage. The image showed a disheveled middle-aged man dressed like a vagrant, his expression desperate, eyes darting around anxiously. His voice trembled as he spoke, reporting to headquarters, I found it. But I fear I've been exposed, I won't make it back. When you see this, please dispatch forces to Dashu City. I last tracked their location to the Huanghua Hotel in the Songbei district. I can't confirm if they're still there, but if you focus the search around that area, you should find them. His body shook visibly as his voice cracked near tears. If I die, please don't tell my mother. Just say I was on an overseas mission. And please take care of my family. After that, the screen went pitch black. Then, faint rustling sounds came through the lens, like fabric scraping against metal. With no light, onlookers could only judge by sound the middle-aged scavenger was using some small trick to tuck his phone deep inside his clothes. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed in the darkness, like a 200-pound object striking the concrete floor, tearing through the silence. Immediately after, the man's frantic, fearful voice burst out. Who are you? What do you want? His shouting reverberated for several seconds in the total blackness, until it was cut off by a cold, hoarse male voice. Why are you alone? Where are your companions? Companions? What companions? I don't understand what you mean. The man's voice trembled as he pretended ignorance. Another heavy step hit the ground, sending dust scattering. Then a calm female voice chimed in. I didn't detect any suspicious targets nearby. He's probably not one of those so-called headquarters agents. The man went silent for a moment, then sneered. So you meant his so-called gifted one is just a passing vagrant? The woman snapped back decisively. What's impossible about that? We ourselves just came to find a place to eat, didn't we? Don't forget, the spiritual energy on this planet is awakening faster and faster. There will be more and more gifted people. In the future, not just vagrants, dogs and cats could awaken too. You're being way too cautious. The last sentence clearly carried resentment. The cold male voice lowered again. Regardless, now is not the time to recklessly reveal ourselves. Don't underestimate these humans. When I first arrived here, I almost got surrounded and killed because I was careless. What do you want to do then? The woman asked. Find another place. Move immediately. What? Move? We've been planning in Greater Shanghai for so long, and you want to leave over this trash? How will you explain to those who joined you? I don't owe you an explanation when I act, the man said firmly. If you don't want to leave, stay behind. The woman was speechless for a moment, then bit her lip. You fine. But leaving without a trace takes time, right? Suddenly disappearing will definitely be noticed. Make it quick. I don't want to be knocked out before things even begin. All right, the woman gave in. By the way, what about this trash? She asked casually. What else? Kill him. Their conversation treated the scavenger like air. The phrase kill him was said as casually as stepping on an ant. You. Kill me? Why kill me? Murder is illegal. What are you trying to do? The man panicked completely but still clung to his beggar identity, dashing off while screaming at the top of his lungs for help. However, squelch. The wet, sickening sound of flesh pierced by a sharp weapon exploded, and his cries stopped abruptly. The audience outside the screen could imagine. He didn't even have time to use the slightest ounce of his gifted power. Can't even use any power, looks like a beggar who awakened by pure chance, the female voice commented. She intended to use this as a reason to stop moving. Since that's the case, maybe we shouldn't leave after all. We've been running this place far too long. Don't make me say it twice, the cold male voice interrupted. You, fine, go if you want. It's not a big deal anyway. The woman sighed helplessly. After a moment, the crackling sound of fire slowly emerged from the dark screen. Someone turned off the display, and the conference room fell completely silent as all eyes fixed on Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand to adjust the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He spread a thick stack of documents across the table. His voice was low but piercingly clear in the still, vast room. This video footage was obtained just the night before last. The man in the frame is Lu Xing'a, Class B superhuman, and one of the very first to join headquarters when it was founded. His ability is fusion. He was dispatched to investigate one of the perpetrators responsible for the '03 massacre. As his words fell, the massive projection screen lit up again. The footage played was the same one Lu Yi had originally shown when recruiting Ning Yuan. A bizarre creature, defying all reason, rampaged through a remote mountain village in Dachuan City, slaughtering over 600 villagers within minutes. The video cut abruptly. Then, a flood of forensic photos of the scene appeared. The same mountain village background, soil stained dark red with blood and torn flesh, the air seeming thick with the scent of coagulated iron. Lu Yi continued. We hunted this alien life form relentlessly for 4 whole years. Countless lives were lost at its hands. 2 years ago, we rushed to trap it once, but it still escaped. Only the night before last, thanks to the intelligence Lu Xing sent back, did we finally pinpoint its exact location for the second time. At this point, his gaze swept over the assembled audience. His normally gentle face twisted into a rare grimace. Lu Xing is dead. To give us this chance, he endured humiliation and died without struggle right in front of that thing. I understand his choice. We all know how terrifying that creature is. The moment Lu Xing showed any power, not only would he have died, but the monster would immediately have fled Dao City. Lu Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his voice sounded like steel. The sole purpose of calling you all here is one mission before the target relocates. Coordinate fully with headquarters and, at all costs, annihilate them completely. His words dropped like a weight, sinking into the hearts of the dozens of superhumans scattered around the room. Everyone silently recognized this for what it was, a brazen use of others as tools for slaughter. Bang! From the back row of the conference room, a burly young man suddenly stood up, slapping his palm against the solid wood table, making the glass of water tremble. All heads turned toward him. He wore a dark jacket, broad-shouldered, his face shrouded in stormy gloom. Director Liu, he said in a deep voice, if I had known today's agenda in advance, I wouldn't have come. Liu Yi remained unfazed and met his gaze calmly. Zhang Yu, say what's on your mind. But let me remind you, think twice, both professionally and personally. Professionally and personally? Zhang Yu snorted, glancing over the dozens of comrades gathered here. His tone was as cold as shattered ice. Director Liu, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? As far as I know, 2 years ago, during the rushed assault on the O3 massacre perpetrator, you deployed 39 Class B Tier 1 superhumans, 83 Class C Tier 1 superhumans, plus 3,000 fully armed soldiers supported by heavy weaponry. What did the other side have? Just that one monster. Want me to repeat the outcome for you? His eyes stabbed into Lu Yi like blades. If not for prior intelligence gathered through informal channels, Zhang Yu feared he himself might have been conscripted as a pawn today. At that thought, a cold, murderous glint flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. This damn ordinary man actually dared to treat us superhumans like fools. After hearing Zhang Ye's words, Lu Yi responded calmly. 39 Class B Rank 1 Transcendence. 15 dead in battle, 10 seriously wounded, 14 fled. 83 Class C Rank 1 Transcendence. 53 dead, none seriously wounded, 30 fled. 3,655 fully armed soldiers. 3,420 killed, 235 seriously wounded or disabled, not a single one escaped. The enemy withdrew after sustaining only minor injuries. The cold and harsh numbers hit like boulders, and a collective gasp swept through the hall. Before the tension could ease, Zhang Yu continued, you seriously underestimated the enemy that battle. If headquarters had sent those 2 rank 2 transcendents at the start, that alien creature would have been eliminated long ago. 2 years have passed, the enemy has only grown stronger, yet you still send us rank 1 transcendents to fight. Minister Liu, what else is this but sending us to die? The question landed like a hammer blow. Many transcendents' faces darkened, their brows furrowed tightly. Lu Yi spoke. Firstly, headquarters did underestimate it. Secondly, Elder Qin rushed to the front lines at the outbreak, but was ultimately too late. From the outcome alone, it was a failure of headquarters. The previous minister and several staff have been dismissed. Thirdly, you are right, the enemy is stronger now. Intelligence confirms it no longer fights alone. At this, the room's atmosphere sank deeper. But Lu Yi's tone shifted, sweeping the room with his gaze. In the past 2 years, we have grown stronger too. We will win this battle. You are the hope for the future. Headquarters will not let you die in vain. Your role is to provide outer support. The true frontline fighters are someone else. Time is tight. This is the best plan for now. Many fell into thought. Zhang Yu sneered, shook his head, and stood. Minister, my abilities are insufficient. I must decline this mission. Hearing this, many in the audience quietly resolved to withdraw as well. Lu Yi quietly watched Zhang Yu, offering no immediate response. Unnoticed, the veins bulged on his hands resting on the podium. As some prepared to follow Zhang Ye's lead, suddenly someone rose from the front row and slowly approached the stage. The man had graying hair, wore simple clothes, old cloth shoes, was small but stood straight, one hand behind his back and the other leaning on a wooden cane. The cane tapped crisply on the floor, radiating quiet but undeniable strength. At his appearance, Zhang Ye's heart jolted. Those ready to rise went still for no apparent reason. Elder Qin, Lu Yi greeted warmly. Ning Yuan's eyes darkened as he regarded the elder. This was none other than Qin Guangyi, the current pillar of headquarters. Elder Qin's face bore a gentle smile, his expression kind. He first nodded to Lu Yi, then stood beside him. Strangely enough, the old man looked frail and fragile, and he hadn't uttered a single word from beginning to end. The conference room was lit with cold white light. About a dozen extraordinary individuals in standardized combat uniforms took their seats one by one. Whoever they were, the moment their eyes landed on the gaunt, white-haired elder, their spines instinctively straightened, as if the invisible pressure in the air had frozen into ice. Zhang Yu, if you want to withdraw from this mission, that's your choice. But you will be expelled from headquarters. Lu Yi spoke slowly from the podium, locking his gaze on Zhang Yu like a blade. Being expelled from headquarters meant losing all allowances and resources immediately, and, more importantly, being monitored as a civilian-level extraordinary individual from then on. Lu Yi's words weren't just for Zhang Yu, they were a warning to everyone present. Stay or leave, the choice is yours. The room fell into instant silence. Glances were exchanged, and the balance of their inner thoughts wavered. Zhang Yu was weighing his options: risk death on the front line to preserve his current status, or sever ties with headquarters and drift alone. Damn, these fools have no idea how terrifying the enemy really is, he thought with a cold snort, the shadow of that monster flashing through his mind. A frontline rookie extraordinary is just a corpse waiting to happen. He clenched his teeth in silent determination. Fine, if I leave, I leave. Supervision? Huh, I'm an extraordinary myself. The world is wide open to me. His moment of hesitation broke apart. Zhang Yu set aside his usual arrogance, and under old Qin's icy gaze, forced out a self-mocking apology. Minister, my abilities are limited. If leaving headquarters means avoiding dragging everyone down, then so be it. His words landed with a shock. No one expected him to give up everything rather than face the front line. Ning Yuan's lips curled in a half-smile. Zhang Yu, I'll ask you once more, are you sure you want to quit headquarters? Lu Yi's expression remained cold and stern. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows and glanced at old Qin, who stood like a stone statue nearby, then finally nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Lu Yi said no more. He bent down, picked up the black tablet on the desk, and his fingers rapidly tapped the screen. Instantly, a huge projection screen behind them illuminated with frame after frame of photos taken from hidden angles, clearly surveillance or covert snapshots. The blood stains, cries, and unconscious figures in the photos struck everyone's nerves. Zhang Yu's gaze instantly grew vacant, a cold chill crawling down his spine as if falling into an ice cave. Zhang Yu, Lu Yi's voice was like iron striking stone. Since you are no longer a member of headquarters, from this moment on, you will be investigated as a civilian-level extraordinary. He lifted his head, each word cutting deeply. Within 3 months, you have used your abilities to drug and assault 7 women, severely injured 2 others, abused drugs yourself, and even involved minors. Before he finished, Lu Yi slammed the tablet onto the table with a deafening crash. His usually calm face twisted in anger. Bastard, do you know why we never acted on your crimes before? If you were an ordinary man, you'd be behind bars already. Headquarters tolerated you only because you had value in saving lives. Now, when we need you, you want to run off. What use are you to us now? Better to eliminate this cancer early. Zhang Yu trembled all over, fingers white as he pointed hoarsely at Lu Yi. You've been spying on me? Lu Yi merely met his gaze coolly, silent acknowledgement of all the accusations. Knowing he was in the wrong, Zhang Yu grit his teeth fiercely and whipped around, ready to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed the statue-like old Qin move. The old man gently raised the cane in his hand. The movement was so subtle, barely noticeable, yet Zhang Yu, always on high alert, saw it clearly. He had no idea just how powerful this elder, who had long been stationed at headquarters, really was. But one thing was certain: was far stronger than Zhang Yu. The thought flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, Zhang Yu stomped hard on the ground with his toes. Like a cannonball being fired, he shot straight toward the main door. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of it. Thud! The cane struck the ground with a dull thump. The air seemed to freeze instantly, as if an invisible hand gripped everyone's hearts, leaving their limbs stiff and motionless. Zhang Yu's hand was just inches from the doorknob, yet he completely lost control of his body. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Elder Qin raise his cane again. A chilling death aura spread instantly. No, you can't do this. Even if I'm guilty, I don't deserve to die. Killing me in front of everyone, aren't you afraid you'll chill people's hearts? Zhang Yu shouted hoarsely. Seeing Elder Qin's expression remain unmoved, the cane about to strike again, he desperately turned to Lu Yi, begging. Minister, I was wrong. I was involved in this mission. Please give me a chance to make amends. Lu Yi looked coldly at him, but gave no response. Thud! The cane struck for the second time. The feeling of restraint vanished instantly, and everyone could breathe freely again. Zhang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Incredulous, he looked toward Lu Yi on the podium. The next moment, blood gushed wildly from the corners of his mouth. His body went limp as he collapsed at the door with a thud, eyes wide open, dying with no peace. Everything had happened so fast. The crowd was left only with shock, their eyes fixed on Elder Qin. What method had this old man used to so easily eliminate a transcendent being with just 2 strikes, not even giving him a chance to escape? Ning Yuan studied Elder Qin quietly, feeling awed. Though Sound Spirit was only rated a class, Elder Qin had refined it to perfection, wielding a power rivaling those class abilities. 1 strike to stagger, 2 to shatter, 3 to obliterate, backed by the state and endless resources. Qin Guangyi had likely reached 3rd-tier mastery by now. His gaze lingered on Elder Qin for a moment before shifting to Zhuo Qinhue, who had silently been reading a book the entire time without looking back. Anyone else want to withdraw from headquarters? Lu Yi asked again in the silence. No one answered. After a moment, he raised a tablet and continued. Since there are no objections, the operation meeting will officially begin. Next, please welcome Professor Yang Yuxian to the stage to brief us on the Anemian alien species. In the front row, a man stood and walked to the podium. Lu Yi stepped aside, letting everyone get a clear look. He wore a white lab coat, his hair was disheveled, and dark circles under his eyes gave his gaze a somewhat distant look. Yang Yuxian's voice was hoarse but straightforward. What are these aliens? Where do they come from? What are their objectives? How do their powers compare to ours? Everyone listened attentively as he spoke. Research on alien species and supernatural beings has been ongoing worldwide for nearly 2 decades, yet many of the questions I just mentioned remain unanswered even today. The classroom was brightly lit, and the projection screen on the wall had just gone dark. Yang Yuxian stood at the center of the podium, scanning the curious and anxious faces before him, his tone steady as he continued his lecture. First, let's clarify what exactly we mean by alien species. The academic community currently defines them as extraterrestrial life forms, beings originating beyond the blue star. In other words, they come from outside our star system and somehow arrive on our planet through means we have yet to fully understand. When it comes to their purpose, Yang Yuxian deliberately paused, letting his gaze sweep across the students. No one truly knows the answer. Based on available intelligence, researchers have proposed 2 main theories. 1. They are searching for something. 2. Or they are preparing for some event. Next, the difference in their source of power. Supernatural beings derive their power from spiritual seeds that grow stronger as their internal Tao trees mature. Aliens, however, develop in a completely different way. No cultivation is needed. Their strength gradually unlocks over time. You can think of them as sealed powerhouses whose restrictions slowly fade with the passing years. Studies also indicate that, besides time itself accelerating their growth, the essence in human hearts subtly boosts their strength. This is the direct motive behind their savage attacks on humanity. As for their confirmed abilities, shape-shifting feet can take on anyone's appearance, indistinguishable down to their genes. Far greater strength and speed than ordinary humans. Several unique techniques they call divine powers. The students in the classroom felt their throats dry and hearts weigh heavy. Becoming a supernatural being demands surviving life-or-death trials and years of grueling cultivation to progress step by step. Yet aliens only need to wait out time to erase the gap. This stark contrast shattered their earlier pride. Professor Yang, that sounds way too far-fetched. A voice challenged abruptly from the back. Turning heads revealed Chun Xiaoshuang rising, grass debris still stuck in his hair from rushing through the night. His face was calm, but his tone harsh. If what you say is true, why resist at all? Why not just surrender? Also, how can you be 100% sure? Maybe aliens have costs to getting stronger too, you just haven't figured them out yet. Yang Yuxian met the challenge without rebuke, his voice even as he replied, I can answer your questions. He raised a hand for calm and explained in 2 points. First, taking into account the overall strength of both sides, aliens are not invincible. While individual aliens are strong and evolve quickly, humans have numerical superiority and organizational skills. Throughout history, human unity has overcome countless hardships. If a single supernatural being can't win, then hundreds, thousands, or millions will band together until victory is secured. This statement stirred a flicker of hope among the students, breaking through their earlier gloom. Yang Yuxian then looked at Chun Xiaoshuang. Second, you asked how we can be certain of these conclusions? He paused briefly to let the room breathe, then revealed an astonishing truth. It's simple. Everything I've told you is painstakingly pieced together over many years by studying a single captured alien life form. Yang Yuxian's final words struck like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples through the room. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor broke out intermittently, as many people almost instinctively stood up. Even the seasoned senior supernaturals seated in the front row, people who had seen it all, turned their heads in disbelief to look at Yang Yuxian. This was the first time any of them had heard such news. Professor Yang, are you serious? Our country actually captured and imprisoned a member of an alien species alive. One supernatural, who had faced the alien in battle, asked in a low but trembling voice. Another immediately followed up, Professor Yang, didn't all the countries sign the highest level of secrecy agreement on this? How did you? Lu Yi stared at Yang Yuxian in disbelief. He had thought he was fully informed, but never expected that this information had never reached him. Meeting their gazes, Yang Yuxian just shook his head. The leak happened 2 days ago. The alien captive has already been urgently transferred. Lu Yigas speed, of all people in the know, had been kept completely in the dark. Yang Yuexian glanced at him and added, "A friend of mine was involved in the transfer and only told me this morning. After the meeting, someone will officially notify you." Before he finished, a middle-aged man in the front row suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Who leaked this? Traitors like that deserve to be torn apart." "That word traitor is inappropriate," Yang Yuexian said coolly, shooting a look at him. "Because the detention site isn't in our country. If you want to curse someone, call them a star traitor instead." The man's face stiffened immediately, and he sheepishly fell silent. "That's all I have to say." Yang Yuexian yawned and scanned the room with his eyes. "You only need to have a rough understanding of the alien species. Oh, there's one important thing I almost forgot to mention." His speaking pace suddenly quickened. "As supernaturals, you have an innate instinct to sense alien beings, a deadly danger alert within you. If an alien is nearby, that intuition is your most reliable alarm. And as long as you don't reveal your supernatural aura, aliens cannot distinguish you from ordinary humans. This element of hidden identity against open enemy awareness is our sole advantage." He paused briefly, then emphasized, "If a first-tier supernatural encounters an alien alone, conceal your identity immediately and contact second-tier or higher allies for joint combat. If you're exposed but can't get support, flee if possible. If you absolutely can't escape, try to choose places with few civilians to make your last stand and minimize losses." With that, he picked up his coat from the side of the podium and walked toward the other exit without looking back. The conference room fell into a dead silence, everyone's eyes fixed on his departing figure, unsure how to react. Lu Yi was similarly speechless, had invited Yang Yuexian to boost morale, but the result felt like hearing a collective death warrant. Clearing his throat, he tried to steady himself and added, "Regarding this operation, second-tier supernaturals have already rushed ahead to Dashu City as the main attack force. Your task as first-tier supernaturals is only to explore and guard the safety of your assigned areas." Upon hearing the words contribution points, the previously tense atmosphere finally eased, and many people's expressions softened. At the front of the room, Louis flipped through the list on the table and cleared his throat. "Now, I will assign your tasks. When I call your name, please come up to receive a communication device. It will contain your designated area and investigation coordinates. Once confirmed, you may leave. A special vehicle outside will take you to Dahu City." As he spoke, several staff members neatly arranged a row of black boxes on the table. Su Chang'e, Wu Chang'e, Wang Yin. One by one, names were called, and those seated stood, took their devices, and hurried out. Ning Yuan remained silent in the front row, his gaze following the ebb and flow of the crowd. He quietly tallied in his mind. The outbreak in Dahu City, the confidential information leak, Yang Yueguang mentioned events that had been years apart in his previous life, now all happened on the same day. The past points hadn't shifted. Only the timeline had changed. What could that mean? His brows furrowed deeply as his thoughts churned. After an unknown length of time, Lu Yi finally called, "Ning Yuan." By then, most of the first-tier transcendent beings had already left the room, leaving the space feeling empty. Ning Yuan stood and approached the podium. Lu Yi smiled slightly and handed him a palm-sized touchscreen terminal. "This is an internal communication device. If you discover any alien activity, you can immediately contact nearby allies and mark rescue coordinates using the tracking function." Ning Yuan examined the device. The screen displayed only 3 icons: location, contact, and task. He tapped on task. Mission location: Dahu City Songnan District Mingli High School. Mission objective: investigate anomalies within a 10-kilometer radius of Mingli High School. Protect uninvolved civilians if necessary. At the sight of Mingli High School, the light in Ning Yuan's eyes dimmed. Lu Yi added with a knowing smile, "Perhaps you've heard the school ranks second nationwide among top high schools. Your duty is to keep those kids safe. Originally, a second-tier transcendent was supposed to be stationed there, but I insisted on sending you instead. Want to know why?" Ning Yuan looked up calmly. "Because I can fly." Lu Yi paused briefly, then nodded. "Exactly. Having an extra mobility option gives you another lifeline when it counts." Ning Yuan tucked the terminal into his pocket and asked with a half-smile, "Minister Lu, did headquarters secretly assign a third-tier transcendent on this mission?" He glanced toward Elder Qin nearby, who returned a gentle smile. Lu Yi's eyes twitched slightly, but he didn't answer directly. He just patted Ning Yuan lightly on the shoulder. "Time's short. With your skills, you don't need the special transport. The device has the school's coordinates. Stay in contact." Ning Yuan nodded and turned toward the exit. As he left, he caught sight of a silver-haired girl in the front rows. What Kinji is still bowing her head, flipping through the book in her hands as if shut off from the world. With his back to everyone, a flicker of cold light flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. Leaving the underground conference room, Ning Yuan took the elevator back to the surface. As soon as the elevator doors opened, waiting staff promptly approached him. "Hello, sir. The helicopter is ready. Please follow me." Ning Yuan raised a hand, signaling there was no need to bother. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Ning Xiaoluo. "On a mission. Probably won't be back anytime soon. Take care of yourself." No sooner had the message been delivered than his phone vibrated again. Ning Xiaoluo, is it dangerous? Ning Yuan, no danger. Just support from the outside. Ning Xiaoluo, okay. After the brief exchange, Ning Yuan put his phone away. The next moment, to the astonishment of the staff, he vanished like a shadow and shot straight up into the sky. 2 days later, Songnan District, Dao City, afternoon. The dismissal bell of Mingli High School echoed as students poured out like a tide. Both sides of the road outside the school were packed with vehicles waiting for pickup. Drivers honked, parents waved in animated scene. Across the street, a small shaded stall selling cold drinks gave off a breeze of coolness. The slightly overweight, middle-aged vendor was packing ice into a cup while chatting idly with a young man sitting beside him. The young man was Ning Yuan, head bent over his phone, his expression lazy. The vendor wiped sweat from his forehead. Say, young man, do you know what the biggest feeling is for me running this stall here? Without looking up, Ning Yuan replied, feeling? What kind of feeling could you possibly have? Disparity. The vendor pointed toward the school gate. Take that girl with the ponytail, you see her? Following the finger, Ning Yuan saw a tall, elegant girl. At that moment, a sleek black business car smoothly pulled up in front of her. A suited driver got out swiftly, took her backpack, and opened the door for her. The vendor sighed. That car costs at least 4 million yuan. I've seen more than one luxury ride picking her up here. You can imagine how wealthy her family must be. He shifted his gaze to the other side. Now look there. Ning Yuan saw another schoolgirl in uniform with delicate features and a smile, climbing onto an electric scooter. A middle-aged woman riding it skillfully placed the girl's backpack in front, then handed over a packed snack. The vendor exhaled. Same grade, same top-tier high school, but these two girls come from worlds apart. He glanced down at his stall, then at the bustling commercial street nearby. Just like me. Selling stuff too, but my ingredients aren't any worse than those brand-name drink shops. They make 10 times what I earn daily just sitting in air conditioning, while I pay 100 yuan rent, stand outside under sun and wind, barely scraping by. He pressed a button on the speaker, and the recorded seller's call rang out. Freshly squeezed juice, iced milk tea. Ning Yuan put away his phone, his eyes slowly scanning the crowd of students leaving school. He said lightly, don't envy the rich. What they have is bound to cost them something. The vendor's interest was piqued. Oh, young man, that's a curious thing to say. What do they lose? Ning Yuan's gaze was calm, his tone even. They lose their worries. Ning Yuan responded casually, then took a sip of the juice in front of him. The middle-aged vendor across from him nearly choked, glanced at Ning Yuan for a long moment, and finally blurted out, hey buddy, did you just graduate and can't find a job? Too scared to go home. So you come here, order a juice, and sit all day wasting time? Ning Yuan set the cup down on the table and raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Why would you think that? By the way, can I borrow your power bank for a bit? The vendor's mouth twitched but still handed over the power bank from his pocket, muttering under his breath, with your chatting skills, you'd fail every interview if you tried. The midday sun baked the commercial street's pavement with heat, and nearby schools had just let out. Groups of students poured in little by little, and a queue formed in front of the stall. The middle-aged man busied himself shaving ice and sealing cups, but couldn't help glancing up. Not far at the street corner, a young man stood chatting under a shade tree with two young women. Shinran, are you thirsty? They'll go get you both some coffee, said the young man cheerfully. No thanks, Minglang. Xiaoming and I are just going to look around for a bit. You can head back first. Well, grab a ride later, the tall girl replied softly. Shinran, what could I possibly have to do? It's been so long since we've hung out. Later it'll take you and Xiaoming to a fun place, Song Minglang insisted with a smile. Passers-by glanced over. Song Minglang was in his early 20s, broad-shouldered and long-legged with handsome features. Beside him, Xia Xinran looked about 23, wearing jeans that hugged her slender legs and a white t-shirt tied at the waist, revealing a flat stomach. The other girl, Xiaoming, wore a loose school uniform. Her short shoulder-length hair swayed gently. Her delicate yet youthful face was even more striking than her sister's. No need for that. Xia Xinran took her sister's hand gently and lowered her voice. Thanks for dropping me off to pick up Xiaoming, or I definitely wouldn't have made it in time. It's nothing, just on the way. Really, the driver who hit you wasn't paying attention. Funny how I just got back to the country a few days ago and ran into you like this, Song Minglang said earnestly. I was actually planning to gather our childhood friends in a few days. Seeing he had no intention of leaving, Xia Xinran's brows twitched subtly. Since he had helped her earlier and they had grown up together, she didn't want to shut him down too harshly. At that moment, standing quietly, Xiaoming gently shook her sister's hand. Xia Xinran looked down. What's up? Xiaoming raised her hand and quietly pointed toward the nearby iced drink stall, barely audible. I want to drink that. Following her gesture, they saw Ning Yuan's stall surrounded by several students. Xiaoming, you want to drink that? The girl nodded. Song Minglang quickly urged, Xiaoming, street stall drinks aren't clean. Don't drink that. If you're thirsty, Brother Minglang will take you to a shop to get some. But Xiaoming ignored Song Minglang and pulled Xia Xinran's hand, heading straight for the drink stall. Perhaps it was because the vendor's drinks were indeed affordable and good quality that after school many students gathered around. At the only folding table, Ning Yuan was staring down at his phone, his fingers moving quickly as a string of colorful blocks lined up on the screen. 3 or 4 students leaned over his shoulder, curiously watching him play that outdated game Match 3. Bro, what era are you living in? Still playing that old game? Even my mom stopped playing it, teased a lively girl with a grin. Ning Yuan looked up, casting her a faint glance. Your mom's still young. When she gets older, she'll realize Match 3 is the best game. The girl twitched her mouth, about to retort, when suddenly a boy nearby whispered in surprise, Whoa, am I hallucinating? Guys, look, is that Xiaoming? That's really her. Another followed his gaze. Look at the young lady heading this way. Could she be here to buy drinks? The crowd stirred. Xia Xinran, Xiaoming, and Song Minglang walked side by side, their immaculate school uniforms standing out under the setting sun. Students moved aside respectfully, eyes tracking as they approached the stall. What would you like to drink? It's pretty busy, so there'll be a wait, the vendor said without looking up, busy squeezing juice but taking a moment to warn them. Xiaoming, what do you want? Xia Xinran scanned the clean, orderly stall, then turned to ask. Xiaoming's gaze lingered near the fresh juices section, then pointed to the most prominent signature orange juice. Boss, 2 no. Make that 3 signature orange juices, Xia Xinran decided for her. Okay, 3 signature orange juices, the vendor said, looking closely at the trio. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, but then he resumed work. There are about 10 people ahead. It might take around 20 minutes. 20 minutes? The air felt like a steam bath. Xia Xinran was about to speak when Song Minglang frowned and muttered, waiting 20 minutes on a day this hot? Too long. He pulled out his phone, aiming it at the payment code, his tone casual, but with an air of entitlement. How about this, boss? He'll transfer 1,000 yuan now. Make 3 drinks for us first. Xia Xinran frowned and reached out to stop him. Minglang, what do you mean? We're not in a hurry. Everyone's waiting their turn. Oh, Xinran. Song Minglang grinned. Aren't you just suffering standing out here in the heat? This isn't like an air-conditioned mall. As he spoke, he began entering his password. But the vendor stopped the juicer, shook his head, and said firmly, Sorry, man, first come, first served. Song Minglang hesitated, then chuckled lightly. Ha, rules. What a concept. His laughter carried a hint of mockery. His gaze darkened as he added, How about I transfer 10,000 then? The surrounding students gasped in unison, casting sidelong looks. The vendor's hand gripping the spoon froze, a flush of anger rising to his face. Xia Xinran's voice turned colder. Song Minglang, if you don't want to wait, you can leave. Song Minglang shrugged, speaking casually, Xinran, don't worry about it. There's nothing money can't buy in this world, especially for people like us. He smiled at Xia Xinran, then turned back to the vendor. So, boss, is 10,000 yuan enough? The vendor's face turned stony. His tone was low and firm. Get out of here. I want to do business with you. All right. You're something else. Song Minglang raised an eyebrow and gave a thumbs up, utterly unbothered. Then he added a 0 to the amount on his phone, making it 100,000, its brightness nearly blinding. After transferring the amount, he thrust his phone toward the vendor, his smile dazzling beyond belief. 100,000 yuan. Now make me those 3 drinks. The vendor's knuckles turned pale as he stared fixedly at Song Minglang, then glanced again at the string of numbers on his phone screen that made hearts race uncontrollably. 654. The surrounding students silently counted down along with him, anxious expressions etched across their faces. Come on, say yes already. 2, 1. All right, they'll make it for you first. As Song Minglang finished speaking, the vendor's face flushed red, his jaw clenched tightly, but he nodded with difficulty nonetheless. The crowd suddenly exhaled in relief. Huh, you know the difference between pride and money. Song Minglang smirked and transferred 100,000 yuan on the spot. I picked the best oranges. Washed them well before making it. He added, if it makes you sick, you won't be able to afford the compensation. The vendor's hands trembled slightly from excitement and frustration, his motions stiff and cautious as he selected the oranges. He looked up apologetically at the crowd. Everyone, I'm going to serve these first. Your drinks will be free later, consider it my apology. The students erupted into cheers, voices rising all around. Outside the crowd, Xia Xinran watched Song Minglang's triumphant expression, and a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. Xiaoming, let's go. He'll make your drink at home, she said, reaching out to pull her sister away, but her hand grasped only empty air. Looking down, she realized Xiaoming had already slipped away. Xiaoming. Her heart tightened as she scanned around. Sis, Xiaoming is over there. A female student kindly pointed toward a small table next to the stall, surrounded by people. Xia Xinran looked over to see 5 or 6 students forming a semicircle, with Xiaoming in the middle. A girl was thoughtfully making space beside her. Is your elimination game hacked or something? I think so. How else do you keep getting combo clears? Getting closer, Xia Xinran caught the whispers and grabbed Xiaoming's hand. Xiaoming, stop looking. Before she could finish, she finally saw the young man at the center of the crowd, Ning Yuan. Xia Meng turned just as her sister froze in shock. Xia Xinren's eyes widened, disbelief fixed on her face as if it had been carved in stone. It was the first time since she could remember that Xia Xinran had shown such an expression, stirring curiosity in Xia Meng's heart. Ning Yuan turned his head and met the sister's gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. What a coincidence, we meet again. His words triggered a flood of memories in Xia Xinren's mind, the countless dreams of snowy mountains, the images of ruthless slaughter and blood mist spreading at his every move refracted before her eyes. Just the thought made her slender legs weak. Before? Yes, quite the coincidence indeed. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Xinran refrained from calling him senior. Instead, she smiled politely and said to Ning Yuan with respect. Seeing that Ning Yuan had stopped playing, the students gathered around him automatically dispersed. The noise instantly died down, leaving only the blinking neon lights of the game machine. Xia Meng looked up and glanced back and forth between her sister and Ning Yuan, her big grape-like eyes full of curiosity. When the surroundings grew completely quiet, Xia Xinran took a soft breath, straightened her back slightly, tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and stretched out her delicate right hand. With a polite yet slightly awkward smile, she spoke. It's fate to meet again, senior I mean, senior. My name is Xia Xinran, and this is my little sister, Xia Meng. Xia Meng. So this is Xia Meng. Ning Yuan's expression shifted subtly as his gaze passed over the girl's youthful face. Deep in his black eyes glimmered a faint, hard-to-notice light. Then he reached out and clasped Xia Xinren's hand, the warmth of his palm touching her slender, soft fingers. Don't call me senior. We're about the same age. Just call me Ning Yuan. His gentle voice eased the tension in Xia Xinren's shoulders. She relaxed slightly and smiled more genuinely. Xinran, the drinks are ready. Nearby, Song Minglang hurried over holding 3 cups of freshly squeezed juice, the ice clinking crisply against the glass. He began to say, Xinran, we were going to, but his words abruptly stopped. Song Minglang's gaze first landed on Ning Yuan, then dropped to their clasped hands, his eyes suddenly freezing cold. He narrowed them and approached with a smile that had no warmth whatsoever. Xinran, who is this? Xia Xinran withdrew her hand calmly and replied, a friend of mine. A friend? Your friend is my friend too, Song Minglang said, handing a cup to Xia Meng before reaching out to Ning Yuan. Song Minglang. Xinran and I have grown up together. Which influential family does your friend come from? What does he do now? Ning Yuan met his polite but stiff smile and curled one corner of his mouth into a subtly amused smirk. I'm not from any prominent family. I currently work as a security guard at a company. Song Minglang's expression faltered, and his eyes scanned Ning Yuan from head to toe. Casual t-shirt, sneakers clearly out of place among the elites in his circle. He withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow. Then how do you know Xinran? Song Minglang. Xia Xinren's voice raised half a notch. Why does it matter to you how we met? Before he could respond, she suddenly pulled out her phone, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Ning Yuan. Ning Ming bro, it's fate we met. Can we exchange contacts? You helped me last time, and I want to find a chance to thank you properly. Ning Yuan considered briefly, then nodded in agreement. With a light touch of their phones, they added each other. We're heading off now, Ning bro. After adding him, Xia Xinran took Xia Meng's hand and ignored the tense Song Minglang beside them. They walked straight to a taxi waiting by the curb. Xinran, let me take you home, Xinran. Song Minglang hurried after them, but all he saw was Xia Xinran opening the door and telling the driver to leave immediately. The taxi merged into traffic, its taillights stretching out a long red streak. Song Minglang stood rooted in place, his smile fading bit by bit, his expression darkening. He casually tossed the 3 juice cups, which had cost over 100,000 yuan, into the trash. Then he turned back to Ning Yuan and asked sharply, Kid, how do you two know each other? Why is Xia Xinran so polite to you? Ning Yuan gave a half smile and glanced at him with a hint of amusement. He clicked his tongue lazily against his cheek and said in an intriguingly casual tone, You ask about us? How to put it, tour meeting was a bit complicated. Let's just say that day was pretty intense. She was so weak, she stayed down for a long time. Intense? Weak? You've been lying there for so long without getting up? Song Minglang's breath caught at the words. In an instant, his gaze toward Ning Yuan shifted completely, anger, shame, and disbelief all tangled deep within his eyes. If what he suspected was true, that the goddess he had chased for years was taken by this guy who was inferior to him in every way, he knew he'd never be able to swallow the humiliation. It seemed Ning Yuan had already seen through his thoughts, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if watching a ridiculous comedy unfold. That subtle mockery stabbed at Song Minglang's pride like a needle. Clenching his right fist, he shouted fiercely, What are you laughing at? You damn loser. He lunged forward suddenly, ready to land a punch on Ning Yuan's smiling face. But the next moment, a shadow slid silently at his feet, eerily merging with his body. Song Minglang froze like a puppet whose power had been cut off, stiff and motionless. Ning Yuan calmly watched with that same amused smirk. What's happening? My body. Song Minglang panicked as he realized had lost all sensation like being put under general anesthesia, but somehow remaining conscious. A cold wave of terror surged through him. Even worse, his body started moving on its own. He screamed inside his mind, "What's going on? Stop!" No. Yet he had no control as he turned around and began to walk away. Helpless, he watched himself walk to the roadside, then forward, finally stopping at a bus stop. It was rush hour, the platform crowded with commuters and students. Song Minglang stood like a statue among them, the breeze lifting the edges of his clothes. Several young girls furtively glanced at the tall, sharply featured stranger and whispered to each other. Cars streamed by. Moments later, a harsh screech of brakes brought traffic to a halt as a bus slowly pulled up and the doors opened. People filed in, but Song Minglang remained motionless. The driver, seeing him not bored, closed the door and released the handbrake. The wheels clicked and the bus began rolling forward. A girl waiting for the next bus nervously reached out and tapped Song Minglang's arm, hoping to get his contact info. The moment her finger touched his sleeve, it was as if an invisible force shoved him hard up, plunged forward, and crashed face first to the ground. His mind was horrifically clear as he watched his own head move beneath the bus he had just started. Bang! The wheels rolled over him almost without resistance. At the same time, a middle-aged woman nearby gasped in shock, dropping her newly purchased watermelon, which burst open with its bright red flesh splattering everywhere. Then the entire bus stop erupted into screams. A piercing alarm blared through the air. Moments later, police cars and ambulances sped past in alternating flashes, their flashing lights cutting through the dusk at the street corner. Near a cold drink stand, two students headed home from school looked up. One lowered his voice to say to the other, "Someone just posted in the group chat there was a bus accident up ahead. A person got hit and killed. Let's go check it out." The middle-aged vendor was busy wiping down his stainless steel counter. Hearing this, he glanced toward the end of the road with surprise. "Strange. I've been running this stall for over 10 years, and I've never heard of a bus killing someone, let alone right here on the spot." He shook his head and sighed. Noticing the sky darkening and business slowing, he began packing up. "Oh, young man," he said while folding up stools, casually chatting with Ning Yuan who sat on a plastic stool. "People are funny. I earned 100,000 yuan today, should be happy, right? But no matter what, I just can't feel it." Ning Yuan held his empty cup and glanced at him coolly. "Why bother thinking so much? The money you made keeps you alive. Dignity is just self-comfort." The vendor's cloth paused midair. He hesitated, then lowered his voice. "What about you? Would you choose money too? Who doesn't want money?" "No." Ning Yuan tossed his cup into the trash and stood up, leaving only this word behind. The vendor's face changed repeatedly as shame washed over him. He hadn't expected that someone would rather give up 100,000 yuan than lose their dignity. Compared to that, he felt small sigh. Just as he turned away in regret, Ning Yuan called back, "I want it all." The vendor choked on the words, watching the figure disappear. The thought of giving him free drinks tomorrow vanished with it. Night had fully fallen, and the stall was nearly packed up. After locking the insulated cooler, the vendor pushed his tricycle toward home when he heard hurried footsteps. Several police officers arrived, escorting two young students. "Is this the place?" the lead officer asked the students. "That's right, officer. He bought juice here," one replied. The police scanned the stall then glanced at the parked tricycle, exchanging a look. Three officers immediately started searching under the canopy. "Hey, what are you doing?" The vendor hurriedly stood in front of them. "This is a licensed stall. I paid my fee." The lead officer raised a hand to stop him, pulled up a photo on his phone, and showed it to the vendor. "Song Minglang, from the Songnan District Police Station. He bought drinks here just now, right?" The vendor stared at the picture in shock, then nodded. "Yes, he bought 3 cups of juice." The officer studied the vendor's expression, tone steady. "He's dead." About 200 meters ahead at the bus stop. When the bus started moving, he was lying down under the wheel and was crushed instantly. "No, that can't be," the vendor gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Song Mingling wouldn't commit suicide. Besides, how could he have? That's why we need to investigate everyone who had contact with him today. The officer's gaze shifted back to the tricycle. Watching his colleagues continue searching, the vendor anxiously wrung his hands. "Officer, I have no grudge against him. You're not suspecting I drugged his drinks, are you?" The leading officer gave him a sharp look. "No one accused you of drugging. This was just a routine elimination check." Before night fully fell, the police pushed the tricycle loaded with drinks onto a trailer and took the middle-aged vendor into the squad car, saying they needed to test the drink samples. On the rooftop of Mingli High School, the night wind blew sharply. Ning Yuan stood with his arms crossed, expressionless, staring down at the flickering police lights in the distance. Song Minglang was dead, and the Song family would never let it go easily. If the truth couldn't be found, that vendor would be made the scapegoat. After all, Song Minglang's bank records showed a transfer of 100,000 yuan labeled as drink expenses. No ordinary person would spend that much on just 3 cups of juice. As darkness deepened, Ning Yuan withdrew his gaze and sat cross-legged in the center of the rooftop, starting his daily breathing exercises. Invisible elemental forces from heaven and earth were drawn inward, flowing through his meridians and absorbed by the Tao tree within him. Over a month, the tree's second spiritual fruit had grown plumper and more radiant. At this rate, it would still take him at least half a year of steady cultivation to reach the third rank. Far too slow. Recent incidents had made him feel the urgency even more. For cultivators, advancing levels depended on long-term effort, but spiritual items could accelerate the process. Such treasures were rare. Collectors and transcendents fought over them for centuries. Ning Yuan knew the headquarters reserves were limited, mostly reserved for powerful figures like Elder Qin and Zhuo Qingyue, or to reward great achievements. Given his current status, obtaining spiritual items from headquarters was nearly impossible unless he forced their hand. Time passed. Deathly silence blanketed the campus. At 1 a.m., Ning Yuan ended his practice, stretched lazily, then vanished from the rooftop's edge. Over the past 2 days, he had whiled away the daylight hours and patrolled secretly at night, hunting for anomalies. His past life had shown him what was coming next, but now, living again, he was more cautious than ever. Would not let unknown twists interfere with his grand plan. High above, he streaked like a shooting star. As he passed over a deserted street, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Someone or something was quietly watching him. Ning Yuan stopped midair and peered down. Beneath the yellow streetlights, no one was around. Only a few stray dogs rummaged through trash bins with their heads down. He frowned. There had definitely been a living being locking onto him moments ago. Yet now, up high, normal vision could see nothing. He waited a moment longer, and the sensation of being watched quietly faded. Ning Yuan glanced at the stray dogs and confirmed their nerves were relaxed, behavior normal. Seeing nothing unusual with the dogs, he departed soon after. About half an hour later, next to the trash bin, the skinny yellow mongrel suddenly crouched and spat out the half-eaten scraps it had just snatched, scattering them all over the ground. It licked the grease from the corner of its mouth, rolled its eyes, and muttered under its breath, "This is ridiculous. What the hell was that thing flying around in the night sky? If I hadn't pulled my gaze back fast enough, it probably would have spotted me." Saying that, it instinctively looked up again. That glance almost scared it to death. Ning Yuan had already turned back without it noticing and was now hovering midair, looking down with a cold sneer. The pale moonlight reflected off him, making the dog's fur stand on end. Woof! Before its scream could fully come out, the yellow dog stretched all 4 legs and dashed into the nearby alley, weaving through the labyrinthine small streets, desperately trying to shake off that gaze. But as it ran, it suddenly felt something was wrong. Its limbs seemed trapped in invisible ropes, gradually losing control. Fuck! It cursed aloud, yet all it could do was watch helplessly as its body turned around and trotted back along the same path. Under the dim street lamp at the alley's mouth, Ning Yuan stood silently in the center of the circle, patiently waiting. Moments later, the dog arrived back in front of him, eyes wide with terror, as if thrown into a trap. Ning Yuan studied the dog's complex expression, a hint of surprise stirring in his mind. In his past life, had heard legends of livestock accidentally ingesting spiritual seeds and transforming into supernatural beings, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Most animals that gained power didn't know how to use it. They'd rush off cliffs and die, drown in rivers, or simply crash themselves to death. But this dog was different. It watched, felt fear, tried to escape. Its eyes conveyed emotions, clearly showing remarkable intelligence. With that thought, Ning Yuan spoke calmly. "I'm going to lift the seal on you. Then I'll ask some questions. If you understand, don't try to run." Changing tactics, he glanced toward another stray rummaging through garbage not far off. The next instant, that poor dog was sliced into pieces in the night, not even able to scream. "If you run, they'll assume you don't understand, and your fate will be the same." Ning Yuan withdrew his gaze. The yellow dog's eyes twitched violently, its body trembling as unseen chains gradually dissipated from within, merging into the night air. Its limbs immediately regained feeling. Suppressing the urge to run, it raised its front paws, stood upright, and bowed toward Ning Yuan, crying out in plea, Great Lord, spare this lowly dog's life. I've never done anything wrong. My heart is pure, and the heavens bear witness." Ning Yuan arched an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "You can speak?" "Yes, Great Lord." The yellow dog nodded eagerly. "At first I could only understand but not talk. But I've been wandering these streets for a whole year, overhearing people's conversations every day. Sometimes I found discarded books in the trash and practiced. That's how I slowly learned." The dog's words were clear and fluent, indistinguishable from a normal person's speech. Ning Yuan stared at it silently for a moment, then asked with some interest, "Do you still remember what you ate that made you like this?" The big yellow dog's tail stiffened. It shook its filthy fur and hesitated before awkwardly replying, "Your Majesty, I was just an ordinary stray dog. One day, while rummaging through a trash bin, I pulled out a faintly glowing little pearl and swallowed it whole. After that, I gradually became smarter." A spiritual seed thrown away as a toy into the trash, Ning Yuan sighed softly, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. Then he asked again, Have you discovered any special abilities? The big yellow dog raised its head and tried to recall, I'm fast and strong. Seeing Ning Yuan's gesture to continue, it licked its lips and said, I learned quickly by reading books. Does that count? Ning Yuan nodded for it to go on. I can also. Before it could finish, the dog's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. At almost the same moment, Ning Yuan felt his mind hammered by a heavy blow, and his consciousness went blank. Seeing this, the dog's mouth curled into a snarl, baring its fangs. It lunged forward fiercely, jaws aiming straight for Ning Yuan's throat. Damn supernatural. If I'm gonna die caught by you, might as well fight back and try to transform my old bike into a motorbike. Snap. Its fangs bit down on a black shadow that appeared out of nowhere. The dog's pupils contracted sharply. What the hell? Could this be his ability? I clearly took control of his mind, so did he use his power the moment I attacked? Thoughts racing. It dared not stay any longer and bolted, diving into the darkness of the night. Only 3 seconds later, Ning Yuan's unfocused eyes regained clarity. Expressionless, he stared at the empty ground, then vanished into thin air with a flash. At the end of a silent alley, a deserted courtyard suddenly erupted with anguished screams. After several tens of minutes, the sounds abruptly stopped. Under the moonlight, the big yellow dog's head was swollen like a steamed bun. It lay at Ning Yuan's feet, tears streaming down. Your Majesty, please stop hitting me. I give up, I really do. Ning Yuan withdrew his killing intent and coldly asked one last time. He'll ask again. How exactly did you become like this? What are your specific abilities? I'm telling the truth. The dog bowed repeatedly. It was that glowing pearl. My abilities are linked to the Mindy. Not only have a photographic memory, but I can also temporarily blank someone's mind just by locking eyes with them. Ning Yuan nodded silently. Sure enough, the spiritual seed granted mental-type powers that explained its sudden intelligence. He pressed on. You mentioned supernaturals. How do you know about them? The dog hesitated for a moment, then answered. I heard about it. The person in charge of Greater, whose city, that's what you all call him internally. I've been tailing that guy for a long time. He's an idiot, never noticed a dog like me eavesdropping. Saying this, it grinned at Ning Yuan in a flattering way. But your Majesty is amazing, you spotted me after just one glance, even from thousands of miles up in the sky. After listening to the big yellow dog speak, Ning Yuan looked at it and suddenly asked, since you've been with the head of Dahushi for so long, you must know the current situation there. Where are those alien creatures? The big yellow dog fell silent. Its fluffy tail instinctively curled up, and fear clearly showed in its eyes. After a long moment, it finally nodded. I know a place. Take me there. Ning Yuan's voice was calm, but carried an unyielding coldness. The dog shook its head violently, its tail almost tucked beneath its belly. No. If we get caught, you'll die, and I won't survive either. I'm only going to take a look. Ning Yuan's eyes darkened slightly, a faint trace of deadly intent flickering within them. Sensing the danger, the big yellow dog immediately wilted, its voice trembling. Then you have to listen to me. They can sense any abnormality within at least 1,000 meters. The aura when a transcendent practices magic, hostile intent, even prolonged staring. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? An awkward twitch crossed the dog's face. After a pause, it stammered. My abilities gave me superhuman intelligence, but also an insatiable curiosity about the unknown. I couldn't help but secretly follow those guys from beyond Blue Star. The intelligence you heard was something I overheard myself. Ning Yuan's gaze shifted. This dog was scared of death, but quite bold, pretending to be an ordinary stray to sneak under the aliens' noses. With that in mind, he reached out and swept his hand, causing himself and the big yellow dog to vanish from the courtyard without a trace. A night breeze brushed past as two figures silently landed on the rooftop of an office building. Below them, neon lights crisscrossed, traffic flowed in a steady stream, and the prosperous glow of the Songnan district stretched out as far as the eye could see. Stop, stop, stop! This is far enough, no more flying. The big yellow dog hurriedly whispered, its round eyes darting nervously in all directions before raising a paw to point ahead. Following its direction, Ning Yuan squinted. About 2,000 meters away stood a standalone building surrounded by a wide lawn, brightly lit. It was a private club, an island of calm in the bustling city, proof of its owner's tremendous wealth. He fixed his gaze for a moment. The big yellow dog wagged its tail anxiously, lowering its voice to warn, don't stare at them for too long, and don't show even the slightest hint of hostility. Although we're more than 1,000 meters away, who knows if their sensing range has expanded. However, the big yellow dog's words did not make Ning Yuan avert his gaze. On the contrary, a strange smile appeared on Ning Yuan's face as he said, don't worry, they're too busy to pay any attention to us. What do you mean? The dog's curiosity was instantly piqued by his expression. After hesitating for a moment, a faint blue glow flickered in its dog eyes as it held its breath and focused on the direction of the club. The blurry scene gradually sharpened until it was perfectly clear, and its round copper-like eyes suddenly widened in shock. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling glass of the club, They clearly caught sight of the scene inside the main hall was hosting a wild, decadent party filled with lust and indulgence. The lights were dim and hazy, the music deafening, men and women intertwined, and the air thick with the scent of alcohol and hormones. Oh my goodness. The big yellow dog was dumbfounded, its tongue nearly frozen. In contrast, Ning Yuan remained calm and composed. He snapped his fingers once, speaking quietly but distinctly. 24 people in total, 4 men and 20 women. Judging by the women's expressions and aura, their minds are completely controlled. Of the 4 men, 2 are ordinary humans. The other 2 are the alien species you mentioned. Are you saying all these women are being controlled? The dog was stunned. Ning Yuan nodded. Monsters. The big yellow dog cursed angrily at first, then caught itself and quickly corrected. Worse than monsters. After cursing, it fixed its gaze on the glass again, carefully scanning every corner inside. Just as Ning Yuan said, most of the women were barely in their early 20s, all with exquisite looks and figures. Some had hollow eyes with no focus. Others wore pained expressions, tears still dried at the corners. The dog was about to speak again when suddenly, a disturbing scene caught its eye. A man with green-dyed hair held a girl in his arms. He extended his right index finger and gently pressed it against the girl's chest. Blood immediately seeped from his fingertip. Without hesitation, he pushed his finger down until it was completely embedded in her chest. Then he pulled out his bloodied finger, tilted his head back with a look of intoxicated satisfaction, and sucked the live's blood from her heart until none remained. Even more terrifying, the girl's chest now had a hole the size of a finger where the finger had pierced, yet she smiled brightly like a puppet without will, completely under control. After licking his finger clean, the green-haired man covered the wound with his entire palm. Moments later, when he removed his hand, the hole appeared to have vanished without a trace. What the hell are they doing? The dog couldn't help but exclaim. I followed this green-haired guy before and never saw him do anything like this. Could it be he actually changed for the better? Changed for the better? Ning Yuan scoffed mockingly. The wound healing you saw was nothing but an illusion. These women are ordinary humans whose hearts have been destroyed. They will be dead within a month. The big yellow dog gasped sharply, its fur practically standing on end. I used to think they tore their victims apart alive, but now they've become so subtle. If what you say is true, their methods of hiding themselves are getting more and more terrifying. Inside the club, 2 overweight, middle-aged men had just finished an intense game, sweat streaming down their round cheeks, heavy breaths filling the air. They waddled over to a luxurious sofa, swapping the exhaustion for polite smiles as they greeted the man sitting with one leg crossed. Ah, Mr. Zhang. Thank you for your hospitality. One grabbed Zhang's hand firmly. If we catch wind of anything, you'll be the first we notify. The other drained his glass of expensive red wine, then added, yeah, the secrecy around missions involving extraordinary individuals is tighter than ever. Getting accurate info directly is almost impossible. We have to rely on fragments to piece things together. No worries, as long as you're willing to help. We'll always be friends, Zhang Xian said, raising his wine glass to lightly tap theirs. After some more pleasantries, Zhang personally saw them out, watching their car pull away. Back inside, beside the sofa, a young man with short green hair, completely naked, sneered impatiently. Zhanggu, these 2 freeloaders are useless now. Why so polite to them still? Zhang Xian glanced at the youth, then swept his cold gaze over the women scattered across the room. They'll handle things my way. And make sure you separate them and send them back quickly. All right, whatever you say. The green-haired youth shrugged, raising his hands and spreading his fingers. A faint yellow glow spread from his palms, enveloping everyone present. All right, darlings, your fun night is over. Time to go home and not mess up work tomorrow. At his words, 20 girls with vacant expressions dressed mechanically, like wind-up puppets, then filed out one by one. On the rooftop, the night wind was cold and harsh. Ning Yuan stood by the railing, his black trench coat billowing in the breeze. His big yellow dog lay quietly at his feet, feigning ignorance. Both silently watched the group leaving below, wordless. TSK, just watching like that? Shouldn't you be fuming and rushing to be the hero saving the beauty right now? A soft, seductive female voice brushed against Ning Yuan's neck like a feather. He spun around abruptly. Not far off, a woman dressed in a long black traditional gown stood quietly in the shadows. A sheer veil covered her face, revealing only bright, clear eyes. Her silent steps and vintage attire gave off an eerie, inscrutable vibe. The yellow dog, seemingly obedient, was inwardly alarmed. If she struck at this close range, neither he nor his master might understand what killed them. Ning Yuan's lowered fingers twitched lightly as he narrowed his eyes, rapidly searching his memory for anything matching her. At the same moment, the black-gowned woman was judging him. The instant their eyes met, something strange happened. She stepped back quickly several paces, her once smiling eyes turning shocked. Why you? Her voice quivered uncontrollably. Ning Yuan frowned and lowered his voice. Who are you? The woman stared at him for a full half-minute, then finally exhaled deeply. It seemed the moment had come. Without a word, the woman quietly fixed her gaze on Ning Yuan, her eyes growing intensely focused, as if trying to see through every inch of his skin, making him deeply uncomfortable. Then, she slowly extended a slender, pale finger, reaching out to touch Ning Yuan's face. The big yellow dog stared blankly at the scene, and Ning Yuan's heart suddenly jolted. She had somehow appeared right in front of him, instantly closing the 10 meters that had separated them moments before. The woman in black spoke softly, a note of confusion in her voice. Her finger was firmly stopped by an invisible force, unable to reach Ning Yuan's skin. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand, and her whole body lightly floated backward as if weightless. At the same time, the ground beneath her feet silently cracked open, deep fissures spreading like claws tearing through the concrete shell. Ning Yuan's face darkened as he stared unblinking at the woman in black. His attack had been effortlessly dodged by her. This heightened his caution. The woman gazed at him and sighed softly before speaking. I bear no ill will, nor do I wish to fight you. Ning Yuan didn't lower his guard in the slightest. His eyes remained cold and unyielding. Who exactly are you? He demanded in a low but firm voice. She looked at him quietly for a moment, then replied in a gentle tone, my name, you may call me Yunxi. Ning Yuan frowned and thought carefully about the name, but it meant nothing to him. You're not a transcendent being, and you carry no trace of alien kin. What are you then? After a brief silence, he asked sharply. The big yellow dog, pretending to be clueless nearby, felt a chill run down its spine and thought anxiously, what the hell? Not human, not alien. Could she be a ghost or some kind of spirit? Yunxi let out a soft laugh and spoke calmly. It's late, and I don't mean to disturb your busy life. If fate allows, we shall meet again and talk properly. With that, a subtle, inscrutable gleam flashed in her eyes. She lightly stepped backwards, drifting like a ghost off the rooftop, before vanishing instantly into the dense darkness of the night. The big yellow dog stammered as it watched her disappear, trembling as it asked Ning Yuan, is she a spirit or a ghost? Ning Yuan's gaze remained deep and fixed on the darkness as he slowly shook his head. I don't know. Hearing that, the big yellow dog shuddered and muttered bitterly. This world's getting crazier by the moment. Ning Yuan glanced at it with a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it's becoming more and more insane. With that, he led the big yellow dog off the rooftop and onto a street. Ning Yuan settled the dog back where it belonged and whispered, stay here for now. He'll need you for something soon. Don't even think about running, or else. He glanced at the dog's shadow beneath it, then revealed a sinister smile, as dark and terrifying as a demon's arrival. Feeling a chill, the dog's whole body tensed, and its tail tucked between its legs. Don't worry, master, the dog vowed immediately, standing up with resolve. He'll stay here, bound by your mark. I won't go anywhere. Ning Yuan nodded with satisfaction, his eyes sharp like lightning. Without warning, he vanished from the street with no trace left behind. The next day, just as expected, the iced drink vendor didn't show up. Ning Yuan had no choice but to abandon the idea and find another spot to lie low. Carrying his newly bought lounge chair, he climbed to the rooftop of the school. Just as he was setting up the chair, his phone in his pocket buzzed suddenly. The screen flashed an incoming call from Xiaoxinran. When he answered, her slightly anxious voice came through. Brother Ning, are you free right now? I'm near Mingley High School. Can we meet? A smile tugged at Ning Yuan's lips. She had found out his true identity earlier than he had expected. After a moment's thought, he agreed cheerfully. All right, you pick the place. Not long after, inside an upscale tea house near Mingley High School, led by a server, Ning Yuan pushed open the private room door and saw Xiaoxinran sitting alone at a sandalwood table. Brother Ning. She rose to greet him, her voice soft and warm with a smile. Ning Yuan glanced around at the elegant decor and teased. This place isn't cheap, is it? Today, Xiaoxinran wore an off-shoulder long dress that accentuated her slender waist. She looked fresh and graceful. Smiling, she replied, don't joke like that, Brother Ning. If it were my shop, I'd be thrilled to have you as a customer. She waved the server away and personally pulled out a chair for Ning Yuan. As soon as he sat down, Ning Yuan cut straight to the point. So, what did you want to see me about? Xiaoxinran sat beside him, pouring tea gently as she said in a low voice. To be frank, I already know you're an extraordinary agent at headquarters and the head of Dazhou City. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Ning Yuan asked, how did you find out? She nervously traced the rim of her teacup. Actually, my name is Xiaoxinran, the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Since you just joined headquarters, you might not know that my grandfather, Xia Chongfeng, is the commander of the Southern Military District. In a way, we're both serving the country. Ning Yuan nodded with understanding and smiled. No wonder you aren't scared of me at all now. You must have done a thorough background check on me beforehand. Xia Xinran's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, I'm sorry for investigating you without permission, Brother Ning. It's nothing. Ning Yuan waved her off. Since we're on the same side, don't worry about such a small thing. Seeing his calm expression, Xiaoxinran visibly relaxed and her smile grew even brighter. Brother Ning, actually, I have another favor to ask today. Oh, what is it? Next week, Xiaoming will turn 18. Grandpa wants to invite you to our home as a guest. He wants to thank you in person for saving me that day. Thank me? Ning Yuan chuckled quietly in his heart, thinking it was clearly an attempt to win his goodwill. But on the surface, he remained gentle. It was nothing more than a small favor. Any capable person would have done the same. There's no need for your grandfather to thank me personally. Hearing this, Xia Xinren's fondness for Ning Yuan grew even stronger. Brother Ning, don't say that the gratitude for saving a life is heavier than Mount Tai. My grandfather is quite old, and when he heard about this, he was deeply thankful to you. He wants to express his thanks to you in person. In the tea house's private room, Xia Xinran spoke with solemnity. Her eyes trembled slightly, clearly showing her concern and earnestness for the elderly man. Sitting opposite her, Ning Yuan took a sip from his cup, paused briefly, and seemed to understand her thoughts. On the surface, he only hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding. All right, since you put it that way, I'll go next week. Relieved by his confirmation, Xia Xinren's tense shoulders dropped instantly, a smile spreading across her face. Brother Ning, thank you. He chuckled lightly. It's nothing. The atmosphere softened as they sipped their tea and chatted casually. Throughout, Xia Xinran avoided mentioning Song Minglang. Ning Yuan nodded silently to himself. Some things are better left unsaid. Once spoken, they can't be taken back. He found himself thinking more highly of this woman. After finishing their tea, the two walked out of the tea house side by side. At the entrance, a gentle breeze swept fallen leaves across the stone steps. Xia Xinran approached a black luxury car, opened the rear door to let Xia Ming continue sitting quietly inside, then turned and smiled at Ning Yuan to say goodbye. Brother Ning, I'm heading off now. I won't keep you from your work. See you next week. Ning Yuan exchanged a glance with Xia Ming in the car, then turned his head towards Xia Xinran with a surprised look in his eyes. You even know about this? Taking a half step closer, Xia Xinran lowered her voice. Yes. My grandfather said this mission is very dangerous, so Brother Ning, please be careful. His gaze flicked to the girl sitting inside the car, and Ning Yuan understood their plan was to leave Greater Hu City. After she spoke, Xia Xinran turned and bent down to get into the car. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. In the distant sky, a dark pillar of light tore through the clouds like a gigantic spear rending the horizon. Boom! A deafening explosion swept over everything. Pedestrians on the street all looked up at once, their faces frozen in shock. Xia Xinran stood motionless by the car door, staring up at the soaring black beam as if she were rooted to the spot. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted tightly, a whisper running through his mind. It's heredited and expected to come so soon. Moments later, the stunned crowd began screaming in terror. What is that? Is war breaking out? Is it a nuclear leak? The shadow at the top of the pillar rapidly expanded, spreading like a giant inverted black umbrella, blotting out the sun. Brother Ning, what is that? Xia Xinren's voice trembled. Having assisted her grandfather in handling critical matters since childhood, she knew clearly that what they were witnessing was beyond any existing technology or weapon. Ning Yuan stared at the beam and shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely bad news. You need to get out of Greater Hu City immediately. With that, he suddenly disappeared from sight, transforming into a streak of black light with a sharp whoosh. The scene instantly left many around them wide-eyed with shock. About 2 hours ago, Songjiang New District, the busiest, most crowded area of Dahu City and one of the headquarters' key focus zones. In the afternoon breeze blowing across the river crossing bridge, Jiang Zhongyi strolled along the pedestrian walkway with his hands in his pockets. Beside him, Kai Huahua munched on a piece of bread while sipping iced milk tea, the crinkling of the wrapper blending with the traffic noise. Come on, Huahua, Jiang Zhongyi said, glancing sideways at her. Don't you ever get tired of drinking that stuff every day? Besides, you're already a transcendent now. Why do you still need to eat? Kai Huahua rolled her eyes and tightened her grip on the straw. I can live without eating, sure, but have you heard of gustatory desire? Eating isn't just about filling your stomach, it's about pleasure for your mouth and your mood. Also, since becoming a transcendent, my metabolism speeds up. No need to worry about gaining weight to eat as much as I want, and it feels great. Jiang Zhongyi shook his head. You waste too much time and energy on this. You'd be better off improving yourself instead. To him, time spent eating and drinking could be put towards something far more meaningful. Just as he finished speaking, Kai Huahua started coughing and clutching her chest. Then something occurred to her, and she leaned in to whisper, Zhongyi, you say eating and drinking is a waste of time. Does that mean that what you do with your wife counts as a waste, too? Jiang Zhongyi's face turned red as he glared at her fiercely. Pretending to be shocked, Kai Huahua teased. Wow. So after becoming a transcendent you don't feel anything on that front anymore? Bullshit. I'm as normal as ever, Jiang Zhongyi replied grumpily. She wanted to keep teasing, but then her gaze was suddenly drawn to a man standing by the bridge railing facing the river, his back straight as he appeared to be smoking. Kai Huahua's expression froze. Sensing something, Jiang Zhongyi asked cautiously, what is it? She threw the rest of her milk tea and bread into a trash bin and whispered, "Look at that man's posture and silhouette. Doesn't he look like Brother Lu Xing?" Jiang Zhongyi looked in the direction she indicated, studying the figure for a moment, then shook his head with a sigh. Impossible. Brother Lu Xing died already, while delivering intelligence about the alien species. A shadow of sorrow passed over Kai Wawa's eyes. When the three of them joined headquarters last year, Lu Xing and Jiang Zhongyi had already reached the second tier, while she was still at the first. The three were very close. If only Brother Lu Xing were still alive. She was about to urge Jiang Zhongyi to keep walking when the man suddenly crushed the stub of his cigarette with his left hand's thumb and ring finger, then wiped his face with his right hand, as if wiping away tears. Kai Wawa's body shuddered violently, and she turned sharply to head straight toward the figure. Jiang Zhongyi hurried after her. The two stood behind the man, and Kai Wawa softly called out, "Lu Xing." The man stiffened at her words, then turned around rigidly. Under the dim streetlight, his shadow stretched long and thin, and the sadness etched on his face froze into a vacant moment. Meeting Kai Wawa's reddened eyes, he looked away, his voice hoarse. "You've got the wrong person." Only then did Jiang Zhongyi see the man's features clearly plain and ordinary, with no resemblance to Lu Xing. He nodded apologetically at the man, then quietly urged Kai Hua, "Hua, you're mistaken. Let's go." He reached out to pull her, but she violently shook him off. That back, the small unconscious gesture of raising her hand to shield the light, every detail matched her memories perfectly, except for the unfamiliar face. The man's expression grew increasingly awkward as he tried to turn away, but Kai Hua grabbed his wrist firmly. Acting almost instinctively, she lifted his jacket. As the hem flipped up, a thumb-sized black mole on his toned abdomen came into sharp view. Tears instantly blurred her vision. She collapsed into the man's arms, trembling with sobs. "Lu Xing, I knew it was you. Even with a different face, I recognize you." Exposed, the man's shoulders trembled slightly, yet he instinctively pulled her closer, his voice trembling softly. "Hua, weren't you on a mission abroad? Why are you here? I heard you were dead." Kai Hua looked up, tears streaming down her face. "So I asked headquarters to let me come back for this mission to avenge you." His eyes reddened immediately. Grasping her shoulders, he pressed his voice urgently. "I'm still alive. You don't have to avenge me. Leave immediately. Get out of Greater Shanghai." Before she could respond, he suddenly shoved her hard. "Lu Xing, why?" Kai Hua staggered backward, confusion clouding her face. Click. The cold sound of a gun being cocked shattered the silence. Kai Hua whipped around and saw Jiang Zhongyi's serious face, the barrel of his gun aimed directly at Lu Xing. "Zhongyi, what are you doing?" "He's Brother Lu Xing," she shouted in disbelief. She knew Jiang Zhongyi's enhanced abilities. This weapon was far beyond an ordinary gun, capable of killing the supernaturals. "What am I doing?" Jiang Zhongyi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. "Damn you, Lu Xing. How dare you betray headquarters, betray the country?" "What?" Kai Hua felt her head ring with shock. She hurriedly protested. "That's impossible. He's our comrade. How could he?" "Shut up, Kai Hua." Jiang Zhongyi's roar sent a chill down her spine. "Use whatever is left of your love-addled brain and think." He told headquarters he'd be killed if exposed, then changed his face to go undercover. Here he's clearly colluding with the alien race. Each accusation cut like an ice pick. Kai Hua was a trained agent. Her instincts forced her to retrace the details. If Lu Xing hadn't betrayed them, why hadn't he reported back to headquarters? Why push them to send supernaturals here quickly? If he really was a traitor, then what was this mission? The answer was clear: a trap. A trap set for headquarters supernaturals. A bone-chilling cold crept up her spine at the thought. She looked at Lu Xing and instinctively took a few steps back, a wave of cold dread rising in her heart. Lu Xing looked at the former friend standing before him, tears slowly streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, Hua, Zhongyi. You need to leave now. If you wait any longer, it'll be too late," he said hoarsely, as if squeezing out his final strength. "Why, Lu Xing? Why?" Jiang Zhongyi grabbed him by the collar, his voice cracking with anger. "Headquarters treated you well, but you threw it all away. You should have been loyal, not become a damn traitor. No, you're worse than any traitor. I had no choice, I really didn't." Lu Xing's chest heaved violently. "You don't know what I've been through. You can't understand. The methods those alien invaders used, they were terrifying. There was no way out." The sudden argument drew the attention of those nearby. Some noticed the gun in Jiang Zhongyi's hand and thought a wanted criminal was being arrested. "To hell with you." Jiang Zhongyi's temple bulged with a vein. "No matter how bad the outcome, it's just death. I've misjudged you all these years. You're just a coward scared to die?" He turned to Kai Hua and hissed, "Report back to headquarters immediately. Tell them Lu Xing is still alive, and this mission is some kind of conspiracy against headquarters." Only then did Kai Hua fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Her fingers trembled as she pulled out her comm device. Lu Xing stepped forward, and the tension in the air thickened. In the next instant, the delicate comm terminal crumpled into a mangled heap of metal. Bang! The shot rang out as the crowd around screamed and scattered. The bullet tore through the air with a sharp crack, striking Lu Xing square between the eyebrows. Yet only a little fluid oozed from the wound, and Lu Xing still stood. With mournful eyes, he looked at them both. Please, just leave. Get out of here. The scene made Zhang Zongyi's hair stand on end. Impossible. Even if that shot didn't kill you, it should have made you fall. Lu Xing raised a hand to his forehead, a bitter smile twisting his lips. This head isn't mine. My real head is in their hands. As long as it's intact, I can't die. At the same time, they can keep torturing me. Hard to believe, right? Their methods go beyond what you can imagine. It's a torment that makes you want to die, but can't. A bone-chilling cold filled Zhang Zongyi's mind. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't find any words. Then a cold male voice sounded behind him. Lu Xing, the plan is about to begin. You can go do what you're meant to do. Jiang Zhongyi stiffened and turned his head. Not far away stood a man in a neat shirt, his eyes freezing like knives. Just 1 second of eye contact sent Jiang Zongyi's heart racing, the primal fear of prey, sensing a predator behind them. That person. Jiang Zongyi's muscles tensed as a single thought consumed him. Alien being. Kai Wawa's face turned pale as sweat poured down her forehead. Her dry lips parted slightly. The plan is starting early? Why? Wasn't it supposed to begin the day after tomorrow? Hearing the shirt man's words, Lu Xing trembled and asked in a shaky voice. You talk too much, Zhang Xian. The man in the shirt said coldly. The plan's start time is decided by the young master. Our job is simply to obey. The icy response sank heavy in Lu Xing's heart. He swallowed hard and, mustering all his courage, raised a trembling finger to point at Jiang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua, pleading, Zhang Xian, these two are my closest friends. I've done everything I could to cooperate. Could you please spare them? Just the two of them. Zhang Xian tilted his head, scrutinizing the pair once more. Jiang Zhongyi instinctively raised his gun, the black barrel aimed squarely at Zhang Xian. They locked eyes for several tense seconds. A faint, contemptuous smile curled the corner of Zhang Xian's lips. Calmly, he said, fine. Let them go. Relief flooded Lu Xing. He urgently shouted to Jiang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua. Zhongyi, Huahua, you can't beat him. Run. Now. Jiang Zongyi's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to speak, but no words came out. He lowered his gun in defeat and moved to Kai Huahua's side, grabbing her hand. Let's go. Before leaving, he glanced back deeply at Lu Xing, then hurried away with Kai Huahua. After putting dozens of meters between them, muffled sobs escaped from Kai Huahua's chest, her shoulders trembling. Jiang Zongyi's eyes burned a fierce red, his teeth clenched so tightly they ground together. He tilted his head slightly, casting a sideways glance behind them. The alien beings ignored them entirely, instead speaking quietly with Lu Xing. A moment of hesitation, then Jiang Zhongyi reached into his pocket and gripped a compact communicator, typing from memory. Lu Xing not dead, this. Before finishing the message, he glanced again and was horrified to see Lu Xing's face twisted with fear as he opened his mouth to warn, while Zhang Xian, who had been standing before Lu Xing, was suddenly gone. Zhongyi, watch out! Kai Huahua screamed. In a flash, Jiang Zhongyi raised his gun and fired, simultaneously hitting send on the communicator. Bang! Thud! The sounds of gunfire and flesh being torn overlapped. A bullet tore past Zhang Xian's cheek, leaving a crimson streak, but he merely turned his head slightly. Next second, he punched through Kai Huahua's hastily formed spiritual barrier, blood exploding in a spray the moment her skull shattered into pieces. Immediately after, with a backhanded palm strike, Jiang Zongyi's head was severed. His severed head flew high into the air. In his wide, terrified eyes burned shock and regret. In his final moments, Jiang Zhongyi bitterly thought if only he, a second-tier transcendent, hadn't turned to run but fought alongside Huahua. Maybe help would have arrived, or at least they would have died with dignity. His consciousness faded as he gave one last look at Kai Huahua's broken body. Huahua. Zhongyi. No. Lu Xing fell to his knees beside Kai Huahua's headless corpse, clutching her tightly as blood soaked his clothes. His eyes blazed with furious grief. You promised you wouldn't kill them. Why? A blue light flickered at Zhang Xian's fingertips, and the bloodstains vanished as quickly as if the slaughter had been nothing more than a mere brushstroke. He looked down on Lu Xing and spoke coldly. Remember your mission. With that, he turned and walked away, dissolving into thin air after a few steps. Ah! Lu Xing screamed toward the sky. Greater Hu City, beneath the Ming Tower. A coin flipped lightly between the fingers of the young man, Ling Wu, spinning slowly into the air. Under the blazing sun, it traced shimmering silver arcs before settling back into his palm. Ling Wu, dressed simply in a t-shirt and casual pants, lounged lazily on the steps. With a flick of his wrist, the coin soared upward again. A striking woman stood beside him. Her eyes were alluring, lips flaming red, and her miniskirt barely reached her upper thighs, showcasing long legs that caught the attention of passers-by under the sunlight. Nearby tourists held up their phones, framing the Ming Tower, but often glanced back at the pair, drawn by their presence. Ling Wu, have you had enough? How long do we have to wait? The woman complained softly, a wistful tone in her voice. What's the rush? Impatience won't help. Ling Wu caught the coin again, turned toward her with a subtle smile. Heads or tails? She rolled her eyes but answered resignedly, tails. Ling Wu opened his palm. Heads. You lose again, he said, flipping the coin once more. If any transcendent beings attending the greater capital headquarters meeting happened to pass by at that moment, they would be shocked. The voices of these two were identical to those of the two aliens who killed Lu Xing in the video. After several rounds with the woman guessing wrong again, a pale-skinned, thin, shadowy-eyed old man approached them slowly, stopping in front of the pair. Ready? Ling Wu sheathed the coin, his tone calm. Yes, young Master Ling. Everything is prepared. The old man bowed deeply, retrieving from his chest a jet-black jade pendant that shimmered faintly, presenting it with both hands. Ling Wu took it, tracing the surface with his fingertip, a feral smile creeping onto his lips. Excellent. The woman's face lit up, and she leaned in to hug the old man, planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. Lao Chun, as expected of you. The affectionate gesture left surrounding tourists dumbfounded. But Lao Chun remained unmoved, pushing her aside with a sigh. Such a pity the star's laws are so strict. This is as far as the formation can go. Ling Wu chuckled softly. It's enough to deal with these ants. They'll come right to us. With that, he poured his true essence into the jade pendant. The dark surface glowed with an eerie light, instantly dazzling. Like looking for me? Come on, I'm right here waiting for you. Ling Wu growled fiercely. Crack. The pendant shattered into dust. At the same moment, the Ming Tower behind them shook violently, and a pillar of darkness shot skyward, as if tearing the heavens apart. Greater Capital City, Transcendent Headquarters. The conference room doors burst open abruptly. Louis, mid-speech, froze. Minister, there's been an incident. A messenger rushed in, pressing the last message from Jiang Zhongyi before his death into Louis's hands. Lu Xing isn't dead? This Lu Yi stared at the screen, his disbelief turning to shock as his pupils constricted sharply. Suddenly, he grabbed the messenger's collar, his voice trembling. Where is Jiang Zhongyi? Can he still be contacted? See, can't reach him anymore, the messenger stammered. A buzzing rang in Lu Yi's head, feeling like his brain was about to explode. Minister, what's happened? Several in the conference room stood up, looking toward Lu Yi with concern as they asked aloud. Lu Yi pressed his hand to his forehead and grabbed the staff member in front of him. Hurry, go get Professor Yang, tell him to come right away. The staff member nodded almost instantly and dashed out the door, his footsteps echoing rapidly down the corridor. As soon as the liaison left, the meeting room felt suffocating, as if the air had been sucked out. Lu Yi turned, his voice hoarse and weak. Lu Xing isn't dead. He very likely betrayed headquarters. The worst case, this mission was a trap, designed to send our superhumans to their deaths. His words dropped like a stone, and he slumped into his chair as if drained. His dark gaze swept across everyone's faces. The news hit like a hammer. Some went pale. One person's knees buckled, landing with a heavy thud onto the carpet. Damn traitor. A furious shout came from a corner. Who was responsible for protecting Lu Xing's family, bringing them to headquarters to lure him out? That traitor must be punished severely. No one responded. Anger, fear, and confusion intertwined, plunging the room into a heavy silence broken only by the hum of the air conditioner. The door slammed open again. Another staff member stumbled in, barely holding onto a tablet. Minister, look at Greater Hu City. Lu Yi snatched the tablet from him. On screen, a dark, looming shadow blanketed the sky over Songjiang New District, covering the entire area like a monstrous shroud pressing down on the earth. Even without understanding the specifics, he instinctively knew it was a very bad sign. Clear the way. A hoarse voice came from the doorway. Yang Yuan, heavily shadowed by dark circles under his eyes, entered the room and moved straight to Lu Yi's side. The image on the tablet reflected on his glasses as his brow furrowed even tighter. Everyone held their breath, eyes flickering between Lu Yi and Yang Yuan. Among the world's few authoritative experts on superhuman and alien affairs, Yang Yuan was one of the most respected. Professor Yang, what's your assessment? Lu Yi asked quietly. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Yuan lifted his eyes, his tone sharp and uncompromising. Abandon Songjiang New District for now, and evacuate all superhumans outside the Light Dome. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. What? Lu Yi nearly couldn't believe his ears. Yang Yuan remained unmoved and explained further. It's a trap, one using hundreds of thousands of civilians in Songjiang as bait. I don't fully understand the dome's function yet, but it's clear going inside is extremely dangerous. No superhuman should enter without absolute certainty. Lu Yi took 2 steps back, his complexion ashen, shaking his head and growling. Songjiang has hundreds of thousands of residents. You expect us to just watch them die? Do you know the consequences? Yang Yuan was silent. He understood all too well the impending social chaos and the collapse of public morale. But if forced to choose between saving superhumans or ordinary people, he wouldn't hesitate to prioritize the former. Superhumans have the leverage to negotiate and resist the aliens. Without them, how long could regular humans survive? Finally, he sighed and patted Lu Yi's shoulder. I'll go to Greater Hu City myself first. I need to see it with my own eyes before making a final call. Greater Hu City Songnan District. Ning Yuan stood alone in a quiet street. Damp fog mixed with the acrid smell of burning hung in the air. He looked up at the sky, a dark beam piercing the heavens in the distance remained as striking as ever. As time slowly passed, everything happening in Dahushi City surged across the globe like a massive wave. On the outskirts of Songjiang New District, people's initial fear of the towering pillar of light gradually turned into shock and curiosity, and they began raising their phones to record it. Meanwhile, in an abandoned courtyard far from the bustling city, a big yellow dog stared blankly upward at the light pillar, unaware that Ning Yuan had quietly appeared behind it. He gently kicked the dog's rear, and before the dog could react, he grabbed it and turned to leave. Hundreds of kilometers away at the military airport in Dying City, several fighter jets took off one after another, heading straight for the airspace over Dahushi. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yi piloted the jet while communicating with the command center. Yes, initiate level 1 alert immediately. Seal off the entire Songjiang New District. Evacuate all residents within a 50-kilometer radius to create a buffer zone. Monitor the border closely and instruct all airport commanders to prevent any foreign forces from sneaking in amid the chaos. Behind Lu Yi, Yang Yuexian held a tablet, continuously adjusting the viewing angle of the energy shield using the real-time feed to capture more details. Outside the fighter jet, a streak of red light flew alongside steadily, trailing a long fiery tail. Soon, the jets arrived at the incident airspace and landed sequentially under the escort of advanced troops. As Lu Yi stepped out, he began to retch before even responding to the welcoming salute. Yang Yuexian shook his head with a sigh. Old Lu, your physical condition really isn't what it used to be. After rinsing his mouth, Lu Yi forced a bitter smile. Getting old, just don't have the strength anymore. He straightened up and asked, what's the situation now? The young on-site commander stood at attention and reported loudly. We are simultaneously evacuating civilians on multiple fronts, expected to complete within an hour. The outer security perimeter has also been fully established. Lu Yi nodded and looked up at the nearby enormous, jet-black energy curtain. Seeing it firsthand, he truly felt its overwhelming power like a curtain of the sky descending, swallowing the earth. How on earth did they pull this off? He murmured. You want to know? Yang Yuexian smiled and glanced sideways. Lu Yi glanced at him and nodded solemnly. Then let's get closer and take a look, Yang Yuexian said, raising his hand to point at the black energy screen. The surrounding staff and commanders' faces paled, immediately trying to dissuade them. Minister, absolutely not. Who knows if the shield will keep expanding? It's too dangerous. Yes, Minister, the frontline troops are already investigating. Please wait a little longer, not put yourself at risk. Lu Yi ignored them and instead turned to a young man not far away. Zhengguang, what do you think? People all turned to look, seeing the young man with a crew cut, dressed casually, shrug and smile. I think Professor Yang's right curiosity means we should go see for ourselves. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Who is this guy? When did he even get here? Many people nearby were startled inwardly when they saw Zhengguang. All right, then let's go take a look, Lu Yi said, turning to the commander beside him and issuing a decisive order. You stay here. Yang Yuexian, Zhengguang, and I will go. But with the top leaders heading to the front line, how could anyone else just stay behind? In an instant, several military vehicles roared to life, their armored tracks grinding over asphalt, kicking up dust as they sped toward the dark light barrier 5 kilometers away. By the time they disembarked, they had reached an open area less than 500 meters from the pitch-black curtain. Overhead, armed helicopters hovered low at the edge of the barrier, their rotors churning the air with a dull roar. On the ground, fully equipped soldiers set up the most advanced scanning devices to analyze the dark membrane at close range. They'll go check it out. You don't follow, Yang Yuexian said, pulling on his protective suit as he spoke to Lu Yi. You've got a lot to handle. Remember, no supernaturals get in before I return. No sooner had he finished than he quickly donned the suit and strode toward the barrier, with Zhengguang close behind, guarding his side. Lu Yi nodded and turned to the communications officer. The dozen or so supernaturals assigned to investigate Songjiang New District aside from the missing Jiang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua. Can we reach the others? Minister, none of them can be contacted. The officer shook his head. A heavy weight settled in Lu Yi's chest. There were only two explanations for everyone's disappearance. Either they had died inside the barrier, or the barrier cut off all external signals. Neither possibility boded well for the situation. More staff arrived quickly to report. Supernaturals outside Songjiang New District are still reachable, and many are asking for updates. Minister, how should we respond? Lu Yi removed his glasses and rubbed his brow. Notify all second-level supernaturals and other districts to come immediately. No movement allowed on the outskirts of Greater Shanghai. As for first level, have them stand by where they are. Yes, sir. The communications officer sprung into action. Just then, an assistant raised his phone urgently. Minister, it's not good. Look at this. The screen displayed a live broadcast from Greater Shanghai. Viewer numbers were surging, with so many messages flooding the chat that the image was barely visible. Internet users from across the country were frantically asking what was happening. Another technician reported, "That beam of light is incredibly conspicuous. Everyone in Greater Shanghai can see it now, and there are already countless live streams online." Zhou Ming, the security chief, slammed the table in frustration. "What are the info department people doing? If you can't block it, then just cut off Greater Shanghai's internet." Someone nearby shook their head. "That's pointless. Even if the network is down, people will still record offline and spread it. At the speed this is going, the whole world will know about this very soon." Zhou Ming's face darkened. "Still, we need to try to contain it somehow, or it'll panic the public and destabilize society. Worst case, we release some more sensational news stories to overshadow this." Are you serious? Can today's Greater Shanghai even be compared to those smaller past incidents? Another official snapped back coldly. "Hundreds of thousands are trapped. Millions can see that vertical beam piercing the sky, and hundreds of millions across the nation and globe are glued to live broadcasts. What news could make anyone forget today? Humanity's doom?" The two started arguing heatedly, voices rising back and forth. He didn't interrupt their argument. He just stood there and watched. Amid the cacophony echoing in his ears, he stood in the center of the shattered office, knuckles clenched tightly at his sides. Suddenly, his phone vibrated sharply in his pocket, its piercing ringtone cutting through the noise. The two arguing abruptly fell silent, as if someone had hit mute. Louis glanced down at the caller ID, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, but his brow quickly furrowed. Those nearby caught the change in his expression and held their breath. The air suddenly felt heavy. When he answered, a barrage of accusations crashed down on him. "What are you doing, Louis? What's going on in Greater Hu City? Do you realize what this means for the country? Media everywhere is watching closely, and I've already taken calls from over a dozen world leaders. HQ entrusted you to resolve the crisis, not create one." The voice on the other end grew darker and heavier, like distant thunder rumbling. Louis lowered his eyes and was silent for a few seconds before replying calmly, but with a trace of self-reproach. "This time, I failed to be cautious enough, which put us on the defensive. I will do everything in my power to make things right. Whatever happens, I accept full responsibility." "Responsibility?" The voice sneered coldly. "If tens of thousands really die, do you think you can bear it? Executing you thousands of times wouldn't be enough. Now what's your plan? If you don't have one, turn around and fly back immediately. Send others to take over." Louis raised his gaze to the night sky illuminated by beams of light over the city. After a moment's thought, his voice was low but resolute. "This time, I'm not going to suppress the information any longer. I will come forward myself and explain to everyone that this was caused by the alien beings." "Go on." The voice demanded a single word. "The existence of superhumans and aliens cannot be hidden forever. The country will eventually have to confront the truth. Since that's inevitable, we might as well use this chance for full disclosure. First, our mission is clear: to save everyone in the Songjiang New District. Public opinion will naturally side with us. Second, going public will rally civilian superhumans to join the rescue, minimizing casualties among HQ's superhumans." There was a brief silence on the other end before a solemn voice replied. "Saving tens of thousands is the bottom line for social order. HQ superhumans cannot suffer heavy losses. That's the nation's future. So, Louis, your only optimal solution is to eliminate those alien beings as quickly as possible. As long as you win, there will still be room to maneuver. I await your update." Beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Louis pocketed his phone as those around lowered their gazes to the floor, pretending they hadn't heard a thing, weighed down by an oppressive silence. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers from the blinding light beam, on the rooftop of an office building, the night wind stirred rubble and scraps of paper. A man and a dog sat side by side on the edge, legs dangling in the air. The big yellow dog cocked its head and perked up its ears. "Wait, what did you say?" HQ wants to use this opportunity to expose the existence of superhumans and aliens to the whole world? That's impossible. Even I, just a dog, know how much that revelation would shock ordinary people. Society would probably collapse outright. Ning Yuan propped himself up with one hand, letting out a cold laugh as his gaze swept over the distant night torn apart by the light. In an era where superhumans and aliens were becoming more common, full exposure was only a matter of time. Better to take the initiative now than be passive later. Ning Yuan stood at the rooftop's windy edge, overlooking the city drowned beneath the black light dome. His voice was low but resolute. "As long as Louis personally appears to the world, shaping the headquarters into a symbol of justice defending against the alien invaders, ordinary people will understand where the headquarters stands. Hidden supernaturals among the civilians will also be inspired by this righteous cause and come forward to help. That way, not only will they fight loyally for the headquarters, but we can also minimize our own losses." He gestured smoothly as if gathering something in. "What truly makes the headquarters dangerous is not just its firepower, but the ability to command hearts and minds, turning a dire situation into an advantage. The big yellow dog listened, wide-eyed and stunned. It prided itself on being well-read, yet still felt its dog brain wasn't enough for this. You're barely grown. How can you see all this so clearly? Ning Yuan didn't answer. Deep down, he knew. His memories from a past life were his greatest secret. In that previous life, Lu Xing, colluding with aliens, laid a trap here that forced the headquarters into disgrace. Cornered, Lu Yi publicly revealed the truth about supernaturals and aliens, streaming live nationwide and globally, begging every able supernatural to enter the Light Dome and eliminate the aliens to save tens of thousands. The battle was brutal. Though victorious, it was a Pyrrhic win. Nearly every second-tier supernatural who entered the dome perished. Countless civilian reinforcements died namelessly in battle. Even a third-tier supernatural from headquarters fell the very foundation's pillar. Snapping back to the present, Ning Yuan pulled out his phone. Messages from Su Wei and Xia Xinran still blinked on screen, but he replied first to Ning Xiaoluo with a simple, "I'm safe, don't worry." Done. He opened the video app. As expected, the homepage featured a top official livestream. The big yellow dog leaned in, nose almost touching the screen, exclaiming, "Holy crap. You called it exactly." On the broadcast, Lu Yi stood in front of the black dome wall. The dark curtain absorbed light like a void, making his expression even more serious. "Hello everyone. I'm Lu Yi, current Minister of National Security," he said bluntly. "I'm using this platform today to explain the situation. The fate of our nation concerns us all, with aliens invading, those who can must fight. I'm already on the front lines, earnestly calling on all capable individuals to join the battlefield and save our people." After speaking, he bowed to the camera. Behind him, a line of staff in military or suits bowed in unison, a moment that instantly ignited the chat and sent viewership soaring. The wind roared on the rooftop, and the big yellow dog looked back at Ning Yuan, stars nearly shining in its eyes. "It's exactly what you said." Ning Yuan turned off his phone and stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The night wind stirred the hem of his clothes. The sky was dark and starless, and far away, a pitch-black pillar of light shot straight up like a spear driven into the night. The big yellow dog wagged its tail, following close behind. Seeing Ning Yuan stand up, it cautiously poked its head forward and said nervously, "We've seen enough. Don't you think we should head back now?" "Go back." Ning Yuan tilted his head and gave a knowing smirk. "You think I brought you here just to get some fresh air?" The dog's heart skipped a beat, an uneasy feeling rising inside it. Its voice trembled slightly. "What else then?" Ning Yuan raised a hand, pointing at the dark pillar. His voice was low but amused. "Didn't Lu Yi just say? People with talent should step up and help. We've got to join the fun, of course." "I am not talented, Your Majesty." The dog instinctively took a half step back, its ears drooping. "You are, and I'm just a dog." Before the dog finished speaking, Ning Yuan grabbed the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Squinting, he examined it carefully and spoke slowly. "Cut the nonsense. It might be dangerous in there for extraordinary beings, but that's different for a dog. Whether it's aliens or those supernaturally gifted, who would even notice a dog tagging along? Besides, some of those aliens carry treasures. If we run into one, you'll get your share." At the word treasures, the dog's pupils shrank sharply. Though it looked like it was wearing a high hat on its head, its mind instantly lit up. Ning Yuan was right. It was just a dog. No one would pay it any attention. If it took advantage of the chaos behind someone. The thought barely formed before the dog's mouth curled into a grin that mirrored the strange smile on Ning Yuan's face. Meanwhile, beyond the ground-level energy barrier, Yang Yu tore open the zipper of his heavy protective suit, tossed off his helmet, and gulped down several mouthfuls of bottled water offered by a crew member. He then turned to Lu Yi and got straight to the point. "The barrier can't be broken from the outside. Supernatural power or firearms hitting it are like hitting thin air. To destroy the barrier, either wait for it to dissipate naturally or get inside and take out that pillar of light." He raised his hand, pointing to the black pillar, then added, "Also, there's an unknown black miasma inside the barrier. Ordinary people who breathe it and quickly lose bodily functions. I had Zheng Guang breathe some of it, but he was fine. Supernatural beings seem unaffected." Lu Yi's eyelids twitched nervously as he quietly confirmed. "So the trapped supernatural beings inside can hold on, but normal people will be slowly killed off by the miasma?" "Exactly," Yang Yu nodded. "Unless they can hold their breath indefinitely, it's basically slow suicide." Lu Yi clenched his fist and asked gravely, "Can we send someone in for a quick scout, then get them out?" "That's the problem," Yang Yu sighed. "I just sent in 2 teams. The first group had 5 men, the second had 10. And, did they come back? Did they find anything?" Lu Yi pressed. Yang Yu was silent for a moment, swallowing hard before slowly saying, "The first team didn't come back. Their comms went dead, lost all contact. For the second group, I instructed them to hold one end of a rope, while the other end remained outside the light barrier. They were to step inside the barrier, move forward 3 paces, then return. However, they never came back." Suddenly, The rope left outside snapped abruptly. The broken ends were jagged, as if torn apart by a violent force. Lu Yi frowned deeply as he listened, his gaze fixed intently on that broken rope. Yang Yuesian did not pause and continued with his assessment. Judging by the shape of the break, the light barrier concealed not only lethal miasma, but also spatial distortions. As the soldiers took those few steps inside, the space stretched instantaneously, pulling them deeper in. Because the rope's other end was anchored outside, it couldn't bear the tension and snapped. From this, we can infer that those taken inside are most likely still alive. Lu Yi asked in a low voice, if we send in supernaturals, what are the chances of success? Or rather, is there any way to defeat those alien creatures and destroy the light pillar while preserving as many lives as possible? This time, Yang Yuesian was silent for several long minutes. The room grew deathly quiet. Everyone held their breath, awaiting his conclusion. Rubbing his temples, he finally spoke slowly. I still recommend abandoning this area. Observations suggest the light barrier won't remain stable for long. But once a supernatural enters, life and death are unpredictable. The alien creatures are lying in wait with a clear purpose to lure us into dismantling the pillar. Louis, while they're not just monsters, they may be smarter than us and better at exploiting our weaknesses. Against such an enemy, we cannot have it all. Choices must be made. We don't know how many are lurking inside or if they intend to target headquarters, trying to wipe out everything we've built. Louis listened silently, his fists clenched so tightly veins stood out. After a moment, he took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and released a long sigh before shaking his head. Some things must be done even when we know they shouldn't be. Right now, we have only one path. We have to win this battle as quickly as possible. Seeing Lu Yi's resolve, Yang Yuesian ceased his objections and laid out a plan. To maximize our chances, we must deploy enough second-tier supernaturals, as well as first-tier supernaturals rated grade B or above. Once inside, no one may act alone. Teams of 5 will make a direct push to the light pillar. Use every possible tactic to destroy it quickly. And finally, at least one third-tier supernatural must participate in the operation. At Yang Yuexian's final words, Lu Yi's breath caught involuntarily, and the surrounding staff looked at Yang Yuesian in disbelief. After a brief silence, the young man in charge of communications spoke up on Lu Yi's silent signal. At the current stage, headquarters can deploy 14 second-tier supernaturals within 2 hours. There are about 100 first-tier class or higher supernaturals. Yang Yuesian pinched the bridge of his nose, glancing briefly at the other man before turning back to Lu Yi. Can old Qin move? Lu Yi tilted his head to think, then slowly shook it. The time required to enter the light barrier is unknown, and the return time is uncertain as well. You know better than I do what's stored at headquarters. Without old Qin in command, if something happens to headquarters, the consequences will be far worse than losing this battle. Yang Yuesian furrowed his brow. What about the other 2 third-tier warriors? Can one be sent over? Lu Yi shook his head again. Jiang Xiong is protecting the leader and won't leave. Tian Xiangfeng is making contact, but he's still overseas. It's uncertain if he can make it back in time. Hearing this, Yang Yuesian ran his hand through his hair in frustration and sneered coldly. Haha, 2 are immobile, and 1 can't be found. Sensing his rising temper, Lu Yi opened his mouth to calm him, but was suddenly grabbed by the collar by Yang Yuesian. The staff nearby all stood abruptly, and the atmosphere froze. Lu Yi raised his hand to stop them. Everyone disperse. I need to talk to Professor Yang. They reluctantly stepped back. Lu Yi, Yang Yuesian hissed, his face darkening. This is a matter of life and death. If you want to save them, just say so. If not, say it straight. You won't send the third tiers into battle just to gamble with first and second tier lives as a show, will you? You know clearly what humanity is facing. Don't throw these people away just to give the higher-ups an excuse. His voice dropped low, each word sharp as a blade. If they win, you'll claim credit. If they lose, you can say the third tiers held the line to protect headquarters. Do you truly value political games above human lives? Lu Yi offered no defense and met his gaze for a long moment. Finally, Yang Yuesian released him and warned quietly, if the third tiers don't move, this battle can't be won. Lu Yi adjusted his rumpled collar and sighed heavily. Then he turned to the others, his tone calm but resolute. Immediately relay the message to all eligible second and first tier supernaturals. They don't need to report here. Proceed directly into the light barrier. Mission details, teams of 5 once inside. Use every means possible to destroy that pillar of light. The faces of the people around stiffened, then they lowered their voices and responded, yes. At the same time, the communicator on Ning Yuan's arm lit up, rapidly receiving the latest orders from headquarters. He glanced down and browsed the message. The large yellow dog sneaked a peek and couldn't help but ask, why are there only second and first tier extraordinary beings? Doesn't headquarters have third tier ones? Shouldn't they be sent to the front? Ning Yuan sneered and pointed toward the dark light screen ahead. Tell me, doesn't it look like something? Like what? The dog tilted its head in confusion. A gambling table, Ning Yuan said pointedly. The dog was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. On this gambling table, the third-tier extraordinary beings are headquarters' final chips, Ning Yuan said in a low tone. So they don't dare to bet. As he spoke, the image of Tian Xiangfeng flashed through his mind, the third-tier extraordinary being who died in battle in a past life. Tian hadn't been ordered to fight. He entered the battlefield by his own choice. Ning Yuan's impression of Tian came from fragments in the record of an extraordinary being who survived the outbreak in Greater Hu City. Tian Xiangfeng protected us. He fought alone and died alongside 3 alien creatures by the Pillar of Light, never retreating till the end. That fierce battle exhausted Tian's strength and claimed his life. In the end, it was Zhuo Qingyue, disguised and entering the battle secretly, who turned the tide, killing the aliens and destroying the Light Pillar. As headquarters orders were delivered, extraordinary beings from across regions gradually gathered toward the black light screen. Some harbored resentment, but dared not become deserters in the face of overwhelming pressure. They could only be swept into this unknown battlefield like a rising tide. The coverage of the light shield was vast. Ning Yuan carried the big yellow dog and chose a secluded corner before stepping inside. The moment his fingertips brushed the dark screen, a bone-chilling cold gripped him. Taking a few steps forward, his vision distorted, and the world suddenly flipped upside down. Tall buildings still crowded the skyline, but looked worn and bleak. The sky was dark and clouded, frozen in an eternal dusk. The street beneath was littered with corpses, severed limbs scattered everywhere, and the sharp scent of blood assaulted the nostrils. The big yellow dog was so frightened it nearly jumped, swallowing hard, trembling as it followed Ning Yuan closely. They moved slowly along the bloodstained street. The dead seemed to silently speak of the brutality that had just unfolded. The dog's eyes flickered nervously, avoiding the small bodies on the ground. In just a few steps, it counted over 20 children's remains, young faces frozen in terror. Suddenly, Ning Yuan stopped and crouched to flip a fallen body over. It was a man around 30 years old, his eyes still stubbornly open. His chest was pierced, and beneath him was a young girl, their chests sharing the same wound, clearly killed in the same attack. Ning Yuan surveyed the scene and immediately understood. This extraordinary being had died protecting the girl. Looks like my luck isn't too good, he muttered softly. Before the dog could ask, a cold female voice suddenly sounded from above them. Your luck really isn't good. I just cleared these people out and hadn't gone far when I heard your footsteps. If you'd come 2 minutes later, maybe you'd have died a little later. Ning Yuan looked up expressionlessly in the direction of the voice. On the rooftop of a nearby shop stood a girl. She wore a white dress that reached just above her knees, tied at the chest with a bow. 2 braided pigtails swayed gently in the evening breeze, her youthful features bathed in the glow of neon lights, giving her an even more innocent appearance. The big yellow dog curled its tail the moment the girl spoke, quickly pretending to be an ordinary stray, lowering its head, sniffing here and there, quietly shifting itself farther into the shadows away from Ning Yuan. It secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The alien being had barely glanced at it, focusing all attention on Ning Yuan instead. In the next instant, the girl pushed off from the edge of the rooftop with her toes and floated down lightly like a white butterfly, landing 3 paces before Ning Yuan. Did you kill all these people? Ning Yuan's voice was calm but chilling. At those words, the girl's originally indifferent face twisted into a stiff smile. Yes, the man you ran into earlier was a supernatural, but a pitifully weak one. He died before I even got properly interested. Huh. With his little strength, he shamelessly said to let the ordinary people run, and that head blocked me. She glanced around the ground littered with bodies, limbs scattered grotesquely. She stuck out her pink tongue to lick the corner of her lips and murmured with a hint of intoxication. It's such a thrill. Normally, this gesture might be flirtatious from a girl, but to Ning Yuan, she looked like little more than a bleeding corpse. Decades of battling alien creatures had taught him one thing. This girl was 2 different beings in one body. The most common disguise was replacement, killing the original and then taking over their identity to live on. Yet the girl didn't see Ning Yuan panic and flee. Instead, a faint disappointment rose in her heart. Normally, low-level prey would flee screaming, making the chase enjoyable. But now he was just standing there, clearly unnerved but unafraid. Fools are fearless. Was that it? Just as she moved to strike, Ning Yuan spoke first. How many of you are there? The girl paused, then a slow, widening smile spread across her face, growing almost twisted. Ha 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 ha. She bent over, laughing exaggeratedly, her cleavage shifting with the motion, white contours briefly visible. Little guy, are you crazy? You see me and don't run, but ask me questions instead? As she wiped tears of laughter from her eyes, she looked up and met Ning Yuan's icy glare. That impatience was like a bucket of ice water poured over her head, and her laughter abruptly stopped. She frowned, about to speak, when suddenly her gaze was forced downward. On the ground, broken tiles reflected a headless body. Her heart seemed to freeze cold. The body was hers. No, the girl's mind raced. Her head had been cut off without her even realizing it. More horrifyingly, In the next moment, she watched silently as her own headless body was sliced into countless chunks of flesh, falling like raindrops. How is this possible, you? Who are you? There's no way someone this strong exists among the Supremes at headquarters. The girl's head rolled several times on the ground before stopping, her eyes fixed fiercely on Ning Yuan, her voice sharp like shattering glass. I know every Supreme at headquarters. Even the third-tier ones can't do this silently and without a trace. Who exactly are you? Ning Yuan stepped in front of the girl's head, expressionless as he looked down at her and spoke slowly. What a worthless piece of trash. You want to answer my questions, and there's nothing valuable on you. After speaking, he lifted his foot and pressed the sole of his boot heavily against her forehead. I'll ask you one last time, how many of you are there? The coarse sand dug painfully into the girl's cheek, making it feel as if her skull might be crushed in the next moment. A desperate will to survive forced a hoarse sound from her lips. Wait, if I tell you, will you spare me? Ning Yuan lowered his gaze, examining the face smeared with dust and blood. A cold glint softened into a slight smile. Fine, answer me, and I'll let you live. You promise? The girl's voice shook. He nodded and pulled his foot away. I promise. As his footsteps moved away, the piercing pain eased slightly. A flicker of hope stirred deep inside her, reaching out from the darkness. As long as her consciousness survived, her body could heal itself. She clung tightly to this last shred of hope. There are 16 of us coming to exterminate you, she gasped out the answer. 16. The number exceeded Ning Yuan's expectations. Narrowing his eyes, his tone remained steady. You're not all from the same faction, are you? You actually know that? The girl's pupils contracted in surprise. Yes, we each come from different factions. It was Ling Wu who gathered us here. She gave a bitter laugh before continuing. Ling Wu is that alien creature your supernatural headquarters has been hunting. He has a special status, with 4 bodyguards all extremely powerful. He invited you, and you came? Aren't you rivals? Ning Yuan pressed. His words shattered the girl's mental defenses again. She almost suspected this native shared her origins. Before her thoughts could spiral further, Ning Yuan asked in a low voice, what exactly are you competing for on this planet? What do you want? His question cut like a knife, clearing the fog in her heart. Her gaze went blank as she muttered, compete for what, yeah. Why did I come here? All I remember is that all life on this planet must die. I have to defeat every competitor to seize that so-called great opportunity. Ning Yuan silently sighed to himself. Indeed, the mystery that led humanity to its extinction in the previous life would not be easily unraveled now. Even the aliens themselves seemed unable to explain why they were bent on eradicating humans on this planet. After a brief daze, the girl regained composure, as if forgetting her earlier confusion. She continued, Ling Wu said he can set up a low-grade formation to attract a large number of supernaturals. Within the formation, we'll have the advantage to wipe you all out. At first, no one wanted to cooperate with him, but killing you supernaturals benefits all of us, so here we are. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. First, take care of the common enemy before turning on each other. These guys really know how to play their cards. The girl blinked at his words and said calmly, you're right. The existence of supernaturals disrupts our internal struggles, and besides, you are growing stronger. Eliminating you before you fully mature is something we have to do. Ning Yuan remained silent. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes, but she forced a flattering smile. I've answered all your questions. Now you should keep your promise. Spare me, and I won't be your enemy. In fact, I can help you deal with Ling Wu. After all, we're bound to clash sooner or later. As the words left her, shame surged in her. Here an exalted outsider, like herself, now had to beg a human for mercy. If Shed regained even 20% of her strength, she could crush this insignificant pest with a single hand. Had she not been careless at the start, failing to unleash her divine power immediately, she wouldn't be reduced to just a severed head now. Ning Yuan looked down at her and suddenly raised his boot, pressing it down again on the bloodied head. The girl's heart jolted, her voice sharp. You promised. How can you? Yes, I promised, Ning Yuan said, staring coldly with a twisted smile. But I changed my mind. The force beneath his boot surged. Bone cracks echoed as blood spurted from every orifice. The girl's head twisted, vomiting indistinct curses. Ning Yuan's expression was indifferent, like watching a dying stray dog. In the next instant, a muffled thud exploded. The head beneath his foot crushed into a bloody pulp. Not far off, the big yellow dog shuddered, gaining a new understanding of Ning Yuan's ruthlessness and shamelessness. It trembled as it approached the bloody mess and whispered, dead? The outsider's gone just like that? Ning Yuan glanced at the scattered limbs across the ground, expression flat. Her long one-sided slaughter made her arrogant. If she'd been more vigilant at first, she wouldn't have died so easily. His mind flickered to the mysterious woman in ancient clothes head met on the rooftop that night, the one who hadn't even raised a shield, yet effortlessly dodged his attacks, revealing how vast the gap between them was. Boom! Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted to the left front. Ning Yuan looked up into the murky sky and vanished on the spot with the yellow dog. When they reappeared, They stood on the rooftop of a tall building overlooking the neighborhood, where a fierce battle raged below. Amid the ruins, three supernaturals surrounded a man. The man's fists emitted dazzling light, the shock waves from his blows causing the air to crackle like thunder. Each strike forced his attackers to retreat. The gusts whipped up were strong enough to shatter massive stones several meters away. Among the attackers were two men and a woman. The young woman looked pale and held her arms high, levitating several huge boulders that she hurled when the moment came. The two men were locked in close combat, constantly unleashing various spells. That man. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes. The yellow dog gasped quietly. It's that outsider from the club Zhang Xian. Ning Yuan nodded. It is him. His gaze passed over Zhang Xian and settled on the three attackers. He recognized the girl. They were one of the first-tier supernaturals who had attended a meeting not long ago. Chang'anan, how are you? Is the communicator still not responding? In the middle of the battlefield, Zhou Lian staggered to his feet after being thrown back, looking up and shouting at the nearby girl. His arms were covered with fine cracks, wisps of white smoke constantly escaping from the gaps, like fragile porcelain about to shatter. Chang'anan, who was controlling the giant boulders, was nearly out of mental energy. Her usually fair face was now ghostly pale, and sweat clung to her temples, sticking stray hairs to her cheeks. I just checked. It's no use, she replied through gritted teeth, her voice trembling. Damn it, you just checked? Then why don't you check again now? Zhou Lian shouted, a vein bulging on his temple. Maybe it didn't work before, but it might now. You want me to teach you such a basic thing? We're both risking everything here, and you can't even do the simplest support? Use your brain. After yelling, he glanced at his comrades battling the alien creatures nearby, then down at his shaking hands, gritting his teeth as he charged forward again. Chang'anan pressed her lips tightly together, one hand stabilizing the wobbling boulder, the other pulling out the communicator from her pocket. The screen, still coldly, displaying no signal. Sweat slid down her forehead into her eyes, mixing with tears silently falling. Since encountering the alien creature, she, as a first-tier extraordinary, knew she was useless in close combat and could only desperately cover the two others. But the constant high-pressure battle was pushing her to the brink of collapse. Rooftop of the building. The big yellow dog lay at the edge of the rooftop, clicking its tongue as it watched the fight below. I didn't expect these three extraordinaires to have some skill. They're actually keeping up with Zhang Xian. Keeping up? Ning Yuan sneered. You must be blind. Look closely at Zhang Xian's moves. He effortlessly dodges their attacks, then hits back with just enough force to push them to their limit. If they dare turn and run, he can wipe them out in an instant. Zhang Xian is clearly toying with them, trying to draw out other extraordinaires. The big yellow dog widened its eyes, fixing on every move Zhang Xian made. After a moment, it gasped quietly. Just as expected, Zhang Xian's assault was like a hunter teasing a trapped beast, forcing the two to fight desperately, unable to retreat an inch. It grinned, a dark amusement in its expression. This guy wants to fish for trouble, but he's risking falling into a pit himself. It glanced sideways at Ning Yuan. This man had just effortlessly taken down an alien creature, clearly stronger than Zhang Xian. But the dog grew more confused. Ning Yuan stood still without drawing his blade or making any move, even casually looking around as if bored. You. The big yellow dog finally spoke with uncertainty. Aren't you going to? Ning Yuan turned and looked at it. The big yellow dog glanced downward, signaling with its eyes. That look clearly asked, why aren't you going to help your companions? Ning Yuan followed its gaze and instinctively furrowed his brow, puzzled. What does it mean? Seeing he didn't understand, the dog spoke up. Aren't you going to help your teammates? Ning Yuan's confusion deepened. Help them? Why should I? The dog was momentarily at a loss, then countered. Then what are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to kill Zhang Xian, Ning Yuan said calmly. These alien tribes are enemies sooner or later. It's better to get rid of them early. Even that alien creature that just died agrees with me. Hearing this, the dog's expression grew strange as it tried to piece things together. Wait, let me get this straight. You stayed behind to kill Zhang Xian. So if you go down now, you'd still have backup, right? Ning Yuan looked at it silently, his gaze like he was looking at a dumb dog. The dog felt uneasy and swallowed nervously. What? Did I say something wrong? Ning Yuan sighed lightly and pointed down at the battle circle. What benefit would I get from saving them? The dog hesitated, then asked tentatively. They could help you fight Zhang Xian? No use. Ning Yuan shook his head. They're just first-tier trash. If Zhang Xian wanted them dead, they wouldn't even have time to run. Hearing the word trash, the dog shut its mouth. According to Ning Yuan, saving those three wouldn't earn any reward at best, just a thank you. But then Ning Yuan added, besides, if they die here, it's actually better for me. The dog stared in shock, eyes wide. Better? What good comes from them dying? Ning Yuan nodded. Of course. Only if they all die can I be the last one standing. A strange smile curled at the corner of his lips. The dog shivered, finally understanding if this chaotic battle between headquarters and the aliens had to have a victor, Ning Yuan intended to be the one who reaped all the benefits. Below the battlefield, the situation was tense. The other supernaturals expected to be drawn here by the commotion had yet to appear. Zhang Xian's once indifferent expression grew increasingly impatient. The three facing him also sensed danger. No reinforcements, no escape. Despair sinking like a cold wave through their bones. Cheng Ainan's face was pale, her powers overdrawn until blood vessels oozed from her 7 orifices, dripping onto the dust-choked ground. Suddenly, deep within the ruins ahead, a roar burst forth. Multicolored lights spiraled up like giant serpents piercing the gloomy sky. The sudden disturbance caught the three's attention as well as Zhang Xian's. Reinforcements? Our comrades. The three, on the brink of hopelessness, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. So desperate that he's using that thing over there, it's getting lively. As he spoke, he withdrew his gaze and looked again at the three, murder flashing behind his pupils. I'm done playing with you. Seeing Zhang Xian's appearance, Zhou Liyuan's heart skipped a beat. This isn't good, that guy? Before Zhou Liyuan could finish his shout, Lin Hao let out a sharp yell beside him. Lin Hao's senses were always keen, and at that moment he clearly detected the sudden burst of terrifying pressure emanating from Zhang Xian's body. It signaled immense power. His combat strength had instantly multiplied several times over. What's wrong, Lin Hao? Zhou Liyuan stared fixedly at Zhang Xian, his voice hoarse with anxiety. Lin Hao's pupils trembled violently, his fragmented words dripping with intense fear. The two looked terrified, but Cheng Ainan couldn't see their expressions clearly. Her vision was blurred by blood and sweat. Yet the next moment shocked her awake. Zhang Xian moved. He took a step forward, his eyes glowing with a fierce blue light, and he shouted sharply, "Freeze!" A faint blue circle spread out from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the three of them. Then he slammed a punch forward. Bang! Several meters away, Zhou Liyuan and Lin Hao's bodies were crushed as if struck by an invisible hammer, their flesh exploding into pieces in midair. The horrifying scene shattered Cheng Ainan's understanding completely. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed backward, the cold dampness soaking her skirt instantly. Zhang Xian glanced at her dismissively, then casually pulled a steel rod from a nearby large rock. One step. The tens of meters between them disappeared in an instant as he stood right before Cheng Ainan. She trembled like a leaf, using her arms to drag herself backward desperately. Puncture. The steel rod impaled effortlessly through her chest. Cough. Blood splattered out. Her strength drained away, her arms went limp, and she collapsed onto the dusty ground. The angle of her fall allowed her to just see two dark figures atop the building. So you were here all along, she whispered in her heart, her eyes rapidly dimming, pupils going vacant. After confirming his target was dead, Zhang Xian turned and began to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and slowly looked back. Not far away, Ning Yuan stood with hands in pockets, expression calm. After a brief eye contact, Zhang Xian surprisingly cracked a stiff smile. Interesting. Among the transcendent, someone like you actually exists. Looks like I didn't waste my precious time after all. Ning Yuan smiled as well, sarcasm lacing his words. You seem quite excited. Of course I'm excited. Zhang Xian grinned fiercely, his face twisted. The moment I saw you, every muscle in my body trembled. With that, he tore open his collar, ripping the fabric apart. His sculpted upper body was fully exposed, and when he clenched his fists, his bones cracked sharply. Ning Yuan's gaze swept over the muscular physique and nodded in approval. Very impressive body. But have you heard this saying? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. What saying? Moderate training attracts the opposite sex. Excessive training attracts the same sex. Zhang Xian frowned, pondering the meaning behind that. Suddenly, his upper body leaned sharply backward. Boom. A huge rock not far behind him was split in two by a blade of light. Zhang Xian stared at the shattered boulder, a violent twitch at the corner of his eye. He straightened up, locking his gaze darkly onto Ning Yuan. If he hadn't reacted just in time, he might have been cleaved in two. A surge of danger flared anew in Zhang Xian's heart. Holding his breath and sharpening his focus, he finally caught a glimpse of Ning Yuan's attack. In the dim air, several faint black shadows sliced through like razor-sharp blades. He had no choice but to roll and dodge desperately, narrowly escaping death each time. Ning Yuan's strikes were cruel and cunning, as if anticipating his very next move. Those shadows were nearly invisible in the murky surroundings, making defense all but impossible. Damn it! Zhang Xian's fury boiled over like a lone dancer trapped center stage. Especially when he caught Ning Yuan's amused, watching the show gaze, the anger inside him immediately swelled to its peak. The other man was clearly powerful, yet he chose to fight with such vicious, underhanded tactics. Stop right there, he roared, abandoning all evasion. Let the shadows tear deep wounds into his iron-hard muscles. Electric blue light erupted from his eyes as a circular barrier suddenly radiated outward from beneath his feet. But then what happened almost stole his breath. The dazzling light ring halted just half a step from Ning Yuan. A sly, half-smile tugged at Ning Yuan's lips. Zhang Xian's pupils constricted sharply. How on earth did this guy know the exact limit of his powers? Impossible. An even darker thought struck him. Ning Yuan had been lurking in the shadows all along, silently watching him fight those three useless lackeys to the death, yet he had not intervened. Before Zhang Xian could dwell on this, Ning Yuan's assault came crashing down again. Forced to take the blows he'd in, his body trembled from a mix of rage and pain, utterly helpless. If he advanced, even fiercer strikes awaited him, while Ning Yuan always kept just enough distance to avoid counterattack. Continuing to unleash his power would only drain his spirit energy and put himself at a disadvantage. Reluctantly, he retracted his attacks and braced to survive. What else could he do? Prolonging this fight meant certain death. The shadows thickened and wounds piled up, and his proud body was already failing to heal in time. He had to retreat. Zhang Xian's eyes swept the nearby cover like lightning. His peripheral vision caught a large yellow dog wagging its tail nearby. He barely glanced and shifted focus forward. There was a narrow alley flanked by tall walls. If he could slip inside, the shadow's maneuvering space would be severely limited. Decision made. He summoned all his muscle and prepared to endure a full round of attacks before teleporting to the alley entrance. At that moment, "I'm gonna hit you with a sweeping leg." A gruff bark exploded suddenly. Two powerful dog legs swept across, smashing hard into his calves. His stance collapsed instantly, and he fell backward. Zhang Xian's eyes flew wide in disbelief as he stared at the yellow dog that had just delivered the sweeping kick. Before he could react, those dog eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie light. Spirit control. The dog barked fiercely, like a hammer crashing into his mind. Zhang Xian's awareness went blank. At the same moment, Ning Yuan appeared like a ghost at his side. His iron fist thundered down, shattering Zhang Xian's skull with a single devastating blow. With a splash, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Ning Yuan, wary that Zhang Xian might have a backup plan, swiftly severed the corpse's limbs with his blade. Blood spattered everywhere, yet no trace was left on his inky black shadow. After confirming the body was lifeless, the big yellow dog hidden in the shadows burst out, patting its chest as its heart pounded wildly. So intense. While speaking, it crouched down and began rummaging through the corpse with its paws. Ning Yuan sneered. "Don't bother, there's nothing on him." The dog paused, just as it was about to dig deeper, turning around to look at Ning Yuan suspiciously. "Really? Didn't you say these otherworldly beings usually carry treasures?" Ning Yuan glanced between the dog and the nearly stripped corpse, expressionless as he added, "Some of those creatures do have treasures, but he clearly isn't one of them." The dog's ears drooped in disappointment. Suddenly, Ning Yuan glanced toward the street corner, his tone calm. "Someone's coming. Stick behind, Medont get spotted." At that, the shadow beneath Ning Yuan flowed outward like a tide, instantly swallowing all the scattered limbs and bloodstains on the ground. The next moment, he grabbed the big yellow dog and casually flung it into a shadow hundreds of meters away to keep it hidden. Not long after, 5 figures appeared, moving with agility. The leader was tall and lean, wearing a black windbreaker that flapped in the breeze. Landing on the rooftop of a 2-story building, his cold gaze swept the surroundings, finding only Ning Yuan standing below. "You're from headquarters?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes," Ning Yuan nodded slightly. "From headquarters." The tall man frowned. "I usually recognize second-tier supernaturals from HQ, but I haven't seen you before. Are you first-tier?" Ning Yuan nodded again. He looked back at his companions. "Zhang Yifei, Lin Yu, you two were at the recent ops meeting. Recognize him?" The two exchanged glances. Lin Yu, a supernatural, nodded. "Yeah, he was there. He was the last to arrive during that meeting in Dying City, so he made an impression." Satisfied, the tall man relaxed. He leapt off the rooftop and extended his right hand. "Li Guanfeng, one of the South China regional leaders, second-tier supernatural. Ning Yuan, leader in Dazhou City, first-tier supernatural." The two shook hands, acknowledging each other. After brief introductions, Li Guanfeng pointed to the street, which was spotless after the shadows had cleansed it. "There was a fight here recently. Do you know what happened?" Ning Yuan shook his head. "I just heard the commotion and came over. You showed up shortly after I arrived." Li Guanfeng scanned the damaged walls and blackened scorch marks, signs of fierce conflict. He nodded thoughtfully. "Looks like they've retreated, but we don't know if our comrades were overwhelmed." He then looked at Ning Yuan, extending an olive branch. "This area is dangerous. One person's strength is limited. Better to work together." Li Guanfeng raised a hand, pointing at a pitch-black pillar of light tearing through the heavy clouds overhead. "See that light column? As long as we unite and reach that place to destroy it, all of this will end, and we will be hailed as heroes who saved tens of thousands of lives." After hearing this, Ning Yuan sneered inwardly. Li Guanfeng sure knows how to play his cards. He talks about unity, but when it comes to facing the alien tribe in close combat, there's no telling if hell just sacrifice us as cannon fodder. Still, Ning Yuan kept a look of surprise on his face and followed up. "Really? That's great. To be honest, I've been looking for teammates before you arrived. The more people, the stronger we are. As long as we stick together, there's no challenge we can't overcome." A flicker of mockery flashed across Li Guanfeng's eyes, but he still nodded slightly. "Good. Stay close and follow my orders. There's nothing here to fear." No sooner had he spoken than an extraordinary sight appeared ahead. The vanished multicolored lights returned with a vengeance, streaking through the gloomy sky like massive serpents coiling in reverse. It's happening again. What exactly is that thing? Li Guanfeng's face changed as he stared at the magnificent, eerie spectacle. On their way here, they had seen this light band from afar and thought it was just a fleeting phenomenon. Now it shattered the sky once more. This time, thunderous roars echoed from within the lights, each boom trembling through the ground beneath their feet, making even the dust quake. Ning Yuan frowned, sensing something from the trembling earth. There's definitely a battle going on over there. If it's true combat, our people are probably fighting the aliens. Let's go see, Li Guanfeng said sharply, breaking into a sprint toward the light, moving like an arrow loosed from a bow. The other supernaturals followed without hesitation. At the back of the group, Lin Yu deliberately slowed down, quietly approaching Ning Yuan and dropping his voice. Ning Yuan, you can fly, right? Ning Yuan glanced sideways at him and nodded slightly. Once they put some distance between themselves and the others, Lin Yu lowered his voice so only they could hear. My power lets me conceal everything within a 10-meter radius, and you can fly. If things get desperate, we can work together. He looked up at the roiling sky, implying clearly if their lives were on the line, they'd vanish unseen and escape this hell. Ning Yuan was slightly surprised but whispered back, there are so many of us, and Li Guanfeng is a second-tier supernatural. Why think about running first? Lin Yu gave a bitter smile. You've been at headquarters a short time, so you might not know. The South China district has 3 leaders, all second-tier. But Li Guanfeng is the most scheming. If this were just a normal danger, he might follow the rules. But when it's life or death, he'd probably sell us out or use us as cannon fodder. Ning Yuan gave him a subtle, nuanced look. Lin Yu sighed softly, lowering his voice further. You might wonder if we know he's untrustworthy. Why follow him? Simple. If I face the aliens alone, I'd be a goner. Following him is risky, but my chances of survival are higher. I want to finish the mission and save those innocent people, but more than anything, I want to live. Lin Yu's meaning was clear. He sought a way to improve his chances of survival. Acting alone was too risky. Teaming up with Li Guanfeng offered better odds. And if Ning Yuan joined them, their complementary abilities would raise the likelihood of making it through even further. As soon as he finished speaking, he quietly waited for Ning Yuan's response. Ning Yuan furrowed his brows, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Relief washed over Lin Yu, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. All right, it's settled then. With that, he pushed off the ground, instantly accelerating to put distance between himself and Ning Yuan, leading the group forward at a breakneck pace. Relying solely on their physical bodies, they quickly left the occasional passing vehicle far behind, the rushing wind whistling continuously in their ears. Buildings on either side of the road blurred by as they closed in on the area undergoing the strange transformation. Several hundred meters behind the group, a figure shimmering with a pale yellow glow trailed closely, a fierce murderous intent lingering in the air around it. Along the way, they saw ordinary people fallen in the streets, some lying sprawled on the scorching pavement, others unconscious in cars, and more slumped against roadside rails, their faces pale and drained of strength, staring blankly at this lightning-fast team. Even a few with relatively good constitutions remained barely conscious, trembling as they sat, eyes vacant and filled with numbness and fear. The choking miasma hanging over the city silently eroded their life force. If they didn't destroy the faintly glowing pillars soon, the tens of thousands trapped inside the formation's cage would inevitably perish. Li Guanfeng, at the front, witnessed the scene with a tightening brow, a weight like a massive invisible stone pressing down on his chest. He knew the root of the pillar must be eliminated, but it was certain to harbor the greatest number of the strongest alien creatures. Without sufficient firepower, stepping inside was a death sentence. That was why he had been recruiting the gifted all along, trying to gather every possible fighter. I hope there really is a second-tier powerhouse in there, he silently prayed as they neared their target. Boom. A new explosion sent a deafening shockwave rippling through the air, making the ground tremble like a drumskin. Upon reaching the edge of the disaster zone, the group involuntarily held their breath. It was an elementary school. On the playground lay over 1,000 children, many unconscious, while a few still aware curled up in tears. Around them, teachers and parents knelt on both knees with linked arms, struggling to hold up a human barrier. Even though most had already passed out, their interlocked arms remained in place, stiff and immovable, like the last line of defense. Outside the school gate, a massive green wall of thick vines wove together to block the street, towering more than 10 meters high. It absorbed the blast's impact, blocking all lethal forces from outside. In front of this wall, a young man in short sleeves and jeans laughed wildly, looking up to the sky, hands dancing swiftly, sending flares of colorful light flying like arrows. Haha, let's see how long you can hold out. Countless beams of light slammed into the vine wall, causing ripples of green energy to surge. Some bounced off and tore into the sky, while others refracted downward, striking the ground and creating huge craters. Rocks and dust shot up violently, the tremors rolling like thunderous drumbeats. As long as I'm alive, I will protect these children. A weak voice of youth echoed from inside the wall. As the voice faded, enormous vines stretched out from within the city walls, lashing toward the figure who had just launched the dazzling attack. The vines moved slowly, but the alien creature easily dodged with a mere flicker, a mocking smirk curling on his lips. Boring. If you gave up guarding those insignificant insects and fought me with everything you've got, maybe we could settle this quickly. While speaking, he suddenly looked up toward the rooftops nearby, where Li Guanfeng and his group stood side by side. A sinister grin spread across his face. Look at that, our little disturbance attracted some bugs. No need for me to find them. They'll kill them first, then come back to toy with you slowly. Before the words finished, he withdrew his attack from the massive wall. The ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, and he shot forward like a cannonball straight at Li Guanfeng and the others. When his sharp gaze locked onto Li Guanfeng, a chill ran down Li's spine. Hurry, cover your ears. Beneath the city wall, the young man wrapped in vines called out weakly but urgently. Li Guanfeng barely had time to react before the creature was on them. Everyone, attack together. Don't be afraid. Li Guanfeng roared, leaping backward with force. Two of his companions instinctively activated their abilities to confront the alien, while Lin Yu and another moved to the sides. Ning Yuan had already retreated behind Li Guanfeng before the shout. The alien glanced over the group with contempt, then suddenly opened his mouth to unleash a piercing howl. Just as Li Guanfeng prepared to use his power, the scream swept over them, causing his limbs and mind to stiffen instantly. Die, all of you. Still airborne, the alien's snake-shaped jade pendant flashed brightly. Several streaks of light shot out like deadly arrows. No. Fully alert but slow to react, Li Guanfeng could only watch helplessly as a purple beam raced toward him, piercing his skull, exploding half his brain before he could trigger his power. The dull sounds of flesh being pierced echoed nearby. The alien landed and scanned the area, surprised to find one survivor. In front of Ning Yuan, Lin Yu and another companion inexplicably shifted forward, like puppets, taking the blows for him becoming literal shields of flesh and blood. Lin Yu turned his head, staring at Ning Yuan in disbelief. They had been running in the opposite direction moments ago, but were now forced before Ning Yuan to absorb the hit. The purple light first pierced the teammate in front, then tore through Lin Ye's chest. Why? Lin Ye's voice was faint. The alien laughed upon seeing Ning Yuan use his comrades as shields. You're far more interesting than that guy down there. Is that so? Ning Yuan remained expressionless as he kicked open Lin Ye's still closed eyes. In the next instant, the alien's hair stood on end. He involuntarily flung the jade pendant toward Ning Yuan. His pupils shrank as a black phantasmal spear shot out from beneath Ning Yuan, piercing through the alien's neck. The youth bent his head as blood gushed forth. Ning Yuan caught the jade pendant, eyes never leaving the alien. Without hesitation, he vanished, reappearing beneath the city wall made of green vines. At the same time, more phantom spears pierced the alien's body. On the ground, Ning Yuan stared at the towering wall of vines before him, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The several-meter-high green barrier writhed slowly as thick vines twisted around the bricks, sap dripping from the cracks with a faint, sweet, plant-like scent. His gaze passed through the layered bark to land on Chen Xiaoshuang, who was bound in the center, once destined to break through to the 6th tier in the future. A true hero who single-handedly sacrificed himself alongside 3 others of equal rank from different clans to protect 2 million people. Though now only at the 2nd tier, Chen was still ready to risk his life for the children of a single school without hesitation. Sensing Ning Yuan's gaze, Chen's hoarse voice echoed through the vines, carrying a weary relief born from surviving a catastrophe. Looks like our side won. That's good. No sooner had the words left his lips than a bulge formed on the surface of the vine wall, and a young face with tightly shut eyes emerged from the green curtain. Ning Yuan's brow furrowed as he caught sight of the empty eye sockets. Your eyes? Blinded. Chen Xiaoshuang laughed heartily, but couldn't hide the faint weakness in his breath. My 2nd tier ability is a bit unusual. If I use it too long, I lose a part of myself. If not for today, I wouldn't have even noticed. But for saving these kids, what's a pair of eyes worth? Sap as red as blood dripped down his cheeks. Ning Yuan fell silent for a long moment, then turned silently away without intervening or attempting to save him. The reason was simple: Chen Xiaoshuang's living future held far more value than letting him die here in the vines now. As Ning Yuan's footsteps faded into the distance, Chen didn't question him. Instead, he whispered softly, "Be careful." Time passed without anyone knowing how long. The vine wall began to lose its support, the lush green curling and drying out layer by layer. Seizing the opportunity, Chen struggled free, pulling at the vines with his arms, trying to shove his upper body through the cracks. At that moment, soft, rhythmic footsteps broke the dry twigs beneath them, and a cold breath swept over him. Chen froze, listened carefully, then wore a look of disbelief. You? You actually came? There's no way those old bastards would just let you in, he suddenly chuckled dryly. I get it. You snuck in yourself. The air temperature dropped sharply as frost formed on the surrounding leaves, and a cool, youthful female voice sounded faintly. Will your eyes be able to heal? Chen first nodded, then shook his head helplessly. I don't know. My power is special. Maybe if I advance further, they might recover. The girl said nothing more, but the chill deepened, and ice rapidly spread over the vine's surface. Careful, Chen warned softly. Before he finished, several cold slashes ripped through the air with a sharp SHCH, freezing and slicing through the vines. He tumbled to the ground as shattered fragments of ice and vine dust filled the air. The icy blades faded. The girl pulled her hood down half an inch, then quickly covered her head again and turned to leave. Chen, leaning weakly against the wall, called out, Wait. She paused and looked back. Underneath the hood, her cold yet strikingly delicate face was sharply outlined by moonlight and frost glow. White hair was mostly hidden beneath her hood, and her short white skirt fluttered with the breeze, revealing flawlessly smooth, graceful legs. There's definitely more than one other non-human spirit over there, Chen said, pointing toward the pillar of light shooting into the sky, his voice hoarse but urgent. Better wait for the others. More people means more safety. I just ran into a really powerful supernatural being. The girl replied faintly. The next moment, a burst of cold light erupted, and she transformed into a streak of white radiance, shooting toward the distant pillar of light. On a bench in a park. King Ning, just let me have a look, only for a moment. A big yellow dog wagged its tail furiously, circling around Ning Yuan with eyes full of yearning for the unknown. Ning Yuan, fiddling with the snake-shaped jade pendant in his hand, grew increasingly annoyed by the incessant whining of the big yellow dog. In frustration, he tossed the pendant to the dog. The dog let out an excited bark, clutching the pendant in its paws like a treasure, carefully examining it from top to bottom, first gently rubbing it with its sharp claws, then cautiously nibbling with its teeth, and finally pressing it to its nose for a deep sniff all in one smooth motion. Around the three of them lay dozens of ordinary people collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Their faces slowly turning black reminded Ning Yuan that these people wouldn't survive the day. Tian Xiangfeng, Zhuqingwe, you guys really need to hurry up, Ning Yuan murmured, looking up toward the dark beam of light not far off. Meanwhile, on the other side, young man, let's team up. There's strength in numbers. Destroying that beam and saving everyone isn't something I can do alone, Lu Xing said earnestly to the boy before him, whose youthful face still held traces of innocence. The boy, named Kai He, saw Lu Xing's friendly tone and quickly nodded in agreement. During their casual chat, Lu Xing was surprised to learn that this newly emerged superhuman was still a high school senior. I'm a senior this year. Kai He scratched his head, then his eyes brightened. By the way, big brother, are you really one of the superhumans from headquarters? Of course, I'm considered an old-timer at headquarters, Lu Xing replied, his expression stiffening slightly, but he nodded anyway. Is that so? Kai He's interest piqued, and he fired off a rapid series of questions about headquarters. Lu Xing answered patiently, and the boy's admiration only grew, his fists clenching excitedly. To be honest, big brother Lu, I used to think I was turning into a monster. Now I realize we're chosen by heaven. Once this is over, I'm definitely joining headquarters to fight those alien invaders and protect our home. The boy's determined declaration left Lu Xing momentarily speechless. He looked at Kai He and hesitated before speaking, but facing those aliens is dangerous. Aren't you afraid of dying? Kai He paused, then boldly replied, Why should I be afraid? Someone has to face the danger. Hasn't it always been like that throughout history? Besides, those aliens don't even see us as humans. If those of us with power back down, what about the ordinary people who can't fight? The boy's gaze was clear and resolute. Lu Xing instinctively took a step back, avoiding meeting his eyes. Big brother Lu, are you okay? Kai He thought Lu Xing might be unwell and reached out to help, but Lu Xing gently shrugged him off. He murmured, No, you're too young to understand. The aliens are terrifying and powerful. If you can just survive, why risk everything? Kai He scratched his head, lowering his voice, Sorry, big brother Lu. I know nothing about superhumans or aliens. Please don't be mad if I say the wrong thing. Lu Xing's breathing quickened as he struggled to steady himself, forcing a smile. It's all right. Once you join headquarters, you'll understand much more. Okay. The boy nodded earnestly. Together, they set off quickly toward the beam of light. Whether on purpose or by chance, Lu Xing fell behind Kai He by one step. Looking at the young man ahead, full of vitality, Lu Xing slowly raised his right hand, then lowered it again. His fingertips trembled slightly in midair, veins protruding, as if wrestling with some invisible force. Deep inside, two completely opposing voices tore at each other fiercely. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I just want to live. Even ants struggle to survive, so why can't I, a person? But isn't he just what I used to be? Nonsense. Reality is not ideals. You have to live first to have ideals. Once you're dead, there's nothing left. But a true man born between heaven and earth, whether he dies weighing as much as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. Bullshit. In me. If I'm dead, where does Mount Tai come from? Mount Tai only exists if I'm alive. Death is just death. Even children understand this. Why don't you, Lu Xing? Death. I want to die, but I can't even die. How am I supposed to understand? The two minds tore into each other, and Lu Xing's chest heaved like a beating drum. Suddenly, a sharp figure stormed into his mind. Ling Wu's smile. Ling Wu's methods like a razor's edge, cutting that struggling flicker of conscience into pieces. Fear swept through his body, as if doused in ice-cold water, snapping him awake. I have to complete the mission. Only by completing the mission can I survive, can I truly live. Only by living can I have money, power, women, status, and protect my family. At that thought, Lu Xing's eyes suddenly grew cold. Fixing on Kai, he's retreating back with ruthless determination. Brother Louis, Kai began to turn around, but before he could finish, he met Lu Xing's twisted, savage face. With a wet sound, Lu Xing's heavily calloused right hand, like a blade, pierced straight through the youth's chest. Blood splattered between them, hot and sticky, staining Lu Xing's sleeve red. The youth's eyes snapped wide open, his delicate face etched with shock and disbelief. Brother Lu, why? Aren't you human? Aren't we brothers? His voice trembled, blood frothing at his throat. Lu Xing didn't answer. His chest rose and fell violently, hatred crawling in his eyes. It's not me who's wrong. It's this fucked up world. You're going to die at the hands of aliens anyway. Might as well die by mine. It might help me live. We're brothers, so I'll help me, right? The young man's eyes blazed angrily, teeth clenched tight. Blood dripped down his chin as he painfully lifted his right arm. A halo of armor-like light flickered on it. Hot energy swelling, tried to activate his power to fight back. But under Lu Xing's cold glare, that arm went limp like noodles with the bones pulled out. Against a sudden attack from a second-tier superhuman, he was powerless. Resentment and hatred tangled in his pupils, then were swallowed by darkness. The youth collapsed with a heavy thud, blood slowly seeping through the cracks in the stone floor. I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Lu Xing jerked his hand back, frantically wiping the blood off on the youth's collar, as if trying to erase all evidence. He dared not look at those dimmed eyes, only bowed his head and nervously repeated the same phrase. Since Ling Wu's plan started, Lu Xing had been disguising himself as a superhuman sent from headquarters, getting close to targets and killing them from behind. The same team excuses, the same headquarters identity, made everyone drop their guard. Being among the earliest superhumans to join headquarters, Lu Xing knew it inside out, which meant no one ever doubted his identity. In a short time, Lu Xing killed more than 20 supernaturals. Not long ago, he even eliminated a second-tier agent from headquarters. The man never realized Lu Xing had undergone a head replacement and thought he was just a secret operative from HQ. He even complained about never having met him before. Then, without warning, Lu Xing struck from behind, punching through his chest and crushing the still-beating heart between his fingers. With eyes full of terror, the dying second-tier agent believed Lu Xing was controlled by some hidden alien creature, never understanding the truth even as his pupils dilated and went blank. Lu Xing dared not look back at the dead youth, whose eyes remained wide open in death. Trembling all over, he stood and walked away. He had to keep seeking the next target. Ling Wu's order was clear: assassination, the more victims the better. Only by doing so could he deserve to keep living and avoid the unbearable agony of having his soul pierced by sharp needles. Just recalling the pain made Lu Xing's insides convulse. Finally, he spotted his new prey. Up ahead, a young man appearing barely in his early 20s was traveling alone, followed by a scruffy yellow dog. What's bringing a dog along? Lu Xing thought. Dismissing the seemingly ordinary moth was strong enough to crush it with a single kick. Composing himself, he quickened his pace and called out, "Friend, wait up." The young man, named Ning Yuan, turned around at the sound, and the big yellow dog followed suit. Lu Xing forced what he considered his most sincere smile. Must be fate that we meet here. I'm a supernatural agent from headquarters, getting closer to that pillar of light. How about we travel together? There's strength in numbers. He introduced himself openly, standing before Ning Yuan with a calm expression, even controlling his breathing. Ning Yuan sized him up, about to speak, when suddenly, a thunderous roar fell from the sky like a crashing storm. The two men and the dog all looked up sharply. In the next moment, Lu Xing's pupils shrank sharply. A dazzling azure light streaked across the gloomy sky like a comet. Where it passed, a foggy gray haze was violently torn apart, as if fleeing sheep. The blue light left a long tail, carving a slit in the sky before quickly being swallowed up again by the rolling gray mists. "Tian Xiangfeng, you finally arrived," Ning Yuan murmured under his breath. Lu Xing whispered in amazement, "A third-tier supernatural." Beneath the dark pillar of light, the smell of blood hung thick enough to drip like water. Around the steps lay piles of corpses, ordinary people, and the earliest arriving supernaturals alike, limbs and bodies stacked into mountains. Ling Wu sat on the stairs, lazily turning a silver coin over in his hand. Hearing the commotion in the sky, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Not bad. Looks like we've caught a big fish this time. Beside him, a seductive woman stretched leisurely, watching the horizon with interest. The old man, sitting cross-legged, studying the formation, abruptly opened his half-closed eyes and snorted coldly. All show, no substance. After hearing Lu Xing's words, Ning Yuan glanced at him with great interest. You actually know about third-tier transcendent beings? He asked with a half-smile. Lu Xing's mouth twitched bitterly. As a veteran at headquarters, he was well aware of the transcendent ranks. No one who could stir up such a huge scene on the battlefield would be merely second-tier. In other words, the guy inside that pillar of light had to be a third-tier transcendent. With that in mind, he suggested, since a third tier has appeared, we'd better hurry to the battlefield. He had already planned in his mind to take out this transcendent first, then find a corner to hide until the dust settled. After all, he had done more than enough already. Yeah, I should get to the battlefield quickly too, Ning Yuan replied casually. Me? Shouldn't it be we? Lu Xing caught the unusual choice of words, his heart skipping a beat. The next moment, he noticed Ning Yuan's strange smile, and a sharp sense of unease washed over him. The shadow spread silently, and in an instant, darkness engulfed him. The invisible shadow crushed his entire body into pieces. Ning Yuan was already quite experienced dealing with ordinary transcendent beings below third tier. Their powers mostly relied on sight and physical movement. As long as you were fast enough, they wouldn't even have the chance to act. Nearby, the big yellow dog wagged its tail, shaking its head as it looked at the bloody remains on the ground. What bad luck couldn't have picked a better target than Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan always hoped that more transcendent beings died here, so this guy coming alone was just asking for death. But suddenly, pale gray mist rose from the blood and flesh, shooting like an arrow toward the pillar of light. Ning Yuan's pupils shrank. There was no time to think. The shadow enveloping him instantly closed in and formed a dense net that trapped the mist, crushing it on the spot. As the mist dissipated, a man's agonized scream faintly echoed. Only now did the big yellow dog react, barking sharply. What the hell was that? Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, observing where the mist had been, and said calmly, a separated soul technique. He's a transcendent working for an alien species. Separated soul? What's that? The dog asked, confused. Ning Yuan looked down at it and briefly explained. It's a special method used by that alien race, similar to what you'd think of as out-of-body experience. They separate the transcendent's body and head, attach a normal human head to the original body, then insert the transcendent's soul into that head. This way, they control the original body but make that person obediently carry out their orders. What? The aliens actually have such a cursed technique? The dog stared at the shredded remains, muttering, that really opened my eyes. Suddenly, a chill ran down its spine, and its voice trembled slightly. Wait, if that's the case, this guy came looking for you, could it be? Ning Yuan looked at the scattered remains, his tone cold and steady. What else could it be? 9 times out of 10, he was trying to assassinate me from behind. Given his deep knowledge of headquarters, it was clear that he was none other than Lu Xing, the second-tier transcendent who betrayed the organization. The big yellow dog Gudu swallowed nervously, shrinking its head back behind Ning Yuan and muttering quietly. It's really the thief running into the thief. A little snake crossed paths with the old snake. Ning Yuan casted a cold glance, expression unreadable. Immediately, the dog fell silent, not daring to say another word. Beneath the pitch-black pillar of light, Ling Wu rose slowly and looked up at the azure beam roaring down from the horizon. His shoulders twitched lightly, and his black robe billowed fiercely. Then, throwing back his head, he laughed aloud, voice booming like thunder and echoing over the blood-soaked ruins. Ha ha ha! If I'm not mistaken, you must be Tian Xiangfeng. Too bad that old Qin Guangyi didn't show you everything I've prepared is a gift for him. The blue light hovered several hundred meters above the pillar, fading to reveal a man in his early 40s with a square face. He wore simple clothes, but his brow carried the weight of hardship and determination. Tian Xiangfeng glanced swiftly at Ling Wu below, then swept his gaze over the brutal battlefield. Broken walls and scattered corpses stretched in every direction, and the scorched earth was stained red with blood. Each fallen figure was someone's parent, someone's child, someone's family. With a heavy heart, he intoned a phrase silently. Demons rule, what a tragedy. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to strike. Tian Xiangfeng's right palm pointed directly at the base of the black pillar, and his left palm pressed down toward the ground. Rings of light bloomed from both palms as the earth trembled. Swirling, dust-colored currents flooded toward his left hand like a tide, while the glow above his raised right palm grew brighter and brighter, as though it might ignite the dark sky. Ling Wu smiled faintly as he looked up, hands clasped behind his back, eyes full of anticipation. He made no move to interrupt, apparently waiting for a grander spectacle to unfold. But Tian Xiangfeng's mind was singularly focused. To destroy that pillar, to extinguish the demonic light streaking across the sky, so that the innocent nearby could escape. When his right palm's light reached its peak, the sky itself seemed to brighten like a star falling through night. Several kilometers away rooftop, the night wind howled and whipped across the rooftop. The big yellow dog looked up fixedly at the dazzling star in the distance and muttered dumbly, "Is this what a third-tier transcendence power looks like? It's terrifying." Ning Yuan stood at the edge of the rooftop, hands behind his back, explaining coolly, "Once you reach the third tier, your body, speed, and control over danger surpass anything you can imagine." Just then, the star above the battlefield streaked across the sky and plunged like a comet, crashing straight into the pillar. The dog's pupils contracted, certain this blow would shatter the beam. But at that moment, a blinding blue light suddenly burst forth directly in front of the pillar. A giant flower made of swirling light bloomed instantly in the air, forming an indestructible barrier. Boom! The comet-like beam slammed into the blue shield with explosive force. A wash of white light spread wildly, followed by a shockwave carrying stones and dust roaring outward in all directions. On the rooftop, the fierce wind slammed into them like a tempest trying to overturn everything. Yet Ning Yuan stood as if behind an invisible wall, the waves crashing against it powerless to penetrate his position. On the battlefield, behind Ling Wu floated an ancient bell, roughly the size of a baby's fist. Its bronze shell was weathered and cracked, with blue energy shooting skyward like a bursting fountain. In an instant, that energy spread out overhead, forming a curved shield. "Useless, Tian Xiangfeng," he sneered, turning to pinch the bell between his fingers. Tian Xiangfeng, towering above, wavered slightly. "A mere third-tier attack, and this is all you've got? Can't even break through my shield." His voice was dripping with contempt, but crystal clear. "If you can't get past me, don't even think about destroying the formation's core. Want to save everyone here? Then kill me first, take the bell, and only then talk about breaking the formation." As his words faded, he released the bell, which hovered again, softly ringing. Ling Wu's eyes locked onto Tian Xiangfeng with burning intensity. He curled a finger with a teasing, provocative gesture. Tian Xiangfeng's anger surged, his eyes blood-red. "You've hurt my comrades and destroyed my homeland. Today, I will kill you." A brilliant light exploded within him, white-hot waves scattering the clouds. Like a meteor, he thundered downward. "Come!" Ling Wu snarled, stepping forward boldly into the oncoming attack. Gray mist exploded against his skin as his body twisted instantaneously into a shadowy creature. 3 black tendrils writhing behind him sliced through the air with a harsh whistle. Boom! The ground collapsed, a massive crater forming as stones flew up. Ling Wu was hurled backward, colliding fiercely with Tian Xiangfeng midair. Meanwhile, more and more supernaturals arrived on the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, few could even catch the moment their fists and feet collided amid bursts of sonic booms and dazzling white-blue flashes. Each collision sent shockwaves outward, tearing through surrounding buildings like razor blades, causing entire blocks to crumble into rubble. It's been a long time since I've seen Ling Wu this fired up. On stone steps beneath the light beam cast by the shield, a curvy woman dressed boldly licked her crimson lips, eyes gleaming with interest. "The humans on this planet are growing faster than I expected." Behind her, an elderly man in a gray robe sitting cross-legged at the formation's core snorted coldly. "They're like ants trapped in a cage. No matter how fast they grow, they only bring about an early death or a late one." He raised his eyes toward the battlefield's edge. "Since there's nothing else to do, go clear out those spectators among the supernaturals. Then help the young master finish this quickly. I have a bad feeling." The woman arched an eyebrow. "What is it?" The elder's voice was grave. "The formation won't hold much longer. If I leave the core, it will collapse within 10 minutes. Plus, none of the guests we invited have responded yet." Only then did the woman grow wary, frowning deeply. With all the commotion, they couldn't have missed it. "We agreed to meet here at the end, but now that the humans' third-tier powers have come, we haven't even seen a trace of those guys. So don't waste time." The elder's gaze was icy. "Understood." She drew twin daggers from her waist, a cold gleam flashing. Lightly tapping the stone steps with her toes, she vanished like a shadow, darting into the group of supernaturals at the perimeter. Where her blades sliced through the air, a sharp whistle tore through the silence. Meanwhile, several tens of kilometers from the battlefield, in a city park, another fight had just ended. The chill in the air was like slicing cold steel, frost covered the plants, and the ground was sealed beneath a thick layer of ice. A humanoid ice sculpture stood there, leaning forward. Inside, the frozen face was twisted in a grimace, eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. In front of the sculpture, Zhuqingwei gazed up at the jet-black pillar of light piercing the sky, a shadow of deep worry flickering across her brow. "Teacher Tian, hold on, they'll be done soon," she murmured to herself, her voice torn apart by the howling wind. Before she could finish, her entire body erupted in dazzling white light, shooting upward like a meteor. Half an hour earlier, Zhuqingwei had planned to head straight for the pillar, but was stopped midway by Tian Xiangfeng, who caught up with her. "Qingwei, On the way here, I saw more than 5 battlefields all filled with our kin fighting these alien creatures, Tian Xiangfeng said grimly, his breath tinged with the metallic scent of blood. Professor Yang estimates the pillar will only last a short while longer. Each second it remains puts hundreds of thousands of ordinary people closer to death. I have to deal with the pillar immediately and can't spare time to clear out those aliens. Among the younger generation, your strength is unmatched. Only you can quickly take down these creatures. Zhuo Qinghua paused for a moment, eyes fixed on the rolling black clouds ahead, then nodded resolutely. On the rooftop, the night wind carried the stench of blood as Ning Yuan stood above, overlooking the fierce battle below, shaking his head quietly. The ignorant are fearless. These low-level transcendent warriors had barged into the fight with empty faces, completely unaware of what awaited. Maybe they expected a fight, but never imagined the gap would be so vast. Novice transcendents always think they're special, a common flaw when ordinary people suddenly gain power. What lay before him was the clearest living proof of that. The enchanting woman moved like a death reaper harvesting lives, vanishing and reappearing among the crowd. Her twin blades sliced throats as easily as cutting thin paper. The few gifted with supernatural powers barely dodged, but the ordinary transcendent villagers who rushed to help didn't even realize how they died. They only saw a blur before warm blood spouted from their necks. In moments, nearly half fell. The expected rout finally erupted, but fleeing only quickened slaughter, turning one's back to the Reaper exposed even more openings. Stop! Tian Xiangfeng finally acted. He spun around and unleashed a palm strike, a glowing orb bursting from his hand like a meteor, smashing toward the enchanting woman. The dazzling light forced her to dodge sideways and saved a pale, transcendental warrior. Yet at that same instant, Ling Wu's iron whip-like tentacle slammed heavily into Tian Xiangfeng's chest. With a muffled grunt, his chest caved slightly, but he gritted his teeth through the pain and lunged fiercely at the enchanting woman, trying to hold her back to buy time for the low-level transcendence to escape. TSK. So responsible. She licked the blood from the corner of her lips and abandoned the fleeing soldiers, her beguiling figure charging at Tian Xiangfeng. Watch out, can reflect the force back at you, Ling Wu warned. Their fists collided with a massive shock, as if fighting themselves. The enchanting woman flashed past Tian Xiangfeng's rapid whip kick once more. Her twin blades sparkled coldly as she thrust toward his throat. In an instant, Tian Xiangfeng's left palm exploded with light. The blade struck like stone but only grazed his neck, drawing a shallow cut that barely broke the skin. On the rooftop, Ning Yuan watched the intense clash among the three of them with a thoughtful expression. So that's how it is, judging from Tian Xiangfeng's various moves. His ability seems related to absorption and transformation. The big yellow dog nearby was already staring wide-eyed, too stunned even to move a paw. It knew full well that if it dared to lunge forward, it would be wiped out in an instant. In the middle of the battlefield, Ling Wu noticed that after exchanging dozens of blows with Tian Xiangfeng and the enchanting woman, he still showed no sign of backing down, and a rage he couldn't name surged inside him. "Aunt, I admit I underestimated you." Before he finished speaking, he and Tian Xiangfeng exchanged several punches again, then suddenly trembled in his spinny. A jet-black tentacle shot out, drawing an arc hundreds of meters long through the air, sweeping across the nearby sports arena. Boom! The arena, which could hold over 1,000 people, was cleaved cleanly in half. Its dome fractured evenly, shards flying everywhere. The tip of the tentacle split into hundreds of thread-thin branches that shot wildly into the building like overgrown whiskers. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed branches carried back a group of unconscious people, hundreds of living beings wrapped within. Tian Xiangfeng, you like saving people, right? Let's see if you can save them now. Ling Wu sneered and violently tossed the batch of unconscious civilians high into the air. Tian Xiangfeng's pupils contracted sharply. Among those plummeting were far too many children. Beast! He roared. Ling Wu laughed maniacally, looking up to the sky. Ha 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 ha! If you don't save them, they'll be smashed to pieces. The enchanting woman's eyes gleamed. As soon as Tian Xiangfeng focused on rescue, even briefly, a gap in his transformation ability had to appear. The flaw had already been exposed once before when he saved a low-tier supernatural. Below in midair, hundreds of people scattered in free fall, less than 100 meters from the ground. Tian Xiangfeng's eyes flooded with bloodlust. He was about to abandon all his defenses and act with full force. Suddenly, a whistling sound tore through the air. Dozens of figures shot in from the distance, spreading out and using their abilities to forcibly catch each falling person one by one midair. Upon recognizing their faces, Tian Xiangfeng's throat went dry. By all rights, these low-tier supernaturals should have fled in terror just moments ago, but now they had all turned back. The young man in the lead still looked pale and trembled uncontrollably, but forced out a clear voice. "Senior, focus on dealing with the other race. We may be weak, but we want to do our part." It was the very one Tian Xiangfeng had just saved. Good, good, good. Tian Xiangfeng repeated 3 times, his fighting spirit surging wildly. Courage is humanity's anthem. As long as courage remains, no difficulty is unbeatable. In stark contrast, Ling Wu's anger was on the verge of exploding. He chuckled darkly. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. If courage really can overcome everything, then I'll let you all witness the true gulf between us. I planned to save this for later, but now it seems fitting to use it to teach you ants a lesson. With those words, Ling Wu's right palm shimmered with light as a palm-sized jade stone appeared, crackling with golden electricity on its surface. Ling Wu, you've lost your mind. You actually want to use that thing against him. The enchanting woman gasped, her crimson lips trembling as she anxiously stared at the jade stone in Ling Wu's hand. Her voice was sharp and urgent. If the two of us work together, we'll kill Tian Xiangfeng sooner or later. He's only a third-tier transcendent. Once his spiritual energy runs out, he's dead. There's absolutely no need to use that thing. The palm-sized jade stone glowed with a pale cyan hue, its surface wrapped in fine golden threads of electric light that moved like living creatures. It was Ling Wu's secret trump card, devastatingly powerful, and its strength would only escalate with the planet's awakening. The only flaw was there was only one, and once activated, it would shatter into pieces, leaving no chance for reuse. I can't think about all that now. Ling Wu's eyes burned red. So what if I use it? Even without it, I could crush every obstacle in my path. But right now, I have to make him die. I want him to see the real difference with his own eyes. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly sprang backward, kicking up dirt with fierce force. The woman's face paled, and she also instantly retreated, urgently turning her head toward the pillar of light, shouting hoarsely, "Lao Chun, you have to stop Ling Wu. He's lost his mind." Beneath the brilliant white pillar piercing the sky, the old man in gray robes, seated cross-legged, lifted his eyes and let out a sigh, his voice low but clear. Since the young master nearly died surrounded on this planet, he's been harboring resentment and fear. If this strike lets him vent that fire in his heart, then it's for the best. It's only an external object after all. His words fell slowly, but with the weight of finality. The woman opened her mouth, but said nothing, biting her lip as she retreated farther. A bunch of ants. They'll show you real power. Ling Wu sneered, gathering energy in his arm before hurling the jade stone into the air. Almost simultaneously, Tian Xiangfeng's hair stood on end as a primal alarm thundered in his chest. The jade stone hung suspended, golden light scattering from it. He didn't dare hesitate. Roaring, he spun around. "Get the civilians out of here now?" A surge of blue energy exploded from within him. He stomped the ground, cracking the earth beneath his feet as he pushed his transformation power to its limit. But then, crack! The jade stone split open midair. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion followed as thick, bucket-sized golden lightning bolts radiated wildly from the shattered core, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. What came next was utter despair. Tian Xiangfeng did not retreat, but stood alone to face the sea of lightning, trying to withstand it with body and spirit. But with a single sweep, the residual waves of golden light turned the low-tier, transcendent warriors still clustered behind him, along with the ordinary people sheltering behind them, to ash. In the face of this overwhelming power, abilities, and even the toughest bodies became meaningless jokes. Within mere seconds, all the low-tier transcendent fighters and the civilians they protected were utterly wiped out. As the golden lightning gradually faded from the battlefield, Ling Wu's sinister laughter rang out slowly. "Ha ha ha, that was thrilling. What's the matter, Tian Xiangfeng? Courage is humanity's anthem. In the face of absolute power, what can your little courage really change?" The heavy smell of burning gunpowder still lingered in the air as he squinted toward the central battle ring, now engulfed completely in smoke and dust. His chest swelled with the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. Years of pent-up resentment seemed to have evaporated with that single bolt of golden lightning just now. Today, he had slaughtered several transcendent warriors in succession, finally avenging part of the blood debt from years ago. As for Qin Guangyi, who nearly cost him his life back, then that head would be his to twist off with his own hands, sooner or later. Lost in thought, he caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. Ling Wu stepped closer, and when he saw the broken body clearly, his arrogant laughter burst forth again. Ah! Tian Xiangfeng's body was a gruesome sight. Flesh from the waist down vanished into thin air, his chest riddled with terrible holes penetrating front to back, both arms reduced to mere stumps, pale finger bones trembling in the air. Half his face was a bloody pulp, and the remaining eye missing entirely, his shattered jaw protruded with broken bone like jagged fangs. Yet just as Ling Wu reveled in this trophy, the mutilated torso's chest rose and fell faintly. Ling Wu's brow twitched in surprise, but before he could react, Tian Xiangfeng suddenly lunged up, the two remaining stumps of his arms clamping fiercely onto him. What? Blinding pain exploded through Ling Wu's body, shattering his courage. Then Tian Xiangfeng's throat racked out a raspy, devilish roar like a vengeful spirit returned. Ling Wu panicked, trying desperately to tear him off only to see a blinding golden light erupt from within Tian Xiangfeng's body in the next moment. This can't be. Beneath the distant pillar of light, the old man and the alluring woman both paled. On the rooftop, Ning Yuan witnessed everything and let out a long sigh. To swallow that golden lightning with his body, betting Ling Wu would come close. Then counterattack Tian Xiangfeng. I never thought you could go this far. Another flash of golden flames burst in the center again. He pulled back his gaze, frowning slightly. Zhu Qinghua, why haven't you shown yourself yet? Are you really going to stop at the second level this lifetime? Fine, no more delays. He raised his leg and kicked the large yellow dog beside him, speaking rapidly. Stop watching and follow my orders from now on. At the other side of the battlefield, the alluring woman blurred forward toward the center. Upon landing, she immediately steadied the still-standing Ling Wu, her voice urgent. Are you all right? Ling Wu lowered his eyes, still seemingly trapped in the shock of life and death just now. Blood trickled from his chest where a fist-sized hole pierced through him, slowly writhing as if trying to heal itself, but the golden arcs of electricity inside kept it firmly stalled. The woman clicked her tongue. That's fortunate time's almost up. We have to go. Another third-level transcendent warrior showing up would be trouble. Only then did Ling Wu seem to awaken, nodding blankly. Seeing this, she smiled softly and reached out to take his hand. But just at that moment, the woman's expression froze in shock as the arm she had just stretched out was silently severed. Immediately after, Ning Yuan appeared between the two of them, as if materializing from thin air. His jet-black eyes were unfathomable. With his right palm sharp as a blade, he suddenly lunged forward, piercing straight through Ling Wu's skull. Who are you? The alluring woman screamed, clutching her severed arm, gushing blood as she stumbled back several steps. Ling Wu convulsed violently, dark crimson blood spurting from the hole in his head as his roar tore through the air. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and withdrew his right hand. The next moment, several black shadows appeared around him, coalescing into spear-like spikes that whistled through the air as they repeatedly stabbed at Ling Wu. Clenching his fists tightly, Ling Wu finally regained control of his body. Suddenly, 3 inky black tendrils shot out from his back, spreading wide to block all the shadowy spear attacks. As expected, trying to finish him with a sneak attack at the second tier is still a bit too weak, Ning Yuan thought silently, expression unreadable as he took half a step back, increasing the distance between them. A mere ant hiding in the shadows dares to come kill me? Ling Wu's muscles twitched around the hole in his skull as the wound slowly began to heal. His gaze locked onto Ning Yuan with murderous intent, like a flood breaking a dam. This man wasn't just perfectly concealed. He somehow temporarily controlled Ling Wu's unique body. If not for his unusual constitution, Ling Wu would have been dead the moment his head was pierced. You are not a third-tier transcendent, yet you dare attempt to assassinate me alone. Ling Wu enunciated each word heavily. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a cold sneer. What? Do you think only a third tier could kill you? What? Ling Wu froze for a moment, then burst into manic laughter. I see you're just a lunatic. Before his laughter even faded, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Ling Wu reappeared right next to Ning Yuan, delivering a thunderous iron fist blow. 3 tendrils behind him coiled like giant pythons, sealing off all Ning Yuan's escape routes. Ning Yuan didn't dodge or retreat. His fists collided with Ling Wu's with equal force. Meanwhile, the black shadows beside him swirled and blocked the tendrils one by one. The woman, now down to one arm, tried to move forward to assist, but broke out in cold sweat. After only a few steps, their exchange was so fast, she couldn't find a single opening to intervene. Ling Wu sensed something was off. The man in front of him had bizarre strength and speed. Tian Xiangfeng could match him because of his talent in absorbing and converting attacks. This guy didn't have that ability, yet held his own. Plus, the encircling shadows completely blocked Ling Wu's tendril strikes. Laugh all you want. Don't you like to laugh? Ning Yuan taunted coldly. Before Ling Wu could react, shadows at Ning Yuan's feet surged into Ling Wu's body, causing his movements to stiffen briefly. Then a long spear of shadows suddenly appeared, piercing through Ling Wu and pinning him to the ground. Ling Wu roared in fury and struggled violently. At that moment, the woman seized a rare opening, darting in front of Ning Yuan and thrusting a dagger at his throat with her left hand. But before the blade could touch him, a shadow barrier sprang up, stopping the dagger cold. The shadow at Ning Yuan's feet swept past the woman's calf, instantly freezing her body, though her mind remained clear as she watched in horror her own hand reverse the dagger, driving it toward her own neck. In that life-or-death instant, relying on immense mental strength, she wrested control back and stopped the blade. What kind of monster are you? No one in the transcendent realm has ever heard of you, she exclaimed in terror. Ning Yuan didn't bother replying. He raised his leg and kicked her hard in the abdomen. Bang! The woman was violently flung backward, her body arching like a bow in midair. Immediately after, several long shadow spears sliced through the air toward her chest and belly. At the critical moment, a tendril shot out from behind Ling Wu, wrapping tightly around the woman's ankle, yanking her toward him and pulling her foot free to dodge the deadly attack. Beneath the pillar of light, the elderly man sat cross-legged, watching the unfolding situation with mounting anxiety. Several times he wanted to rise and rush into the battle to aid the two young masters, but each time he shifted even slightly. The pillar of light beneath him trembled violently. Damn it, the formation had reached its limit. If he left the center of the formation, it would collapse in no time. Should the formation break before they withdrew, they would become easy prey for the enemy. Suppressing the impulse within, he glanced at the dim gray barrier above the pillar, knowing how many pairs of eyes were fixed on them. His heart grew heavier by the moment. Suddenly, a yellow figure flashed into his sight. What was that? The old man focused, his eyes widening in shock, saw a yellow earth dog dart toward the hovering bell like a gust of wind and, without hesitation, swallow the entire bell whole. You cursed beast! How dare you! The old man shouted angrily, but the dog didn't look back and sprinted desperately into the distance. As the dog fled, the blue protective shield around the pillar of light began to fade gradually. Seeing the yellow dog escape, the old man tried several times to rise and reinforce the formation, but the pillar shook violently again, forcing him to sit back down with a mix of frustration and helplessness. Young master, Huajiao, hurry, the Zhanhai bell has been stolen by that dog. He called out anxiously to the battlefield. Ling Wu, who was being steadily pressed back by Ning Yuan, heard this and suddenly glanced toward the distant dog that had already run far away. He roared with rage, "You beast! Give me back my treasure!" Then he barked at Huajiao. "Huajiao, stop it! Without the Zhanhai bell, our retreat won't be guaranteed." With that, Ling Wu mustered all his strength and struck out at Ning Yuan again, finally exploiting a small opening to hurl the alluring woman out of the battle. The woman, once thrown, immediately gave chase to the yellow dog in the distance. Agile and swift, she quickly closed in. The yellow dog clenched the bell tightly in its jaws, refusing to release it despite the bell chipping its teeth, eyes shining with frenzied excitement. My treasure, ga 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 ga." Suddenly, heavy, rapid panting sounded at the dog's ear. Turning, it was nearly petrified the woman, wearing scant revealing clothing, trailing closely behind on just one arm, her face twisted into a savage snarl, eyes blazing with a murderous intent to tear it apart. Holy hell! The yellow dog saw the jagged dagger almost piercing its fleeing route. The cold blade stung like plunging into an ice pit. Despite all efforts, it couldn't shake the woman's relentless pursuit and mourned inside, "My fate is sealed." At this critical moment, Ning Yuan suddenly descended from above and landed before the dog, kicking it fiercely away. Flying through the air, the dog's eyes filled with Tursa's strange, newfound joy at having been kicked by Ning Yuan. "Ah!" The sultry woman screamed sharply, attempting to continue her chase, only for Ning Yuan to deliver another solid kick to her waist, knocking her down hard. Ling Wu arrived just then, his fury boiling over. Whether it was the enemy's assassination and ambush or sending a dog to snatch their treasure, Ning Yuan's treachery stoked Ling Wu's hatred to unprecedented levels, surpassing even his grudge against Qin Guangyi. The three clashed again, their fierce battle ringing out like thunder. Ning Yuan fought against two opponents single-handedly, yet still moved with ease, frequently glancing below the beam of light as he quickly calculated the time in his mind. The gloomy sky quietly roiled, as if pulled by an unseen hand, slowly pouring downward. Where there is light, shadows exist. Without light, only darkness remains. In this space trapped by the formation's seal, where all brilliance had vanished, shadows crept in relentlessly like a rising tide. Bang! The enchanting woman was kicked flying once again by Ning Yuan, crashing heavily at the edge of the battlefield. Her long hair was disheveled, large patches of snowy skin exposed beneath her torn clothes, and her once beautiful cheeks were now swollen and bruised purple. She lifted her eyes toward the center of the arena to see Ling Wu pierced through repeatedly by countless long spears, dark red blood spurting from the blades. The relentless pain pulsed through her mind. It was the first time she truly felt powerless, impossible to win, utterly outmatched. Their opponents' abilities were strange and terrifying, overwhelming them in defense, speed, and offense alike. Though she and Ling Wu possessed extraordinary regenerative powers, being endlessly restrained like this would only drag them step by step into the abyss. If they couldn't break through before the formation dissolved, more formidable strangers would swarm in, completely blocking their retreat. Thinking this through, the woman forced herself to her feet, gritting her teeth despite her injuries, and made a quick decision. She had to persuade Ling Wu to retreat. "Ling Wu, let's go, there's no time." Her hoarse voice cut across the battlefield. Ling Wu's chest heaved at her words, but he didn't respond immediately. "Let's go. We'll come back later." She pressed on. Sure enough, Ling Wu's attack slowed, and his steps began to retreat. Ning Yuan's cold, mocking laughter suddenly rang out, full of sarcasm and chill. "What's this? Trying to run again? Just like last time?" Driven to a dead end by ants in your eyes, tail tucked between your legs like a lost dog? The harsh ridicule struck at Ling Wu's heart, freezing his feet in place. Ling Wu, don't listen to him, the woman shouted anxiously. At that moment, a clear, cold girl's voice abruptly exploded. Ice seal. In the next instant, a bone-chilling cold surged outwards from her as the ground sprouted frost wildly. The woman looked down to see her feet encased in thick ice, sealed tight. In a breath, a black shadow descended from above. A slender figure cloaked in a hood, wielding an icy blade gleaming with coldness, slashed fiercely at her neck. Another transcendent. Her mind trembled in shock. Suddenly, she arched backward, her waist bending in an unnatural curve as if broken, barely dodging the deadly strike. Crack! She stomped hard, shattered ice crystals scattering as her legs broke free from the frozen trap. The girl who landed was none other than Zhuqingwe. She glanced down at the enchanting woman, now reduced to only one arm and thoroughly battered, then looked toward the ongoing fierce battle between Ning Yuan and Ling Wu. Finally, her gaze fixed on Ning Yuan. She had seen him once before at headquarters meetings. Ning Yuan also took notice of her. Zhuo Qingyu's body was covered in wounds, her left leg wrapped in thin ice, the flesh beneath showing a terrifying blackish-purple rot. Scanning the area, she saw no sign of Tian Xiangfeng. The truth was clear to her now. She sighed softly, dark tears gleaming in her eyes. Sorry, Teacher Tian, I'm late. The alluring woman clung tightly to the dagger with her last remaining left hand, her face darkening as she glared at Zhuo Qingyue. A yellow-haired girl, injured like this and still daring to interfere? Her voice was hoarse, radiating deadly intent. Zhuo Qingyue said nothing. Slowly, she raised a shard of ice forged in her palm. The blade shimmered with cold light, ice crystals trickling and falling from its edge. In the next moment, both unleashed their strength simultaneously. Clang! The blades collided, sparks flying. Sharp, rapid metallic clangs echoed continuously across the ruins, declaring the start of a battle that promised mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan, locked in fierce combat with Ling Wu, caught a glimpse of that same battlefield, focusing his gaze on Zhuo Qingyu's slender back. A murderous intent welled deep within his eyes like ink swirling in water. Memories from his past life suddenly surged forth. Back then, relying on Guangling's near-impenetrable ultimate defense, Ning Yuan had rapidly risen from a rank to rank, and Zhuo Qingyu's talent as a cryomancer gave her formidable offense, making her the headquarters' first-rank transcendent. They were similar in age, one offense, one defense, working together seamlessly to complete countless missions that other teams had failed, saving thousands of innocents. In those days, Ning Yuan was hailed as the guardian god. Yet, during one mission, he failed to save Ning Zailuhis' only family member. Time cruelly widened the gap. Ning Yuan hit an unbreakable bottleneck. When Zhuo Qingyue stepped into the 5th tier, he had just barely reached the 4th. When she advanced to the 6th, he remained stuck. When she entered the 7th tier, he still lingered around the 4th. The gulf became insurmountable. The duo who had once stood shoulder to shoulder became a solo act for her. With the surge of alien power, his defense was no longer perfect. Critical missions saw him falter, and his rank slipped back from S to A. Eventually, aging and sidelined, he turned to teaching, training a new generation of transcendants at headquarters. He dedicated his whole life, losing his only family, but never complained about headquarters. Until late in life, when he was falsely accused, sentenced, and executed. Did he hate them? Of course he hated them. They knew full well his countless contributions, yet they still betrayed him. And Zhuo Qingyue knew everything he had sacrificed. But faced with a century of peace and empty promise in him, she chose the former. Thoughts roiling, Ning Yuan struggled to suppress the impulse to strike her down. Ling Wu, fighting him blade against sword, sensed the tension but assumed the murderous fury was aimed at Huajiao. Looks like that girl means a lot to you, Ling Wu sneered, watching Huajiao gain the upper hand in their fight, feeling a rare satisfaction deep inside. As long as Ning Yuan suffered, so would he. Suddenly Ning Yuan's smile twisted, cruel curve. Means a lot. Ah yes, you're absolutely right. Before the words slipped out, his assault surged violently. Several black shadowy lines suddenly pierced Ling Wu's body. Blood splattered as Ling Wu groaned repeatedly. At the same time, a shadow violently sprouted from beneath Ning Yuan's feet, silently rushing towards Zhuo Qingyue. But just then, Ning Yuan's pupils snapped sharply shut. Just as Zhuo Qingyue's hood fell off amid the fierce battle, revealing her true face and striking white hair. The crystal necklace around her slender neck caught Ning Yuan's eye. The translucent pendant gleamed vividly against the backdrop of blood and sparks. That was, damn it. No wonder she was the only early-stage steer extraordinary being. Headquarters clearly favored her, giving her this item ahead of time. A flash of unwillingness crossed Ning Yuan's eyes as the shadow beneath his feet silently withdrew. In his previous life, as Zhuo Qingyue's partner, he knew better than anyone the trump card she carried. That void crystal necklace was one of Headquarters' most powerful life-saving relics, containing the power to jump through space 3 times. Whenever the wearer's life was in danger, it would forcibly teleport them to safety. Zhuo Qingyue, at only second rank, already possessed such an item proof of how highly headquarters valued her. In other words, if he forced things, and she survived, suspicion would inevitably fall on him. At that point, he would have no choice but to defect from headquarters and flee into exile with Ning Xiaoluo. But that directly contradicted his plan after reincarnation. This time, he wanted to leverage headquarters and even the world's resources to reach the pinnacle, to navigate the clash between extraordinaires and alien tribes, and emerge as the final victor. How could he afford to be undone by a woman for a moment's satisfaction? With that thought, the rising anger inside him abruptly ceased. Ning Yuan's gaze quickly grew cold and calculating. He saw Zhuo Qingyue faltering, the void crystal necklace glimmering about to trigger its escape mechanism. A flash of insight sparked in his mind, and he suddenly surged forward. On the other side, Zhuo Qingyue's injuries caused her half-body to tremble. Her strength was down to only half of her peak. After fighting the alluring woman for hundreds of moves, her stamina was drained, her breathing rapid. The crystal necklace shone even more brilliantly. Meanwhile, the seductive woman grew ever more excited, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the attacker lunged forward, Ning Yuan snatched the initiative and slammed into Zhuo Qingyue's front. "You can't even handle a one-armed cripple, what use are you?" he shouted angrily, then spun sharply, delivering a fierce kick to her abdomen that sent her flying straight toward the beam of light at the altar's center. "Get that old bastard down. Once he leaves his seat, the formation will collapse. If you can't handle such a simple task, tens of thousands will die because of you." Pain exploded from her abdomen as Zhuo Qingyue bit down on her lip midair. She glanced back at the battle, seeing Ning Yuan tangled with Ling Wu and the alluring woman, trapped in a dangerous tug-against-stone struggle. Guilt flickered in her eyes. In an instant, she twisted midair, adjusting her trajectory, and dashed toward the light pillar. Ling Wu's mind was thrown into chaos. He couldn't stop to wonder how Ning Yuan knew such secrets, as he and the alluring woman attacked the pillar together. Yet beneath Ning Yuan's feet, shadows roiled and spread like quicksand, immediately engulfing the two and pinning them to the spot. "You can't kill me. With your thin spiritual energy, how long can you last?" Ling Wu roared furiously. Ever since his fight with Ning Yuan began, had been suppressed, and now was powerless to turn the tide. He regretted wasting that killer weapon on Tian Xiangfen. If he had another chance, he would never let the man before him live. Within the light pillar, energy trembled violently, threatening to collapse. Ning Yuan lifted his eyes, knowing Zhuo Qingyue had succeeded. Before Ling Wu's roar died down, Ning Yuan suddenly chuckled softly and whispered, "You think I don't know? That just shattering your flesh can completely kill you?" Ling Wu froze. Huajiao beside him widened her eyes. You before she could say more, dread overwhelmed them. In an instant, the shadow beneath Ning Yuan's feet transformed into chains that tightly bound both of them. He raised his arms high, fingers curled as if grasping an invisible blade. "Darkness, serve me." With those words, the rules of darkness fell like a torrent of ink, swallowing Ling Wu and the alluring woman whole. At the same moment, the altar's light pillar shattered with a tremendous roar, its gray veil crumbling piece by piece as blinding sunlight tore through the gloom. Above, helicopter blades howled, scorching air sweeping over the broken walls and ruins. As dust settled, the earth lay scarred and devastated, with only Ning Yuan standing alone in the blood-soaked battlefield center. A severed head of an alien creature clutched in his hand. Watching Ning Yuan standing alone amidst the ruins, the world seemed to pause in that moment. Inside the cabin, the operator controlling the camera equipment froze, joystick suspended midair. The next second, Ning Yuan took a step forward and suddenly transformed into a streak of dark light, vanishing abruptly from the lens. Only then did the flustered operator snap back to reality, trembling as he pressed the headset and urgently reported to headquarters. Meanwhile, the frontline base just hundreds of meters from the energy shield fell into complete silence. On the main control screen, Ning Yuan disappeared without warning. Yang Yuesian stared in disbelief, eyes wide open. Beside him, Lu Yi was equally dumbfounded. The shadow of Tian Xiangfeng, who should have appeared, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the newcomer superhuman who had just joined headquarters appeared more startlingly. The newcomer seemed to be carrying something in his hands. Suddenly, a figure descended steadily from the sky, landing firmly on the open ground outside the base. The surrounding superhumans instinctively raised their weapons. Zheng Guang immediately positioned himself in front of Lu Yi and Yang Yuesian. Ning Yuan walked calmly toward them, the twisted black head in his hand gleaming ominously in the sunlight, capturing everyone's attention. With each step, the fully armed soldiers on the outermost circle instinctively stepped aside, creating a clear path. As he entered the ranks of superhumans, they also instinctively backed away to make room. Ning Yuan stopped before Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang's gaze was fixed on the head, shock plainly written on his face. Ning Yuan lifted his hand to gently tap Zheng Guang's shoulder, then smoothly pushed him aside and walked directly to Lu Yi and Yang Yuexian. He looked at Lu Yi, who stared blankly at him. Placing the black head into Lu Yi's arms, he then raised Lu Yi's hands to hold it tightly. Minister, this is what you asked for, Ning Yuan sighed softly. Lu Yi lowered his head to gaze at the strange head in his arms, then met Ning Yuan's eyes again. His Adam's apple bobbed, but no sound came out. Ning Yuan gave him no chance to ask questions. Silently biting his tongue, a trickle of bright red blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away casually, his face instantly pale and exhausted. I'm badly injured. Excuse me, Minister. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed once more into black light and vanished before everyone's eyes. Along the way, Ning Yuan sensed the position of the yellow dog through the shadow left on it. He found the wagging dog at an abandoned, half-finished building and took it with him. With that, his mission was complete. The headache now belonged to headquarters. He only needed to wait for them to handle the aftermath and contact him proactively. By the Star Lake Flower Shore, under the night sky of the villa district, a streak of black light fell outside Ning Yuan's own villa. No sooner had he landed than he sensed a dozen pairs of eyes locking onto him. He turned his head to look toward a vacant, unsold villa 2 floors up not far away. Through the window, a middle-aged man met Ning Yuan's cold gaze. In that instant, the man felt his heart skip a beat. When Ning Yuan's eyes shifted away, the man wiped the sweat from his temple, hastily pulled out a walkie-talkie, and whispered orders. Attention, responsible Ning has returned. Mission to protect his family is cancelled temporarily. Everyone withdraw immediately. Roger. 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 Ning Yuan entered the gate code and pushed the door open. As soon as the courtyard gate swung open, a scene came into view. Ning Xiaoluo, her hair tied back in a ponytail and wearing a floral apron, was on her tiptoes hanging up a thick cotton quilt on the clothesline. The sunlight caught her slightly lifted face, highlighting a sheen of fine sweat. Hearing footsteps, she paused in surprise, then happily put down the clothespin and hurried over to Ning Yuan. Her bright, clear eyes scanned him from head to toe, only relaxing after confirming he wasn't hurt. Don't worry, I told you I'm fine, Ning Yuan said with a smile, ruffling her forehead. After some casual small talk, Ning Xiaoluo noticed the large, sandy-colored dog standing beside Ning Yuan. The dog clearly felt uneasy in the unfamiliar surroundings, its tail hanging low and mouth puffed out. Hey, Xiao Yuan, where did you find this stray? It looks just like that big yellow dog we had as kids, Ning Xiaoluo said, curiously leaning in. The dog lowered its head shyly under her stare. It's no ordinary mutt, Ning Yuan said with a glance at the dog, then briefly recounted how the dog was an extraordinary creature born of a devouring spiritual seed, transformed into a supernatural being. Ning Xiaoluo listened, amazed. You mean it's as smart as a person? And it can talk? Seeing Ning Yuan nod, she grew even more curious, glancing left and right as if trying to find what made this talking dog different from others. So, the two of them, along with the dog, followed Ning Yuan into the villa. The living room was spotless, the floor shining so brightly it reflected light, a clear sign of Ning Xiaoluo's care for the home. She quickly went to the kitchen and brought out 3 glasses of chilled juice, one placed in front of Ning Yuan, one for herself, and one pushed toward the big yellow dog, thoughtfully with a straw. Ning Yuan sipped his juice while casually grabbing the remote to turn on the TV. Ning Xiaoluo drank slowly, but kept watching the large dog, which sat upright and solemn. Its gaze flicked repeatedly between the glass in front of it and away again, never opening its mouth. Xiao Yuan, why does it keep puffing its cheeks like that? She whispered. Ning Yuan glanced at the dog and chuckled softly. It's holding something in its mouth, afraid it'll take it, so it refuses to spit it out no matter what. Ning Xiaoluo was puzzled for a moment, then moved over to the dog and gently said, Are you scared Xiao Yuan will grab your stuff, so you don't dare open your mouth? The dog tilted its head, hesitated a bit, then gave a slight nod. Don't be afraid. Give it to me. They'll keep it safe and give it back after you finish your juice. She cupped her palm under the dog's mouth softly. Ning Yuan watched out of the corner of his eye, curious whether the dog would really let go. After thinking for a few seconds, the dog finally averted its gaze, opened its mouth, and with a ding sound spit out a blue bell, obediently dropping it into Ning Xiaoluo's hand. Holding the bell, Ning Xiaoluo seemed to recall something and turned to head into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water was heard. While she was gone, the dog quietly gulped down several mouthfuls of juice, licking its lips with satisfaction and muttering, I never expected someone like you to have such a gentle and kind wife. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wife? You must be seeing things, she's my sister. What, sister? After a moment of silence, the big yellow dog finally sighed. What kind of parents could have such wildly different children? It's just unbelievable. Ning Yuan heard this, let out a long breath, gently set the TV remote on the coffee table, then stretched his arms upward and cracked his knuckles a few times. Seeing this, the dog's eyes flickered nervously, as if it sensed that something bad was about to happen. Just then, Ning Xiaoluo walked in. She held a dull, matte bell in her left hand and several bright red cords in her right, then sat down between the two of them. Xiao Yuan and I aren't biological siblings, I'm actually his cousin. As soon as she said this, she placed the bell on the table and her fingers flew nimbly among the red cords, knotting, tightening, then lifting again with practiced ease. Between tying knots, she casually shared some funny childhood stories with the dog like sneaking apples from the neighbor's tree and climbing over walls to skip class, all told vividly. The big dog listened quietly, its ears perked in rapt attention. Ning Yuan, however, stared intently at the bell, his eyes calm and steady. Based on his past lives' experience, he understood that as long as all traces of foreign aura were completely erased, a transcendent being could still harness treasures left behind by other clans. The key was wiping out all imprints first, then slowly nurturing the object with their own transcendent power. This bell had lost its luster since Ling Yuan's death, and was now ownerless. Yet he didn't even consider claiming it for himself. To Ning Xiaoluo, this defensive treasure would serve as an extra protective charm on the big dog, far better suited than the snake-shaped jade pendant he carried. Thinking this, Ning Yuan glanced at Ning Xiaoluo, a rare softness appearing in his eyes. Xiaoluo, wait a little longer. When I'm absolutely sure, it'll make you a transcendent. For ordinary humans fusing with a spiritual seed, the first hurdle was withstanding excruciating pain, followed by enduring the rejection between spirit and flesh. Death rates were as high as 50%. Spiritual seeds varied widely, and the world's spiritual artifacts each had different effects. In his previous life, he remembered a handful of methods with a 100 success rate, but those opportunities hadn't yet arisen, or were beyond his current strength. Even a 90 chance of success left a 10 risk. It could cost Ning Xiaoluo her life. He couldn't afford to gamble. All set. Ning Xiaoluo smoothed the red cord one last time and nodded with satisfaction. She recalled, back in middle school, I earned some living expenses with this skill. I haven't gotten rusty over the years. She threaded the loop through the bell, tied a tight knot, pulled firmly to test its strength, then examined it carefully. The next moment, the big yellow dog watched in surprise as she deftly slipped the bell over its head and onto its neck. Ning Xiaoluo reached up to smooth its fur and smiled. Looks good. Only then did the dog realize what had happened. Eyes wide. You made this for me? Of course. Otherwise, if you just hold it in your mouth, you can't eat properly. Wearing it around your neck is much easier. Ning Xiaoluo patted her dog's head with a gentle laugh. The dog bent down to look for the bell, but couldn't find it, so it dashed to the bathroom. Soon, muffled sounds of struggling sobs came from inside. Ning Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily as he cast a strangely amused glance at Ning Xiaoluo. The latter was completely unaware, still tidying up the things on the desk. By the way, Xiaoluo, has Su Wei come by recently? Ning Yuan asked casually. Ning Xiaoluo looked up, surprised as she glanced at him. How did you know? Yeah, she's been coming over to keep me company these past few days. Actually, she was here this morning too, but she left in a hurry before you got back. Ning Yuan nodded. News about the big Shanghai incident was everywhere, yet Xiaoluo showed no sign of worry. Only now did he realize Su Wei must have been deliberately distracting Xiaoluo. As a headquarters member, Su Wei likely knew that Ning Yuan was probably involved in the operation inside the light screen. Xiao Yuan, she was really too polite, Ning Xiaoluo said softly as she opened the fridge, counting the food packed inside with a sigh. She bought all this, but refused to take any money from me. If you get the chance, you should find a way to pay her back. Taking advantage of people isn't right. Okay, I'll make sure to repay her when I have time, Ning Yuan answered firmly. Just then, the big yellow dog came in wagging its tail, then flopped down heavily onto the sofa, its wet eyes rimmed with red. Ning Yuan glanced at it briefly, but didn't say anything. Dinner time. The big yellow dog climbed onto a chair, staring at the mountain of chicken legs and steaks piled in its bowl, its eyes welling up again. Ning Xiaoluo, having just taken off her apron, quickly asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like chicken legs and beef?" The dog shook its head repeatedly before burying its face in the food, eating ravenously. It could survive without eating. The constitution of an extraordinary being was no joke, but after all, it was still a dog. Eating wasn't just about filling the stomach, it was about tasting the flavors. Even extraordinary beings needed to eat, so why would it be any different? After the meal, Ning Xiaoluo hummed softly as she carried the dishes into the kitchen to wash them alone. In the living room, the big yellow dog lifted a glass, downing the last of its juice in one gulp. Watching the news on TV, it spoke in a low voice. I was born a stray dog. Everyone shunned me. Nobody cared. Nobody ever petted me. If I hadn't accidentally eaten the spiritual seed and become what I am now, I'd probably still be scavenging dumpsters and getting chased away. Even after becoming extraordinary, I'm still a stray, always hiding, afraid of being caught for experiments. I understand why you brought me back. When you're not here, I'll protect her. Ning Yuan didn't turn around, calmly replying, you should protect her, because she's the only one in this world who truly cares about you. In the afternoon, Ning Yuan taught the big yellow dog how to gently nurture the bell hanging around its neck. The dog had long since figured out the supernatural cultivation system and its basics during the days it followed the head of Greater City, but all the promotion steps were modeled on humans. There was simply no precedent for a dog trying to replicate them. By evening, Ning Shaluo had cleaned the south-facing guest room on the second floor until it was spotless and casually laid a soft dog bed cushion inside. The big yellow dog, who had planned to curl up in the yard, suddenly had tears welling up again, its thick tail slapping the ground loudly. Late at night, after finishing the bell nurturing, it prepared to begin its breathing exercise cultivation, but abruptly sensed the nearby primordial energy of heaven and earth being pulled away by an invisible giant hand, evaporating almost instantly. The dogs first stood on end as it followed the force of the pull silently to the villa's door and gently pushed it open with its paw. In the yard, Ning Yuan sat cross-legged alone. To outsiders, he just seemed quietly meditating, but to the dog's perception, Ning Yuan was a swirling black vortex, frantically absorbing the surrounding primordial energy. The big yellow dog widened its eyes and hurriedly covered its mouth with its paw. Compared to Ning Yuan, its own absorption speed was like a baby facing a ravenous giant. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed. The dog stood statue still by the door until Ning Yuan finished and stood up. Don't compete for the primordial energy when I'm cultivating. Wait until I'm done, or practice during the day when I'm free, Ning Yuan said, stretching and addressing the dog without turning around. What level of spiritual seed did you integrate? Your absorption speed is terrifying. The big yellow dog shuffled closer beside him, its voice cracking with shock. By its estimate, Ning Yuan had consumed almost 2 months' worth of its own cultivation in just 2 hours. Ning Yuan turned slightly and explained calmly, my spiritual seed is special. During the day, my speed is about the same as yours. Only at night does it ramp up like this. He then internally observed the Tao tree within his body, a pair of spirit fruit nestled like well-fed little beasts, sleeping quietly. The daily capacity for spiritual fruit absorption is fixed, similar to a seed slowly drawing water, sprouting, and bearing fruit. Ordinary supernaturals have to carry water little by little, but Ning Yuan's dark spirit nature and nighttime absorption efficiency drastically shortened the otherwise long nurturing cycle. It's like one old farmer carrying buckets hundreds of meters to water the crops versus another wielding a high-pressure hose to blast the fields. If Ning Yuan wanted to cut down the breakthrough time to the third stage even more, he would need external help devouring spiritual items. These are born of heaven and earth, containing pure life energy that naturally catalyzes the Tao tree's growth. Hearing that this extreme cultivation speed only came at night, the big yellow dog still smacked its lips in envy and muttered, seriously messed up. The next morning, a bright red sports car pulled up outside the villa, its engine rumbling softly as it cooled. Sue stepped out, dressed lightly. She entered the villa's gate code and pushed the door open, stepping inside. The sound of the door closing echoed through the night as Sue placed a hand over her chest and took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart. Exhaling slowly, she raised her hand and pushed open the living room door. What met her eyes was a large dog standing upright, its fur golden, holding a broom in its mouth as it diligently swept the floor. Her hand froze on the doorknob, and in a daze, she quietly shut the door again. With the door closed, Sue raised both hands and lightly tapped her cheeks. Am I just too tired? Was that a hallucination? She murmured. After a few seconds of hesitation, she pushed the door open once more. The big golden dog still stood in the living room, swaying the broom back and forth. Bang the door shut again. Sue looked down at her palm, a wave of self-doubt rising within her. She had been working late into the early morning these past 2 days. Had she really exhausted herself into seeing things? Click, the lock turned, and the door was pushed open from inside. Sue, you're here? Ning Shaluo appeared with a bright smile. She grabbed Sue's arm and pulled her inside. The room was softly lit, but the dog was nowhere to be seen. Sue quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It really was a hallucination. She smiled and asked, Shaluo, has Ning Yuan come back yet? Yeah, Ning Shaluo nodded, pointing toward the sofa in the living room. He got back yesterday. With that, she lifted her apron and walked toward the kitchen. Sue watched her back, then quickly moved toward the sofa. The TV screen glowed brightly, showing vivid colors. Ning Yuan leaned back on the couch, gripping the game controller with focused intensity as he played. A rush of excitement and awe surged through her. Her voice trembled as she said, You really killed that alien creature? Saved tens of thousands in Greater City? Ning Yuan's gaze never left the screen. His voice was calm, like warm water. Sue sat down beside him, turning slightly to study his expression closely and quietly asked, I heard you were injured. Is it serious? Not too bad. Just need some rest. After confirming he was fine, Sue rubbed her own cheeks, her excitement shining in her eyes. Do you know how big a deal this is? How big? Ning Yuan kept controlling the character, his fingers flying over the buttons. Huge. Absolutely huge. Sue spoke so fast, she almost stumbled over her words. So far, no one among all the supers has done more than you. You killed the alien that gave headquarters the biggest headache and saved tens of thousands of lives. Status, honor, money, spiritual artifacts, powerful equipment. Headquarters will definitely reward you with something no, maybe two things. She excitedly held up two fingers. Only then did Ning Yuan glance at her sideways, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Maybe they'll doubt me, or even try to suppress me. No way. Su Wei's eyes widened. Why would you think that? How could headquarters treat you like that? Ning Yuan just smiled lightly without explaining. At that moment, the big golden dog strolled back into the living room, this time holding a mop in its mouth, deftly scrubbing the floor. The wet floor reflected the light, spotlessly clean. That thing. Su Wei pointed at the dog, her voice completely stuck. Ning Yuan glanced over and asked, what? Never seen a dog do housework before? No. When did dogs that do chores even exist? Su Wei stared in disbelief. With a casual tone, Ning Yuan replied, not before, but now they do. After all, this is a new era. Anything is possible. Perhaps it was after Ning Yuan said that everything is possible that Su Wei suddenly found the idea of a dog mopping the floor less strange. She withdrew her gaze from the big yellow dog and sighed with resignation. Since the Greater Hu City incident was exposed, the minister has laid all the supernatural's affairs out in the open. The whole country's been thrown into chaos. At the dining table, Ning Shaluo approached carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Hearing this, she let out a soft sigh. Peaceful days have always been rare. I just hope the ordinary, honest people won't get caught in the crossfire. Ning Yuan tossed the game controller onto the sofa and leaned back, his expression calm. Every era has its upheaval. It's like an evolutionary checkpoint. Humanity went from primitive times to agriculture, then to modernity, and now stepping into the supernatural era. This is just another transition. Only this time, it's scarier than before. Ning Shaluo nodded in agreement, casually picking up a piece of apple and feeding it to the big yellow dog nearby. Xiao Yuan is right. I believe everyone will eventually adapt. But Su Wei sighed again. Still, this really is a terrifying time. Even supernaturals can die at any moment, let alone ordinary people. If some lose hope and cause trouble, the current order could collapse in an instant. Upon hearing this, Ning Shaluo glanced at Ning Yuan, worry flickering in her eyes. Ordinary people won't lose hope, Ning Yuan suddenly interjected. Su Wei was taken aback for a moment and asked, really? But many at headquarters think otherwise. Ning Yuan scoffed. Since when have those people at headquarters ever stood in the shoes of ordinary folks? They've never been ordinary themselves. Throughout history, ordinary people are like leaves drifting in the current. They don't lose hope. Dynasties rise and fall. Eras change. Whatever happens, they console and brainwash themselves, then adapt. Before Su Wei could fully grasp his meaning, Ning Shaluo discreetly pinched Ning Yuan, silently warning him not to sound too absolute. When mealtime came, Su Wei unusually did not stay for lunch. She hurriedly packed up her documents, apologizing repeatedly. It's been so busy these days. Either I'm at the TV station explaining the supernaturals, or I'm training the staff on new guidelines. Days slipped by quietly in this contrast between busy and idle. No one disturbed Ning Yuan, and he was content, as if the recent storm had never existed. In stark contrast to Ning Yuan's calm was the ongoing turmoil in Greater Hu City. Rebuilding ruins, treating hundreds of thousands of injured people, conducting various investigations, all orchestrated and pushed forward rapidly by headquarters. Beyond Greater Hu City, an even bigger storm was spreading worldwide. Louis' live broadcast acted as a spark, igniting every country. The unrest was just beginning but spreading with alarming speed. In the United States, on the top floor of a skyscraper, lights burned bright late into the night. From behind a door crack, hysterical laughter occasionally echoed. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Ling Wu is actually dead. I really didn't expect that his guy went out so early. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a man in a red suit laughed heartily while watching a video on his phone. The video had just been released by Lu Yi this very morning. The conference room was bathed in cold white light. Lu Yi sat at one end of the long table. Beside his elbow rested Ling Wu's freshly severed head, blood still wet, eyes wide open staring into the camera. In the video, Lu Yi spoke briefly. 1. The alien race is not invincible. Humanity will ultimately prevail. 2. Unite and join us. 3. Together, resist the aliens invading our homes. The man in the suit replayed the video several times, the smile fading slowly from his lips. After turning off the projection, he turned and sat behind a large mahogany desk, his gaze fixed on the young man standing upright before him. Fu Yu, who was it that took down Ling Wu? Fu Yu's pale complexion bore distinctly mixed blood features. His voice was low but clear. The mainstream explanation is Tian Xiangfeng, a third-level superhuman from the Huaxia superhuman headquarters, fought desperately and severely wounded Ling Wu. Then, a recently recruited superhuman finished him off with a stabbing strike. The man in the suit tapped his index finger rhythmically on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Tian Xiangfeng could die for all I care. As for the kid who killed Ling Wu, put out a bounty. Hire several professional assassin superhumans to deal with him. I might feel relieved inside that he's dead, but someone still has to avenge him. Fu Yu hesitated. Are those hired killers reliable? If not, I can take care of it myself. No need. The suited man waved dismissively, smiling with ease. Let superhumans handle superhumans. Dog eats dog is much cleaner. Fu Yu nodded and added, current rates are, assassinate a Huaxia headquarters superhuman 50 million USD for first level, 200 million for second level, third level is priceless. If the target is second level, our funds aren't enough. How much short? The man squinted. 198,630,000. The man froze briefly, then jabbed a steel pen at Fu Yu, half laughing and mock scolding. You've learned to joke now? Just say we're broke. He picked up his phone, scanned contacts, and dialed. After 2 rings, a hoarse, sleepy male voice exploded on the other end. Fuck. Which bastard's calling me this late? It's me, dear councilman. The man's tone was lazy but commanding. Sorry to wake you from your sweet dreams. Hearing the voice, the silence on the other end was thick for a moment, followed by a trembling laugh. Ha ha ha. It's you, Liang. A midnight call, what do you want? He fiddled with his pen and smiled faintly. Councilman, to wipe out our mutual enemy, I need a favor. Transfer 3 no, for 100 million to my account by 9 tomorrow morning. There was a sudden thud on the other side, as if someone fell off their bed. God damn it, for 100 million? Liang, where the hell am I supposed to come up with that kind of money? You think I'm some sort of magician? No magic needed. His tone softened, but every word felt like shards of ice. I know you have your ways. After all, those without ability have already been dealt with. Remember, if I don't see that money tomorrow morning, they'll come kill your entire family. Correction, it'll kill you first, then the rest of your family. Beep. The call was cut off. Minutes later, somewhere deep within a private estate shrouded by night, a furious roar erupted from the master bedroom. Great Sioux City. An electric scooter adorned with a lightning decal weaved through the sparse morning traffic, its tires splashing up droplets from puddles on the road. The young man, seated confidently, gripped the left handlebar with one hand, while holding his phone up with the other. The rush of wind in his ears did not distract him from staring intently at the screen. A video of Lu Yi's latest update played. The frame froze on a fallen corpse, and he sighed softly. Who would have thought? Ling Wu, you'd end up dead at the hands of these insignificant pests. Turning into a side alley, the dim morning light was sliced into narrow slivers by the tightly packed buildings. The young man eased off the throttle, gliding into an old, worn-down lane, stopping by a gray, crumbling brick apartment. The insulated delivery box behind him clicked open, and he confirmed the delivery address before pressing the call button. Within seconds, the rusty iron gate creaked open, and a stout man with a trembling belly stumbled out. What took you so long? You're already 2 minutes late. The man's eyes were reddened with irritation as he snatched the food container. The young man hurriedly apologized. Sorry, the restaurant delayed the order. The man snorted impatiently but caught sight of the fighting video on the phone screen. A smirk tugged at his lips. Stop daydreaming. Focus on your deliveries. Not everyone can be a transcendent. With that, he tapped the young man's helmet mockingly and disappeared into the shadowy stairwell. Watching the retreating figure, the young man shrugged helplessly but followed inside. After a few minutes, he returned, a satisfied look brightening his features. He let out an unabashedly loud belch, mounted the scooter, kicked the stand, the taillight flashed, and he sped away. Dazhou City, Star Lake Flower Bank. The world of the transcendent is not above the law. Transcendents must also abide by regulations. If you encounter a spiritual seed, do not touch it, and immediately call the official hotline. If you have awakened, please join headquarters and contribute to protecting humanity. Since yesterday, similar promotional videos have been everywhere. Ning Shaluo lay on the living room sofa, fingers swiping rapidly on her phone, almost overwhelmed by the flood of identical headlines. She even spotted Su Wei live streaming the special guest invited by the TV station to explain transcendent information. At that moment, Ning Yuan sat upright by the coffee table, watching the bulky yellow dog, his faithful companion, who even did chores, brawl on the fighting game on TV. The dog's paws clicked the controller rhythmically, throwing punch combos on screen. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and Su Wei stepped in straight-backed, dressed impeccably in a professional suit. She glanced at the 2 teammates on the sofa and paused for 2 seconds, oddly thinking it made sense a dog who did chores might as well be good at fighting games. She approached Ning Yuan. Su Wei. Ning Shaluo raised her phone, waving it toward her. I just saw you in a video. You look great in formal wear. Caught off guard by the compliment, Su Wei's ears flushed red, and she brushed her hair back awkwardly. Really? Then remembering the purpose of her visit, she turned to Ning Yuan. Headquarters wants you to come by tomorrow. They're holding a farewell ceremony for Tian Xiangfeng and want you there. I guess there's more than just the ceremony. The reward they talked about earlier should be finalized and probably rewarded to you directly this time. Hearing reward, Ning Shaluo lowered the phone's volume while her eyes remained bright, glued to the screen. Ning Yuan was silent for a moment, then set down the controller and nodded gently. All right, they'll go tomorrow. The next morning, a streak of black light tore through the sky, cutting across dying city. At headquarters, the conference hall buzzed with quiet conversations under bright lights. Suddenly, a figure pushed open the door and entered. That kid's here. Qin Guangji's words fell, silencing the room instantly. Lu Yi was about to stand, but another white-haired elder motioned for him to stay seated. As a minister, you don't need to handle everything personally, let Qidong go instead. Hearing this, Lu Yi could only smile bitterly and take his seat. The middle-aged man who had stood behind the elder then turned sharply and briskly left the conference hall. At the same time, Ning Yuan's figure fell steadily from high above, landing firmly at the steps in front of the headquarters lobby. The two soldiers standing guard at the entrance instinctively straightened their backs, and their Adam's apples bobbed. They had watched the surveillance footage with their own eyes. The formidable enemy responsible for multiple heinous massacres, who had evaded capture despite years of relentless pursuit by headquarters, had been killed by this surprisingly youthful man now standing before them. The vivid image of Ning Yuan returning with the head of an alien creature, amid swirling blood mist and the setting sun, remained an unforgettable memory. Now, with the man actually before them, their nervousness was almost palpable. Ning Yuan ascended the steps and pushed open the door. The lobby was spacious and bright. Busy staff and the extraordinary beings attending Tian Xiangfeng's farewell ceremony all looked up in unison. Their gazes converged on a single point, emotions tangled together: excitement, indifference, curiosity, and awe, creating an almost tangible heaviness in the air. Footsteps approached rapidly. The middle-aged officer who had left earlier strode forward, the epaulets on his shoulders gleaming coldly under the lights. A faint smile played across his face as he extended his right hand crisply. "Hello, Ning Yuan." Their handshake was firm and steady. "Please, follow me." He turned and led the way through the crowd. The whispers around them gradually ceased, replaced by furtive glances. When the curious stares eased, the man leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Someone might ask you questions later. Just answer truthfully. There will be extraordinary beings watching your every move." Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. The man added, "My name is Xia Qidong. I'm Xia Xinren's second uncle." After that, he said no more and walked calmly on. They reached the conference hall's doorway. Xia Qidong pushed open the heavy wooden doors, which creaked quietly. Once inside, the staff outside closed the doors with a firm thud, sealing out the noise from outside. "Look who our great hero is." Lu Yi greeted warmly, grabbing Ning Yuan's hand and giving it a friendly shake. Ning Yuan's gaze passed over Lu Yi's shoulder, scanning the room. Around 30 people sat by the enormous round table, including Qin Guangyi, who was smiling and locking eyes with him. Their eyes met briefly before Ning Yuan looked away. "Come, Ning Yuan." Lu Yi pulled him to a seat beside himself and asked with concern, "How's your injury?" "Things have been so busy. I haven't had time to visit you." "It's nothing serious. I've rested for a while and am about 70 to 80% recovered," Ning Yuan replied calmly. That's good. Lu Yi nodded with satisfaction, then lowered his voice. "The reason we called you here is twofold. 1. To attend Tian Xiangfeng's farewell. 2. The headquarters has decided on a reward for you. After the ceremony, I'll tell you the details." Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Yi paused, a broader smile spreading across his face. "Ning Yuan, you should be a second-tier extraordinary being by now, right?" Ning Yuan looked at him, his tone steady and clear. "Yes, I'm a second-tier extraordinary being." The room fell silent for a moment. Many extraordinary beings silently inhaled sharply. Lu Yi sighed nostalgically. "I remember when we first met. You were only a first-tier extraordinary being. How much time has passed? And now you've broken through to the second tier. That talent's remarkable." "From first to second tier took about 6 months, Ning Yuan added. That brief statement sent another invisible ripple through the room. Numerous extraordinary beings widened their eyes, emotions ranging from shock and envy to doubt. Even Qin Guangyi's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. A first-tier transcendent took only half a year to break through to the second tier? The conference room fell instantly silent, all eyes wide with shock fixed on Ning Yuan. After all, even the prodigious tier transcendent Zui Qinyue had taken a full year to achieve the same leap. Yet Ning Yuan's expression remained calm and steady, as if this were entirely expected. The bitter lessons of his past life told him there was no need to hide his near-supernatural cultivation speed this time around. But the era Ning Yuan lived in now was completely different. Forget fifth-tier transcendent, second, or even third tier were extremely rare. Headquarters was painfully aware of its own weaknesses and knew that, to maintain control and defeat alien clans, it needed true power. Lacking top-tier fighters, they could not even dare hope for victory. In this uncertain darkness, the leadership no longer indulged in arrogance or recklessness. For this reason, the times urgently demanded heroes, and heroes would reshape the era. Even if this hero might bring new unpredictability, headquarters had no choice but to push him to the pinnacle. Ning Yuan understood this was why he stood here today. Darkness in his heart, light at his side, elevated by headquarters' own hands. Sure enough, the shock in the room lasted only a moment. Once it was confirmed that Ning Yuan had reached second tier in only half a year, the stunned silence melted into joy. Old Qin's wrinkled face bloomed into a smile like a chrysanthemum, and Louis nodded excitedly. Good, very good. Ning Yuan, your talent is a great blessing for our Huaxia. He didn't pry into the secret of Ning Yuan's rapid cultivation in his mind. The reasons didn't matter. What mattered was the promise of victory. After a brief silence, Lu Yi's smile faded, a hint of sorrow creeping into his eyes. Ning Yuan, actually, besides the two things I just mentioned, there are some questions I need to ask you today. In this battle, the headquarters lost a Tier 3 Transcendental Tian. Xiangfeng died on this mission. His death was a huge blow to headquarters, but the dead cannot be brought back. All we can do is let the departed rest in peace, and let the living carry on. They couldn't even bring back Tian Xiangfeng's remains, and to this day, his family doesn't fully understand how he died. Now, everyone gathered in this brightly lit, yet heavy-spirited conference hall, desperate to get an answer from the last survivor. Apart from you, no other surviving Transcendental participated in the final battle. Ning Yuan, it was you who resolved the outbreak in Dahu City, and you personally killed those two alien creatures. So do you know how Tian Xiangfeng died? As Lu Yi's voice fell, the conference hall instantly fell silent. All eyes locked tightly onto Ning Yuan, searching every subtle expression on his face for the truth. Ning Yuan sighed deeply first. When he lifted his eyes, his face was full of sorrow and self-blame, but deep down he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Louis, you always aim your blade at me. What you really want to ask is if I had the strength to kill those aliens, why didn't I rush to fight alongside Tian Xiangfeng sooner? Some people in the hall furrowed their brows when they saw the guilty look on his face. I don't know. I never saw Tian Xiangfeng from beginning to end, Ning Yuan said quietly but clearly. When I arrived at the battlefield, I only saw two severely wounded alien creatures. The woman had even lost an arm. His words felt like a mute button being pressed over the whole hall. What? Louis was taken aback slightly. Others furrowed their brows as they mulled over these words. Wait. Ning Yuan, I remember the mission briefing was very clear. You were to head straight to the location of the light pillar after entering the light shield. A Tier 2 Transcendental Ning Yuan did not recognize spoke doubtingly from the crowd. You're saying you didn't immediately go there after entering the light shield? By the time you reached the light pillar, Tian Xiangfeng was already gone? Ning Yuan turned to look at the speaker calmly. That's right. I didn't rush over immediately. Then he pulled a serpentine jade pendant from his combat suit pocket and gently placed it on the table. The jade was cold, its scaly patterns lifelike. This is why I was delayed. Qin Guangyi raised his hand, and the jade pendant floated into his palm. As he rubbed his fingertips over it, he spoke in a deep voice. Alien artifact. Suddenly, everyone understood. Qin Guangyi nodded and added, I see. You were entangled by alien forces, which caused you to miss the critical moment. At the other end of the table, the recorder's pen flew across the paper, capturing every question and answer word for word. Qin Guangyi continued. This time, the aliens were far too prepared. You and Zhuo Qingwei are both incredibly powerful. If you hadn't been held back by other aliens, you might have reached Tian Xiangfeng in time. With you two there, the outcome wouldn't have been so tragic. With that, he exhaled deeply. Indeed, they won, but it was a costly victory. Setting aside Zui Qingyu's unauthorized entry into the battlefield, if she hadn't carried the life-protecting talisman headquarters gave her, this much anticipated steer rookie would have perished long ago. The defensive power of that hollow crystal necklace triggered once, showing she faced certain death. However, what troubles everyone most right now isn't what Zhuo Qingwei went through, nor her terrifying injuries. It's that since this girl, regarded as the headquarters' future hope, returned, she hasn't said a single word about what happened inside. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. For the country as it stands now, the fall of a third-tier transcendent was almost equivalent to losing a major battle, and no one felt like speaking. After a brief silence, Qin Guangyi pushed the smooth, translucent jade pendant back toward Ning Yuan. His voice was low but clear. This is your trophy, keep it yourself. Treasures from other races are just as effective for transcendence. Nurture it well. Over time, it might bring you unexpected benefits. Ning Yuan lowered his gaze to the table, not reaching for it immediately. Bang! Suddenly, he slammed his fist onto the solid wood tabletop. The dull thud startled everyone into looking up. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with self-reproach. If I had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. It's all because I was too weak, dragged down too long by that alien creature, leading things to this point. It's entirely my fault. Many silently felt moved. The second-tier transcendent who had earlier questioned why Ning Yuan hadn't rushed to the Pillar of Light first now quietly regretted his words. Lu Yi, seated beside him, sighed deeply and patted his shoulder. You've already done more than enough. If it weren't for you arriving just in time to slay the severely wounded alien, tens of thousands of lives in Dahushi would have been lost. Ning Yuan's heart jolted, and thoughtful lines appeared around his eyes. Headquarters didn't know the Pillar of Light was destroyed by Zhuo Qingwei, so that's it. Just like in his previous life, she never boasted about her achievements and remained just as aloof. Lu Yi withdrew his gaze and motioned to a staff member dressed formally with a bun hairstyle. Xian, take Ning Yuan out for now and help him prepare. We'll attend Tian Xiangfeng's farewell ceremony together this afternoon. Yes, Minister. Xian quickly approached Ning Yuan with a gentle tone. Ning Yuan, let's go. She noticed his eyes were reddened from anger and felt a pang of sadness. Such an upright and responsible man, having done enough already, yet still shouldering all the blame. Only then did Ning Yuan reach out to take the jade pendant, following her out of the conference hall. The corridor lights were soft. Xian glanced back and asked, what size coat do you wear? I want to get you ready for the farewell ceremony this afternoon. She stopped mid-sentence. Ning Yuan's eyes had cleared completely, and his expression was remarkably calm, as if all the anger had been tucked away deep inside. Inside the conference hall, Lu Yi looked toward the middle-aged man across the round table, lowering his voice. So, did Ning Yuan lie at all? The man was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No, I didn't detect any sign of deception. What he said should all be true. The air thickened once more. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. An elderly man with graying hair was the first to rise. Accompanied by Xia Qidong, he departed. The others also said their goodbyes, and soon the room emptied. In the vast hall, only Lu Yi, Qin Guangyi, and a few headquarters staff remained. After sending the staff away, Lu Yi moved closer to Qin Guangyi and quietly asked, Old Qin, what do you think of Ning Yuan? Qin Guangyi fell silent for a moment, then gave a faint smile. He's quite remarkable, a promising talent definitely worth investing in. But his rapid advancement really surprised me. Lu Yi stroked his chin and spoke thoughtfully. Qin Guangyi stood to the side, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the files. Could it be that his shadow ability speeds up his breakthroughs? If that's the case, Ning Yuan's current level rating might need to be reconsidered. No need yet. Let's keep observing first. Qin Guangyi closed the files, dismissing the idea. Moving quickly from rank 1 to 2 isn't unusual. The real test is from rank 2 to 3. If he maintains this pace in that stage, classifying his ability as level would be completely justified. In the afternoon, several buses from headquarters departed the compound, heading straight for the city center of Dying. Since Tian Xiangfeng left no body behind, his family could only prepare a simple coffin and place his personal belongings inside. The mourning hall was set up at the Tian family's ancestral home. According to tradition, the wife and daughter were to keep vigil for 7 days before burial. The sky was overcast, and as the procession arrived, a fine rain began to fall. Raindrops slid off the eaves, their soft patter adding to the somber atmosphere. Lu Yi led the group inside, his black suit jacket already soaked at the shoulders. He was the first to reach the coffin. Lighting 3 incense sticks, he bent low and whispered, Guardian of the people, defender against the alien threat, a hero of our nation. Old Tian, may your journey be peaceful. After the ritual, he stood, and Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter bowed with tears in their eyes. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences, Lu Yi said gently. Seeing the woman's hollow gaze, a heaviness settled in his chest. Not wanting to linger, he took a deep breath and turned to leave. Qin Guangyi followed, then the other colleagues from headquarters. At that moment, another figure appeared at the entrance, a young woman with white hair, Zhui Qinghua. Dressed in the same black formal attire, she walked into the mourning hall under everyone's watchful eyes, first offering incense at the coffin, then quietly kneeling on the other side. Qinghua, you should go home. There's no need for this, Tian's wife urged with effort. I am teacher Tian's disciple. It's my duty to keep vigil for him. The girl shook her head calmly, but firmly. Seeing her resolve, the woman no longer protested. The farewell ceremony continued. When it was Ning Yuan's turn, the hall fell silent again. He stepped up to the coffin, holding 3 incense sticks, bowed respectfully, and said, Farewell, senior. We the ones who come afterward will continue to guard everything you protected. When he looked up, Tian's wife recognized him. Brushing away tears, her voice was hoarse. Thank you, Ning Yuan. Thank you for avenging old Tian. Ning Yuan shook his head slightly. I don't deserve such praise. It was teacher Tian who gravely wounded that alien being. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to kill the enemy. Nearby, the young woman wept as she spoke. Brother Ning Yuan, no matter what, thank you for avenging my father. She was in her early 20s, unremarkable in appearance, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Ning Yuan sighed and stepped forward, gently embracing her. You and your mother must live well. That's the only way your father's spirit can rest in peace. She sobbed and nodded repeatedly. Everyone outside was moved by the scene. Several quietly wiped tears from their own eyes. Releasing her, Ning Yuan turned and saw Zhui Qinghua kneeling quietly on the other side. They exchanged a brief glance, but said nothing. In the end, Ning Yuan shook his head and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, a complex expression flickered in Zhui Qinghua's eyes. Outside the courtyard, Ning Yuan had just stepped out for some fresh air when someone approached him. Xia Qidong smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, flicking one out and offering it to him. No thanks. Ning Yuan raised his hand to decline. Seeing he didn't want one, Xia Qidong pocketed the cigarette and casually brushed dust off his side. No need to thank me. You saved Xian Ran, and you're her friend. This small favor is nothing. People came and went in the courtyard, the wind rustling the leaves on the trees. Xia Qidong looked at Ning Yuan and suddenly sighed softly. Times have changed. Our generation will soon be replaced. From now on, it'll be up to you to protect our country's people. I wouldn't say replaced. Ning Yuan shook his head. We just have different roles. True, different roles, but the same goal. Xia Qidong smiled and nodded. Just then, a few supernaturals walked over together. Xia Qidong patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder. In a few days it'll be Meng Meng's comingafage ceremony. Don't forget to come. We'll have a proper talk then. With that, he strode away. Xia Qaidong's figure disappeared down the corridor, and the smile on Ning Yuan's face faded. The group of second-tier supernaturals came closer, and both sides exchanged brief introductions to make a formal acquaintance. After the farewell ceremony ended, support personnel from various places gradually returned to their posts. Ning Yuan walked back to headquarters with Lu Yi. At headquarters, along a remote path, the setting sun filtered through the trees, casting patterns on the stone slabs. Lu Yi and Ning Yuan walked side by side. Lu Yi spoke first, teasing, Ning Yuan, headquarters is strict with rewards and punishments, but you've done such a great deed I've got a real headache. Ning Yuan chuckled. Are you worried about how to reward me, minister? Exactly. Lu Yi nodded, half serious, half joking. Money? As a supernatural, you'll never run out of that. Power? You're busy cultivating. That would just hold you back. So that leaves resources. He sighed helplessly. The headquarters is only 20 years old, so our resources are limited. But you will get what you deserve, no less. The two continued walking as Lu Yi laid out the rewards. First, a one-time bonus of 50 million. Second, you know there are ranks among the alien species. The one you killed was the highest known tier so far. In both status and strength, far beyond an ordinary alien. Remember the 324,463 civilians in Greater Hu City? If you had been even half an hour later, they'd all be dead. Though they have after effects, at least they survived. Normally, killing a high-tier alien and saving so many civilians is worth a significant contribution value. Lu Yi stopped and looked seriously at Ning Yuan. But I went against everyone's opinion and gave you another option. You can choose one spiritual weapon and one spiritual artifact from the headquarters warehouse. The contribution cost of those two combined equals the full reward for this mission. Hearing this, surprise flickered on Ning Yuan's face. To be honest, he was genuinely surprised. In Ning Yuan's mind, headquarters should have prepared the reward well in advance and solemnly handed it over to him, probably just a few spiritual artifacts or relics. But this time, the leaders actually told him to choose it himself. Every spiritual artifact and relic varies immensely in rank and power. So this decision was basically an unspoken approval for Ning Yuan to take away the strongest treasures from headquarters. Of course, whether the truly top-secret trump cards would be laid out before him was another question entirely. Besides these, the organization has specially prepared another reward for you. Ahead, Lu Yi, walking alongside the two figures, continued to explain, it's the Supernatural Elite Honor Medal. From now on, anyone hoping to earn this medal must have contributions that surpass yours. It will be your lifelong symbol of honor. Before he finished speaking, they arrived at a concealed underground passage entrance. Yang Yuexian and Qin Guangyi were already waiting there. Ning Yuan's gaze flicked briefly over Qin Guangyi before settling on Yang Yuexian. That guy was still wearing the white coat, symbolizing his researcher identity, his hair a disheveled mess, and his dark circles so thick they looked drawn with ink. Noticing Ning Yuan's stare, Yang Yuexian met his eyes, covered his mouth to yawn, then forced a smile. Ning Yuan, that alien creature's head is really something, extremely valuable for research. Seeing his state, Lu Yi asked helplessly, how many days have you been without sleep now? A few days, I guess. Yang Yuexian scratched his head and gave them a goofy grin. I just can't sleep. That head is so different inside and out compared to us. My desire to study it won't stop. The friends overseas have been blowing up my phone, and I can almost hear them drooling through the screen, haha. Watching the near-obsessive look in his eyes, Ning Yuan somehow thought of that perpetually excited big yellow dog. Let's go quickly. Yang Yuexian shook his head and started walking into the passage ahead. After you pick your stuff, I've still got to go back and keep researching. You won't be able to leave right after picking either, Lu Yi reminded him. There's a small meeting shortly, and the higher-ups have specifically named you to attend. With that, he led the group down the stairway. The passage was short, and at its end stood an elevator shimmering with silvery metal luster. Lu Yi pressed his palm against the recognition panel beside the elevator. After face and fingerprint verification, the doors silently slid open. They all entered in sequence. The cabin rapidly descended, causing a slight pressure in their ears. About 5 minutes later, the elevator slowed and stopped, but the doors didn't open. Instead, it began moving swiftly sideways. After 4 direction changes and another 4 minutes passing, the elevator finally came to a full stop. When the doors opened again, the familiar scene unfolded once more before Ning Yuan's eyes. The elevator doors slowly slid open. A spotless, brightly lit corridor stretched ahead like a band of light, its polished floor reflecting the figures standing there. Ning Yuan stepped out, the soft tap of his boots echoing faintly as he glanced around. On either side of the corridor were rooms made of transparent glass, lined up one after another, all the same size each, barely spacious enough for 4 or 5 people. In the center of each room stood a lone wooden stand, about half a person's height. In the rooms to the right, the stands displayed an assortment of blades, swords, scrolls, talismans, and vessels, each with a unique shape. Under the lights, they shimmered with cold and flowing glows. To the left, the rooms contained neat rows of gray-white stone boxes. Ning Yuan recognized them at once. They were carved entirely from flawless jade, without a trace of impurity. Noticing his gaze linger on the left side, Qin Guangyi, standing nearby, smiled and explained, "The rooms on the left store spiritual objects. Once separated from their bodies, their power fades rapidly, so they must be kept in these jade stone boxes. The right rooms hold spiritual tools, which aren't as demanding in storage conditions." Just then, Lu Yi, who was walking ahead, turned and asked, "Ning Yuan, will you choose a spiritual tool or a spiritual object first?" Ning Yuan paused briefly before answering, "The spiritual tools first." Qin Guangyi nodded. "Good. Most spiritual tools lie buried underground for ages, born through the sediment of time and changes in the world. They fall into categories: defensive, offensive, and support. The first two are self-explanatory. Support tools further subdivide into control and mobility types, providing various buffs or restrictions to yourself or others. Which type do you want to focus on? They'll guide you through." Ning Yuan's eyes were firm. He did not hesitate. "Is there a spiritual tool that can make an ordinary person effectively immortal for a period?" His words left Lu Yi, Qin Guangyi, and Yang Yu exchanging surprised looks. They clearly hadn't expected such a request. After a brief silence, Yang Yu spoke first. "Tools that act directly on the user mostly require a transcendent to operate them. Ordinary people have very limited access to spiritual tools, let alone something that can stabilize their vital signs indefinitely. We don't have that kind of artifact here at headquarters." He cast a meaningful glance at Ning Yuan. Lu Yi and Qin Guangyi's looks also shifted toward him. All three understood his unspoken implication. If a spiritual tool existed that could temporarily protect life, it would drastically lower the high death rate when ordinary people fuse with spirit seeds, perhaps even pushing success rates close to 100. They showed no disdain for Ning Yuan's seemingly unrealistic hope. Rather, their expressions revealed empathy. After all, Ning Yuan had only that one family member left. Anyone in his position would cling to even the faintest chance. Seeing their sincere looks, Ning Yuan silently sighed. It really was true. At this time, such miraculous spiritual tools didn't exist. Even if they had appeared in the past life, they would have been consumed internally and never leaked out. Thinking this, he couldn't help but recall Shun Linxuan's terrifying genius who fused with the thunder spirit and advanced to the 7th rank, the very man who had driven him into a dead end in that past life. Back then, everyone said Shun Linxuan was the destined child of fate, the most promising figure on Blue Star to reach the pinnacle of transcendence and in the invasion of the alien tribes. However, very few people knew the truth. This young man, seen by outsiders as the child of destiny, had initially barely survived by relying on a life-extending spirit artifact that only prevented death temporarily, just long enough for him to successfully fuse with the Thunder Spirit Seed. Reflecting on this, Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly before speaking with renewed resolve. "Since there's no defensive type available, they'll choose an offensive spirit artifact." Hearing this, Qin Guang smiled slightly and raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Very well, we'll take you to see the offensive ones." The group moved along the metal corridor, their footsteps echoing clearly in the confined space. After walking several dozen meters, they stopped before a heavy alloy door. Behind it, lights were on, illuminating a display stand where an ancient bronze mirror rested. The mirror's surface was darkened but faintly glowed with an eerie light. Yang Yu first pointed to the mirror and explained, "This bronze mirror comes from a tomb over 2,000 years old. It has absorbed a large amount of death energy. An extraordinary being can inject their energy into it to unleash a powerful shockwave against enemies." Ning Yuan's eyes lingered for a moment, then he shook his head. They continued on. The second room held a short staff inlaid with black jade, and the third showcased an ancient bow covered in runes at every stop. Yang Yu gave detailed introductions, but Ning Yuan quietly shook his head each time. After moving through several rooms like this, he still hadn't chosen a single spirit artifact. Though curious, Lu Yi and the others did not rush him. Spirit artifacts were extremely precious to extraordinary beings, so caution was entirely justified. Finally, they stopped before a fully transparent alloy wall. Inside, brightly lit shelves displayed only one item. Peering through the glass, Yang Yu sighed before quietly explaining, "This one is speciale cursed object. The first person who found it sold it at an antique market that very day but died suddenly that night." The buyer didn't last a day either. Ever since, everyone who comes into contact with it meets a fatal end. We only managed to recover it after tracing it back here for research purposes. He gestured as he spoke. The curse activates by touch. It does not matter if you hold it directly, wear gloves, or even use prosthetics. Any connection that forms a contact chain counts as a touch. And once touched, death is inevitable. The only known safe method is to handle it remotely through a fully insulated mechanical arm. His tone was grave, his eyes reflecting the weight of that knowledge. Several researchers at headquarters have already died studying it. The results were disappointing. The curse is powerful, but it doesn't discriminate between friend or foe. Taking it to battle means your enemies may survive, but you will die first. Because of this, it has been sealed away here. Ning Yuan's gaze passed through the clear wall and fixated on the artifact, a long blade. Compared with ordinary long swords, this one was nearly ruined. The edge was riddled with chips, the blade surface covered in spiderweb-like cracks, oxidized bronze stained with mottled rust, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yet, from that single glance, Ning Yuan had made his decision. Wanted that sword. He remembered its origins and the glory it once held. In his previous life, this blade had achieved a brilliant record in battle. In the previous era, when 7th-rank transcendent beings roamed the land, the power of alien creatures far exceeded ordinary comprehension. At that time, they could lift mountains with a wave of their hand and fill seas with a stomp. Any common sense was powerless before them. Back then, nearly all of Blue Star's spirit weapons were little more than ornaments. Except for a rare few with unique abilities, defensive spirit weapons couldn't stop a single swipe from these aliens, while offensive spirit weapons only sparked faint embers on their bodies when struck. The transcendent warriors had no choice but to face them barehanded. It wasn't that they didn't want to use weapons, they simply had none capable of matching their foes. Later, human champions resorted to scavenging treasures carried by the aliens on the battlefield, turning those alien spoils against their owners. It was precisely in those darkest days that this sword revealed its savage edge in a shocking way. Legend has it that a 5th-rank transcendent, whose strength was near exhaustion, dragged this sword from the headquarters warehouse before his final breath. Using the cursed power within the blade, exchanging life for life, he miraculously slew an alien far stronger than himself. I want it, Ning Yuan said, pulling his gaze back, his tone calm but firm and unwavering. Lu Yi and the others all paused in surprise. Yang Yu was the first to scrutinize him, puzzled. You want this? The sword is deadly to even touch. How do you plan to wield something like that? Lu Yi agreed. Yeah, Ning Yuan, better be careful with such a dangerous weapon. Maybe pick another one. Qin Guangyi remained silent, watching attentively. Suddenly, Ning Yuan smiled. If touching it is dangerous, then I just won't touch it. As he finished speaking, the shadow at his feet rose silently like a tide, forming into a humanoid figure. A Lu Yi's mouth formed an O, and Qin Guangyi was equally startled. Yang Yu snapped awake and slapped his thigh. Damn, you really are a genius. With that, he pushed open the warehouse door and let Ning Yuan retrieve the sword himself. The dark shadow moved soundlessly to the wooden rack, extending a dim hand to grasp the sealed longsword. The silvery gray blade gleamed coldly in the faint light, runes coiling around like blood vessels. The shadow raised the blade and returned to Ning Yuan's side, then slowly dissolved, flowing into his feet like ink-saturating paper. The sword sank into that dark abyss, vanishing without a trace. Your ability is truly special. Yang Yu stared at the now calm shadow, envy in his voice. It can shape-shift at will, carry you through the air, serve as a weapon, and even act as storage. So versatile, it hardly seems like a brink. This should easily qualify as strength. Ning Yuan just smiled. Those are all flashy tricks. It seems well-rounded, but none of its functions is particularly strong. Qin Guangyi nodded softly. Indeed, transcendent power isn't about how much you have. Mastering even one skill to perfection can bring you to the pinnacle. With the weapon chosen, the group turned to pick out spirit items. They followed the corridor to glass enclosures on the left. Behind transparent walls, dozens of jade boxes sat quietly, their lids glowing with a warm luster. Spirit items differ from spirit weapons, Qin Guangyi said, pointing toward the boxes, his tone betraying deep reverence. They were once common plants, flowers, and fruits. After long exposure to the essence of heaven and earth, and through rare opportunities, they transformed and gained sentience. For transcendent beings, these are Blue Star's true treasures. Consuming spirit items can directly stimulate the growth of the Tao tree within the body, accelerating cultivation. He paused and looked toward Ning Yuan. You've seen for yourself along the way that there are fewer than 60 spirit weapons housed here at headquarters. Over the years, the headquarters has poured tremendous manpower, resources, and money into searching for spirit artifacts, scouring famous mountains and rivers across the land. Yet they've only managed to find a dozen or so. At this moment, Lu Yi sighed and said, Ning Yuan, don't be fooled by the jade boxes in these rooms. The truth is, most of them are empty. Honestly, he pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking with a heavy tone, My greatest hope is to fill every single one of these boxes during my tenure. The more spirit artifacts we have, the more powerful transcendent practitioners we can train. Ning Yuan listened, lips curling slightly, but inwardly he smirked. Fill them all? Haha. Louis, you probably don't realize that even 400 years from now, those boxes will only be half full. Ahead, Yang Yuesian yawned as he walked and stopped in front of the open door of a room. Lazily, he pointed to the neatly stacked jade boxes inside and said, spirit artifacts aren't much to talk about. You won't know their power until you try them. They all look the same on the outside like blind boxes. There are differences, but nothing earth-shattering. They'll tell you their origins, and you just pick whichever you like. Lu Yi nodded in agreement and pointed to the nearest shelf. That jade box holds a ginseng root from Laobai Mountain. Bringing it back intact cost us more than a dozen team members. He paused, took off his glasses, and pressed his brow thoughtfully. Those people are anonymous. Everyday folks who spend year after year crossing mountains just to retrieve spirit artifacts for headquarters. Without them, these treasures wouldn't have just come here on their own. Ning Yuan sighed along with him. Lu Yi didn't rush him to choose, but proceeded to recount the collection process and the sacrifices for each of a dozen spirit artifacts. Each loss was etched into the wrinkles on his face. If it had been a young, passionate transcendent, hearing this would have been a moving moment, inspiring them to fiercely defend headquarters and honor those unknown sacrifices. But Ning Yuan merely scoffed quietly to himself, knew the reality all too well. Now and in the future, the vast majority of spirit artifacts would remain in the hands of a few. Many transcendent practitioners only acquire artifacts by luck, and some foolishly hand over their hard-earned treasures to headquarters without hesitation. When the story concluded, Lu Yi lightly patted Ning Yuan's shoulder and smiled. All right, Ning Yuan, pick one. As they walked, Ning Yuan quietly considered the origins of the spirit artifacts. Yang Yuesian was right, appearance alone didn't reveal quality, but soil and environment often held subtle clues. While he couldn't be sure which was best, he understood which famous mountains and rivers would be most sought after by transcendent practitioners. Those places likely produced artifacts with greater potential. After a moment, he raised his hand and pointed to the room where the Laobai mountain ginseng was stored. I'll take that one. Lu Yi, Yang Yuesian, and Qin Guangyi exchanged glances. Qin Guangyi stepped inside carefully, took the jade box from the wooden shelf, and handed it to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan glanced down, then casually tossed the box into the pitch-black shadow at his feet, as if giving it an invisible pocket to hide in. All right, since you've made your choice, let's get going, Lu Yi said, putting his glasses back on with a relaxed tone. Wait, Minister, Ning Yuan suddenly spoke up. Lu Yi stopped mid-step and turned toward him with a puzzled look. What is it, Ning Yuan? Well, Ning Yuan scratched the bridge of his nose, looking a little embarrassed. Could I borrow another spirit artifact from headquarters? In the pristine corridor, Lu Yi and the others stared at Ning Yuan with a bit of bewilderment. Borrow a spirit artifact? Ning Yuan, what exactly do you mean by that? Lu Yi asked instinctively, clearly still processing the request. Yang Yu was quicker to catch on, fixating on Ning Yuan with a strange expression. Even the usually taciturn Qin Guangyi barely furrowed his brow, a subtle sign of disapproval. This kid was a little too greedy. But Ning Yuan simply took a deep breath and said, Minister, I mean it literally. I want to borrow a spirit artifact from headquarters, like borrowing money, and return it later. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. As the minister, this was the first time a direct extraordinary had come asking to borrow a spirit artifact. Did such a thing even exist? Suppressing the urge to outright refuse this great contributor, he patiently asked, why? Ning Yuan, spirit artifacts are precious, but cultivation can't rely solely on external tools. True strength comes from constant self-refinement. Look at old Qin. He's never fully depended on a spirit artifact, and steadily reached the third tier. Even if we don't call him the strongest in the world, he's definitely top 3. Ning Yuan sighed again. Minister, you don't know what I went through inside the light screen. The alien creatures were terrifying beyond words. A life or death struggle fought relentlessly. I just want to get stronger quickly and avoid falling into such desperate situations again. If you really don't want to grant it, just pretend I didn't ask. His face showed a flicker of unmistakable disappointment. Lu Yi noticed, but inwardly nodded. For a young man who had faced death firsthand, the urgency to grow stronger was understandable. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck Lu Yi. Ning Yuan came from humble beginnings and was extremely sharp. It wouldn't be easy to make him feel a sense of belonging to headquarters. If they could use this opportunity to show goodwill, then given his sense of responsibility and kindness, maybe. As Lu Yi pondered, Yang Yu frowned and shook his head. No way. Headquarters doesn't do borrowing. Every spirit artifact is incredibly valuable. Unless you've made a great contribution, none can be reallocated. Not even old Qin can get a pass. As soon as those words spilled out, Ning Yuan glanced sideways at the poker-faced Qin Guangyi and nearly laughed to himself, thinking, Yang Yu, you might be an expert on aliens, but human nature, that's something you'll never fully understand. Qin Guangyi seemed about to speak, but Lu Yi raised a hand to stop him. All right, Ning Yuan. He'll approve your request. Yang Yu froze, and Qin Guangyi looked mildly stunned. Ning Yuan's face lit up with joy, but beneath it all he remained calm. Had expected Lu Yi to say yes. For Lu Yi, tying this exceptionally gifted extraordinary to headquarters with just one spirit artifact was a bargain beyond measure. This was a gamble, wagering huge benefits to win over Ning Yuan's loyalty. But Lu Yi was confident of winning. After all, in his view, Ning Yuan was only in his early 20s, an age when the mind might be sharp, but the heart is still too young. Lu Yi, you're breaking the rules, Yang Yuan said quietly, frowning near the elevator entrance. Qin Guangyi, standing beside him, stroked his chin thoughtfully. No problem. He'll take full responsibility. He'll explain everything to headquarters, Lu Yi said calmly. He passed the conversation back to Yang Yuan, then turned his gaze back to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, it's really up to you now. I have high expectations for you. I accepted your request despite considerable pressure. I hope you won't let me or headquarters down in the future. After speaking, he raised his hand and signaled, make your choice. No need. Ning Yuan shook his head. Calmly, he reached out toward the counter. Under the watchful eyes of the three, he precisely took the spiritual artifact. Remember to repay headquarters well. Just contribute more. Minister, rest assured, I will never disappoint headquarters. His voice was quiet but resolute. The four took the elevator and left. As the metal doors closed, only a faint mechanical hum echoed. Headquarters' hidden meeting room. 10 chairs lined up in a row, the group faced each other. At the far end of the table, a jet-black display flickered quietly with a standby light. That's the situation. I agreed to Ning Yuan's request and gave him an extra spiritual artifact. Lu Yi, seated on the left, broke the silence and reported toward the screen. Before he finished, the middle-aged man opposite, Zhuasu, interrupted coldly. Lu Yi, does Ning Yuan really have that much talent? He's only a second-rank transcendent. Even if he earned merit, 2 spiritual artifacts are too generous. You know the value of these artifacts, and you know he was originally an independent transcendent. Such people are unpredictable. What if one day he betrays headquarters? Just as Louis was about to respond, the elder, Xia Chongfeng, chuckled softly. Humph, don't jump to betrayal so quickly. Right now, what we need to think about is how to keep this kind of talent on our side. Zhuasu, you're always worried about the tense situation, hesitant to allocate scarce resources to independent transcendent individuals, fearing they might cause trouble later. I understand, but don't forget it was exactly those independent transcendent groups you fear who quelled the incident in Greater Shanghai. He shifted tone. Besides, that precious daughter of yours has consumed a lot of headquarters resources, hasn't she? Yet she came into the field and didn't resolve the Greater Shanghai incident? Zhuazu's face immediately darkened, and he snorted sharply. Humph. Qinghua is busy handling other alien factions. She has her own missions. Xia Chongfeng shrugged with a mysterious smile, then fell silent. The others exchanged looks, quietly speculating as Elder Xia some connection with Ning Yuan to take a stand against Zhuasu like this? A pause fell over the room. Many silently shook their heads. Zhuasu was right that spiritual artifacts were rare and Ning Yuan might not deserve them. But Xia Chongfeng was also right that transcendent talent was urgently needed now. Sigh, someone inwardly sighed. If only there was a way to make independent transcendent talents serve us faithfully without giving them more resources, if only Ning Yuan were one of ours. As everyone pondered quietly, a soft chuckle suddenly echoed from the ultra-thin screen hanging at the front of the conference room. Old Xia, you seem quite optimistic about this young man, came a relaxed, middle-aged male voice from the screen. Although he has made significant contributions and headquarters has rewarded him properly, we owe him nothing. At those words, the light in the room reflected faintly off the silver-gray walls. The elder, Xia Guoyang, tapped the armrest thoughtfully. After a moment's silence, he spoke slowly. My daughter Xinran is close to him. Ning Yuan is kind-hearted, capable, and responsibly a rare talent. Facing the assembly of shrewd veterans, he made no attempt to hide his sincerity. I see, the others suddenly understood. That old man is clearly angling for a son-in-law, someone muttered quietly. Sure enough, having a beautiful granddaughter still has its advantages. Why didn't I think of that? Well then, with Ning Yuan joining the Xia family, at least he counts as one of us. Lu Yi glanced at Xia Guoyang in surprise, quietly wondering, since when did Ning Yuan have ties with the Xia family? How come I never heard about this? Zhuasu raised an eyebrow and smirked inwardly. The Xia family doesn't even have a second-tier supernormal now. They're desperate, trying to pull anyone in. The steady voice on the screen spoke again. Enough. The matter of Ning Yuan is settled. Louis, this kind of thing must not happen again. When you find promising talent, you must seize the opportunity, but basic rules must not be broken. Consider this time headquarters giving Ning Yuan 2 extra spirit artifacts as a special reward. Lu Yi nodded respectfully at the order. The voice continued. Now, on to today's main topic. The future situation is grim. Supernormals and alien races have been fully exposed to the public, so you must prepare for various challenges ahead. Regarding supernormals, Headquarters will continue prioritizing the integration of strong individuals from society and strengthening our forces. All departments should actively allocate resources and advance key initiatives. As for the alien race's Professor Yang, please share what actions they might take next. As he spoke, Louis reached over to gently tap Yang Yuan, who had been dozing with his head on the dark tabletop. The slight vibration roused him from his nap. Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretching with a long yawn as he looked around blankly. What? Is the meeting over? The screen chuckled softly again, joined by quiet, good-natured laughter in the room. Louis lowered his voice to remind him. I'm asking you, what will the alien races do next? Yang patted his face to fully wake himself, then replied, I believe it won't be long before they launch widespread retaliation. Headquarters must prepare early. At this, several military representatives at the table looked puzzled. Professor Yang, that can't be right. We won at the Great Shanghai Incident, killing their highest-level life form. That should have intimidated the other alien races for some time. Yang raised his eyes and looked at him, shaking his head slowly. Your thinking is still trapped in the human framework of war. Deterrence depends on both sides being equals. Historical wars were man against man, so deterrence works. But the alien races are not human. He emphasized each word. They see humanity as ants. In the dimly lit war briefing room, the air felt stifling from days of tension. A playback of an alien battle had just ended, but the red glow of the projection still flickered on the walls. Someone finally couldn't hold back, pushing their chair with a loud creak as they stood, voice dripping with anger. What kind of dog and lion analogy is that, Professor Yang? You're seriously underestimating our strength. If those aliens weren't so cunning, always hiding among the crowds, we could have wiped them out with large-scale heat weapons. Yang Yu lifted his glass, took a slow sip, then nodded calmly before responding. That's true. If we disregard all costs, our nuclear weapons could indeed flatten them. But who can afford that price? And the aliens keep growing stronger. Who knows their limits? Maybe someday, not even nukes will phase them. He set the glass down, and his tone turned grave. I stand by what I said. The aliens will retaliate, and soon. He shifted his gaze toward Louis at the other end of the table. I warned you not to make a show of their severed heads. Yet you not only did it, you made it public. I can't say for sure if it made the aliens angry, but they must be utterly humiliated. And they will strike back. Louis's fingers tightened silently on the table, but he said nothing. Just then, the main screen suddenly lit up, crackling with cold electronic noise, and a deep male voice spoke. I know all about the head incident. Don't blame Louis. Hutt did nothing wrong. We lost a third-tier superhuman and dozens of first- and second-tier comrades for that head. Such a heavy price demands matching results. The voice was steady and firm. Louis's video worked wonders. It greatly lifted morale worldwide, diluted the fear of aliens, and boosted headquarters' influence, attracting more civilian superhumans to join voluntarily. As for retaliation, there's no escaping it, so we face it head-on. We will win this war. 4 days later, the sky was a clear, washed-out blue. In the city of Dazhou, Star Lake Flower Park, afternoon sunlight filtered through leafy branches onto the stone path, cicadas chirped, and a gentle breeze rustled. Ning Yuan lounged partly reclined on a simple chair, his left arm resting casually on the armrest as he quietly watched the lawn. About 10 meters away, Ning Shaluo cheered, tossing a red frisbee into the air. A large golden-furred dog leapt suddenly, stirring the fresh scent of grass and earth. Buzz. Ning Yuan's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. Xia Xinran flashed bright. He answered, and the voice on the other end was warm and gentle. Brother Ning, I just heard it was you who stopped the outbreak in Dahushi City. Amazing. I heard you were hurt. How are you? No problem. Almost fully recovered. Ning Yuan replied concisely. That's good. Xia Xinran let out a relieved breath. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Xiaoming's comingafage ceremony is official. He responded briefly. They'll send you the banquet address. Need me to send someone to pick you up? No need. I'll go myself. Okay, it's settled then. See you tomorrow. The call ended, and the screen dimmed. Ning Yuan put away his phone, rested both arms behind his head, and looked again ahead, his gaze on the golden dog chasing the frisbee, with Ning Shaluo cheering it on nearby. The next morning, in Jinling City, the grand entrance of a luxurious 5-star hotel was tightly shut. Behind the glass doors, a large banner read, Facilities upgrading, temporarily closed. Ning Yuan stood with his hands in his coat pockets, expressionless as he stared coldly at the notice. It was a scene he knew all too well. Suddenly, the faint click of high heels echoed from the hotel lobby. A well-dressed woman in a neatly tailored suit, with a composed and dignified appearance, hurried out. She stopped before Ning Yuan, slightly bowing with an outstretched hand. Mr. Ning, hello. My name is Sun Qing, and the lobby manager here. I've been instructed to wait for you, the woman said with a professional smile. Ning Yuan nodded without a word and followed her closely toward the elevators. Along the way, Sun Qing raised one hand, quickly typing a message on her phone to the upper floors. Her other hand hung naturally at her side, while the corner of her eye constantly glanced at Ning Yuan, who looked to be in his early 20s, dressed plainly with no hint of luxury. Yet the Xia family had repeatedly emphasized that he was an important guest, and her curiosity was barely contained. The elevator door slid open. Sun King used her fingerprint to unlock the panel, selecting the 16th floor. As the elevator began its swift descent, a slight sensation of weightlessness accompanied the numbers as they climbed. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor, a large dressing room burst with laughter and chatter. Shinran, pull the neckline down a little more. A graceful middle-aged woman bent over to adjust the young woman's dress. No, auntie, this is way too embarrassing. Shinran blushed, one hand covering her chest, the other trying to lift the neckline back up. Her hand was firmly held by another woman standing nearby. What's embarrassing? When you're young, a woman has to show off her advantages. Exactly, exactly, others chimed in with laughter. Not far off, Xia Ming was surrounded by a group of women, looking a bit dazed but patiently allowing them to adjust her dress, blinking silently. Click. The door cracked open, and a somewhat hoarse male voice called from the doorway. Shinran, come out for a moment. Ning Yuan has arrived. We're going to meet him together. The laughter in the dressing room immediately stopped. Grandpa, you're coming to greet him yourself? Shinran held up her skirt and hurried to the door, staring at the elderly man standing with his hands behind his back, disbelief shining in her eyes. The old man's hair was white, his face deeply lined, but his eyes were profound as an abyss. Dressed in a fitted tang suit, though slightly stooped, he exuded an aura of commanding authority and air cultivated from decades of climbing to the top. He was Xia Changfeng, head of the Xia family. He saved your life. Xia Changfeng chuckled softly. As your grandfather, it's only right that I greet him personally. Behind him stood Xia Qidong and Xia Qiming side by side. Dad, second uncle, Shinran nodded politely to them. Xia Qidong returned the gesture with a warm smile, but Xia Qiming's gaze locked onto Xinran's outfit with furrowed brows. Shinran, go back and fix your clothes immediately. How can you meet guests dressed like that? Shinran smiled bitterly, about to turn back to the dressing room, but Xia Changfeng raised a hand to stop her. No need, you look fine just like that. Qiming, times have changed. Don't be so old-fashioned. Hearing the elder's words, Xia Qiming lowered his head and replied, yes, father. At the same time, the elevator doors at the entrance of the banquet hall slowly opened. Sun King was about to lead Ning Yuan to a private room when she suddenly spotted Xia Changfeng and his group not far away, causing her to freeze in surprise. Young friend Ning Yuan, I hope you have been well, Xia Changfeng greeted with a warm smile, his withered hands still gripping Ning Yuan's firmly. His wrinkled face was full of kindness. Ning Yuan returned the smile and clasped the elder's hands in return. Sun King silently marveled. This imposing elder was indeed the head of the Xia family. What imposing manner! I'm just an old man with only a few years left. Xia Changfeng waved dismissively, but still pulled Ning Yuan along inside, his tone full of affection. Sun King was completely stunned by the scene. When had Xia Changfeng ever been so polite to anyone before? At that moment, Xia Qidong, with a stern expression, approached her and spoke in a low voice. You should leave. You didn't see anything today? Sun King shivered at his gaze, nodded repeatedly, and hurried away. The banquet hall was vast enough to hold hundreds of guests, but fewer than 50 were seated now. Everyone silently watched as Xia Changfeng and Ning Yuan walked into the innermost private room. Only after the doors closed did the hall become lively again. A young man stared intently at the closed door, his eyes nearly blazing. That's Ning Yuan. Grandpa said he saved Greater Hu City and single-handedly took down a second-tier transcendent from a top-level alien clan. One day, I want to be that strong too. A nearby woman gently straightened his hair and smiled encouragingly. Work hard. You should learn a lot from Ning Yuan. Not far off, a middle-aged man in a suit sighed deeply as he raised his glass. I've never seen the old man show that kind of attitude toward anyone so young. Exactly, his companion nodded. Usually, the old man treats us like stones, not a smile, barely a change in expression. On the other side, a sweet-faced young woman teased, whether it's looks or figure, she's pretty nice. If Shinran doesn't want her, I might go after her myself. Her best friend laughed and retorted, in your dreams. You're all short legs and small frame, like a kid. You can't compare to Shinran. The girl snorted and pouted, shooting back. What do you know? This is the lowly style. Lots of guys like girls like me. Amid the chatter, a dimly lit corner of the banquet hall held a solitary woman in a white qipao. She gently swirled the crimson wine in her long-stemmed glass, watching the liquid trace elegant curves along its edge. Her long hair was pinned up with a wooden hairpin, her features so delicate there wasn't a flaw to be found. Her snow-white toes wiggled in half-removed high heels, exuding an alluring, languid charm. Her gaze rested on the closed private room door, a smile playing at her lips as she whispered softly. Ning Yuan, we meet again. Inside the private room of the banquet hall, Xia Changfeng sat beside Ning Yuan like a kindly elder, sipping tea and chatting casually with him. The atmosphere was warm and intimate. Xia Qidong and Xia Qiming sat side by side on one side, maintaining respectful silence, while Xia Xinran sat quietly on the other side with her eyes lowered, listening attentively. After a brief moment of small talk, Xia Changfeng suddenly shifted the topic and asked in a low voice, Ning Yuan, with the storm gathering over Blue Star and inevitable turmoil ahead, as an extraordinary being, you are destined to find it hard to stay safe alone. Have you considered settling down soon and leaving behind heirs? The unexpected question instantly focused everyone's attention on Ning Yuan. Xia Qidong and Xia Qiming both lifted their eyes sharply, eager to see how he would respond. Xia Xinran's fair face flushed bright red. She lowered her head, clutching the edge of her dress tightly under the tablecloth. Ning Yuan slowly set down his teacup, his fingertips still warm from the rim, and sighed softly. Of course I have thought about it. But as old Master Xia also knows, supernatural beings may seem powerful, yet they constantly face dangers unimaginable to ordinary people. With such uncertain days ahead, how could I dare mention starting a family? Xia Changfeng took a sip of tea, then smiled faintly. Ning, you are a responsible man. That was my oversight. He then turned to Xia Xinran, giving her a subtle instruction. Xinran, you may step out for now. Mengmeng's comminglage ceremony is about to begin. You should make preparations. Xia Xinran's ears remained flushed as she nodded slightly, then hurriedly left the room. The door closed behind her, sealing off the outside noise. After setting down his cup, Xia Changfeng's gaze returned to Ning Yuan, his tone serious. Ning Yuan, what do you think of my granddaughter? Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before answering honestly. She is beautiful, intelligent, and brave. Quite remarkable. Hearing this confirmation, Xia Changfeng straightforwardly laid out his proposition. Would you be willing to marry her and join the Xia family as a son-in-law? If you agree, I will mobilize all the resources of the Xia family to ensure you break through to the third tier within 10 years. The words landed like a hammer blow. Even with prior suspicions, the Xia brothers felt their hearts tighten at the magnitude of this offer. In the absence of spiritual artifacts, an ordinary second-tier fighter usually takes 15 to 20 years to reach the third tier. Even highly ranked extraordinary beings rarely break through in under 10. Qin Guangyi was a prime example. Nearly 50 years old when he formed his first spiritual bond. It took him 4 years to reach the second tier, then a grueling 12 years stuck there before only recently overcoming the barrier thanks to increased spiritual artifacts. Tian Xiangfeng and the mysterious third-tier figure from headquarters also advanced early only by drawing on new spiritual artifacts. Such items are incredibly rare and precious now. The Xia family was willing to dedicate all their resources to Ning Yuan alone. Stunned by the terms, Ning Yuan remained silent for a long moment before feigning confusion and sighing, Old master, why? Leaning back in his chair, Xia Changfeng's eyes were deep and steady. Ning Yuan, you can see this as a mutual exchange of benefits. You possess talent and strength, but come from humble origins with no resources. The Xia family has resources and influence, but lacks a trustworthy and trainable powerful extraordinary practitioner. Xia Changfeng spoke his concerns with a steady voice. To be honest, the Xia family has obtained 3 spirit seeds over the years. 2 were given to my 2 eldest grandsons, but both perished during the fusion process. The last one was successfully fused by my youngest grandson, but he only has a level aptitude. I'm afraid he won't break past stage 2 within a few years, let alone stage 3. He paused, then glanced at Ning Yuan. Other families have members with at least level aptitude, and the Zhua family even produced in level elite, Zhua Qinghua. Nearly all of them now have stage 2 extraordinary practitioners except the Xia family. The soft light in the private room cast shadows on the old man's aged yet resolute face. You saved Xian Ran, so in a way you're connected to the Xia family. I want to bring you into our family, join forces with us as one. Xia Changfeng was straightforward with no beating around the bush. For someone of his stature, all deals had clear terms. If Ning Yuan agreed, everyone would be happy. If he refused, Xia would find other ways. Ning Yuan rubbed his brow and spoke slowly. Joining forces is fine. But if I marry Xia Xian Ran and later die at the hands of alien creatures, wouldn't that be cruel to her? It would be better if we became sworn siblings instead. No. Xia Changfeng shook his head decisively. At my age, I don't believe in anything but family bonds. If you marry Xian Ran and have children, I would even entrust the entire Xia family to you. But if you don't marry into the Xia family, we can support you, but we will never commit all our clan's resources. The implication was clear and straightforward. If Ning Yuan agreed, all power, wealth, resources, and connections would be his. All he'd need to do is grow stronger and lead the Xia family to hold influence in the turbulent future. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan still shook his head. Sorry, Elder Xia. I come from a humble background and won't marry a woman I don't truly know for the sake of benefits. Feelings can't be forced. It wouldn't be fair to Xian Ran. Xia Qidong at his side couldn't help but urge. Marry first, feelings can grow over time. That's how our generation did it. Xia Changfeng raised his hand to stop him, expression calm and inscrutable. It's fine. If Ning Yuan insists, then so be it for now. You can spend more time with Xian Ran. Young people find it easier to develop feelings than we do. My offer stands for the long term. Besides, since you saved Xi and Ran, you've saved me as well. Even if we can't become family, the Xia family will always consider you a friend. After speaking, he showed a gentle smile. Ning Yuan smiled back. Qidong, Qiming, take Ning Yuan to the main hall to join the banquet. Today is a day to celebrate, a time to make some noise. There are other young people about Ning Yuan's age outside, let them get to know each other too. The Xia brothers stood and left the room with Ning Yuan. When the door closed, the room fell into silence. After a long while, sitting alone, Xia Chongfeng stared out at the night view and murmured, "Is it that they look down on the Xia family?" Banquet hall. Ning Yuan stepped out of the private room, a shadow of gloom flickering in his dark eyes. That old fox was calculating wildly, offering beauties, power, resources, and connections all at once. Any short-sighted transcendent would have been dazzled beyond reason. But Ning Yuan knew the truth clearly. Bearing the banner of the Xia family provided backing, yes, but it also made him their shield. The headquarters were the core where several prominent Chinese clans pooled resources to cultivate transcendent warriors. While these families would watch the Xia family decline from the sidelines, they would never allow it to dominate. Ning Yuan advanced far faster than his peers. Now holding 2 spiritual artifacts, a third-tier breakthrough was within reach. If he grew strong quickly as the Xia family son-in-law, other clans would immediately grow wary. Outwardly no one would act, but covertly he would face traps and setbacks. Ning Yuan wasn't afraid, but also unwilling to waste energy fighting until he reached the 4th tier. As his thoughts churned, Xia family relatives began gathering around with smiles. Xia Qidong took it upon himself to introduce everyone. Ning Yuan, seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. True heroes emerge from youth. I've heard the Namian outstanding talent among men. Brother Ning, hello? For this social circle, treating a stranger as a longtime friend came effortlessly. Etiquette and social skills were an art they mastered from childhood. Ning Yuan tamed his expression, returning warm smiles and engaging in light conversation, appearing both attentive and sincere. Xia Xinran, seeing him enjoy himself with the family, felt a quiet joy stir within her. While answering a young man's question about alien creatures, Ning Yuan suddenly noticed a gaze fixed on him. Following the line of sight, he saw in a corner of the hall a slender figure outlined by a white qipao. A woman watched him with keen interest. Their eyes met, and she smiled faintly, blinking once. In that instant, Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. It was her. The same eyes belonging to the woman he had met that night on the balcony. Yunxi. Her name flashed through Ning Yuan's mind as he seized an excuse to slip away from the crowd and approach her directly. The Xia family members exchanged knowing glances. They all recognized the woman in the qipao, but no one dared engage with her due to her strange temperament. The truth was, apart from exchanging a few words with Xia Xinran and Xia Ming occasionally, she ignored everyone else. That sort of cold dismissal was uncomfortable to bear. Being near her made your skin crawl, a sensation so intense it made your toes curl involuntarily. Xia Xinran knew Yun Zai's personality well. When she saw Ning Yuanfang walking toward Yunxi, she was about to step forward to stop him. The crystal chandelier in the hall flickered, casting shifting light over the crowd, highlighting their curious and speculative expressions. Just as Xia Xinran took a step, her father, Xia Qiming, raised his hand and gently held her arm, shaking his head to signal her not to interfere. To him, Ning Yuanfang had just rejected the Xia family's goodwill, but now he was clearly captivated by Yun Zai's stunning presence. Xia Qiming was curious to see how this young man would react to hitting a brick wall. Ning Yuanfang walked calmly and took a seat next to Yunxi, all eyes on him. Then, what happened next stunned every Yunia woman who had been icy and indifferent to all advances before. Yunxi now smiled warmly at him. She gently set down the stemmed glass in her hand, her eyes softening into a gentle curve. We really are fated to meet like this here. Ning Yuanfang's gaze darkened slightly, almost imperceptibly frowning. Why are you here? Yunxi lifted her chin towards Xia Xinran, who was not far off, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Do you like the dress she's wearing? I made it. To put it in your words, am now a haute couture fashion designer. At this, Ning Yuanfang fell silent for a moment, then let out a low sneer. You all really have too much free time. Is this just playing at life? Yunxi rolled her eyes and waved a slender, pale finger in front of him. First, am not you all or things, so watch your tone. Second, I'm not playing at life. I truly love making clothes. Don't insult my passion. Her voice softened suddenly as she leaned forward, nearly pressing against his shoulder. And her breath brushed his ear. I think you're the one playing at life. You hate these people inside, but hide every ounce of emotion perfectly. Sometimes I wonder if an old monster's soul is trapped in your body. She tapped a delicate finger over Ning Yuanfang's heart. A subtle fragrance drifted into his senses. Their eyes met. Turmoil flickered beneath Ning's calm surface, but his face remained unreadable. After a moment he replied quietly, you said before, if we ever met again, would have a proper talk. Looking down at her flawless face, he had many questions about her identity, her origins, why she belonged neither to humans nor to other clans. In his over 400 years, he had never seen anyone like Yunxi. Yunxi chuckled and glanced around. Here, not really the Placithere all watching. She dipped her fingertip into some red wine and wrote 5 faint red characters on the table. 66. Chuanxi wrote. The writing was clear but disappeared after a moment. Ning Yuanfang memorized it silently. At that moment, Xia Xinran approached. As she came near, the wine writing on the table vanished as if wiped clean by the wind. She looked at the two, almost leaning into each other, her smile a little stiff. Yunxi, do you know Ning big brother? Yunxi straightened up, a relaxed smile curving her lips. You could say that. Ning Yuan is a friend of an old client of mine. I've met him a few times. Is that so? Xia Xinran eyed Yunxi suspiciously, then turned to Ning Yuanfang with a bright smile. Ning big brother, shall we go with Xiameng later to cut the cake? Before Ning Yuanfang could respond, a female voice rang out from the other side of the hall. Xinran, your grandfather is looking for you. Hearing her grandfather called, Xia Xinran gave Ning Yuanfang an apologetic smile and then turned to leave. Watching Xia Xinran's retreating figure, Yunxi clicked his tongue. It was the first time he'd seen this girl get jealous, and he found it quite amusing. Ning Yuan leaned back against the sofa, his gaze calm and indifferent. She's not jealous. She's worried she won't be able to complete the mission. Yunxi raised an eyebrow and shot him a cryptic look. Then she stretched lazily, curving her slender waist into a graceful arch, and teased. Well, I'm leaving first. It's kind of awkward being watched all the time by a certain someone. After Xia Xinran walked away, she kept glancing back from time to time. Yunxi bent down to slip her kicked-off high heels back on, the sharp click of the heels marking her steady steps as she left. Ning Yuan said nothing and didn't stand to see her off. He simply watched the elegant silhouette disappear around the corner. Suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded at the entrance of the hall. A young man about 18 or 19 rushed over, holding up a phone with its screen lit. He first glanced towards the direction Yunxi had left to make sure she was gone, then lowered his voice as he approached Ning Yuan. Bad news, brother Ning. Look at this. Someone's put a 200 million bounty on your head. The young man was Xia Feiyu, the only extraordinary talent in the Xia family. Recently promoted to first rank, he had joined headquarters less than a month ago. Ning Yuan took the phone and saw the screen paused on the Dawn Forum. At the very top of the forum's bounty section, his name was prominently listed. Mission target, China Extraordinary Talent Headquarters Ning Yuan. Reward, 200 million. Deadline, 15 days. Interested parties contact admin. The staggering bounty of 200 million sparked heated discussion below the post, floors refreshing constantly. Just as Ning Yuan was looking it over, the post suddenly flickered, and a glaring red message popped up. Bounty mission has been accepted. Xia Feiyu inhaled sharply, exchanging a tense glance with Ning Yuan, his complexion paling. It's over, brother Ning. Some faction has already taken the contract. Within this time, there'll definitely be extraordinary talents sent to assassinate you. Ning Yuan nodded slightly, but his mind remained calm. This was the first time in his life had appeared on such an assassination list, but in his previous life, he had faced countless attempts. The so-called assassination list was merely a petty trick, alien beings manipulating human money to pit extraordinary talents against each other. Many of his compatriots in the last life died confusedly in such schemes. Scholars have summarized the reason in one phrase. The human instinct encoded in our genes is to seek benefit and avoid harm. Seeing Ning Yuan remaining composed, Xia Feiyu grew more anxious. Brother Ning, we'll send you the forum invite link. Registration requires an invite from a member. If you log in, you might be able to check immediately who accepted the bounty. They exchanged contact info, and Xia Feiyu promptly sent the link. The young man furrowed his brow and added, Brother Ning, shouldn't you report this situation to headquarters? They would likely arrange protection for you and your family. It seemed like Xia Feiyu was actually the target of the assassination. Whether from excitement or nerves, he appeared visibly agitated and restless. Ning Yuan glanced at him sideways, a smile tugging at his lips as he reminded, Forget about that for now, your sister is calling us. Not far off, Xia Xinran approached with light, brisk steps, her face radiant with a smile. Brother Ning, Feiyu, it's time to cut the cake. The cake cart was wheeled to the center of the banquet hall. Standing about waist-high, the exquisite cake was decorated with cream frills and gilded accents, instantly drawing every gaze. Beneath the crystal chandelier, Xia Meng wore a custom-made gown and a sparkling crystal tiara, looking every bit the princess from a fairy tale. The Xia family gathered around her, their laughter, applause, and the birthday song blending together to fill the hall with joyous energy. As the song ended, Xia Meng closed her eyes and clasped her hands together in a sincere prayer. After a moment, she opened them and, under the attentive silence of the crowd, gently blew out the candles. The flames vanished instantly, delicate wisps of smoke curled upward. Watching the girl in the flickering candlelight, Ning Yuan murmured inwardly, Xia Meng, the future head of the Xia family, diffuser of enshrank dream spirit species, and destined to reach the 6th tier. Dream spirits are born from dreams and said to embody the rules of dreaming. For her to encounter and successfully fuse with one in a dream is exceedingly rare and ethereal. If only I could learn how exactly she obtained it, I could give Xiao Luo another option. At that thought, he shook his head in quiet frustration. Rumors from his past life all pointed to the same conclusion: Xiao Meng was never the one who found the dream spirit. It was the dream spirit that chose her. If that was true, he had no chance of seizing it. Brother Ning? Xia Xinren's gentle call pulled him back to reality. Ning Yuan stepped forward and, together with the siblings, grasped the knife handle. The girl's fingertips were warm and soft, and he whispered inwardly, Xiao Meng, I look forward to the day you fully master the dream spirit. Only then will you truly be of use to me. Around them, the countdown began, 3, 2, 1. Pressing down in unison, the blade sliced smoothly through the cream and cake layers, leaving a neat cut. The white frosting gently gave way, and the sweet fragrance filled the air. After the banquet ended, Ning Yuan politely declined Xia Xinren's offer to escort him. Stepping out the hotel doors, his figure seemed swallowed by the night, vanishing in the blink of an eye. 66, Chuanxi Road. Following the directions on his phone, he arrived at a shop with no signboard. The street was lined with trees, sparsely populated, the entire block exuding a quiet chill. Behind the glass walls stood only two mannequins. In stark contrast to the simple decor, their dresses were impeccably tailored, made from fabric with a soft sheen so skillfully crafted that even a layman like Ning Yuan could recognize their fine quality. Passers-by often slowed to take a closer look, but no one dared to enter, because a wooden sign hung on the door read, "Closed today." Ignoring the sign, Ning Yuan pushed the door open. The interior was so empty, he could hear the sound of his own footsteps. There wasn't even a cashier's counter, just a small sofa that could seat 3. On the left wall was an old wooden door. He reached out to push it, but it didn't budge. The next moment, a dark shadow rippled, and he himself transformed into a wisp of shadow, penetrating through the wooden door. Beyond it, the world was completely different. Polished redwood floors gleamed warmly underneath an antique chandelier. In the center, a wooden table and 2 stools stood quietly, with a steaming pot of tea on the table filling the air with a blend of tea and damp wood scents. From the depths, the sound of flowing water came, followed by a languid yet amused female voice that drawled, "You really have some manners for once. You knocked before entering a girl's boudoir." Inside the wooden cabin, Ning Yuan ignored Yunzai's earlier question and instead sat down directly at the rough-hewn table. He lifted the purple clay teapot and poured himself a cup of slightly cool tea. 10 minutes later, soft footsteps approached from afar. Fresh out of the bath, Yunxi appeared in a pale moon-white traditional dress. She stepped out from the depths of the room, her sleeves brushing lightly, with damp strands of hair trailing behind her, exuding a subtle, lingering fragrance that quietly filled the cabin. She took a seat opposite him, resting her chin in her hands, smiling gently as she gazed at Ning Yuan. "Speak," Ning Yuan said calmly, breaking the silence first. "Who exactly are you?" She said nothing, blinking with a faint smile. After a silent moment, she sighed softly. "Boring. Are you sure you really want to ask me that question?" "What do you mean?" Ning Yuan furrowed his brow and pressed further. "It's simple." She lifted a slender jade-like finger, twirling a wet lock of hair lazily, yet confidently. "I know, understand, and have seen far more than you imagine. You can ask me about who I am, but you can also ask many other things like the so-called other races you speak of." Ning Yuan's expression stiffened. His eyes sharpened. "You mean to say you know things even those other race beings themselves don't?" "That's right." She nodded gently, then raised her finger again. "But there's one thing you should know first. I'll answer your questions, but on one condition. I only promise to talk with you, not to give answers for free." Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you playing me? How could I dare?" She met his gaze steadily, a smile curving her lips. "Have you heard of equivalent exchange? If you want something from me, you have to give something in return. Otherwise, I'd be the one losing out." The cabin fell silent for a moment. Then Ning Yuan spoke quietly. "Fine. What's your condition?" "I don't know yet. Let's just leave it owed." She waved her hand lightly, her smile mischievous, like a sly cat. Ning Yuan almost nodded without hesitation. Owing a debt. That was his favorite kind of favor. Seeing his quick agreement, Yunzai's expression flickered oddly. Then she added, "Start by asking me one question. I'll only answer that one. After you fulfill my condition, I'll answer a second." Ning Yuan's heart tightened. "How can you be so sure I'll ask a second question?" That's easy." She poked his forehead with a finger. "The smarter one is, the stronger their curiosity." Ning Yuan said nothing. He refilled his cup, watching the steam rise as he fell into thought. Clearly, She feared he might renege on their deal, hence this installment plan. If she really knew many secrets, there were far too many questions he wanted answered. In his past life, the human race had battled the other races for 4 to 5 centuries. The mysteries he never solved still haunted him. What exactly are these other race beings? Why did they come to this planet? Why are they bent on wiping out humanity? What is their homeland like? Is there truly a completely different world beyond the black cosmos? And this woman before him, smiling so serenely, what race does she belong to? Each question cut deep in his mind. But Yunshi was clearly not easy to deal with. She showed no fear, and her strength made her unpredictable. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, lifting his eyes to meet her smiling gaze. He finally spoke. What is the purpose of those other race beings coming to this planet? After pondering for a while, Ning Yuan finally decided to ask the question that had troubled the human race for centuries, one that even the alien races didn't know the answer to. He looked up at Yunshi across from him, his gaze unusually serious. What exactly was that war fought over? Yunshi wasn't surprised. She gently traced the warm porcelain teacup in her hand, steam forming a misty layer on its surface. Turning her fingers slightly, she answered softly, "It's actually quite simple, over a treasure." "A treasure?" Ning Yuan frowned. What kind of treasure could this planet possibly have? Yunshi raised her right hand and slowly tapped the wooden floor beneath them with her index finger. This planet itself is an incredible treasure. To put it simply, you can think of it as a seed. It is currently sprouting and growing, a process called the awakening of spiritual energy. And you extraordinary beings are the products born from this awakening. And what about those so-called alien beings? In the outside world, they are called the eternal divine race. Yunzai's voice dropped to a whisper, but each word pierced clearly into his ears. Like your human race, they are divided into classes, some high, some low. For example, the one you killed was equivalent to a prince in your human hierarchy. She set down her teacup and continued. These eternal divine beings of various ranks come to this planet awaiting their chance to seize the maturing seed. To keep it fair, most of their memories have been sealed, their own past, knowledge of the outside world, and the entire content of this trial have all been erased. So all they know is that a great opportunity awaits here for them. She spoke steadily. Moreover, the planet itself suppresses outsiders. When they first arrive, they become weak, but over time, this suppression fades, and they gradually regain their strength. Do you understand now? This is a trial for the young elites of the eternal divine race. The ultimate victor will claim the seed entirely. And as for your human race, she sighed softly, you are nothing more than obstacles in their battle. Ning Yuan fell silent. The scattered clues from his past life quickly fell into place in his mind like the final pieces of a puzzle, fitting perfectly with Yunzai's words. She didn't interrupt. He needed time to process. After a moment, Ning Yuan spoke again. If their memories are sealed, how do you know so much? Were you not sealed? She rolled her eyes, the hint of exasperation in her tone. I am neither an eternal divine being nor a participant in the trial. Ning Yuan wanted to press further, but she shook her head. Knowing too much in a short time won't do you any good. There are powerful beings who may sense even a mere thought of them in your mind, let alone the terrifying entities who specialize in deduction and foresight, who occasionally watch over this place. At this, Ning Yuan stopped questioning and stood to leave. Pausing at the door, he asked, so how will this planet ultimately become? She gazed out as phoenix tree leaves drifted down outside. After a long silence, her lips moved silently. Flowers bloom, fade, fall, and bloom again, just the endless cycle of rebirth. Leaving the clothing store, Ning Yuan headed straight from Jinling to Dazhou City. Before he left, Yunshi gave him a contact number. You might be needed in the future. Ning Yuan nodded, but made no promise. It all depended. Under the night sky in Dazhou City, neon lights shimmered on the surface of Star Lake near the flowered shore, sparkling like stars. Ning Yuan pushed open the villa door and was greeted by warm yellow light. Ning Xiaoluo and Su Wei were busy cooking in the kitchen, both wearing aprons. Xiao Yuan, you're back. Ning Xiaoluo peeked out holding a spatula, her eyes curved into a smile. Su Wei wiped sweat from her brow and gave him a gentle smile. Ning Yuan didn't respond, only letting out a long sigh as he sank into the living room sofa. His gaze drifted absently to the TV playing Animal World. Ning Xiaoluo brought him a glass of iced fruit juice and slipped a cushion behind his back, thinking he must be exhausted, then hurried back to the kitchen. The big yellow dog lying nearby glanced at Ning Yuan, then pressed the remote to switch the channel to the game console interface. Turning its head, it waved a paw at him. Wanna play? They'll let you have half a bar of health this time. Ning Yuan looked at the controller in the dog's paw, then at its wagging big tail. 3 minutes later, staring at the game over screen, Ning Yuan quietly put down the gamepad. Just as Ning Yuan was debating whether to go out and stretch his legs with big yellow dog, his phone buzzed. He looked down to unlock it, and a WeChat message popped up. Xia Feiyu. Ning bro, hurry and check the forum. That organization that took on the job to assassinate you just posted. Ning raised an eyebrow and clicked the link Xia Feiyu had sent earlier to the Dawn forum. Within minutes, he registered an account and password. When it came to choosing a nickname, he paused briefly before typing 4 words, walking on thin ice. Once inside the forum homepage, he went straight to the bounty section. Just as he expected, the pinned post was about him. Skull Society recruiting. Join the mission to assassinate Ning Yuan, an extraordinary agent at the Huaxia headquarters. Interested parties message privately. The bold black headline caught his eye immediately. Big yellow dog sniffed the excitement and came closer, his round head nearly touching the screen, clicking his tongue. No kidding, an assassination? Nowadays assassins openly put up job ads. Wait, this name is exactly the same as yours. His dog eyes bounced repeatedly between Ning's face and the screen. Because it's about me, Ning said calmly, as if stating the weather. The dog froze for a moment and then burst out laughing, snorting loudly. This is hilarious. They've got some nerve. Assassinate you? And they're openly recruiting? How is that any different from a job fair? Assassins should be sneaky, right? Ning scanned the flood of replies under the post and explained evenly, why be secretive? First, no one here knows anyone's real identity. Second, when extraordinary agents hunt each other, there's no need for concealment. No matter how hard ordinary people try, they can't kill a capable agent. As for weak targets, assassins don't need to hide if a powerful agent wants someone dead. Once they're targeted, there's no escaping. Big Yellow Dog scratched behind his ears and cheeks. But even so, aren't they afraid a stronger agent might fake applying and take them all out? Ning shook his head. To target a Tier 2 agent at headquarters, Skull Society has at least 4 Tier 2 inside. To wipe them all out, you'd need a Tier 3 or 6 or more Tier 2 agents working together. If Skull Society were in Huaxia, maybe, but overseas, headquarters wouldn't risk sending anyone across borders. The dog sat down with a sudden understanding. True, top agents don't dare cross borders. Casual, that's a red line. A formidable agent can cause massive damage, and those high-level officials from normal backgrounds won't take chances. Borders are monitored by sensitive agents, and if a strong outsider crosses without authorization, they'll be exposed immediately. Ning quietly recognized another reason foreign powers might secretly hope for more chaos but kept silent. Damn it, Big Yellow Dog wagged his tail, grumbling. So what? We're just supposed to wait for that damn Skull Society to come assassinate you? You don't fear it, but there's no way I can handle those Tier 2 agents. Ning Yuan smiled at the words, then clicked on the poster's avatar and sent a message. I'm a rank 2 supernormal, have a grudge against the Huaxia supernormal headquarters, and want to join your mission. The phone screen flashed the moment the message sent. The Big Yellow Dog looked up at him in surprise. Are you seriously thinking of crossing the border? Wouldn't that be a huge risk if you get caught? Ning Yuan chatted casually without looking up, replying, it's simple, just don't let them find out. The dog opened its mouth, but had nothing to say. As their conversation continued, the situation confirmed Ning Yuan's predictions. The so-called Skull Society base was on a foreign island, separated by several countries, and far from Huaxia. That explained their confidence. What surprised him more was that the person seemed to appreciate Ning Yuan as a rank 2 supernormal and immediately invited him for an interview on the island within 2 days. Ning Yuan opened his phone's navigation and roughly estimated the distance before replying, friend, I'm not far from your island. Maybe we can meet tonight. The other party soon sent back. That's wonderful. I look forward to your arrival, friend. Seeing this, the Big Yellow Dog could barely hold back its excitement, wagging its tail and lying down pretending to be calm. Ning Yuan closed the chat and switched to the homepage of the Dawn Forum. The page displayed a mix of English and strange symbols, clearly a platform built by a foreign major company for supernormals. The forum was neatly divided into 4 sections. 1. Resource exchange. 2. Discussion communication. 3. Bounty commissions. 4. Task requests. The resource exchange area was filled with posts buying spiritual tools and artifacts. Occasionally, there were titles offering spiritual item for spiritual item trades. The discussion section was bustling, with supernormals asking cultivation questions, posting coordinates of suspected spiritual creatures, or sharing tricky situations seeking advice. The threads refreshed by the second. The bounty commissions area was much colder in tone. Hired killing summed up most posts. Money to buy a supernormal's life, or rewards for hunting down alien beings or ordinary humans. The task requests area was unique. Not only did supernormals pay handsomely for others to complete specific missions, but a surprisingly large number of ordinary people posted there, hoping for help from supernormals. The forum's thriving activity filled the screen. The Big Yellow Dog's eyes gleamed as it suddenly leaned in. Looks really interesting. Pull me in too. Ning Yuan glanced at it sideways. You? Do you even have a phone? The dog snorted coldly. Just a phone. Don't underestimate dogs. Wait here. It then dashed off to its room. Soon, it came back holding a silver gray phone that caught the light. Ning Yuan recognized it as the old phone Ning Shaluo replaced last month. The dog bragged, surprise. I begged this from Sister Luo to use for researching all kinds of info. Ning Yuan was speechless but sent the forum invite link to it via text. The dog deftly entered the verification code, set up an account and password faster than many humans. When it came to the nickname field, it froze, its claw hovering over the screen for a full 2 minutes. Then it gently tapped 3 characters. Zhuge Huang. As soon as the account was registered, the Big Yellow Dog eagerly typed its first post. It pinned the thread in the Dawn Forum discussion board under the ID Zhuge Huang. The message was brief and straightforward. Hey everyone, I have a friend whose dog accidentally ate a spiritual seed and became a transcendent. Can a dog like this break through normally to the second stage, like a person? The question was so bizarre that within half a minute, netizens from all over were flocking to the post. Comment 1 Flashman, good luck burning. Comment 2 Worldly oil. Feeding something as precious as a spiritual seed to a dog? Who peed yellow? Someone wake up the OP. Comment 3 God said let there be light. So I became light. OP, your friend isn't you, right? I recommend handing the dog over to headquarters immediately. Comment 4 Check the ribs. Shit. If this is real, DM me. I'll pay top dollar for your pet. Comment 5 Old Monk Taoist Shurjia Tianzuan. Not sure if it will work, but if it succeeds, please let me know. I have a spiritual seed on hand. Thinking about feeding it to my pet. Comment 6 Professional feeder. To the yellow pisser, also roast the guy above me. Comment 7 True human feelings. If it's true, report it to the state immediately. That dog is valuable for research. After dozens of fast refreshing comments, the yellow dog's expression darkened. Just as it was about to delete the post, a long reply popped up. I really am an alien. Humans have intelligence. Integrating a spiritual seed can open their spiritual orifices for cultivation. Animals lack intelligence, so accidentally eating a spiritual seed leads to 2 outcomes: death or becoming a low-level demon beast. Low-level demon beasts have strong early power, but no wisdom, making them dangerous. I suggest the OP advise their friend to just eat the pet demon flesh is highly nourishing. It even added, enjoy your meal, like passing a menu. Next came Professional Troll's quick comeback. The guy above is like a sow wearing a bra, spewing nonsense after nonsense. I almost believed it. And your lame username? I got tired of it 3 years ago. Then defeat alien creatures chimed in. The guy above has a point. OP, if you really eat it, let me know. They'll bring an 82 law fight. Save me a dog leg. The phrase demon flesh is highly nourishing completely struck a nerve with the yellow dog. It instinctively glanced sideways at Ning Yuan, who was focused on browsing the thread and hadn't noticed them. Only then did it breathe a sigh of relief and deleted the entire thread with one click. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan was still scouring the resource exchange board for spiritual items that could keep ordinary people from dying for a short time. After browsing a dozen pages with no luck, he posted, ID walking on thin ice. Long-term buyer of spiritual items and devices that can keep ordinary people alive, open to all conditions. Interested parties please contact. No sooner had he posted than the familiar figure appeared. Comment 1 Flashman, good luck burning. And then nothing. In the kitchen, after a busy morning, Ning Shaluo and Su Wei carried steaming dishes out one by one, carefully placing the food on the dining table. During dinner, Ning Yuan learned from Su Wei that she had also moved into Xinghu Huapan, and her residence was not far from his practically a neighbor. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan immediately understood the Su family's plan. Living next to him, a second-tier transcendent, combined with Su Wei's close relationship with him, essentially meant gaining a powerful protector. In the current era, having the protection of a gifted second-tier transcendent spoke volumes. Ning Yuan was well aware of this, but chose not to delve deeper. As long as Su Wei didn't interfere with his life and could keep Ning Shaluo entertained, he was happy to turn a blind eye. After dinner, as the sky darkened, Ning Yuan casually found an excuse to leave home. In an instant, his figure melted into the night. Between the clouds, a dark shadow streaked by, the spirit energy restrained under the nightfall as if this black streak were a natural part of the sky. Ning Yuan merged with the darkness, crossing the border. The transcendent guarding the border glanced up but saw only the silent sky, puzzled, then lowered his gaze once more. Ning Yuan avoided the other country's major cities, making a straight path across several borders. What would take an ordinary person nearly 20 hours by plane, he completed in 10 minutes, pausing occasionally at a leisurely pace to check his navigation. Passing a bustling night market, he casually borrowed a cartoon mask freshly bought from a child. The child stood frozen, unable to react, while Ning Yuan had already soared back into the sky. When he arrived at the island, night had fully fallen. The vacation villa stood quietly by the beach, its glass walls reflecting faint light. Ning Yuan put on the cartoon mask and pushed the door open. Inside the spacious living room, the lighting was soft. A chubby man lay lazily on the sofa, shirtless, wearing nothing but a pair of oversized shorts. The flicker of the TV light danced on his dark, shiny skin. He munched on peanuts and laughed along with the program, his belly wobbling with each chuckle. Hearing the door, the man glanced at Ning Yuan and grinned with an oily smile. Dear friend, it only took you half a day to find this place much faster than I expected. He spoke fluent Huaxia, clearly having guessed Ning Yuan's nationality. Ning Yuan sat down calmly beside him and replied lightly, just happened to be a neighboring country. You're probably not Huaxia, right? The man eyed the cartoon mask on Ning Yuan's face and shrugged. Heh, you're cautious. You're right, I'm not, but am fluent in many languages. For someone like me, hunted by transcendent officials from multiple countries, that's a survival skill. Ning Yuan nodded and touched the mask, hinting, can't show my face, gotta keep it like this for now. The man winked in agreement, smart move. Our real identities are on wanted lists in several countries, so showing our faces openly isn't wise. But don't worry, We have people among us whose abilities can temporarily alter your appearance. So as long as you work with us, you'll be safe." At that, the fat man shoved another handful of peanuts into his mouth. Chewing as he spoke, he continued, "Since you're a second-tier transcendent, they'll get straight to the point. There's a 200 million bounty. After the mission, you'll get 30 million. Ning Yuan looked up, thoughtful, and said nothing for a moment. The fat man tossed the empty peanut shells onto the table and went on, "Including you, there are 5 second-tier transcendent beings this time. You joined later, so your share is relatively smaller. The other 4 are also second-tier." He smiled meaningfully as he spoke. Ning Yuan repeated softly, "For other second-tier transcendent beings." The fat man nodded. "We come from all parts of the world, with similar experiences and shared goals. Once this mission is over, if you're willing to join us for good, you're more than welcome. Sooner or later, we won't have to hide anymore." Ning Yuan nodded slightly in response. A faint, indistinct laugh came from behind his mask. Just then, the door to the master bedroom on the second floor opened. A slender, sallow-skinned bald man appeared. The gleam of his freshly shaved head and the tattoos on his face caught the light. He looked down at the 2 men in the living room and grinned. "Yo, boss, new partner?" The fat man answered in his usual dialect with a sharp then deliberately raised his voice. "He's also a second-tier transcendent." They spoke in a language Ning Yuan couldn't understand, which didn't bother him. Instead, his attention was drawn to the open bedroom behind them inside. 2 ordinary tourists were tied up on the floor, their faces pale. "Those 2 are just regular people, right?" Ning Yuan asked plainly. Following Ning Yuan's gaze, the fat man nodded calmly. "Yeah, they came here on vacation. They rented this villa. We just passed by, liked the place, and decided to stay for a few days." Seeing that Ning Yuan said nothing further, the fat man's eyes glimmered with a bit of respect, and he explained more bluntly, "You should understand we're already free in ways most aren't." He held up 5 fingers. "According to big data and statistics from various countries, out of 6 billion ordinary people worldwide, there are only 50,000 transcendent beings. The gap is huge. We're born to look down from above. Toying with a few regular people is like stepping on bugs, no big deal, as long as it's fun." He stretched out the last word in a chuckle, his flesh jiggling with the movement. At that moment, the bald man upstairs came out of the bathroom, drying water off his face. He leaned over and shouted down, "Boss, are you coming up?" The fat man tilted his head and translated for Ning Yuan. "He's inviting you over." "No interest." Ning Yuan shook his head. The fat man raised his hand to decline on his behalf. The bald man shrugged and turned back into the bedroom. The door didn't close completely. Faint sobbing could be heard from inside. The fat man shifted his gaze back and resumed talking with Ning Yuan. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." "Me?" Ning Yuan smiled and removed his mask. "Ning Yuan." "Ning Yuan?" The fat man froze, as if recalling something. The light from downstairs fell on Ning Yuan's delicate features, his half-smile quiet but unsettled, as he quietly studied the fat man's face. The fat man's pupils suddenly constricted. Before he could react, his entire body stiffened, unable to move an inch, and darkness engulfed his vision. His heart pounded violently, a flood of terror surging through him. "You, Ning Yuan? How is that possible?" His mind was in chaos. Ning Yuan, a mysterious figure clearly linked to the Chinese supernatural headquarters. How could he have crossed multiple countries and appeared here in an instant? Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, 2 men were silently torn apart into countless pieces of flesh, blood splattering over the sheets and the floor. The supernatural being lying by the bedside widened his eyes in horror at the gruesome scene, his face instantly drained of color. The next second, his body too was silently sliced to pieces, blood staining the ground dark red. On the sofa downstairs, although the fat man's eyes were overwhelmed by darkness, the increasingly strong stench of blood pierced through, shattering his illusions. The horror was undeniably real. Ning Yuan's voice was surprisingly calm, so calm that the fear inside the fat man soared to a new peak. He hurriedly stammered, "Okay, I'll answer whatever you ask, just please let me go. I was supposed to only collect the deposit, not do this job. I never intended to travel so far, much less come to China to kill you. You have to believe me." A faint cold smile curled on Ning Yuan's lips as he firmly slapped the fat man's cheek. "Don't worry. As long as your answers satisfy me, I promise I'll let you go. Who is your employer?" The fat man fell silent, then trembled as he spoke. "The Dawn Forum is all anonymous. You don't actually know who my employer is." Ning Yuan's expression darkened sharply, murderous intent radiating from him. "You don't know? Then what use are you?" Sensing the deadly aura closing in, the fat man quickly begged, No. I can help you find out. Once I report the mission's completion to the forum admins, they'll need your head as proof to get the final payment from the employer. Will that work?" Ning Yuan frowned. "Won't they suspect anything?" "No, the forum admins don't know where we really are. I just say we were already inside China, and that's enough." The fat man lowered his voice, explaining. Ning Yuan smiled, a calculating glint in his eyes. It was clear the fat man was improvising on the spot. He grabbed the fat man's phone and, following his directions, quickly located the contact info for the Dawn Forum's administrator. The phone barely rang before it was answered. Who's calling at this hour? What do you want? A cold female voice came from the other end. The fat man hesitated for a moment, unsure if Ning Yuan could understand the conversation, but forced himself to lie through gritted teeth. What else? The hit on Ning Yuan is done. His head is with me. How do I use this to collect the payment? Suspicion immediately rose on the other end. Done already? What a joke. It hasn't even been a day. Feigning impatience, the fat man snapped. Cut the nonsense. Stop questioning Skeleton Society's professionalism. I told you, we were already inside China. Taking him out in a day is nothing. Besides, Ning Yuan's young and inexperienced easy target. Hearing the fat man's words, the woman fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Wait a moment. I need to contact the employer to check if they want a live confirmation of the identity. Yeah, make it quick, the fat man urged in a low voice. The Supernatural Division headquarters is already on our trail. We're about to leave mainland China. If the employer wants a live body, they'll go straight to wherever they specify. After the call ended, the spacious villa's main hall instantly fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the crackling of logs in the fireplace. The fat man turned to Ning Yuan beside him, forcing a sycophantic smile. Don't worry. If the other side is really powerful, we'll go together. Don't let my size fool you. I'm actually pretty deadly when I strike. Ning Yuan ignored him, his gaze passing through the stair railing, landing on the bedroom upstairs. On the floor there, a young man was tied up tightly like a wrapped dumpling, his whole body bruised and purple. A cloth was stuffed in his mouth. His face was smeared with blood. His eyes were bloodshot but stubbornly wide open, meeting Ning Yuan's gaze across the floor. They pleaded silently, as though their desperation might leak through the layers of wood and air. Just one look was enough for Ning Yuan to recognize him as Chinese, and he understood those eyes were begging, pleading for help. After a brief pause, a dark shadow flashed across the room, and the ropes binding the youth snapped with a sharp crack. Freed in an instant, he staggered to the bedside, summoning all his strength to flip over the nearly suffocating woman beside him and hold her tightly. Gasping for breath, he trembled as he cradled her fragile breathing. At that moment, downstairs the fat man's phone buzzed again. Ning Yuan walked over and answered it with a swipe. The cold, emotionless voice of the woman came through. Country, Morgan Building. Put the head on the rooftop. The employer said he just wants to kick it around for fun after. Also, once confirmed, the final payment will be transferred through me tomorrow. Ning Yuan said nothing, then abruptly hung up. The fat man froze for a moment before hurriedly repeating the woman's words exactly. Ning Yuan took out his own phone, quickly searched for Morgan Building, roughly calculating the flight path and time from here. Then he put the phone away and snatched the fat man's phone. Logging into the other's Dawn Forum account, he typed up a post swiftly, then switched to video mode, aiming the camera straight at the fat man. From where Ning Yuan stood, he heard footsteps pacing in the living room, but the fat man couldn't see him or move. He tried to grovel and beg, but suddenly realized his lips were, as if sealed, that couldn't make a sound. An unknown force restrained his eyes, tongue, and limbs, leaving only his heart pounding wildly. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as he sensed Ning Yuan could strike at any moment to end it all. Ning Yuan positioned the camera, raised his knife hand slightly, the blade glinting coldly, and just as the edge was about to fall, a hoarse voice broke through the stifling silence. Can I do it? I'm willing to pay 1 million. Ning Yuan turned his gaze to the young man leaning against the doorframe of the bedroom. Blood-soaked and face cracked and marred, the youth stared daggers at the fat man, his hatred twisting his features. 5 million, Ning Yuan said flatly. No problem. The youth bit his lip and accepted without hesitation. Ning Yuan was taken aback and silently berated himself for undervaluing the price just now. The young man staggered down the stairs, cold sweat mixed with blood running sticky down his forehead. He dragged his leg into the kitchen, rummaging noisily through drawers. At last, he pulled out a bone-cleaving cleaver, its blade serrated with sharp notches. He swayed 3 steps at a time toward the fat man, his gaze icy and merciless. By now, the fat man's crotch was soaked through, an unmistakable stench rising from him. He could hear the conversation between Ning Yuan and the young man, so it was easy for him to guess what was about to happen next. Unfortunately, his throat had been skillfully sealed off. Even a single curse was reduced to a silent monologue. The young man staggered toward the fat man, holding a cleaver high in both hands. Ning Yuan raised his phone, its screen glowing, and pointed at the cartoon mask lying on the sofa. Put the mask on. The young man understood immediately, grabbed the mask, and pressed it onto his face. The camera restarted, and the weary hands raised and brought down the cleaver. Splattered blood sprayed everywhere. What should have taken only a few strikes dragged on, as the youth, weakened and exhausted, struck over 20 times until the fat man's head finally rolled off completely. After finishing, he collapsed back onto the sofa, utterly drained. Ning Yuan reviewed the recorded footage, nodded in satisfaction, and uploaded the video along with text to a forum. The Skull Society forbids anyone defying the Huaxia headquarters no matter how far, they shall be exterminated. The post was barely 2 seconds old when the thread erupted with activity. Lightning Man. Front page, 666. This post is gonna blow up. Zhuge Huang. First reply, are you bots or what? Lightning Man. Third floor, my speed as Lightning Man beat any bot. Lich King. To the guy above. God gave you hands to bless women, but you just type on a keyboard. Lightning Man. Zhuge Huang. I'm a monk named Shijia Tianzuan. Namo Amen Tianzuan. A monk shouldn't watch such bloody videos. Sinful, sinful. I really am an alien. Sigh. Humans can be so cruel. Pro Screamer. To above, that sounded a bit fake. Sweetheart lady. Thanks OP. Great snack video. Send me your address. I'll mail some specialties. Ning Yuan ignored the replies. Casually, he crushed the fat man's phone casing, then looked at the young man on the sofa. The youth painfully fumbled in a drawer for pen and paper, voice hoarse. Big brother, write down your bank account. My phone was smashed by them. When I return to China, they'll transfer 5 million to you immediately. Im Zhouyang, from Dashin City. Ning Yuan took the pen and paper, wrote down the account, then warned lightly, don't go so far next time. Zhouyang gave a bitter smile, voice weak. You'll remember that. Big brother, I, Zhouyang, will remember this life-saving favor forever. Ning Yuan said no more. Hoisting the fat man's head, a dark shadow slipped out of the villa and vanished into the night. A few minutes later, atop the Morgan Tower in Country M, Ning Yuan appeared holding his phone in one hand and the bloodied head in the other. The night was pitch black, the skyscraper unlit. Frowning, he confirmed his location, then effortlessly dropped down to street level. The severed head dangled from a street lamp, swaying under the dim light, casting a grotesque shadow. No one around. Pretty cautious, Ning Yuan snorted coldly. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. He raised his hand, fingers spreading wide. The darkness around seemed to respond, wildly converging. In an instant, even the street lamp was swallowed by the surging black tide. Give him a cut. With a low shout, he swung his right arm horizontally. The heavy darkness whipped across the outer wall like a hurricane. The next moment, the lights returned, but Ning Yuan's figure was already a distant blur. Moments later, the nearly 300-meter Morgan Tower began to tremble, steel groaning, glass shattering. The vibrations intensified until the building slowly started to collapse. The sirens of fire trucks and police cars blared as they sped past. On the wide sidewalk by the road, 2 figures walked side by side. Ahead, red and blue flashing lights intertwined, and the air was thick with the smell of smoke and dust. One wore a sharply tailored gray suit, whistling lightly as he watched fire trucks and police vehicles rush by. He shook his head with a sneer. This country is really falling apart. His companion was a young man with distinct mixed Eastern and Western features. His light-colored eyes reflected the rising dust cloud ahead. Frowning, he said quietly, that spot, no matter how you look at it, it seems to be where we live. The suited man paused, then waved a hand dismissively. No way. Still, the two unconsciously quickened their pace. Turning 2 corners, the ruins of the Morgan building suddenly came into view. One entire skyscraper collapsed into a jumble of twisted steel and concrete. Charred beams scattered in every direction. Beyond the police tape, crowds clamored as flashes from cameras and police lights intermingled. The smile on the suited man's face froze instantly. His expression darkened as if ice had formed under his skin. At that moment, a uniformed figure wearing a badge labeled M Nation Para-Human Association perched on a street lamp, casually removing a bloodied, swollen head and tossing it into a special metal container. Bright red drops fell down the container's side. The act was ostentatious, almost a demonstration, and the target of their message was unmistakably them. The mixed-race youth's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. He quickly pulled out his phone and opened the Dawn Forum. On the screen, a post by Ning Yuan using the Skull Society account topped the homepage, already drawing over 10,000 replies. Whoever attacks the Huaxia headquarters, no matter how far, must be exterminated. The large characters struck their eyes. The suited man, Zhan Liangshan, veins bulging on his temples, ground his teeth and growled. Exterminated no matter how far. What a bold claim from the Huaxia Para-Human headquarters. He clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for those people forcing me to attend that territory division meeting yesterday, I wouldn't have left here. His anger surged like a flood. Those ants, if I catch them, I'll peel their skin off bit by bit. The mixed-race youth glanced at him sideways. Liang, what do you want to do next? Zhan Liangshan loosened his tie with a cold voice. What else? I'll rush straight to the Huaxia Para-Human headquarters. When have I ever suffered this kind of humiliation? The youth shook his head with a reminder. Don't forget, we all promised at the meeting yesterday to avoid internal strife and letting those ants take advantage. Each faction must grow their strength in their own territory. No one is allowed to step over the line into others' domains. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhan Liangshan's head, veins bulging even more fiercely. Not long ago, linguist death sounded an alarm for the alien races. Some suspected Ling Wu was not only killed by humans, but possibly betrayed by his own kind. So an agreement was proposed. Before completely wiping out human parahumans, the various races would halt cross-border conflicts and focus on developing within their own territories. After humans were eliminated, rivalries could resume. This plan benefited all alien races, and Zhang Liangshan naturally agreed. But just as the pact was sealed, his stronghold was destroyed. Someone had crossed thousands of miles to slap him hard and retreat without a scratch. If he now turned around to attack Huaxia, he would be the first to break the rules. The first to break the rules inevitably attracts hostile attention from all sides, and that would be even worse for him. Taking several deep breaths, the man in the suit calmed his mind and began to think with a twisted expression. The mixed-race young man standing quietly beside him chuckled softly and said, "Liang, you're letting anger cloud your judgment. The rule said only people can't pass. It didn't say anything about weapons." The suited man paused, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Right, Fuyue, you're the smart one. If I stay on my own turf and attack the Huaxia headquarters from there, then it doesn't count as crossing the line." Fuyue nodded approvingly. "Exactly." The suited man clapped his hands, and a gray wooden plaque appeared in his palm out of thin air. Clutching the plaque, he slipped past the security line alone and headed straight to the ruins of the collapsed Morgan building. Like a ghost, he passed through the crowd. The guards ignored him, and even the few supernatural investigators only frowned in his direction but couldn't truly see him. Among the rubble, he searched through broken stones and twisted rebar for a moment before pulling out a steel rod as thick as a forearm. Measuring it quickly, he then sliced away the excess effortlessly with a sharp stroke. Shouldering the rod, he retraced his steps and, side by side with Fuyue, crossed an intersection toward the crowded park. At the exact moment he stepped beyond the security perimeter, the wooden plaque in his hand vanished, breaking his invisibility. Only then did the bystanders finally notice a sharply dressed man striding through the crowd with a steel rod on his shoulder. They found a relatively open lawn where the suited man firmly planted the rod in the ground and rolled up his sleeves. He formed his left hand into a sword shape with 2 fingers, pressed it against the palm of his right hand, and slashed sharply. Blood immediately welled up. Clenching the bloodied palm around the steel rod, he muttered incantations under his breath as his pupils darkened into an eerie crimson. Many passers-by mistook it for a street performance and gathered curiously. Gradually, the steel rod became coated in bright red blood and began to glow with a faint heat. Seeing the crowd swell, Fuyue pulled a thick wad of cash from a tote bag and flung it high into the air, shouting loudly, "Money! Come and grab it! SHT! My hair!" Banknotes fluttered down like rain. After a brief stunned pause, the crowd erupted in a frenzied roar, diving to snatch the bills. Even those who had been indifferent quickly rushed over, and within minutes nearly 100 people had gathered. Just as the commotion reached its peak, the suited man slowly lifted the burning red steel rod. Following Fuyue's directions, he turned to face the designated spot, planted his feet firmly, and struck a throwing pose. Boom! His right arm's muscles bulged instantly as a violent shockwave burst outward from him, shredding nearly 100 ordinary people into gore and mist on the spot. The spray of blood seemed drawn toward the steel rod's surface, intensifying its fiery glow to an almost supernatural blaze. "Take this." The suited man's face twisted with rage as the ground beneath him shattered, and he hurled the steel rod with savage force toward the target. The crackling explosions and sonic booms echoed throughout the park. Reinforced steel bars glowing with a sinister red light streaked through the night sky like meteors, roaring upward and plunging headfirst into the thick clouds, vanishing without a trace. The man in the suit staggered as if all his strength had been drained, brushing dust off his palms with a pale face. A mixed-race young man stepped forward just in time to steady him. The two, one leading and one following, faltered as they slowly moved away. They needed to find another safe place, and fast. Outside the park, a crowd that had planned to take advantage of the chaos to scavenge arrived just in time to witness the red streak shooting skyward. Their jaws dropped in shock. Then, as panic set in, screams erupted and people clutched their heads, fleeing in all directions within moments. A few minutes later, at the Huaxia Coastal Military District base, harsh alarms blared and red lights flashed. "Attention! Attention! An unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching our territory." At the technical control station, satellite images quickly cycled before locking onto the target. "What is that?" Someone shot upright in surprise. "It's not a missile, nor any known heat-seeking weapon." The technician's voice trembled. "Analysis shows a 99 probability in alien attack." The base commander's voice grew grim as he barked. "Can we determine the impact point? Based on velocity and vertical trajectory, the target will land in Dying City." He froze for half a second before erupting. "Launch missiles for interception immediately. Fighters, prepare for close-range attack. Move." "Yes, sir." The operators responded in unison. The missile silos opened as several missiles soared upward, trailing blazing white tails. Fighters roared down the runway, their wings loaded with ammunition, climbing swiftly into the clouds. Boom. Missile 1 hit the target. Missile 2 hit. Report. Missile 3 went off course. Self-destruct sequence activated. Missile 4 hit. Fireballs erupted in rapid succession at high altitude, dazzling light flooding the radar control room walls, easing the tension somewhat. Suddenly, a sharp cry shattered the silence. No? The target is still active. Speed hasn't slowed. All eyes snapped to the giant display screen there. A crimson streak tore through the ring of explosions, showing no signs of deceleration as it continued racing inland. Fighters, intercept at close range immediately. Contact Dying City's supernatural headquarters and issue a level 1 attack alert. This is an alien assault. The base commander shouted hoarsely. In the sky, pilots pushed their throttles to the limit, but were still overtaken by the red glow. We can't catch it. Now is the closest range fire now, or the gap will only grow. The most veteran pilot gritted out an order. Roger. Multiple air-to-air missiles screamed from their launchers, targeting the glowing red mass. Boom. The missiles detonated the instant they touched the scarlet light shield surrounding the steel bars. Flames pushed back as if hitting an invisible wall. Watching the live feed inside the base, everyone's heart sank. This scene shocked them all and instilled an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, Lu Yi's figure appeared on the base's monitor. Looking at everyone, he said, Huang Zhengmin, if you can't stop it, then don't. Headquarters will figure something out. Minister, I'm sorry. Huang Zhengmin, the base commander whose hair was already streaked with gray, clenched his fists and replied in a low voice. We are supposed to be the first line of defense, but we haven't played any role at all. Heh, manpower inevitably has its limits. You've already done what you should. Now it's up to headquarters. Lu Yi comforted him. Huang Zhengmin wanted to say more, but Lu Yi on the screen dissolved into a flurry of snowflakes before vanishing completely. Dying City, headquarters of the extraordinary. The night wind swept across the rooftop of a tall building. Qin Guangyi stood quietly under the eaves, leaning on his bronze cane, his gaze piercing beyond the city's neon lights, up into the darkened sky. 3 stood behind him. Zheng Guang, who was rapidly swiping on his phone, Lu Yi with arms crossed, and Yang Yuan seated cross-legged on the ground, tapping quickly on his laptop keyboard. If my calculations are correct, the object's landing site should be right in the city. Yang Yuan paused typing and pushed up his glasses. Lu Yi frowned deeply. Strange, why would the alien faction strike directly at Dying City? Why else? The logic of to catch a thief, first catch their leader, Yang Yuan explained. If Dying City falls, the impact would be a disaster for the whole country. Qin Guangyi, still facing away, snorted coldly. Catch the leader first? That depends on whether they have the ability. Before the words had even faded, a sharp red light streaked across the horizon like a meteor, carrying a destructive aura as it hurtled toward the city. Zheng Guang stuffed his phone into his pocket and stepped forward silently. The next moment, he thrust off the ground, transforming into a golden beam shooting up into the sky. Above Dying City, city center. Rise. Floating midair, Zheng Guang's eyes blazed with golden light as he raised his palms upward. The air seemed to ripple like water under his command as layers of golden light quickly gathered before him, flowing like molten glass, solidifying into 7 concentric barriers. On the streets, people looked up in amazement. Some trembled as they started live streams. Others shouted and scattered. Sirens blared continuously throughout the city. A class ability space manipulation. It's the first time I've seen Zheng Guang pull out all the stops to set up a barrier like this, Lu Yi whispered from a distant rooftop. Boom. The red light crashed against the first golden barrier, cracking and splintering like distant thunder. In an instant, the first barrier shattered, followed swiftly by the second, third by the 6th layer. The crimson light was finally partially blunted but still screamed downward like a falling star. Zheng Guang was drenched in sweat, barely holding on. He clearly saw that at the core of the red light was a thick, blood-red steel beam, its surface etched with glowing runes that radiated a chilling energy with each vibration. If it lands, Dying City won't just be destroyed. At least half the city will be wiped out. The thought flashed through his mind. Bang! Spiderweb cracks appeared across the 7th golden barrier. Zheng Guang's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he gritted his teeth to make one final desperate stand, an old but steady voice whispered next to him. Fall back. Without hesitation, he withdrew. The next instant, Qin Guangyi appeared as if from thin air, cane planted firmly on the void beneath him. The old man lifted his head, his aged eyes reflecting the looming blood-red light. He tossed his cane backward, letting it hover horizontally before him, then formed a sword-like gesture with his right hand and flicked lightly. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal sliced through the night sky. The cane was arrested midair by that single finger, motionless. Around it, the space twisted wildly, like a massive invisible beast opening its jaws. Swirling waves of energy surged backward in a violent countercurrent, instantly swallowing the advancing red light. In the villa by Xinghu Flower Lake, Dazhou City, the TV in the living room played a tear-jerking scene. On the sofa, Ning Shaluo rubbed her red-rimmed eyes, gently pressing a tissue to the corner. At the other side of the dining table, Ning Yuan sat opposite the big yellow dog across a game of Chinese chess. The black and white pieces were locked in a fierce endgame so complex that even watching it was breathtaking. Ning Yuan pinched a cannon piece between his fingers, frowning. What kind of spiritual talent does this dog have? It had only been learning for 2 days, yet it stood toe-to-toe with him. The dog leaned forward, its golden eyes fixed rigidly on the board, tail unmoving as if calculating Ning Yuan's next move. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. The caller ID showed Su Wei. Ning Yuan set down his piece and swiped the screen. Ning Yuan, Dajin City is under attack. I'm sending you the live broadcast, watch it now. Su Wei's urgent voice came through as soon as he answered. So soon? Ning Yuan's eyes flickered. He whispered to himself. Looks like this time we really caught a formidable alien race. After hanging up, he opened the chat app. Besides Su Wei's live link, an unread message from Xia Xinran popped up. Brother Ning, Dajin City is being attacked. The aliens dared to strike headquarters directly. Their strength must be strong. Be careful. First, Ning Yuan replied, assuring Xia Xinran he was safe. Then he opened the live stream. The camera panned up to the sky. Qin Guangyi stood suspended in the heavens, blood-red clouds roiling, thunderous roars shaking the whole city. So it's just a long-range bombardment. Ning Yuan judged silently. No alien presence had breached headquarters itself. A pity. The big yellow dog also leaned closer, stretching its neck. Wow, you're sneaky. Sending a post like strike from afar. Pinning it on headquarters, but keeping yourself clean. Headquarters must be clueless. Remembering that head posted not long before the headquarters was hit, the knowledgeable dog could guess the mastermind behind it. Ning Yuan picked up a chess piece and made a move, chuckling. Don't forget, I'm actually the head of headquarters. Scouting out potential threats early is a way of clearing landmines for them. He looked again at Qin Guangyi's figure in the phone video and murmured, Qin Guangyi, you are headquarters pillar. But a pillar can protect, and it can also block the path forward. Several days later, amid the dazzling lights of the mall, Ning Yuan accompanied Ning Xiaoluo shopping. Suddenly, his phone rang and displayed the name Lu Yi. The caller got straight to the point, important matter. Please come to headquarters. After hanging up, the big yellow dog at his feet lowered its voice. What? Do they suspect you posted that message? Ning Yuan shook his head. There's no direct proof linking the post, assassination attempts, and alien attacks. Headquarters likely sees the last attack as a retaliation test by the aliens. If they're calling me in now, it's probably for something else. Right then, the dressing room door opened. Ning Xiaoluo, now wearing a new dress, spun in front of them, eyes sparkling as she asked, how do I look in this? Ning Yuan and the big yellow dog both nodded somewhat mechanically in response. The next day, in Dying City, at the headquarters of the Transcendent Practitioners, the early morning mist still lingered along the forest path. Tall pines and cypresses stood thick on either side, while crushed stones underfoot squeaked softly with each step. Lu Yi and Ning Yuan walked side by side, the path behind them empty of any entourage. The cool breeze fluttered Lu Yi's trench coat, revealing the fatigue etched across his brow and eyes. Minister, the alien race's attack didn't have much impact on Dying City, right? Ning Yuan noticed the weariness in Lu Yi and spoke first. Lu Yi shook his head with firm resolve. It's fine. With Elder Qin guarding the city, Dying is safe for now. He paused briefly, lowering his voice. But this retaliatory strike is probably just the beginning. We have third-tier transcendent heroes here, yet most cities nationwide only have first-tier defenders. If attacks of this scale strike elsewhere. He trailed off, sighing. Ning Yuan comforted him quietly. You're worrying too much, Minister. I also watched the attack footage. Such devastating power wouldn't be used recklessly, otherwise they would have done it long ago. I think it was a top-tier enemy testing headquarters strength. Louis nodded, a hint of admiration in his gaze. Not bad. Your view matches Professor Yang's. He looked toward the distant office buildings, regaining his composure. But the crisis remains. We must stay alert. Various places are rushing to find civilian transcendent heroes and recruit them. Luckily, after the battle in Greater Hu and your heroic rescue of hundreds of thousands of civilians, many hidden transcendent heroes in cities have voluntarily come forward. His tone grew more pleased. That is the true sense of patriotism and responsibility. Ning Yuan nodded silently. Suddenly Lu Yi clapped him on the shoulder. Soon, headquarters will hold a rally for the newly recruited transcendent heroes. You'll need to give a speech to inspire them. Many joined because they heard your story. Ning Yuan was taken aback, looking at him questioningly. My story? What do you mean? Lu Yi laughed heartily, listing off clearly. An ordinary background, yet achieving transcendence. Fearless and responsible. Willing to fight deadly battles with terrifying alien creatures to save innocent people. That's you. Maybe you don't realize it, but those other transcendent heroes with humble origins, hiding throughout the city, chose to stand with us and resist the aliens because they saw your example. Hearing this, Ning Yuan fell into deep silence. On the forest path inside headquarters, shadows of trees flickered across the stone slabs. with specks of golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, fragmenting the two figures' silhouettes into patches of light and dark. Lu Yi wore a gentle smile and walked at an unhurried pace. Ning Yuan's expression was indifferent, but a quiet, cold laugh echoed in his mind. So it really is Lu Yi's cunning old fox skilled at manipulating hearts and minds. If those outsiders lack special powers, they'll likely be played to the brink by a mere mortal like him. Lu Yi treated Ning Yuan like a recruitment poster, yet his praise was seamless and sincere. His words overflowed with recognition and admiration, but Ning Yuan understood perfectly. Lu Yi needed someone like Hyman, extraordinary being from humble origins to sway others who were likewise born ordinary. Only shared roots could spark genuine resonance. Most people at the bottom, burdened by poverty, instinctively distrusted and resented those above, and supernaturals were no exception. Some came from the poorest neighborhoods. Even gaining power couldn't erase those dark years. Others, timid and fearful, kept their abilities hidden, terrified of being discovered, and used as cannon fodder by the authorities. Convincing this group to willingly serve headquarters was no easy feat. But if there was a success story, the atmosphere changed. Ning Yuan himself came from a modest background, but had fought valiantly for headquarters and saved tens of thousands. Now he was a revered hero, lavished with rewards, holding real power and status. Such an example could at least soften the harsh distrust many supernaturals felt toward headquarters. If he can do it, maybe we can too. The human heart was always pried open this way. The two men reached the path's end as a breeze rustled pine needles. Ning Yuan stopped and looked at Lu Yi, his tone calm but edged sharply. Minister, if you came to see me today, it's probably for more than just this small matter, right? If it were only about winning hearts, Lu Yi wouldn't have bothered calling him personally, much less appearing in person. His secretary Su Wei would have been enough. Ning Yuan knew this full well. Sure enough, the smile on Lu Yi's face quickly faded, a shadow of worry crept between his brows, and he nodded. You're right. I have something more important to discuss. He paused 2 seconds and lowered his voice. Songling Town in Daqing City, nestled by mountains and water, with a population of just over 3,000. 5 days ago, something abnormal started happening there. Lu Yi pulled out his phone and played a drone video, passing it to Ning Yuan. On screen, the streets were deserted, pedestrians wandering like soulless puppets at a slow, unhurried pace. The eerie part half of their bodies looked normal, while the other half was covered in dense clusters of pulsating tumors that writhed like living creatures, raising the hair on one's neck. The drone's motor hummed past them, yet they didn't even look up, just trudging on tirelessly. The images reflected in Ning Yuan's eyes as he furrowed his brow. This is the work of the outsiders. Exactly, Lu Yi responded, locking eyes with Ning Yuan and lowering his tone further. According to intelligence, their intentions mirror the Dahu City incident siege and Ambushdo lures supernaturals into traps and hunt them down. To contain the situation, local forces have sealed off Songling Town tightly. A bird flitted past in the woods. Its faint wing beats pierced the tension, making the atmosphere even heavier. Lu Yi paused briefly, then added, for days ago, the head of Daqing City led nearly 100 soldiers into the town. None have returned. 3 days ago, headquarters dispatched a second-tier supernatural along with 3 first-tier supernaturals to reinforce them. Still, there has been no sign of any of them. 2 days ago, the headquarters dispatched a second-tier superhuman and 5 first-tier superhumans from central China to Daqing City. Since then, there has been no word from them. As he spoke, Lu Yi instinctively rubbed his forehead and let out a sigh he had been holding back for a long time. Although headquarters still had some second-tier fighters, very few qualified as a level tier were only a handful. Chun Xiaoshuang, an 11 second tier, lost his sight in both eyes during a battle. Another, Zheng Guang, had been reassigned 2 days ago to handle another urgent mission. The remaining 11 second tiers were either stationed at the borders and unable to leave or were otherwise tied up in their own operations, completely stretched thin. Minister, Ning Yuan suddenly interrupted with a calm but sharp gaze. I fear there might be some second tiers you simply can't call upon at all, right? Caught off guard, Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, then gave a wry smile and nodded. Exactly. Once they learned it was almost certainly a one-way trip, they found excuses to refuse and wouldn't set foot in Daqing. Ning Yuan said no more, just quietly observed. The silence made Lu Yi uneasy. He cleared his throat nervously and spoke openly. Ning Yuan, I didn't come to you because you're easy to persuade. In fact, headquarters sent someone ahead already with Qingwei, and level second-tier superhuman. You may have seen her at the large-scale anomaly in Dahu City. She was there. Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised. I don't recall. Maybe we just met briefly. Yes, she was seriously wounded then. Lu Yi nodded slightly, lowering his voice. This time, she volunteered for the mission and is determined to go. I came to ask you to fight alongside her. Headquarters knows your experience battling alien creatures and your record of slaying powerful enemies. With you on board, the success odds improve greatly. Besides you and Qingwei, Another superhuman with sensory abilities will assist. Ning Yuan studied Lu Yi for a moment, his tone steady and resolute. By regulations, as the person in charge of Dazhou City, I have the right to refuse temporary orders from headquarters. But since you're asking me personally and I haven't forgotten the favor when you gifted me the spiritual artifact, I'll accept this mission. Lu Yi fell silent briefly, then placed a hand on Ning Yuan's shoulder, speaking more solemnly than ever. Thank you. I've already notified Qinghua. She's waiting for you. Ning Yuan nodded and started to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll set off now. Just as Lu Yi raised his hand to signal goodbye, he stopped him again. Ning Yuan turned back, a question in his eyes. I nearly forgot. Lu Yi lowered his voice to a whisper. Although the Xia family is powerful, headquarters is a tangled web of factions. A gifted young superhuman like you, unaffiliated with any faction, actually has more freedom. Remember that. After this reminder, Ning Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then gave a small nod. Under Lu Yi's watchful gaze, Ning Yuan's entire body transformed into a streak of black light shooting up into the sky and vanished without a trace. Staring in the direction where Ning Yuan had disappeared, Lu Yi stood silently for a long moment. The night wind rustled the dry leaves on the ground, brushing against his perfectly tailored trench coat. Times had changed. As the transcendent beings grew ever more powerful, it became increasingly difficult for an ordinary person to command them. Just as he was lost in thought, a low, aged voice suddenly came from behind him. Lu Yi turned around to find Qin Guangyi standing silently there, his silver-rimmed glasses reflecting the cold glow of the street lamp. Lu Yi removed his own black-framed glasses and rubbed his brow hard, suppressing the rising emotions, his voice cold and steely. The second-tier transcendent beings personally trained by headquarters draw salaries from the state and live off the people's support. Yet when it comes to life or death, they each look out only for themselves, completely disregarding ordinary humans. I, the honorable minister, have to rely on personal favors just to get a newcomer barely familiar with headquarters to take action. He gave a rough, self-mocking laugh, hoarse with bitterness. How looks like that plan needs to be implemented as soon as possible. Behind him, Qin Guangyi nodded silently, his expression grave. 1 week earlier. Headquarters, underground conference room. The metal door slid shut, the light inside bright and clear. Lu Yi sat alone at the end of a long table, facing a dark, glossy LCD screen. In front of him lay a document with a bold title, Captain Plan. He flipped open the first page. Captain Authority 1. The power to appoint and dismiss regional leaders. Captain Authority 2. The authority to command all transcendent beings within the region. Captain Authority 3. Authority to mobilize all regional resources and forces when necessary. Captain Authority 4. Each year, one spiritual artifact granted free from headquarters, and the right to appropriate one spiritual weapon. Lu Yi frowned. Isn't this too much power? This is no different from granting fiefs to non-imperial clans in ancient times. The screen lit up, and a weathered middle-aged male voice spoke, deep and somber. Too much power is a bad thing? We divide Huaxiao into 5 regions and select one captain per region. To truly command the transcendent beings, they must be given matching authority and rewards. Lu Yi, the future world order will be ordinary people govern ordinary people, transcendent beings govern transcendent beings. Look at America's Dawn Association or the island nation shrines. Why do those countries gradually hand over power to transcendent forces? Because ordinary humans can no longer keep them in check. The time for change has come. Lu Yi drummed his fingertips on the table, contemplating for a moment before looking up and asking, I understand the reasoning. But if a captain turns corrupt or rebellious, who holds them accountable? Turn the page. He did as told. Captain selection criteria. Each year, captains from Huaxia's 5 regions will be re-evaluated and reselected based on strength, character, contribution, and other metrics. Only the strongest will remain. The voice on the screen continued. No one can guarantee they won't cause problems. But headquarters holds the power of annual reappointment and can immediately remove anyone who fails. In the end, this depends on your ability to judge and use people wisely. Lu Yi nodded softly. In this plan, the voice concluded, headquarters firmly controls transcendent resources but delegates certain powers and benefits to the strongest individuals. Headquarters steers, captains manage. Other transcendent beings can only obey if we can get this plan implemented. From now on, whenever headquarters needs to assign a task, they only have to notify the captains within each region, who will then delegate it to the respective area leaders. Daqing City, Songling Town. The sky hung low and heavy, thick clouds blocking out all sunlight, as if ready to burst open at any moment. Temporary grayish-white isolation walls surrounded the town, welding marks still visible on the surface. The howling wind whipped up dead leaves and dust, rattling softly against the base of the walls. Outside the walls, hundreds of soldiers clad in bulletproof armor stood at attention along the perimeter, gripping their rifles and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Nestled against the Songling Mountains, the town took its name from the peaks behind it. In front of the walls, a middle-aged officer wearing the rank of major in military uniform was briefly explaining the situation to a hooded young girl standing beside him. Her name was Zhuqingwei. She looked up toward the swirling mist encasing the mountains, her delicate brows knitting together. The mist coiled around the slopes like poisonous snakes, giving a suffocating sense of dread. Do you need me to send some men to go in with you? The officer lowered his voice to ask. No, Zhuqingwei shook her head firmly, her voice clear and resolute. Once we go in, your team must immediately pull back 5 kilometers. Pull back 5 kilometers? The officer paused, surprised. She said no more, but his adjutant leaned in to clarify. She means if the alien tribe tries to flee this way, that 5-kilometer buffer will buy time for her to return. Before anyone could respond, a cold male voice came from atop the isolation wall. The major turned sharply toward the sound, eyes narrowing, instinctively resting his right hand on his pistol at his waist. On the wall, a young man wearing a black shirt stood unseen until then, his back to the crowd, silently watching over the town. Who goes there? The officer barked, raising his hand to draw his gun. Zhuqingwei raised a hand to stop him. He's the person in charge from headquarters. The person in charge? The officer exhaled, relaxing slightly. The young man turned to face them, looking down, tall and slender, with a refined yet cold expression. He was young, but carried a calm maturity. Zhuqingwei met his gaze, a subtle flicker of unease crossing her otherwise composed face. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from afar. A girl with a ponytail, dressed in overalls, came running up. She looked about 15 or 16, with slightly yellow-toned skin, plain features, but an earnest sincerity about her. Sister, I just did a quick scan, and there's nothing unusual. She reached Zhuai Qingyu's side, her words faltering as the tense atmosphere made her pause. Following Zhuai Qingyu's gaze, she saw the young man silently staring at them. Sis, who is he? The girl asked instinctively. He's Ning Yuan, the extraordinary we've been waiting for, Zhuqingwei replied softly. The young girl blinked in shock, eyes widening. What? He's Ning Yuan? The major also froze, whispering in disbelief. He is Ning Yuan? The extraordinary who killed the alien creatures and saved hundreds of thousands in Dahoshi? After a brief silence, the young girl cautiously greeted Ning Yuan. Hello, Director Ning. I'm Zhou, a first-level extraordinary assigned to assist you this time. Suddenly, Ning Yuan vanished from the wall, appearing right in front of her the next moment. What's your name? He stared at her intently. Startled by his sudden proximity, she stepped back half a pace, stammering, Zhou. Ning Yuan was silent a moment, then raised his hand to rub his forehead. So you're a stutterer. I thought your name was Zhou. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the girl lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks flushing a deep red as her voice barely escaped, scattered by the wind. I'm sorry. Watching her flustered expression, Ning Yuan's eyelid twitched slightly. He gently patted her shoulder, his tone soft. That was my mistake. I have a relative's daughter named Zhou. I thought I'd run into her. The warmth from his palm reached through her shoulder. Zhou looked up quietly and asked, Oh really? How old is she? A fleeting memory crossed Ning Yuan's mind. Zhou would be about 15 now, still abroad. His expression remained calm as he smiled faintly. About your age. Hearing this, Zhou smiled shyly and nervously intertwined 2 fingers. 2 sometimes say my own name the same way. She took a few deep breaths, as if gathering courage, before speaking again. Ah, right. Ning, could you sign an autograph for me? My younger brother isn't a superhuman or anything, but he's really impressed by you after hearing about Greater Hu City. Ning Yuan blinked in surprise, then chuckled. It's no trouble, but I didn't bring any paper or pen. I have some. Suddenly, a middle-aged officer, quiet until now, spoke up and pulled a small notebook and pen from his pocket, offering them with both hands. Ning Yuan took them, wrote down Ning Yuan, tore off the page, and handed it to Zhou. She quickly accepted it, folding the paper carefully before tucking it reverently in her chest pocket. Just as he was about to return the pen and notebook, the officer blushed and said, Ning, could you write a couple more? I have 2 sons, and the kids really look up to heroes like you. Ning Yuan nodded and wrote 2 more autographs, handing them over. The officer grinned broadly as he pocketed the papers and saluted crisply. Wishing you a smooth mission. Ning Yuan returned the salute and then ordered, Once we enter, all of you pull back 5 kilometers immediately. Yes, sir. The officer replied. Zhuqingwei, who had been silent the whole time, watched Ning Yuan's profile quietly without a word. Let's go, Ning Yuan said, then disappeared in an instant, carrying Zhou with him. Zhuqingwei transformed into a white streak of light and followed close behind. On the broken tiled roof of an abandoned house in a small town, 3 figures appeared, the first ahead, 2 behind. Down in the streets, the once normal residents were grotesquely deformed, their skin rotted and bones twisted, half their faces marked with black veins as they moaned in pain. Seeing this, Zhou instinctively turned her head away, unable to meet their gaze. Brother, sister, It hurts so much. It really hurts suddenly. A little girl, about 10 years old, looked up at the rooftop. Half of her still intact face was streaked with tears, her voice trembling. Her cries drew the attention of the horrifying others nearby. One by one they lifted their heads, those half-normal faces fixed on the roof. Then each opened their mouths in unison. "Help us, please, it hurts so much." Cries spread from the street corner, drawing more men, women, and children to the low house where Ning Yuan and the others stood. The crowd wept and knocked on the door, their voices rising and falling in waves. Zhou looked down at the crowd, her nose tingling with tears. She wiped her eyes with a shaky hand and whispered, "Why would the aliens do this? They're just ordinary people." Ning Yuan remained silent, his gaze drifting to Zhuo Qingwei. The girl wore a white short skirt and a hood half covering her face. Her fingers clenched tightly beneath the sleeves, knuckles whitening. Seeing no reply, Zhou lowered her voice and leaned toward Ning Yuan. "Leader Ning, what can we do to kill those aliens and save these ordinary people?" Ning Yuan paused thoughtfully, then glanced out the window again. "To save them, we first have to eliminate the aliens." Lu Yi said the first groups that went missing quickly. The only way for second-tier supernaturals to not even catch their breath is if the aliens ambushed them from behind. He stopped, his eyes darkening. If I'm right, some of these ordinary people are actually aliens in disguise. Zhou's pupils constricted sharply as she looked at the packed crowd downstairs, her voice trembling. "But I don't sense any aliens. Doesn't HQ say supernaturals can distinguish them up close?" Ning Yuan glanced sideways and said coolly, "Zhou, you're still too young. You can sense differences up close, but if the aliens mask their aura and blend into hundreds of others, intuition alone won't reveal them." Zhou suddenly nodded, still clenching her fists tight. Zhuo Qingwei whispered, "Zhou, your power senses movement around you. Try listening to the footsteps. If any step sounds heavier, that might be an alien slip." "All right." Zhou took a deep breath, pressed her hands together against her chest, and closed her eyes to focus. For 2 silent minutes, sweat trickled down her forehead. Then she opened her eyes, breathing hard, shaking her head. "No, everyone's footsteps sound the same. Nothing heavier." She turned her gaze to Ning Yuan. Zhuo Qingwei also looked at him instinctively. "Ning Yuan, do you have another way to identify the aliens?" In Zhuo Qingyu's eyes, after handling the Dayu City incident, Ning Yuan's experience and strength far exceeded her own. She instinctively believed he could provide an answer. The room fell into silence for a few seconds. Ning Yuan slowly lifted his head, his voice low and steady. "Yes." Both girls held their breath. Ning Yuan added expressionlessly, "It's simple. Kill all the ordinary people in town, and whatever's left will be the aliens." On the flat roof, the 2 women stared at Ning Yuan, both somewhat stunned. "What do you mean by killing everyone here?" Zhuo Qingyue stood by the eaves, furrowing her brow as she challenged him. "Our mission is to rescue ordinary people and eliminate the alien tribe. If we do it your way, then what's the point of us even being here?" Ning Yuan's lips curled slightly, his voice calm as if talking about the weather. "What's the point of being here? Of course, the priority is to eliminate the alien tribe. Rescuing ordinary people comes second." He suppressed his smile and went on. "Zhuo Qingwei, do you know why Lu Yi brought me here with a favor?" The previous supernaturals hesitated to strike first because they worried about the ordinary people. As a result, the alien tribe hiding among them launched a sneak attack, wiping them out completely. Headquarters can't openly order us to harm ordinary people, but Louis knows you would hesitate to act if their lives were at stake, even risking yourself. That's why he asked me to assist you. Ning Yuan took a step forward, looking down at Zhuo Qingyue from above. Maybe in his eyes, "I won't let concerns over ordinary people's survival stop the bigger picture when it counts. If there isn't a way to achieve both goals, sacrificing the entire town is still the best solution." Meeting his gaze, Zhuo Qingyue's delicate brow tightened with cold resolve. "You're talking nonsense. If there's no way, then create one. Sacrificing the few to save the many is unfair to the weak. I refuse to agree with your view." Ning Yuan paused briefly, then his smile turned into a biting sneer. "Saving the many by sacrificing the few, do you, as the head of headquarters, not understand how that balance tips? I didn't expect you to say something like that." The cold sarcasm and faint resentment in his tone only deepened Zhuo Qingyue's confusion. She frowned and said, "No matter what, I will never act your way. If you can't offer a better plan, I will find the alien creatures my own way." Ning Yuan shrugged, his expression returning to neutrality. "Fine by me. Lu Yi only told me to assist you. If you can solve this yourself, I'm happy to stay out of it." Beside them, Zhou glanced left and right, wanting to speak but held back by the tense atmosphere between the two. "Zhou, come with me and watch for anything unusual nearby," Zhuo Qingwei commanded, raising her hand before turning sharply. "Okay." Zhou hurried to follow her. The two leapt lightly from the roof, landing on a clearing not far off. The moment their toes touched the ground, the ordinary people loosely gathered around them seemed to be pulled by invisible strings, unsteadily swaying as they moved closer. "Freeze!" Zhuo Qingwei struck the ground with one palm. icy light bursting from her palm as frosty ripples instantly spread. Several nearby people didn't even have time to cry out before the sound of cracking filled the air and they turned into ice sculptures. Sister, won't this freeze them to death? Watching the crowd steadily turning into frozen statues, Zhou admired Zhua Qingyu's power but couldn't help voicing concern for their safety. I controlled the intensity of the freezing to remain within the limit that ordinary people could endure. For a short time, it would only cause minor harm to their bodies, posing no life-threatening danger, said Zhua Qingyue, sweat gradually appearing on her forehead. Stay alert to any movement around you. If any of the frozen people show signs of abnormality, immediately tell me their location. Zhou nodded quickly, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and stood still. His spiritual awareness spread like a tide, carefully detecting every subtle change nearby. On the flat rooftop, Ning Yuan watched the two women's movements with an expressionless face, silently murmuring in his heart. Zhua Qingyue, can time really change a person so completely? Now you're willing to expend so much effort just to save a group of ordinary people. To him, maintaining such precise freezing at this moment must be a heavy burden on her spirit and energy. It's always harder to save than to kill, especially in a crisis. Once power is exhausted, the consequences are obvious. Zhua Qingyue surely understood this, yet she showed no hesitation at all. Looking at her increasingly pale face beneath the sweat, Ning Yuan suddenly gave a self-mocking smile. On the ground, as Zhua Qingyue slowly withdrew her hands, the dense ice sculptures of human shapes around her quickly melted. The shattered ice turned into water that slowly streamed through the cracks. Zhou, let's go. There shouldn't be any aliens among these people. Let's check other places. Zhou, also sweating, responded briefly. Before leaving, the two women looked up to meet Ning Yuan's gaze from the rooftop. Zhua Qingyu's expression remained calm, while Zhou gave him an innocent smile. She did not harbor any resentment toward Ning Yuan's aloofness, understood that every transcendent being had different strengths, and maybe Ning Yuan was better suited for fighting than rescuing. Meanwhile, deep in the dense woods of the Songling Mountains behind the small town, shadows loomed. A young woman sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, a faint smile playing on her lips. Leaning lazily against a branch was a young man, idly playing with a freshly picked wild berry, looking down curiously as he asked, Su Yao, you look so happy. Did you catch a big fish? A big fish? I suppose so. Su Yao slowly opened her eyes, her smile deepening. She was just over 20 years old, wearing a knee-length dress, with long black hair flowing freely and skin as smooth as jade. There are 3 transcendent beings. That white-haired girl is very powerful. If I'm not mistaken, she's the headquarters Slevel Transcendence Zhua Qingyue. Slevel? That's impressive, a real big fish. The young man nodded thoughtfully as he bit into the wild berry. Heh, I didn't say it's only one big fish. Su Yao's lips curved. That Ning Yuan who killed Ling Wu is here too. The young man froze, finishing the berry midair before narrowing his eyes to confirm. Are you sure it's Ning Yuan? No doubt about it. Zhua Qingyue and the other kid called him that, Su Yao said firmly. Without another word, the young man leapt down from the tree, landing steadily beside her. Can your 2 maids handle these 2 big fish? Or should I step in? Su Yao chuckled lightly. Don't underestimate Xian'er and the other's strength. Besides, I'm here too. Before she finished speaking, a jade-green bamboo flute materialized in her palm. The young woman closed her eyes and gently placed the flute to her lips. The hauntingly beautiful and mysterious notes slowly spread through the forest. The flute's haunting melody drifted like a gentle breeze sweeping through the Pine Ridge Mountains, slowly reaching every corner of the small town. At the same time, ordinary townsfolk suddenly seemed to receive some invisible command. Those who had wandered aimlessly now quickened their pace, all converging in the same direction. Inside a large supermarket, 2 young girls entering through the front door were immediately shocked by the horrific scene before them. The shelves were shattered, goods scattered across the floor, and the once pristine tiles stained a dark red with blood. Severed limbs, broken arms, and lifeless bodies lay strewn everywhere. Zhou instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she scanned the corpses dressed in tattered military uniforms and several mutilated remains. The wounds were so cleanly sliced that it seemed the flesh had been cut with a razor-sharp blade. Sis, could they really be? Zhou's voice trembled. Though she had feared it, seeing it with her own eyes shook this no yet 16-year-old girl to her core, flooding her with fear. Zhua Qingyue nodded grimly, her voice low and steady. It has to be them. The ones who came in here a few days ago. Meanwhile, on the supermarket's second floor, scattered civilians slowly descended the stairs, their cries and sobs rising in waves. It hurts so much, help me. Please, sister, I'm in pain. I want to find my mother, daddy. Where are you? More and more people came down, some even falling hard, breaking their legs but still crawling painfully towards Zhua Qingyue and Zhou's position. Outside on the street, an ever-growing crowd of ordinary townspeople gathered, all drawn inexorably toward the supermarket. Standing atop a lamppost, Ning Yuan furrowed his brow. eyes shifting from the chaotic scene around him to the accelerating stream of people approaching. He knew clearly these were not random. They were deliberately manipulated, purposefully attracted here. Inside the supermarket, Zhuo Qingyu's gaze sharpened, cold as ice as she watched the crowd pouring in. Suddenly, she slammed her palm down on the ground, unleashing a level 2 ability ice sealing technique. A wave of freezing light spread like rippling waves, instantly encasing the entire group in ice sculptures, freezing them in place and rendering them temporarily immobile. Zhou, sense your surroundings. Check for any abnormalities. Be ready to evacuate at any moment, Zhuo Qingyue instructed as she conjured an ice blade in her hand. The chilled metal felt icy cold against her skin, instinctively heightening her caution and sharpening her expression. Zhou quickly closed her eyes to concentrate, sensing in an instant the cracking sound of ice breaking behind her. Behind me, she cried out in alarm. Before she could finish, a long sword suddenly pierced through the nearest frozen figure behind her, lunging straight for her head. Zhuo Qingyue reacted like lightning, swinging her ice blade horizontally to intercept and slash the incoming sword. But at that very moment, a second blade darted out from behind her, sharp and deadly, aimed directly at her heart. Two outlanders. Zhuo Qingyue's heart clenched. There was no time to hesitate. The two enemies launched a perfectly synchronized attack, forcing a life-or-death choice. Protect Zhou at the cost of her own safety, or abandon her to fend off the foes. Just as she gritted her teeth and lunged toward Zhou, a shadow suddenly shot up from beneath Zhou's feet, like an impenetrable wall, blocking the fatal blow aimed at her head. Seizing the moment, Zhuo Qingyue spun around, crossing her ice blade over her chest to block the other spear thrust toward her heart. The clash of metal against ice rang sharply through the air. Locked in fierce combat, Zhuo Qingyue faced her sword-wielding foes, the tension of battle soaring to its peak. At the same moment, she finally saw the other's true appearance, a seemingly ordinary girl, indistinguishable from those around her. She wore a school uniform. One side of her body appeared normal and smooth, while the other was covered with grotesque flesh growths. Now, the girl's half-normal face was cold and expressionless, gripping a long sword tightly. Its blade was so sharp it seemed to tear the air itself. White sword light surged from the blade like a flowing stream, sweeping through the surroundings and stirring countless frozen ice crystals in the air. Those crystals shattered wherever the sword light tore through them. The nearest frozen bystanders were sliced into pieces with a single sweep of the sword, blood and viscera splattering everywhere. On the other side, another school-uniformed girl holding a sword furrowed her brows, staring fiercely at the dark shadow binding her blade. Suddenly, a black spectral spear extended from the ground beneath her like a phantom and thrust straight toward her forehead. Startled, she loosened her grip on the sword and leaned backward limply, narrowly dodging the lethal attack. At that moment, the expressionless Ning Yuan silently appeared before her. The shadow at his feet darted into her body like lightning, rigidly paralyzing her. He raised his hand and 3 black spears materialized out of thin air, stabbing viciously at her. 2 spears pierced straight through her immobilized chest. Just as the third spear was about to impale her head, the girl suddenly bit off her own tongue. Clenching 2 fingers tightly, a milky white sword light as thick as an arm shot out toward Ning Yuan's forehead. Looks like both of you wield sword light, but your speed is too slow. Ning Yuan tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the strike. The shadow at his feet once again tore into the girl's body, forcibly capturing control. Then, with a look of fierce defiance and fear still in her eyes, a black spear mercilessly pierced through her skull, ending the fight without mercy. At this moment, Zhou, who stood beside Ning Yuan, was still stunned and unable to react. This sudden, brutal battle had unfolded too quickly, its ferocity far beyond what she had imagined. When she first became a transcendent, she privately tested her strength and speedable to effortlessly lift 500 pounds and sprint 10 meters per second at full speed. Back then, she secretly felt proud, thinking she was powerful, almost superhuman. After recruitment by headquarters and learning of the existence of alien races, Zhou had never truly taken those alien creatures seriously. To her, they were nothing but mutated monsters, essentially no different from them. She fantasized about a proper battle, like in movies or novels, both sides shouting slogans, setting up formations, then taking turns to fight. But now she had witnessed what real combat against aliens truly was: no courtesy, no hesitation, life and death struggle upon meeting, where victory and survival were decided instantly. Whether it was the violent clash of ice crystals and sword light on Zhuo Qingyu's side, with attacks and defenses too fast to follow, or the brutal fight that had just ended next to Ning Yuan, all demonstrated the terrifying power of headquarters' top, transcendent warriors. Zhou's mind was blank, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. From Ning Yuan's appearance to the fight's conclusion, her thoughts had not yet caught up with what she had just witnessed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battle, the schoolgirl in the uniform, locked in fierce combat with Zhuo Qingyue, caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye of Ning Yuan mercilessly slaughtering her comrades. Instantly, red veins burst in her eyes. She desperately tried to break away to rush toward Ning Yuan to avenge her friends, but Zhuo Qingyu's sword aura pressed relentlessly, blocking her path. The silvery sword light swept past, shattering shelves and walls into dust, while new ice crystals materialized endlessly, rising from both the ground and air, rapidly covering the entire area. The dense hail of icy shards struck her body like rain. Frost quickly crept over her limbs, and she could feel her arms and legs stiffening bit by bit. Damn it! How can these two supernaturals be so strong? Her heart was torn between shock and fury as she frantically searched for an escape. At that moment, something strange happened. The ordinary people outside the supermarket, seemingly pulled by some nerve, suddenly lost all reason and charged inside in a frenzy, faces twisted in agony, aiming straight for Zhuo Qingyue and Ning Yuan. Even scarier, half of their bodies had swollen with countless pulsating flesh tumors, on the verge of bursting at any moment. The schoolgirl's eyes lit up. Miss has made her move. What is this? Ning Yuan knitted his brows, then swiftly grabbed Zhou Zhou, his form blurring into a black shadow as he dashed out of the supermarket. But Zhuo Qingyue did not retreat. She looked at those desperate, hopeless people, her eyes filled with pain and compassion. She murmured softly, "I'm sorry." Almost instantly, a dazzling white light erupted from her body, unleashing a frigid shockwave that swept across the entire area. The air temperature plummeted to a bone-chilling degree. All the ordinary people about to explode were instantly frozen, their lives suspended like ice sculptures at 0 degrees. How is this possible? How can a second-stage supernatural have such power? The schoolgirl gasped in horror as the frost spread, her mind roaring in the frozen silence. Could it be that she was suppressing her powers all along to avoid harming ordinary people? As the white mist cleared, Zhuo Qingyue quietly stepped forward on the snow, silently approaching the girl. Raising her hand, she lightly touched the icy shell encasing the girl's head, shattering it with ease. Meeting the girl's cold, piercing gaze, she asked, "What do you take ordinary people for?" The girl stared at Zhuo Qingyu's icy yet exquisite face, then suddenly sneered, "What do we take them for? Heh, just as you see." With that, all resistance drained from her. She faced her impending judgment heat-in. Zhuo Qingyue remained silent as she slowly drove the frost-formed ice blade into the girl's forehead. The girl's face contorted. She clenched her teeth and growled, "It's a pity if that damn man hadn't intervened. Even if we couldn't kill you, we wouldn't all be dead before she finished." All life fled from her. Zhuo Qingyue still gave no response. Outside the supermarket, Ning Yuan hovered in midair, holding Zhou Zhou, who was still dazed. The black shadow beneath his feet looked like a thick, swirling cloud supporting him. On the ground, a dense crowd of people looked up at him, their eyes hollow and filled with pain. Boom. At the moment the flesh tumors swelled to the breaking point, they exploded. The dark blood splattered like thousands of sharp arrows, piercing through building walls and corroding the concrete ground. The rain of arrows soared into the sky, only to be effortlessly blocked several meters from Ning Yuan by the black shadow below his feet, bursting apart in the air like a firework display. Ning Yuan gazed down at this black fireworks with an expression calm as if admiring a night view, while his mind rapidly analyzed. That coldness with Qingyue must have gone all out. Those two alien creatures are probably dead, but these ordinary people still keep chasing me, which means there's someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. His thoughts shifted as he looked down at Zhou Zhou in his left hand, noticing she was still in a daze. Ning Yuan couldn't help but frown. Still too young, too inexperienced, last lifetime's lessons had taught him that only by fighting heat-in against the alien race, crossing the line between life and death, could a transcendent truly shed their ordinary mindset. It was like the vast difference between a rookie who'd never seen battle and a veteran who'd returned bloodied from the front lines. Smack! He swung back, landing 2 sharp slaps. The fiery pain instantly snapped Zhou Zhou awake. Her previously dazed eyes refocused sharply. She clutched her quickly swelling cheek, tears streaming down. Ning Yuan, "Sir, could you please be a bit gentler?" "Enough nonsense." Ning Yuan cut her off, his tone harsh. "Use your ability immediately. Scan for all abnormalities nearby. Focus especially on scent and sound." Zhou Zhou dared not disobey and nodded hastily. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she suddenly realized her feet were suspended mid-air. Ning Yuan had lifted them both on a black mist, floating in the air. The girl's legs tensed violently, her pale yellow face drained white with fear. "Why am I flying? Keep stalling, and we'll both fall." Ning Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. Gasping cold air, Zhou Zhou forced herself calm and closed her eyes to activate her first-level perception ability. On the ground, Zhuo Qingyue lifted her head and scanned the horizon, then glanced toward the approaching crowd of ordinary people. She realized immediately, the true mastermind was someone else. No time to think further, she raised her hand and unleashed Ice Seal again. Frost surged, freezing a large group of figures mid-motion in the cold. She needed to delay these ordinary people's self-destruction to buy time for Ning Yuan and Zhou Zhou in the air. Sweat poured from Zhou Zhou's temple as her ability reached its limit. At last, prompted repeatedly by Ning Yuan's cold commands, she caught a barely audible melody. A flute. I hear a flute. Direction. A cold glint flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes as the shadows at his feet stirred. D direction. Southwest, twin-headed dwarf mountain, the central forest. Zhou Zhou gritted her teeth and squeezed out her final perception. Before she finished speaking, black mist surged, and a rusty bronze broken blade materialized beside Ning Yuan. A shadowy, black mist hand gripped the hilt, then forcefully flung it forward. Whoosh. The sharp whistle sliced the air, a cold gleam shooting straight southwest. Twin-headed dwarf mountain, deep within the dense forest. Su Yao sat cross-legged, eyes closed, playing flute melodies that echoed through the woods. Beside her, a young man stood silently with arms crossed. Suddenly, he stepped forward, positioning himself before Su Yao. His fingers snapped tightly onto the flying broken blade. The bronze edge trembled on his fingertips, the residual force rippling his robes. Feeling the surging power, the young man's face darkened. Su Yao, we've been exposed. Su Yao opened her eyes, gazing at the broken blade in his hand. She sighed softly. I didn't expect that little girl's sensing to be so keen. No matter how much I suppressed the flute sound, she still locked onto us. Xian, and the others are already dead. As expected of Huaxia headquarters top-tier level 2 transcendent, I truly underestimated them. The young man sneered, harshness lacing his voice. Top-tier my foot. I wanted. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly cast aside the damaged long blade. Hearing the sound, Su Yao quickly got up and rushed to the young man's side. At last, she saw his right hand gradually turning blue. Mou, what's happening to you? The young man called. Mou raised his left hand, fingertips glowing faint yellow as he gently touched his right arm. The warm light formed a thin film that only halted the bluish discoloration for a moment before it resumed spreading wildly along the veins. This power, it's a curse. Su Yao exclaimed in shock. Damn it, my primal strength can't dispel it. Mou growled, veins bulging on his forehead, his face grim. Quick, cut off the entire arm. Su Yao urged desperately. If the curse spreads to your torso, you won't survive. Mou hesitated for a moment, then formed his left palm into a blade shape and bit his teeth, slashing. Uft. His whole right arm dropped to the ground at the shoulder. As the severed arm fell, the blood quickly oxidized into an eerie bronze color. Staring at the blood and the arm, rage surged through Mou's chest. Though his arm would eventually regenerate over time, the vital energy cost would stall his cultivation and leave him far behind his peers. It can't be. Su Yao's voice shook as she trembled, pointing at his neck. What is it? For the first time, Mou saw a look of terror on her face. In Su Yao's line of sight, his normally healthy skin was faintly mottled with rust-like copper spots. Mou instinctively touched his skin, which felt hard and cold, and dizziness and palpitations followed. Ah! He roared, realizing the curse had spread throughout his body. His eyes fixated on the damaged blade, rage burning bright. Damn it! A top-tier powerhouse from Huaxia's supernatural headquarters stooping to such dirty tricks. Dirty tricks? Heh, thanks for the compliment. Most of the time, they're more effective than playing fair, came a cold, mocking voice from above. The two looked up to see Ning Yuan perched in the tree branches, a derisive smile curled on his lips. When did he get here? Mou's heart jumped. Forming a hand seal, he struck upward with a palm. A roar erupted as flames burst from his palm, instantly engulfing the treetops. Large areas of forest turned to ash. Ning Yuan's figure blurred like an afterimage as he swept past the two, shadows rapidly expanding from beneath his feet to envelop them. Mou's curse-ravaged body stiffened instantly, but when the shadows touched Su Yao, an invisible force pushed them back. Su Yao let out a commanding shout, flute in hand, as she thrust it forward like a sharp blade aimed at Ning Yuan. So you're carrying a protective talisman. Ning Yuan frowned and raised his hand to wave. At that moment, several jet-black spears flew up to block his path, cutting off Su Yao's attack. At the same moment, a shadowy spear suddenly surged up from the ground before Moyu, slanting forward to pierce through his body. A searing pain swept through his limbs in an instant, but far worse than the pain was the surge of dizziness and heart palpitations caused by the activated spell. His chest felt as if someone was crushing it mercilessly. His breathing grew ragged, and the world around him started to sway and blur. He struggled to lift his eyes, and dimly saw Su Yao locked in fierce combat with Ning Yuan. He wanted to move forward, but his body felt crushed under an immense weight, not even his fingertips responding. A streak of dazzling white sword light whirled from Su Yao's palm, tracing a glowing arc like a rainbow. Wherever the blade flashed, dozens of towering ancient trees were cleanly sliced in half, sending wood chips and falling leaves swirling into a dust storm. Around Ning Yuan, dark shadows coiled like dragons, repeatedly crashing into and entangling the sword light with continuous explosive sounds. Within moments, Ning Yuan had already assessed the situation. This woman's sword was far faster and more powerful than those two young, alien-looking girls before, but it still couldn't match Ling Wu. Meanwhile, Su Yao noticed that Ning Yuan remained calm and unshaken, which filled her with an uncontrollable panic. Her gaze then flicked to Ma Yu nearby. Blood was slowly seeping from his orifices and her heart tightened further. Zhuo Qingyue was approaching fast. They couldn't delay any longer. With urgent resolve, Su Yao forcefully released her true energy, slashing out several blazing sword lights to form a barrier before her. Using the sword's glow to block Ning Yuan's view, she lightly tapped backward on her toes, instantly reaching Ma Yu's side and grabbing his arm. The shadowy spear stabbed at them again, but she raised a flute to parry the tip. Stomping fiercely on the rocky ground, scattering stones, she transformed into a streak of light carrying the nearly unconscious Ma Yu deep into the mountains. Trying to run? Ning Yuan's sleeves trembled, extinguishing the remaining sword lights. His eyes flashed coldly. In the next instant, a humanoid figure formed from shadows appeared before him. The shadow picked up a broken long knife from the ground and sprang forward after Su Yao, while Ning Yuan himself followed behind at a leisurely pace. Su Yao glanced back to see Ning Yuan wielding the shadow knife while he stayed at a safe distance, her anger rising as she yelled, "Despicable scoundrel!" Ning Yuan only chuckled softly, his steps unwavering. To him, Su Yao was nothing more than a frantic prey. Her curses sounded like the desperate cries of a trapped beast. The shadow brandished the broken blade with terrifying speed. Holding Ma Yu with one hand, Su Yao couldn't put any distance between them. Worse, she suddenly spotted a swift streak of white light descending from the sky above. Damn it. Zhuo Qingyu's here too. She never had full confidence against Ning Yuan alone, and now with Zhuo Qingyu joining, a cold despair welled up in her chest. Mo. Su Yao? Ma Yu, half conscious, suddenly gripped her right hand. Through his blurred vision, he faintly saw the moisture in her eyes. Hold on a little longer. We'll escape first. Maybe someone outside can lift the curse on you. Su Yao forced a faint smile. Ma Yu slowly shook his head. It's no use. I can't hold on. Put me down. They'll hold them off. You need to get away. Tears welled uncontrollably, and Su Yao whispered hoarsely, "No. I want. Hurry." Ma Yu's face twisted in pain as he shouted fiercely, "Put me down. You run. Get stronger, then come back for revenge. Otherwise, we'll both die here. Run now." Unable to hold back her sobs any longer, Su Yao suddenly turned her head and caught sight of the amused smile on Ning Yuan's face, fury and grief surging to their peak inside her. Finally, she released Ma Yu. The moment Ma Yu landed, his eyes turned blood red. Gritting his teeth, he roared and charged fiercely toward Ning Yuan. As he ran, his body suddenly radiated a scorching pale yellow light, the heat distorting the air around him. Oh, a last-ditch counterattack before death? Ning Yuan hovered in midair, calmly watching the young man whose 7 orifices bled profusely and whose form resembled a demon. With a tiptoe, Ning Yuan flipped backward while commanding his shadow to slam into Ma Yu Hiden. Puchi, a rust-stained, battered bronze long knife ignored all obstacles and plunged deeply into Moya's chest. Despite the excruciating pain, Ma Yu clung tightly to that shadow figure, dragging it closer to Ning Yuan even as he retreated. His face smeared with blood like rust, eyes blazing with fury, he howled, "Damn it! Do you dare to face me in an honorable fight?" Ning Yuan's expression remained cold and indifferent, his steps continuously retreating as he ignored the provocation. Ma Yu felt his strength rapidly fading, a wave of despair welling inside him. He looked up, sighed deeply, and cast one last bitter glance at Su Yao's receding, increasingly blurred silhouette. Damn it, so unfair. Before his words faded, the pale yellow glow around him surged violently. In the next instant, a terrifying, blazing energy erupted from within Moya's body, the shockwave sweeping out in all directions. In the distance, atop a towering ancient tree, Ning Yuan stood on a high branch, his robes fluttering. His brow furrowed slightly. Judging by that unleashed power, Ma Yu was stronger than he had initially estimated and clearly more powerful than the fleeing Su Yao. But why had the curse landed on this youth, and not on the weaker girl, right after his first strike? So that's its seed of infatuation, Ning Yuan murmured with a sardonic laugh. Amid the rustling leaves, a slender figure appeared. Zhuo Qingyue alighted beside him. The intense heat ahead made her expression serious. "Sorry, I'm late. Should we chase the other one?" she asked. Ning Yuan glanced sideways, voice cool. "This mountain range is huge. Do you really want to continue the chase?" With that, he transformed into a shadow and sped toward the explosion's epicenter. Zhuo Qingyue pursed her red lips silently, then followed him. Centering on the blast site, nearly 100 meters of forest lay flattened. The scorched earth still radiated intense heat. Ning Yuan landed softly. The battered long knife lay quietly in the ruined soil. Despite the destructive shock, the knife's bronze surface remained unchanged, free of new cracks. His shadow spread out, covering the blade before swallowing it slowly like it was sinking into bottomless black water. Feeling the residual heat, Ning Yuan said in a low voice, "The rest is up to you." Zhuo Qingwen nodded in agreement. "The survivors in town are recovering. Zhou Zhou is handling communication with headquarters for cleanup. You should rest." Before he could reply, Ning Yuan transformed into a streak of black light and vanished into the night. With his departure, the temperature in their area rapidly dropped. 2 weeks later, Dezhou City Xinghu Gardens. The night sky was sprinkled with sparse stars, and the early autumn breeze stirred the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing inward with his divine sense. Nestled among the branches of the Dao tree, two spirit fruit, similar in size, shone with vibrant fullness. Nearly half a year had passed since he had broken through to the second stage, and after countless days of training, the second spirit fruit had finally matured. The time has come, Ning Yuan murmured to himself. Slowly, two pitch-black, giant hands emerged from the ground before him, each palm holding a jade box. Inside these boxes were two spiritual artifacts he had brought back from headquarters. Tonight, with their help, he planned to push forward in one go and break into the third tier. Inside the villa, the big yellow dog was lying on a soft bed, scrolling through the Dawn Forum, engaged in a heated argument. Frustrated by the repeated failure to break through the second tier, it had stopped treating cultivation as the top priority. Aside from nurturing the bell hanging around its neck, its daily routine consisted mostly of watching TV, browsing posts, and searching for all kinds of folk remedies on how to safely break through. At that moment, it scratched its side, preparing to continue turning voice messages into text to insult the other party's parents, when suddenly its eyes shot open, and it sat up murmuring, why is King Ning so restless today?" The primordial energy of heaven and earth seemed to lose control in that instant. The entire villa's energy surged toward a single point, like a flood far beyond Ning Yuan's usual cultivation draw. The big yellow dog dropped its phone, plugged in the charger absent-mindedly, then quietly pushed open the bedroom door. It walked down the silent corridor to the living room and cracked the main door open a sliver. The courtyard was pitch black as ink, and space seemed like a piece of cloth twisted and shaken relentlessly. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged, invisible energy swirling rapidly around him as he pushed the ambient primordial energy to its limit. At the same time, the two jade boxes were lifted by the massive black hands and opened simultaneously. In the left box rested a ginseng root the size of a human hand, gleaming golden yellow. The right box contained a fist-sized crimson fruit resembling a jujube, emitting a faint spiritual aura. The two artifacts floated in the darkness before Ning Yuan, radiating a pulse that made one's heart race. Those are spiritual artifacts, and there are two of them at once. The big yellow dog, watching from the door, felt its heart leap to its throat. It fully understood what spiritual artifacts meant. They were priceless, sacred items for advancing tiers. The Dawn Forum only had posts buying them at astronomical prices. No one had ever actually sold any, proving how rare they truly were. And Ning Yuan at this very moment was taking out two simultaneously. Could King Ning be trying to the dog's mind filled with an absurd yet increasingly vivid thought? Leaping from the second tier straight to the third? No way. He's only in his 20s and has been an extraordinary cultivator for less than 3 years. Its perception of how quickly someone could advance tiers had been completely shattered by Ning Yuan, and the shock it felt was beyond words. In the villa's courtyard, the dark energy swirling through the world grew increasingly intense. Just as this dark force was about to solidify into a tangible form, Ning Yuan moved suddenly. His eyes snapped open, glowing with black light. The two spirit creatures coiled before him instantly shattered under the crushing pressure of the dark energy, dissolving into two pure spheres of spiritual essence. Without any hand gestures, those two spheres of essence were forcibly drawn into the Dao tree within his body, transforming into streams of light that vanished instantly. A low hum vibrated through the air. The Dao tree trembled violently. Ning Yuan immediately drew upon his own dark energy source, using it as a conduit to pull in the surrounding world's dark essence like a rising tide, flooding into the Dao tree. This marked the beginning of a catalytic reaction as a second stage force pushed against the third stage. This transcendence required not only a vast influx of universal essence, but also an indescribable physical torment. Body, strength, and spirit all demanded complete reconstruction. Destruction first, rebirth next. Time passed slowly as the two spirit essences and the surging cosmic energy nourished the Dao tree, which began showing visible changes. On a once barren black branch, a tiny black bud quietly swelled, no bigger than a grain of rice, yet like new life breaking from its shell. The bud grew at a speed perceptible to the naked eye, sprouting, flowering, bearing fruit. The 3 stages of the spiritual fruit's formation might last mere moments to onlookers, but to Ning Yuan felt as agonizingly long as years. As the Dao tree underwent violent internal transformation, Ning Yuan's body quietly rearranged itself. His frame shook uncontrollably, while repeated cracking sounds echoed inside him. Bones seemed crushed bit by an invisible tremendous force, only to regrow instantly after. Having endured this same agony in his previous life, he still couldn't help but emit low, short groans of pain. At the corner of the courtyard, the big yellow dog shuddered all over, its muscles tensing. On the Dawnlight forum, someone had vividly described the brutal ordeal of a second-stage breakthrough to the third. It knew these crackling sounds were coming from inside Ning Yuan's body, the reshaping of every bone. Merely hearing it made the pain crawl into its nerves like an electric current. The cracking sounds gradually subsided, and the dark waves in the environment stabilized. The dog was deeply shocked. Tonight, it had witnessed the birth of a third-stage transcendent being with its own eyes. Ning Yuan's cultivation speed was terrifying enough, but what was even more frightening was that despite such excruciating pain, he only grunted a few times, revealing an iron will of extraordinary resilience. Meanwhile, inside Ning Yuan, the third spiritual fruit finally took complete form. Though only a third the size of the previous two, it emitted an even denser, deeper darkness. Once the fruit appeared, the Tao tree instinctively nurtured it like a mother caring for her newborn, pouring even more cosmic essence to help it grow rapidly. With his body and spiritual fruit secured, Ning Yuan slowly rose, joints popping softly. He stretched slightly, feeling the surging power of his newly reborn dark energy, and quietly recalled the abilities granted by the third stage of dark spirit cultivation, the Dark Realm. As Ning Yuan slowly spoke those two words, a faint black light flickered across his body, then suddenly erupted with force. In an instant, a shadowy dome roughly 2 kilometers in radius formed around him, plunging the entire area into absolute silence and darkness. Whether it was day or night, every source of light was swallowed whole, as if the world had been drained of all illumination. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was deliberately restraining himself. If he unleashed his full power, the dark domain could expand to at least 10 kilometers, and as his strength increased, that range would only grow. Memories from his previous life surfaced clearly in his mind. When Chu Feng reached the peak of the 4th tier, he once covered nearly 100 kilometers with his dark domain, instantly plunging a large city into an abyss of darkness. Anyone who controlled darkness, once inside such an absolute dark domain, was nearly invincible against peers of the same rank. This was why Chu Feng's crazy speed of breakthrough and his 3rd tier ability, Dark Domain, were feared by both human and alien races alike. In that past life, certain 5th tier humans secretly colluded with aliens to set a deadly trap to eliminate the 4th tier Chu Feng. They first lured him to a deserted island through a series of tricks, then quietly deployed a 5th tier transcendent, several 4th tier transcendents, and 2 alien beings with combat power comparable to the 5th tier. Ultimately, after 3 4th tier transcendents and 1 alien being sacrificed, they successfully hunted him down with overwhelming force before reinforcements could arrive. Meanwhile, inside Ning Yuan's villa living room, a sudden pitch-black darkness enveloped the space, making it impossible to see even one's own hand. The big yellow dog instinctively backed away, its claws tapping softly on the wooden floor as it reached out blindly toward the light switch. Click! The switch was flipped and the bulb energized, but the dense darkness could not be pierced. The big dog's heart tightened. What the heck? A power outage? At the center of the darkness, Ning Yuan quietly observed it. Though the lights in the living room shone brightly, it felt as if an invisible curtain blocked their glow. With a flick of his will, the dark domain instantly folded away, restoring the villa's lighting and revealing the moonlight and starlight outside. Holy crap! The big yellow dog's fur bristled in fright at Ning Yuan's figure, and it hurriedly lowered its voice, afraid of waking Ning Shaluo upstairs. Was that darkness just now your newly awakened ability? Ning Yuan nodded. That's right, a 3rd tier ability. Though it was something the dog had suspected, hearing it confirmed made it exhale sharply. You really are a monster, breaking through to 3rd tier in such a short time? Ning Yuan smiled and ruffled its head teasingly. Heaven never lets those who work hard down. The big dog's lips twitched. Work hard? Plenty of transcendents train 20 hours a day. You train less than 2, and you dare call yourself hardworking? It took a deep breath and suddenly grinned mischievously. Heh, now I can finally lean on a 3rd tier big shot and strut around. Then concern crept in. Wait, you're advancing too quickly. Won't you attract jealousy and get ambushed? Ning Yuan chuckled at its cautious worries. What have you been watching lately? The Animal World series just finished. Now during the day, I'm watching historical political intrigue dramas. Hearing what the big yellow dog said, Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a faint laugh. So what if they're wary? I've already broken through to the 3rd stage. No matter what they think, if they're not stronger than me, all they can do is keep it to themselves. The big yellow dog nodded in agreement. That's true. In today's world, strength is the only standard that sets and measures everything. As long as you're strong, no matter how many schemes they have in mind, it won't matter. Ning Yuan looked down at the dog crouching before him and hesitated for a moment before speaking. When you have free time, you should read more about psychology and strategy. The big yellow dog cocked its head and stared at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Maybe your spiritual nature suits you better as a canine strategist, Ning Yuan said seriously, appraising the dog from head to paw. 3 days later, in the villa's courtyard, the sound of flowing water filled the air. Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoluo each carried a small iron kettle, slowly watering the flower beds. Ning Xiaoluo wore an apron, her braided hair resting on her shoulder. She squatted by the soil, carefully moving aside the leaves. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang abruptly. Ning Xiaoluo looked up toward the iron gate. Someone's here? Since moving in, the only visitor had been Su Wei, who knew the gate code and never rang the bell. She was about to stand when Ning Yuan raised a hand to stop her. He'll get it. He set the watering can at his feet and walked quickly to the door. When it opened, there stood Lu Yi, and beside him Su Wei smiled gently. Minister? What brings you here? Ning Yuan stepped aside to invite them in. Lu Yi laughed heartily. I've been inspecting nationwide the last few days. Passing through Dezhou City today, I figured I'd drop by to see you. As they stepped into the yard, Su Wei whispered, I messaged you half an hour ago. The minister showed up suddenly and wants to meet you. I didn't check my phone. Ning Yuan glanced at her and closed the gate. Hearing the footsteps, Ning Xiaoluo quickly stood up. Xiaoluo, this is Minister Lu from headquarters. Minister, this is Ning Xiaoluo, my cousin. After the introduction, Ning Xiaoluo nervously wiped her wet hands on her apron. Minister Lu, hello. Lu gave a warm smile. Hello, Ning Xiaoluo. Thank you for raising such an outstanding younger brother for the country. No, I just did what any family member should. It's not really raising. Ning Xiaoluo blushed. The group walked into the living room one after another. As soon as they entered, Lu stopped in surprise there on the sofa. The big yellow dog sat upright, its front paws resting on a brand new copy of the Psychology of Human Behavior. This, Lu gestured toward the dog, then looked at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. Minister, I'm afraid you are amused. This dog I keep is clever, but he likes treating books like toys. Woof woof. The dog barked twice, then began tearing at the book with its mouth. While gnawing at the bone, the dog wagged its tail and dashed up to the second floor of the villa. Haha, I actually thought it could read, Louis laughed, watching the dog's wagging rear. A dog can't possibly read. Minister, you really have a sense of humor, Ning Yuan replied smoothly, inviting Lu Yi to sit and gesturing toward a soft beige sofa. Standing nearby, Su Wei overheard their conversation and muttered to herself. If this dog can do housework and play games, I won't be surprised if it could read too. At that moment, Ning Xiaoluo appeared carrying a steaming pot of tea and several white porcelain cups. The scent of tea mingled with the rising steam, gently filling the living room. Xiaoluo, let's go water the flowers you've been taking care of, Su Wei said softly, taking Ning Xiaoluo's hand. Ning Xiaoluo carefully set down the teapot and cups on the coffee table, nodded, and replied okay, then walked out of the villa side by side with Su Wei. Only the two men remained in the living room. Ning Yuan lifted the pot and poured a cup of clear tea for Louis. The amber liquid caught the light with a soft glow. Minister, what have you been busy with lately? He asked, setting the pot back on its tray and looking up. Louis picked up the cup and took a delicate sip. The tea was perfectly warm, infused with a faint fragrance, and he silently praised Ning Xiaoluo's attentiveness. What else could I be busy with? He smiled, putting down the cup. Remember what I told you before? Headquarters is holding a big meeting to welcome the new transcendent talents who joined recently. Ning Yuan gave a slight nod. I remember. Judging from your expression, you must have recruited quite a few people recently? Lu Yi raised his hand and gestured a number. Quite a lot. Nearly 500 in the past 2 months alone. If you add the earlier recruits, it's almost 1,000 new members this year. 1,000 people in just over half a year. Ning Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. This was close to his earlier estimate. With nearly 2 billion people in Huaxia and the resurging spiritual energy intensifying, the number of spiritual beings and transcendent individuals would only grow year after year. He thought. Those hiding their identities and joining underground factions are just a small fraction. Most will eventually join headquarters. The state represents righteousness, and the banner of justice and orthodoxy has always been the strongest unifying force. So long as you champion protecting ordinary people, you become justice in the public eye. And the newly unified Huaxia is the natural orthodox homeland. However, a surge in numbers doesn't mean everyone will stand out. Headquarters resources are limited. Cultivation requires far more than just claiming the title of justice to endlessly supply. Therefore, the vast majority of transcendent individuals are destined not to progress very far. On the villa sofa, Lu Yi leaned back slightly, tapping his fingertips twice on the armrest before letting out a long sigh. Ning Yuan, the headquarters has indeed recruited a large number of extraordinary individuals recently, which is a good thing, but it also brings no small amount of trouble. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, his tone filled with helplessness. First, resources are stretched thin. It's simply impossible to treat everyone equally. More cultivation resources have to be funneled to those with outstanding talent. But when resources are skewed, it breeds resentment. Once that anger builds up, trouble could break out at any moment. Second, most of headquarters' frontline staff are still ordinary people, and some of the extraordinary individuals have changed fundamentally or unwilling to accept orders or be managed. Either one of these issues alone can throw headquarters into chaos. At the other end, Ning Yuan leaned back, gently stirring the tea leaves in his cup with his fingertips, his face calm, but inwardly he sneered. This is basically asking the horse to run harder without giving it even a handful more grass, then worrying the horse will refuse to run altogether. Lu Yi took off his gold-rimmed glasses, massaging his nose bridge as he continued. As for resources, headquarters has mobilized forces across all regions to prevent capable and contributing people from feeling neglected. But the second problem, the refusal to obey, won't be solved by simply giving out more resources anytime soon. You saw the outbreaks in Dahush and the unrest in Daqing. Among second-tier extraordinary individuals enjoying countless benefits from the state, many are too afraid to take risks or put in effort. But in this situation, you can neither eliminate nor scold them. They're indispensable for maintaining control in their regions. He sighed heavily again. So, headquarters weighed everything carefully and came up with a plan. At this, Ning Yuan already guessed what was coming. The captain plan, letting extraordinary individuals govern other extraordinary individuals. In his previous life, he had witnessed this system rapidly take shape. Headquarters appointing top fighters to hold the fort, controlling all cultivation resources tightly, then selecting the best extraordinary individuals as captains, granting them part of the power and resources to build a pyramid hierarchy from top down. Ordinary people handle logistics. Extraordinary ones handle combat, with a clear division of roles. Later, most countries worldwide emulated this model. Due to his defensive-leaning abilities, he was never a captain but assigned to the Left Tilt Moon District as vice-captain. Sure enough, Lu Yi spoke the words captain plan aloud, then detailed the powers captains would enjoy and the selection criteria based solely on strength and character. A dark shadow passed through Ning Yuan's eyes. On the surface, it seems fair, but in reality it's just an excuse for headquarters to keep final control. Especially the initial captain slots, almost all quietly divided among the great families. Character? If I say your attitude is poor, that's character. If I say you lack responsibility, that's also character. Headquarters can twist these words however they want. In his previous life, it wasn't until some exceptionally gifted superhumans suddenly surpassed those so-called captains by a wide margin that headquarters could no longer manipulate things behind the scenes using that excuse. Ning Yuan, among the 5 major regions of East, South, West, North, and Central China, I only recommend you to be the captain of the Central China region. In the living room, as Lu Yi finished speaking, Ning Yuan's fingertip remained perched on the handle of his teacup, his expression slightly stunned. Sensing his hesitation, Lu Yi continued, you resolved the outbreak in Greater Shanghai, and also quelled the incident in Daqing City. Whether by strength, achievements, or temperament, you are more than qualified. But, the moment Lu Yi said but, Ning Yuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The familiar tone of polite refusal was just as he expected. Headquarters is not a one-man show, Lu Yi sighed softly. As I said, the internal factions are deeply entangled. I only have the right to recommend captain candidates, not to decide. If your name isn't among the final 5 spots at the mobilization conference, don't be discouraged. I guarantee, as a minister of headquarters, you will still receive captain-level resources. Just make sure you continue to earn merits this year, and next term, the captain of Central China will be you without a doubt. Ning Yuan said nothing, simply raising the cup to drain the remaining tea in one gulp. Seeing his silence, Lu Yi patted his shoulder and said, the spots aren't finalized yet. I'll do everything I can to fight for you. The conference is still a few days away. You have to get up and speak better to prepare in advance. If you find it troublesome, have Su Wei do it for you. With that, he stood and left the room. Ning Yuan walked him out to the villa's front gate. By the car, Ning Yuan suddenly spoke, Minister. Lu Yi turned back to see Ning Yuan smile gently and say, I believe headquarters is fair and just. Lu Yi paused briefly, then nodded, of course. As the car rounded the corner and its taillights vanished completely, the smile on Ning Yuan's face faded away. Deep down, he knew with absolute certainty that he would not get the captain's spot this time. The reason was simple. The captain's power was too great. Simply having the authority to freely appoint and dismiss regional leaders was enough to rapidly build a private faction. The stronger the faction, the more influence and resource control it gained. Right now, everyone was still at the second-tier superhuman level. How could those few great families possibly hand over such a juicy prize to someone like him with no established base? The contributions he made were ultimately for ordinary people, not for the clans. Compared to their vast interests, his merits were insignificant. At the staircase on the second floor, the big yellow dog wagged its tail as it came down to Ning Yuan's side. It had heard the entire conversation upstairs and understood the situation clearly. Looking out at the empty street corner, it frowned. The captain's power is so great. It looks like someone at headquarters doesn't want you to get the position. Humph. A hint of amusement curled Ning Yuan's lips. Just because they don't want me to rise, does that mean I want? He lifted his gaze to the dim streetlights in the distance, eyes shining even brighter than the lamps. Now that I'm a third-tier superhuman, I will make them so unwilling in their hearts that they can't help but applaud at the conference, wearing smiles as they invite me to take the position. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog slapped its forehead. Damn, you're right. You're a third-stage transcendent now. It grinned with admiration. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought that night was just a dream. Thinking of the panic on the authorities' faces when they found out Ning Yuan had advanced, the dog smirked mischievously. Then, it couldn't help but recall a scene from some ancient costume drama, a high-ranking princess, forced by circumstance, full of resentment yet compelled to obey the villain, and felt a secret sense of satisfaction. In the afternoon, the villa doorbell rang again. Ning Yuan had already received a text and knew who the visitor was. Ning, big brother. As soon as the door opened, Xia Xinren's sweet voice drifted in. She wore a pale yellow floral sundress today, her fair, slender legs stepping lightly in transparent high-heeled sandals, her slightly curled long hair cascading down to her waist. Her light makeup made her delicate features even more flawless. Ning, my friend, I hope you've been well. Standing beside her was Xia Chongfeng, the Xia family's head. The elderly man bowed slightly, dressed in a dark blue tang suit that was soft from wear yet remained crisp. His seasoned eyes seemed to pierce through people's hearts, the silent authority accumulated from years of power adding an unspoken pressure. Mr. Xia, it's been a while. Ning Yuan smiled and stepped forward, shaking Xia Changfeng's hand before inviting them into the living room. No sooner had they sat down than Xia Changfeng chuckled. It's a bit bold of me to show up unannounced today. Nonsense, sir. Your arrival lights up this humble home. Ning Yuan waved his hand in dismissal. Oh, you and your flattery, Xia Changfeng joked, tapping his chest lightly. Xia Xinran stood nearby the whole time, a faint smile on her lips as she gracefully poured tea for the elders, her poise the perfect picture of a refined young lady. Meanwhile, around the corner on the villa's second floor, Ning Xiaoluo and the big yellow dog peeked quietly downstairs. Sis Luo, there's something off about that woman. The dog lowered his voice. What's wrong? Ning Xiaoluo's eyes focused intently on Xia Xinran as she whispered back. The dog pondered briefly, offering a low analysis. From her expressions and subtle movements, behaviorally speaking, she's clearly trying to seduce Ning, big brother. What? Ning Xiaoluo froze, scrutinizing the scene below again. Sure enough, Xia Xinren's gaze constantly followed Ning Yuan, occasionally inching closer to him discreetly. Why would such a pretty girl be trying to seduce Xiao Yuan for no reason? Ning Xiaoluo frowned. What other reason could there be? She definitely has a purpose. The dog shrugged confidently. Also, Sis Luo, pay attention to that old guy. He's experienced and crafty. I can't read a thing from his expressions. According to the books, there are two possibilities. 1, he's deliberately hiding his emotions so no one can guess what he's thinking. 2, even worse, is so good at lying to himself that he actually believes his own lies. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo glanced anxiously at Ning Yuan downstairs, her expression tinged with concern. The big yellow dog saw her expression and spoke again. Sister Luo, don't worry. King Ning won't be easily deceived or suffer losses. Ning Yuan won't lose out? Why not? Ning Xiaoluo couldn't help but ask. The big yellow dog's eyes rolled playfully as it raised its paw to cover its mouth and chuckled quietly, because these two are evenly matched. Front row seat. Xia Chongfeng didn't beat around the bush. As soon as he sat down, he got straight to the point. Ning, my friend, I'm here this time about the captain selection. Lu Yi came by this morning, right? He should have explained everything clearly. Ning Yuan wasn't surprised that the old man before him knew the movements of a department head. He nodded slightly. Yes, the minister came. According to him, I probably won't be elected captain this time. Hearing this, Xia Chongfeng paused briefly, then nodded. That's right. The spots are mostly decided, and indeed, you won't make it. Ning Yuan lifted his teacup and took a sip. The steam gently brushed the corner of his eye. Opposite him, Xia Chongfeng rubbed the jade thumb ring on his finger and spoke slowly. Actually, there's no way around it. The headquarters isn't just one person's domain. It's where 15 great families of Huaxiao pool their resources. Any major decisions have to go through these families. Usually, they're scattered all over, each minding their own business. But now that foreign invaders threaten the world, only by working together and combining resources have they maintained the headquarters structure and foundation. Remember, those who drink water shouldn't forget those who dug the well. Even Lu Yi is powerless in some matters. Ning Yuan nodded but said nothing. Xia Chongfeng continued. Ning Yuan, my Xia family never forgets a favor. You saved Xi and Ran, which means you saved me. The Xia family will always be your friend. We fully support you in the captain selection. But relying on just me and Lu Yi isn't enough. First, every other captain candidate has at least 2 families backing them. Second, They either come from one of the great families or are related to them somehow. You understand what I mean? Sometimes those old power holders are stubborn and practical like that. Ning Yuan smiled faintly. I understand your meaning, elder. Though unspoken outright, the meaning was clear in that last sentence because Ning Yuan didn't join any family, didn't become one of them. He couldn't be captain. Xia Changfeng patted his shoulder. Supported by Xia Xinran, he stood up. I happened to pass by today to see you and have a chat, but also to make the Xia family's stance clear. Ning Yuan, the game of power has never been a solo fight. Ning Yuan returned a solemn salute. Thank you. I will keep both your words and the Xia family's actions in my heart. He then escorted the two of them out of the villa. Before the car door closed, Xia Xinran turned and smiled at him. Brother Ning, we're leaving. Come visit Jinling sometime. They'll show you around. Catching the faint, pleasant scent she carried, Ning Yuan nodded. All right, they'll come when I have time. The car drove off, its taillights slowly fading into the night. Ning Yuan watched for a long moment, his expression calm as still water. Xiao Changfeng was right, the game of power is definitely not a solo act. But there is one premise, that an individual's strength cannot surpass the strength of the group. 3 mornings later, a passenger plane rose into the misty dawn from Dazhou City Airport, its fuselage slicing through the clouds as it slowly headed toward Dying City, 1,000 miles away. The purpose of this trip was to attend the first large-scale mobilization conference for transcendent beings in Waxia's history. Besides over 1,000 newcomers who had joined headquarters in the past 6 months, second-tier transcendent beings and regional leaders were all present. The conference was both a welcome event and the platform to officially announce the captain plan, so the attendees were numerous counting ordinary support staff. The total figure approached 3,500. Inside the cabin, the cool draft from the air conditioning seemed to calm the rising excitement. Su Wei, dressed sharply in a professional skirt suit, lightly pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and fixated on the data displayed on her tablet. She then looked up and reported to Ning Yuan opposite her, a total of 3,502. Her hair was styled into a neat bun that morning, a few strands at her neck gently swaying with the airflow. Ning Yuan merely nodded, his expression calm as he gazed out the window at the endless sea of clouds. The white light reflected on his long eyelashes, catching the admiring stares of several young assistants nearby. At this moment, besides Ning Yuan and Su Wei, only 4 staff members remained in the cabin, 2 men and 2 women. They usually assisted Su Wei with various affairs, but had never seen the Dazhou City head in such close quarters. Ning Yuan wore a fitted black shirt, slouching lazily but still radiating authority. His handsome profile inspired a mix of awe and silent admiration. One of the girls, Wen, with black-framed glasses and twin ponytails, secretly stared at him with a curious and admiring gaze. If it weren't for this trip to the conference, these assistants might never get the chance to see their reputedly always flying, never walking boss in person. Dying City. Planes landed in orderly succession on the airport runway as transcendent beings and staff from across the country poured out like a tide, quickly whisked away by vehicles holding reception signs. In front of the capital's main conference hall, crowds converged like weaving threads. The business car bearing the Dazhou City insignia stopped steadily. Ning Yuan, Su Wei, and the 4 attendants stepped out one by one, their eyes immediately drawn to the grand staircase leading up to the imposing bronze doors. Inside, the hall was brilliantly lit, reception staff bustling in an atmosphere both solemn and lively. Familiar with the routine, Su Wei led the group to the registration desk first. She took the seating card from the staff and glanced down at the digits 2611, her eyes suddenly widening. Is this a mistake? She asked, pointing at the card. Are you the Dazhou City delegates? The staff member asked flatly in return. Yes, we are. Then it's correct. The reply was brief, and the staff returned to their work. Su Wei pressed her lips into a thin line, suppressing her inner surprise as she led everyone into the magnificent conference hall. The stairs extended forward in layers, the lighting casting long shadows on the marble floor. The ponytailed girl hurried to catch up, whispering by Su Wei's side. Su Wei, what's wrong? Is the seat bad? With a smile, Su Wei shook her head and, feigning mystery, handed her the card. Wenwen, do you understand this? Wenwen blinked. It's my first time here, I've only seen it on TV. I don't get it. The first number is the Roro 2. Su Wei lowered her voice and tapped the card. Then it shows the area, Zone 6, seats 11 and 12, lined up in order. Wenwen's eyes went wide. Us? In the second row? Even with limited knowledge of protocol, she understood what it meant to be seated in the second row at such a prestigious event. Thinking of that, the girl couldn't help but turn her eyes toward Ning Yuan. Wait, her boss is going to give a speech on stage? Just thinking about that scene made the girl's heart race with excitement. Crossing the stone steps and weaving through the bustling crowd, Su Wei led her colleagues straight to the front row. 6 connected plush leather seats in the second row had already been reserved for them. Ning Yuan sat right in the middle. Su Wei took the seat immediately to his right, and the other 4 settled one by one. The meeting hadn't started yet. Ning Yuan casually pulled out his phone and focused on beating the latest level of a popular match 3 game. Meanwhile, Su Wei and the others looked around like curious deer, their eyes darting between the vaulted ceiling, the wall sconces, and the red velvet curtains. The grand crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, gold reliefs shimmered beside the national emblem of China, the solemnity and opulence woven tightly together in the air. Su Wei, you seem really familiar with this place. Do you come here often? Woman whispered. Su Wei shook her head slightly and quickly explained, it's my first time here. I just did a lot of homework for today and asked several colleagues from Beijing, so it probably just seems like I know the place well. Wenwen secretly gave a thumbs up, admiring Su Wei's dedication. Amid the endless sound of check-ins, over 3,000 attendees gradually filled their seats, and the once serious hall grew noisy. Just then, a young man's playful voice rang out behind Ning Yuan. Bro, your skills at this match 3 game are better than my mom's. Su Wei instinctively glanced back. The guy was stylishly dressed and quite young, but sitting all the way in the third row clearly indicated he had status. Their eyes met for a moment before she quickly looked away. Ning Yuan didn't turn around but replied coolly, is that so? If your mom practices a few more years, maybe she can catch up. After all, there's a limit to this game. The surrounding supernaturals exchanged strange looks. The youth's mouth twitched slightly. Just as the atmosphere turned a bit awkward, someone in the front row turned and called out brightly, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan lifted his eyes. It was Zheng Guang. He nodded in acknowledgement. What? That's Ning Yuan? Almost instantly, whispered conversations nearby fell silent, and dozens of intense gazes shot toward him. Under the watchful eyes of so many supernaturals, Su Wei and the other staff felt a nervous tension, straightening their backs instinctively. Suddenly, footsteps on the podium rose above the murmurs. Minister Lu Yi, dressed sharply in a suit, walked up. Comrades, good morning. His deep opening words echoed through the speakers, instantly quieting the crowd. Ning Yuan finished his game, pocketed his phone, and sat up straighter. Lu Yi's gaze swept over the room, his voice magnetic and commanding. First, thank you all for attending. This meeting will be held in 2 sessions and is expected to conclude in 3 hours. Afterwards, you may proceed to the second floor for dining. While supernaturals can survive without food, eating is one of humanity's pleasures. I hope you will always enjoy it. Applause thundered. Over the following time, he welcomed all new members on behalf of the state and the supernatural headquarters. He spoke from human origins to the history of civilization, then touched on patriotism and the heritage of China. With precise tone and pacing, the young supernatural's patriotic enthusiasm quickly ignited. Once the atmosphere was energized, Lu Yi shifted focus to the threat of alien invasions, rallying morale. At last, he smiled as he looked around the crowd. I know many of you came here because of one person's story. This individual once slew powerful alien invaders in Dao City, saving hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Like you, he recently joined the headquarters as a newcomer from humble origins, but he accomplished extraordinary feats. Lu Yi raised his hand and fixed his gaze on the center of the second row. Now, please welcome Ning Yuan to the stage, to offer you his sincerest blessings. As Lu Yi's words echoed, the applause erupted once again. The name, Ning Yuan, was already familiar to most people present. He had saved hundreds of thousands of ordinary civilians and single-handedly slain powerful enemies from a different tribe. Such legendary feats made everyone eager to see this legendary figure for themselves, to understand just how strong he really was and how he had achieved such things. Amid this wave of applause, Su Wei's heart pounded fiercely from her seat in the back row. She believed she could handle herself calmly in front of a live camera. But now, in this summit hall packed with countless important figures and elites, the atmosphere was so heavy that even breathing felt difficult. Though she was not the speaker, tension twisted like ropes around her chest. Instinctively, she glanced toward Ning Yuan, only to see his expression calm and composed, with not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Ning Yuan slowly stood up and stepped toward the podium under countless gazes. The lights cast a gentle glow on his straight back, as if bathing him in a soft halo. Lu Yi smiled and led the applause. Switching you in the front row watched quietly but intently. Xia Changfeng and Xia Xinran looked on as well, the latter applauding with a bright smile. When Ning Yuan reached the podium, Lu Yi stepped aside, and only then did the applause gradually subside. What a bunch of innocent, adorable kids, Ning Yuan thought with a wry smile, glancing around and nodding slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a loud, clear voice rang out from the rear seating area. Ning Yuan, my name is Wu Zhanfei, from Songjiang New District in Dehushi City. Thank you for saving my hometown, for saving my parents and family. We've always wanted to thank you in person. You're our hero. The voice was deep and charged with undeniable emotion. Ning Yuan turned to look and saw a burly man with a buzz cut and a plain but sincere face. I'm also from Dehushi City. Thank you, Ning Yuan. You're a hero. Another extraordinary individual stood and bowed in gratitude. Hero, someone shouted in response. Hero, hero. The calls grew louder and spread rapidly, filling the venue with fervor. All of those standing were extraordinary beings from Daehushi City. Some were newly awakened recruits, others veterans who hadn't made it back in time during the disaster. They all understood that what Ning Yuan had saved was their homes and loved ones. All their gratitude and respect exploded forth in this moment. At the podium, Ning Yuan smiled warmly and raised his hand in greeting. As the crowd began to quiet, he spoke in a deep voice. As the head of headquarters, protecting the people and defending the nation is my duty. I only did what was expected of me. So many died in the Daehushi disaster. I was just lucky to survive. To call me hero is too much. He paused for half a second, then pointed to everyone present, his tone growing firm. But you were different. Before joining headquarters, you could have lived free and peaceful lives. Yet when the country faced peril, you chose to give up comfort and fight on the battlefield. You chose to face death fearlessly and battle the other tribe. You chose to protect this land and your fellow citizens. Yumi friends are the true heroes. When Ning Yuan's words fell, the entire hall fell silent. The sound of rapid applause erupted throughout the auditorium like thunder. At first, only a few people stood to applaud, but in moments the entire hall was swept up, row after row of audience members rising to their feet, the clapping swelling into a deafening roar. On the podium, Lu Yi joined in, clapping while fixing an intense, appreciative gaze on Ning Yuan. In the front row, guests exchanged low murmurs and nodded as the applause continued unabated. Zhuo Qingyue also clapped along with the crowd, but her eyes on Ning Yuan were more complicated, measuring and scrutinizing him in a way others did not. For the next 10 minutes, Ning Yuan spoke non-stop, praising the headquarters' coordination and the nation's support before seamlessly recounting his fierce battles against the alien forces. He stressed that the aliens were not invincible and that ultimately victory would belong to humanity. Time quietly slipped away, and with one final powerful blessing from him, the first phase of the conference came to a close. Ning Yuan returned to his seat, greeted by warm smiles and nods from his colleagues. Su Wei's eyes shone with admiration. She saw Ning Yuan's command of the stage and his speech as practically flawless. At the same time, Lu Yi steadied himself at the center podium and began the second phase of the conference. Next, we announced the implementation details and selection criteria for the captain program. No rules, no order, Lu Yi said in a low but clear voice that carried through the hall. In this relentless war, unity is the only path to victory. The captain program covers all extraordinary individuals across Huaxia. As long as you possess sufficient strength, a strong sense of responsibility, and have made outstanding contributions to the people, you qualify to become a captain. He then laid out, point by point, the responsibilities, authority, and benefits of being a captain. From priority resource allocation to family support, from command rights and operations to advancement pathways, every detail was made clear. As expected, the room instantly buzzed with reactions. Some frowned, worried this was a disguised form of control. Others' eyes lit up, seeing it as a fair ladder for advancement. Many second-tier extraordinaires held back anger, knowing they lacked the power to resist and had no choice but to accept. Though restrictions were inevitable, most saw the program as generally fair with benefits outweighing drawbacks. Once the murmurs subsided, Lu Yi raised his hand to signal. Now, we announced the 5 captains of the first class. He paused, emphasizing the process. Candidates were chosen through comprehensive voting from multiple parties, with results open, transparent, and fair. Northern China Captain, a grade second-year Zhengguang. As the name rang out, the giant screen behind lit up instantly with his stats. Time with headquarters, 5 years, 3 months. Alien missions, 15. Civilians rescued, over 50,000. The figures were clear, simple, and striking. Many extraordinaires in the crowd could only admire such an impressive record. Zheng Guang strode onto the stage, standing steadily at Lu Yi's right. Lu Yi spoke again. Next, the second captain is announced. Western China Captain, grade second tier, Zhuo Qingyue. As Lu Yi's voice fell silent on the podium, the massive display screen flickered. Zheng Guang's profile folded into a dot of light and vanished, immediately replaced by Zhuo Qingyue's information spreading out. Number of missions, rescue count, every category clearly outclassing Zheng Guang's. Yet all the murmuring in the hall fell abruptly quiet the moment the words S-Class appeared. S-Class. Headquarters really has an S-Class supernatural. And a rank 2 at that. Just how powerful must she be? What exactly is her spirit type ability? As whispers rippled through the crowd, Zhuo Qingyue stepped onto the stage, her footsteps light but distinct. Today, she did not hide her face beneath a hood. Her snow-white hair cascaded down to her waist, almost dazzling under the lights. Her slender figure was wrapped in a simple white dress, barefaced yet exuding a cold, sharp beauty reminiscent of the first frost. Countless eyes were fixated on this fierce elegance, stunned by her presence. Ning Yuan was not surprised. As soon as Zhuo Qingyue took the captain's position, her true strength couldn't be concealed any longer. Rather than waiting for rumors to break from mission sites in the future, It was better to unveil her openly now, asserting headquarters authority forcefully. She stood firmly to the left of the podium. Lu Yi then announced, the third captain candidate, East China region, A-class rank 2, Wang Yuefeng. The screen flipped. Wang Yuefeng's record was concise, yet impressive. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform strode onto the stage. His features were stern, his posture rigid as a rifle, standing steadily beside Zheng Guang. The fourth captain candidate, South China region, A-class rank 2, by Xiaotang. Dressed in a black floor-length gown with fair, full skin, Bai Xiaotang's regal aura was unmistakable in her 30s. She offered a gentle smile to Zhuo Qingyue, who simply regarded her back quietly. Lu Yi scanned the audience, pausing slightly. Next is the final captain candidate. All eyes snapped to Ning Yuan. For most supernaturals, the Central China region's captain had always seemed destined to be him despite his short tenure. His achievements far outshone those of the four men on stage. Yet Lu Yi only exchanged a brief glance with Ning Yuan before reading aloud. Central China region, A-class rank 2, Shangguanjia. The screen switched again, revealing a new resume. A ripple of surprise swept through the room in both experience and accomplishments. Shangguanjia paled in comparison to the previous four, let alone Ning Yuan. Why isn't it Ning Yuan? What's going on? The doubts were low but spreading steadily. In the front row, Shangguanjia rose. With sharp eyebrows and striking eyes, a tall and poised stature, he confidently walked to the middle of the stage and stood firm. In the second row, Su Wei frowned slightly. Though pitying Ning Yuan, she didn't question headquarters' decision. Ning Yuan lifted his gaze toward the stage, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Shangguan family. At the moment of his execution in his past life, members of the Shangguan clan had been watching. Shangguan Yunhe, a rank 6 supernatural. By my calculation, the pillar of the Shangguan family won't be born for nearly another 50 years. The grand platform was brightly lit. Shangguan Jia walked steadily to stand beside Zheng Guang, casting a half-smiling, half-smirking glance in the direction where Ning Yuan stood. The selection of the new team captain has been completed. Lu Yi's deep voice echoed through the loudspeakers, filling the hall. The next captain's assessment will be held a year from now. I hope everyone will train diligently over the coming year to compete for the position. Now is the time for questions. Don't hesitate to speak up if you have any doubts. Zhuo Qingyue fixed her gaze on Shangguan Jia, brow furrowed tightly, about to speak. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out. Everyone instinctively turned toward the sound. In the first row, Su Wei clutched her black silk-covered legs tightly, curling back in her seat in terror, eyes locked on Ning Yuan beside her. The small solid wood table that held only a glass of water now had a fist-sized hole blasted through its surface, with splinters scattered everywhere. Recognizing the culprit, those around exchanged looks of anticipation, as if hoping for a show. On stage, Lu Yi frowned, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Ning Yuan, oh Ning Yuan, don't you understand the meaning of a hidden dragon in a deep pool? Acting impulsively won't change anything, it will only leave bad impressions in people's minds. Among the 5 captains, besides Zui Qingyu's soft sigh, the other 3 remained impassive, watching silently. Only Shangguan Jia's smile deepened. The Xia family. Huh. The very person you want to win over? That's all it takes? Lu Yi steadied his tone and smiled as he spoke. Ning Yuan, do you have something to say? Ning Yuan stood up, expression cold. His gaze paused briefly on Zhuo Qingyue before lifting his hand to point at Shangguan Jia. He's unfit to be captain. Those 5 words ignited the room. Hell yeah. Here it comes. I knew this would be good. Shangguan Jia really isn't worthy. Compared to Ning Yuan, he's nowhere near. This is getting interesting. In the front row, the Shangguan family's faces showed no change, but Xia Changfeng sighed and shook his head. Grandpa, what's wrong? Xia Xinyan asked quietly. Ning Yuan is still too young, Xia Changfeng said, eyes fixed on the stage. He thinks he can claim the captaincy by causing a scene. But if they dared to back Shangguan Jia, they must have prepared a reason convincing enough for everyone. On stage, Shangguan Jia chuckled lightly. Ning Yuan, you say I'm unfit, are you really any better? Setting aside our comparable levels, let's talk about the great Dushish City incident that made you famous. Sure, you cleaned up in the end, but you yourself admitted it was just luck. Countless first and second tier supernaturals died there. Even Tian Xiangfeng, a third tier, perished. You're only second tier, yet you rode on their corpses to claim their honor and resources. He spread his hands, voice dripping with derision. If you want to put it nicely, you saved tens of thousands in Dushish City. If you want to be harsh, you were just the last lucky straw that broke the camel's back. What other contributions have you made? Daqing City? Huh, you were with Zhuo Qingyue then. Since joining headquarters, how many missions have you completed solo? 1? 2? Huh, you say I'm unfit? Then what makes you worthy of captain? The hall erupted into louder commotion. Gazing coldly at Ning Yuan, Shangguan Jia's eyes gleamed with amusement. Ever since the Shangguan family decided he would sit as captain of the Central China team, all contingencies had been thoroughly planned. Xia family. Oh Xia family, no matter what tricks you try to throw, this captaincy is mine to take. As Shangguan Jie's last word fell, the once lively murmur in the capital's Grand Assembly Hall was abruptly drowned out by a burst of wild laughter. All eyes turned toward the source. There was Ning Yuan, head thrown back, chest rising and falling with deep laughter that echoed thunderously beneath the soaring dome. He, we're on equal footing? The laughter abruptly stopped. Ning Yuan's expression hardened as his cold gaze swept over the podium. Sorry, Minister, almost forgot to congratulate you. I accidentally broke through to the 3rd level last night. Just those few words sucked the air out of the vast hall. The silence was so complete, you could hear heartbeats. Lu Yi blinked in shock. Then his pupils dilated behind his glasses. Some stood, incredulous, tugging at their ears and whispering. What did he just say? Third level. He said he broke through to 3rd level last night. Impossible. What kind of joke is this? Voices of doubt rippled around. Is Ning Yuan crazy? On stage, Zhuqingwei stared daggers at Ning Yuan. As in strength talent, and a 2nd level supernormal, she intimately understood how difficult it was to break from 2nd to 3rd level. She had been stuck there for 3 years with no end in sight. Several captains like Zheng Guang shook their heads, treating Ning Yuan's claim as nonsense. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Jie first froze in disbelief, then burst into laughter, pointing at Ning Yuan. But when his laughter died down, his tone turned icy cold. Ning Yuan, this is the capital's Grand Assembly Hall. You should understand what that means. Spouting nonsense in such a solemn place. Are you looking for death? Smack. Before he finished speaking, a crisp slap cracked through the air. Everyone's vision blurred for a moment. Ning Yuan was suddenly right in front of Shangguan Jie. The latter was struck sideways, crashing hard onto the carpet. Half his face was battered beyond recognition. Bloody teeth scattered across the glossy mahogany floor, yet he still pointed blindly as if stunned, his mind frozen. The hall fell into suffocating silence. Qin Guangyi in the front row jumped to his feet, staring at Ning Yuan in horror. Several captains on stage instinctively took a step back, their backs stiffening, cold sweat trickling down their brows. They hadn't even noticed Ning Yuan move, nor when the slap landed. If Ning Yuan wanted their lives, they wouldn't have had time to react. The thought made Zheng Guang's Adam's apple move, a wave of uncontrollable terror swelling inside him. He's just a 2nd level supernormal, and he dares to order around someone like me who's 3rd level? This slap is only to remind you not to forget the gap between us. Ning Yuan looked coldly down at Shangguan Jie on the ground, his voice as calm and icy as steel. Only then did the searing pain hit Shangguan Jie fully. He snapped awake, eyes bloodshot, fury almost taking shape. You, how dare you hit me? With his roar, a heavy, oppressive aura burst from his body, dark scales rapidly spreading across his skin like a ferocious beast shedding human disguise. But just then, an elderly man holding a cane suddenly appeared between Shangguan Jie and Ning Yuan. His robes fluttered slightly, yet his feet seemed not to have moved. With a light tap of his cane, he struck precisely on Shangguan Jie's forehead. A muffled hum sounded, and the surge of energy within Shangguan Jie instantly froze. The black-purple scales that had covered half of his body receded like a retreating tide, disappearing with a rustling sound. Ning Yuan is already 3rd rank. Shangguan Jie, what are you planning to do? Qin Guangji's hoarse voice carried an unmistakable authority. His ancient eyes, cold and piercing, made Shangguan Jie feel as though he had fallen into an ice chamber. A stir rose from the crowd below. The Shangguan clan members accompanying him turned pale, rushing up to the platform and surrounding Shangguan Jie at the center. Shangguan Jie, your insolence is unacceptable. Apologize to Ning Yuan immediately. Shangguan Yangxian, Shangguan Jie's father, turned his back to Ning Yuan, his voice low but commanding, sending a shiver down his son's spine as he shot him a sharp glance. Cold sweat trickled down Shangguan Jie's temple. He finally understood completely. If he had dared to act rashly just now, Ning Yuan could have openly killed him in front of everyone. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Jie staggered to his feet, bowed deeply, and cupped his hands together. I am sorry, Ning Yuan. I spoke out of turn. I won't be disrespectful again. A faint flash of disappointment flickered and vanished in Ning Yuan's eyes, while sweat poured down Shangguan Jie's back. Seeing that Ning Yuan had no immediate intention to strike, he, heart pounding, retreated behind his clan members. Ning Yuan composed himself, his expression softening, and nodded lightly. Ha ha ha. Admitting one's mistakes is the greatest virtue. Times have changed. You must recognize the gap in strength. Not every 3rd-rank transcendent is as lenient as I am. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Guangyi slowly turned to face Ning Yuan. The old man's hunched back straightened slightly, and a pleased smile blossomed across his deeply lined face. Ning Yuan, it took me over a decade to advance from 2nd to 3rd rank. But you managed it in just 6 months. Truly remarkable. The waves of the Yangtze push forward relentlessly. Heroes come 4th generation after generation. Having you here is both a blessing for headquarters and a fortune for Huaxia. Ning Yuan smiled humbly and gently took the old man's hand. You flatter me, elder. You are the pillar of Huaxia, the sea-calming divine needle. My breakthrough to third rank was simply luck. Then he turned and went to stand beside Lu Yi, who was still frozen in place, and took both his hands. Minister, I must also thank headquarters' spiritual artifact for my breakthrough. The grasp seemed to awaken Lu Yi from his stupor. He clasped Ning Yuan's hands firmly in return, his knuckles white with effort, his face filled with shock and joy. Ning Yuan, you really did it. Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Great. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. Lu Yi's excitement flushed his cheeks, his voice trembling as he suddenly turned toward a nearby communication device and shouted hoarsely, Headquarters, Huaxia has finally produced another third-rank transcendent. What does it mean to be a third-tier transcendent? In Lu Yi's view, in today's world, if even a small, poor country produces a third-tier powerhouse, it's like suddenly creating a nuclear weapon from thin air. In some cases, a third-tier transcendent's destructive power even surpasses that of a nuclear bomb. For top-tier nations, a third-tier individual is their trump card, the cornerstone that maintains their dominance. The headquarters of Huaxia is regarded as the strongest transcendent force domestically because it houses these third-tier powerhouses. One step strong, every step stronger like a rolling snowball. As long as the headquarters keeps this momentum and mobilizes national resources, it will remain at the pinnacle. Now that headquarters has gained another third-tier transcendent, how could Lu Yi not be pleased? As for how Ning Yuan advanced so quickly, though curious, he dared not ask recklessly at this moment. The auditorium lights blazed brightly as several elderly men in finely tailored suits with steady demeanors stepped onto the stage. Smiling warmly, they approached Ning Yuan with congratulatory words. Congratulations, a hero emerging in youth. To single-handedly quell the transcendent chaos in Greater Hu City is truly extraordinary. On the other side, members of the Shangwan family politely nodded to Ning Yuan and his group, citing the need to treat Shangwan Jie's injuries, then departed hurriedly. The crowd below erupted instantly. No way. He really broke through to third tier? How did he manage that? Could it be that the spirit seed he merged accelerated his breakthrough? That's insane. At our age, I'm still far from second tier, and he's already third tier. In the most prominent seats up front, some clenched their porcelain cups so tightly their knuckles turned white. Faces darkened with resentment. Others said nothing, their eyes chilling. Some bowed their heads, rapidly sending messages to report every detail to their backers. On stage, polite exchanges masked hidden currents of tension below. Xia Changfeng slumped back in his chair, drained of strength, finally understanding why Ning Yuan looked down on the Xia family so thoroughly, had vastly underestimated the young man all along. Xia Xinran stared at him in disbelief. Grandpa, Ning Yuan he really became a third-tier transcendent? Xia Changfeng nodded hoarsely. Based on Qin Guanji's attitude, there's no doubt. Xinran felt a blankness sweep over her mind. What did third tier truly mean? The Qin family, led by Huaxia's strongest transcendent Qin Guangyi, was universally recognized as the foremost clan. The Zhou family, possessing the ranked Zhou Xiaolin and Shrank siblings Zhou Qingwei and Zhou Qingwei, had surged from the bottom ranks into the top 5, with many expecting them to break into third tier soon. In contrast, the Xia family's influence was fading due to no successors, gradually losing power from former top 3 status to now bottom tier. The times had changed, yet their strength remained stagnant. Grandpa, I will find a way to be with Ning Yuan, to bind him to the Xia family, Xinran said softly after a deep breath, attempting to soothe him. Your health is fragile, don't worry so much. Seeing Xia Changfeng seem older than before, tears welled in Xinran's bright eyes. Sighing at his granddaughter's words, Xia Changfeng let out a heavy breath. The soft white light in the hall couldn't lift the weight pressing on his heart. Quietly, he reviewed the shifts in power within the supernatural world over the years. Back when Ning Yuan was still first tier, the Xia family stood far above, and Ning Yuan could only depend on them. As he rose to second tier, the two sides became equals, still able to benefit from each other. Now that Ning Yuan has reached third tier, the balance has completely reversed. The Xia family no longer has the status or strength to negotiate with him, they can only cling to him. Failing to win Ning Yuan's favor at second tier, now that he's third tier, the Xia family lacks any leverage to speak. If Ning Yuan truly becomes the team leader of Central China, the resources at his command will be far beyond what the Xia family's money and connections can match. Moreover, through today's strategic moves, Ning Yuan has clearly announced to the world, even without family backing, he can still get whatever he wants. The facts were exactly as Xia Changfeng had expected. Ning Yuan publicly revealing his third-tier cultivation was a direct challenge to headquarters, forcing them to swallow their pride and replace the previously decided candidate with him. No matter how unwilling, headquarters and the prominent families had to accept it smilingly. Having a second-tier leader while the third-tier follower bows beneath him would be laughable in today's supernatural era. If Ning Yuan were to walk away in anger, he could gain top-tier status instantly in any country. That was what truly made headquarters uneasy. Therefore, no matter their resentment, headquarters could only grit their teeth and curry favor with Ning Yuan. At that thought, Xia Changfeng's eyes suddenly brightened. Ning Yuan's refusal to notify them in advance about his breakthrough was a warning to headquarters and the families alike, and the Xia family had been friendly and supportive of him from the start. If the outside world confirmed the close ties between Ning Yuan and the Xia family, no matter how humble their posture, it would give them a foothold to maneuver. With resolve firm, he turned to Xia Xinran beside him. Xinran, he slowed his voice. Yes, Grandpa. I'm here, the girl replied quickly. Find a way to win Ning Yuan's favor, Xia Changfeng said with steady, unquestionable tone. Even if you can't become his wife, maintaining a relationship closer than mere friendship will bring great benefits to the Xia family. Xia Xinran froze, then lowered her head in silence for a long moment. She understood her grandfather's meaning clearly. Even becoming the lover of that third-tier extraordinary cultivator would be enough to bring immense advantage to their family. Seeing her quiet, Xia Changfeng pressed on. Xinran, my words may sound harsh, but you must understand the truth behind better to be an emperor's concubine than a commoner's wife. These times are crueler than any before. If the Xia family wants to avoid being swept away by the torrent, we must try every means possible. After a brief pause, Xia Xinran nodded slightly and spoke softly. Grandpa, I understand. Xia Changfeng sighed deeply, then raised his withered hand to gently rest it on his granddaughter's soft hair. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I would never harm you. If this still doesn't work, then we'll have no choice but to arrange a marriage with the Shangwan family. Marry into the Shangwan family. Hearing those words, Xia Xinran bit her lip instinctively, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sadness. At that moment, the stage was brightly lit. Zhuo Qingyue stood at the edge of the crowd, her gaze fixed on Ning Yuan surrounded by people. A faint smile appeared on her usually cold face, a smile, tinged with self-mockery and unspoken emotions. Bai Xiaodang noticed the change in her expression and quietly asked, Qingyue, didn't Ning Yuan just recently do missions with you? Had he already broken through to third rank back then? Before she finished, Zheng Guang squeezed next to Zhuo Qingyue, disbelief written all over his face. Yeah, was he already third rank at that time? Zhuo Qingyue shook her head firmly. No, he was still second rank then. I didn't sense the aura of a third rank transcendent on him. Bai Xiaodang and Wang Yuefeng said nothing, quietly listening. Zheng Guang frowned, pondering, if not third rank back then, that means he must have just broken through recently. He lowered his voice, muttering to himself. How exactly did he manage to do it so fast? No, more importantly, what level spirit seed did he fuse to progress this quickly? The three fell into silence. As second-rank transcendentals themselves, they knew how difficult it was to advance to third rank. Globally, third-rank transcendentals were exceedingly rare. Almost all of them were from the first generation who awakened 20 years ago. The youngest were in their 40s, the oldest in their 60s or 70s. Now, Ning Yuan, barely in his 20s, stood among the third rank. What did that signify? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zheng Guang pushed through the crowd to stand before Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, how did you break through to third rank so quickly? His voice cut through the noisy venue, silencing everyone instantly. All eyes turned to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan glanced at him, lips curling slightly. Diligence, effort, perseverance. If you stick with it, you'll succeed. His familiar slogan-like reply left everyone exchanging silent looks. In the last row, a newly inducted transcendent scratched his head. Huh, didn't I hear something like that somewhere before? Ha ha ha, Ning Yuan's hilarious. He's mocking those people. A young man in a loose suit laughed nearby. The newcomer glanced sideways and saw the man's striped hospital gown peeking out under the suit, with a name tag reading Zhengdao Psychiatric Hospital, Xiebian. No way, dude. Did you just escape from the mental hospital? The newcomer asked, unable to hide his surprise. Xiebian blinked, hurriedly straightened his suit, buttoned up, and explained with a smile. Ever heard of Cast Not Tired? I came in a rush and forgot to change. The newcomer didn't press further, but asked curiously, dude, why do you say Ning Yuan was mocking those people? What do you mean? Xiebian smiled and said, you said Ning Yuan's words sounded familiar to you, right? Actually, TV hosts often interview powerful and wealthy people. Think about how they usually respond. The newcomer's supernatural practitioner paused briefly, then suddenly widened his eyes. Damn, exactly the same. On stage, after consulting Ning Yuan, Lu Yi announced to everyone that Ning Yuan would be the captain of the Central China team. As Lu Yi invited everyone to go upstairs to eat, the first supernatural practitioners' mobilization meeting came to an end. The second floor of the conference hall was arranged as a spacious buffet restaurant. Ning Yuan hadn't planned to join, but Lu Yi stopped him. Ning Yuan, this is the only time each year, just this once. Before he finished, Lu Yi gestured toward the crowd streaming upstairs. Many of them don't know if they'll even get to come next year. So we treat this mobilization meeting like an annual reunion dinner. Ning Yuan said nothing and politely declined invitations from Lu Yi, Qin Guangyi, and others, going upstairs with Su Wei and a few others. On the way, Su Wei's mind was buzzing, restless. It wasn't just the news of Ning Yuan breaking through to the third rank, but also the fact that he became captain of Central China. That position wasn't just responsible for Dazhou City, but controlled multiple provinces in central China. Its jurisdiction had expanded dozens of times. As the regional leader of supernatural practitioners in that area, Ning Yuan was like a crowned king, instantly elevated. Su Wei, as his exclusive liaison and secretary, was elevated as well. Although her title remained secretary, a provincial governor's secretary was obviously on a different level from a town mayor's secretary. Many others from Dazhou City shared Su Wei's shock. To them, everything that happened today felt like a dream. Upstairs, Ning Yuan casually found an empty spot to sit. Driven by hunger, Su Wei and the others wandered around like animals seeking food. Just as Ning Yuan took out his phone, someone approached him. Captain Ning. Hello, my name is Zhang Zhishuan. For most of these people were rank 2 supernatural practitioners. Some were heads of Ning Yuan's jurisdiction, while others just wanted to take the chance to get acquainted. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded, showing a kind and friendly attitude. This helped the cautious leaders relax a little. After the last visitor finished chatting and left, Ning Yuan stood up and moved to a different open seat. Just as he was about to take out his phone again, he heard a familiar shout, "Big brother." Ning Yuan turned his head and saw a handsome young man with a slightly weary expression smiling as he approached. "Big brother, do you remember me?" The young man asked excitedly. "Who are you?" Ning Yuan sized him up, a little puzzled. The young man looked around carefully to make sure no one was watching before whispering, "You saved me that night." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan immediately recognized him. "You're Zhou Yang." The young man before him was the ordinary civilian Ning Yuan had saved during the extermination of the skeleton sect that night. Without Ning Yuan, he and his wife would have been brutally killed by 4 men, losing their lives forever. Seeing that Ning Yuan had remembered him, Zhou Yang nodded. "It's me, big brother. You got the money, right?" Only then did Ning Yuan recall how Ning Shaluo had mentioned that an extra 5 million appeared in his account. At the time, he was busy playing games with the big yellow dog, focused entirely on winning and lost track of it. Now hearing Zhou Yang's question, he replied casually, "Yes, I received it." Afterwards, he scrutinized Zhou Yang closely, a trace of surprise on his face. "Zhou Yang, you're an extraordinary now?" Zhou Yang gave a wry smile and nodded. "Yes, big brother. And there's one more thing. Actually, my real name isn't Zhou Yang. It's Gu Yang." Gu Yang. Ning Yuan mulled over the familiar name silently, but only nodded lightly outwardly. "It's smart to stay alert when out and about. Since you've appeared as an extraordinary, does that mean you're now ahead of the headquarters on this side?" Gu Yang answered plainly, "I'm the head of the Ning province. Being a provincial head means the headquarters ranks you at least in A level." Ning Yuan's curiosity deepened. "Your rating is A?" Gu Yang nodded again. "A rank, with poison as my ability." That statement stunned Ning Yuan. A clear image flashed in his mind. Gu Yang, the vice captain of the South China district in his previous life, famously known as the deadly poison master. Back then, Ning Yuan had just joined headquarters, but Gu Yang's reputation was already widespread. Gu Yang's power didn't lie only in his lethal poisonous ability, but also in his swift and decisive management style. Under his leadership, the South China district became the most stable and united among the 5 major districts. Because of his harsh early experiences, he was ruthless toward alien species and even more brutal to criminal extraordinary. Anyone who fell into his hands usually met a fate worse than death. For this reason, Bai Xiaotang, the captain of South China, was the most carefree of the 5 captains, rarely having to worry about logistics or discipline. Later, when Bai Xiaotang successfully broke through to level 4, many believed it was Gu Yang who had nurtured her rise. If Gu Yang hadn't been loyal to Bai Xiaotang to the core, refusing to compete for any captain position, the South China banner would have likely changed hands long ago. As for why he was so devoted to a female captain, Bai Xiaotang once explained that when Gu Yang was still a newcomer, she had saved his wife's life. That debt of gratitude ultimately led Gu Yang to sacrifice himself covering Bai Xiaotang's retreat. Piecing the clues together, Ning Yuan suddenly understood. Gu Yang's tragic past and extreme measures toward malicious extraordinary were rooted in that harrowing incident on the island involving Ning Yuan and his newlywed wife not long ago. If he hadn't intervened by chance then, those skeletal extraordinary might not have killed Gu Yang and his wife right away, possibly leaving a crueler fate instead. Thinking this over, Ning Yuan sighed silently. Sometimes surviving hurts more than dying. Ning Yuan fell into a brief silence. Gu Yang mistook it for displeasure and looked slightly embarrassed. Ning Yuan looked up at him. "Gu Yang, how did you obtain your spirit seed? And why did you join headquarters?" Gu Yang, without hesitation, openly shared everything about himself. After all, to him, Ning Yuan was his lifesaver. As Gu Yang gradually recounted the story, Ning Yuan finally pieced together the full picture and confirmed without a doubt that this exhausted young man before him was none other than the notorious deadly poison master from his past life. Plot preserved. Returning to China from an overseas island, wife's madness and suicide attempts. Moving to a mountain village, gathering wild fruits, spirit seed coma, wife carrying him down the mountain, hospital, headquarters recruitment, and a spiritual device capable of erasing memories. Since that nightmare night, Guyang had returned to China with his newlywed wife. The trauma left her mentally broken and unstable, repeatedly attempting suicide, only to be pulled back by Guyang each time. To care for her better, he quit his previous job and moved with her to a remote mountain village. With its cool mountain air and simple villagers, her condition slightly improved, though she still often lost herself to madness, wandering deep into the forest to pick wild fruit. Guyang dared not leave her side, following her every day. Whenever she picked fruit, she would blindfold him and playfully stuff fruit into his mouth for him to guess the flavor. One day, he bit down on an unusual seed. It turned out to be a spirit seed. A burning pain shattered his insides, and he collapsed, screaming. When he woke, he found himself in the county hospital's emergency room. His wife sat beside him, her eyes red and swollen, yet her mind even more chaotic than before. A nurse explained that this seemingly mad woman had somehow managed to carry her unconscious husband all the way down the mountain, step by step, until the villagers could rescue him and bring him to the hospital. Days later, officials from headquarters arrived. After confirming the spirit seed had successfully fused within Guyang, and that headquarters possessed a spiritual artifact capable of erasing ordinary memories, Guyang didn't hesitate to sign on. Having heard everything, Ning Yuan sighed deeply. Guyang wanted that artifact to erase his wife's painful memories of that night and free her from her nightmares. But as a newcomer with barely any contribution points, it would be nearly impossible to obtain such an item from headquarters anytime soon. In their past life, the turning point came from Bai, a powerful figure moved by Guyang's story who bypassed the usual restrictions and personally delivered the artifact, binding Guyang to a vow of loyalty. Ning Yuan looked at the young man, his voice low but resolute. Guyang, even if you're now a provincial-level officer, trying to trade your contribution points for that artifact will take years without a major event. Guyang gave a bitter smile and let his shoulders sag silently. Big brother, I know, but having hope is better than having none at all. Ning Yuan sighed and patted his shoulder. Passion has always been the hardest to shake off. Fine, I'll help you this once. What? Guyang's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. Big brother, you mean? Ning Yuan nodded quietly, his gaze unwavering. I can get you the artifact right now. Guyang trembled all over, so overcome with emotion his face went pale. Then Ning Yuan added, but there's one condition. What I value most is your life. If I help you, from now on, you belong to me. At those words, Guyang instinctively fell to his knees, but Ning Yuan's invisible spiritual pressure held him up. Tears streamed down Guyang's face as he choked out. Big brother, if you truly can help me, from now on, this life of mine is yours. Seeing Guyang in this state, Ning Yuan smiled. He stepped forward, clasped Guyang's forearms, and helped him up from the ground with a firm but gentle grip. Haha, you flatter me, Ning Yuan said, patting the back of Guyang's hand. His tone was earnest yet casual. I'm helping you because I value your character. Don't let me down going forward. After speaking, his gaze shifted and his voice quickened slightly. Go back and pack. Take your wife and move to Dazhou City as soon as possible. They'll send you the address. Once you arrive, they'll use that spiritual artifact to clear any memories she shouldn't have kept. Guyang's eyes grew moist, and he wiped a tear from his corner with his sleeve. Big brother, I'm a provincial-level leader now. I have to file a report with headquarters and get approval from Captain Bai. Before he could finish, Ning Yuan waved his arm decisively, slicing through the objection like a knife through water. Don't worry about any of that. They'll handle it. Reassured, Guyang let go of his last hesitation, nodded firmly, exchanged contact info with Ning Yuan, and left with purposeful steps. Watching the figure fade away, Ning Yuan smiled softly. Guyang was loyal, dependable, and gifted of first-rate talent, exactly the kind of person he needed right now. Until now, his grand plans could only advance slowly, relying on himself and the crafty strategist known as Big Yellow Dog. Now, with Guyang on board, progress would accelerate. After all, if Guyang could even lift someone like Bai, considered Yu Celesto rank 4, his abilities were beyond doubt. At that thought, a phrase naturally came to Ning Yuan's mind. Wulong and Feng Chu, all under my control. In the following days, Ning Yuan first called Lu Yi to borrow the spiritual artifact capable of erasing ordinary people's memories. Lu Yi agreed without hesitation, promising to prepare it in advance and have someone deliver it directly. With matters settled, Ning Yuan personally visited Bai. In the private room of a banquet hall, shadows danced in the flickering light. Bai had a full figure. Though not stunning, she exuded mature feminine charm. Raising her glass to lightly touch Ning Yuan's, she looked at him with playful eyes, half teasing, half smiling. Captain Ning, you actually came to ask for someone in person? Ning Yuan gazed into his clear drink, smiling faintly in reply. Just an old friend. What? Captain Bai, can't bear to let go. Bai rolled her eyes coquettishly. Guyang isn't a level talentraire indeed. But when you speak, how could I dare refuse? Ning Yuan nodded with a smile. Suddenly by shouting winked, tone teasing. Why not take me too? They'll quit being captain and be your personal maid. That definitely won't do. Ning Yuan laughed heartily. Your connections and strength are vital to the South China region. Being a maid would be a waste. As they laughed together, Lu Yi, Qin Guangyi, and others entered. Lu Yi joked. Captain Ning wants someone how could captain by possibly stand in the way? By shouting, instantly sobered, exchanged polite greetings, and composed herself. The evening passed with shared drinks and warm camaraderie. As night deepened, Ning Yuan, Su Wei, and the others took a private car to the airport. At the gate, a headquarters staff member handed Ning Yuan a sleek black metal case. Captain Ning, here is the item you requested. Thank you, Ning Yuan said, taking the case and verifying the seal. The plane soared through the clouds, heading straight to Dazhou City. At Xinghu Flower Bank, Dazhou City. As soon as they landed, Ning Yuan had Su Wei organize the files and coordination materials for all provincial heads in central China into a binder. She took charge of all the preparatory work, while he happily became a hands-off manager. Su Wei was caught in a bittersweet cycle of workaholism, plunging headfirst into the office building and not returning home for days on end. Late at night in the villa, the living room lights were long extinguished, but the study's chandelier still shone harshly. Ning Yuan leaned over the solid wood desk covered with drafts, while the big yellow dog sat beside the chair, tapping its front paws on the papers, drool flying about. Power is an endless resource. The dog hammered its paw onto the newly drawn tiered structure diagram. To squeeze it to the max, you have to build your own influence. Ning Yuan nodded slightly, flipping through the drafts with his eyes quickly scanning. The dog went on analyzing. You're the team leader now. Can't show yourself openly. Delegate power, give area heads hints of benefits. Let them figure out ways to gather resources. Officially hand them over to headquarters, but secretly wash them clean and redirect. If things go wrong, you can always throw the responsible region head under the bus. Turning its head to the pitch-black sky outside the window, the dog's voice lowered but grew more urgent. Don't underestimate local forces, especially those mingling with the underworld. They're quick, sharp, and perfect for tracking down spiritual items. Ning Yuan closed a notebook, adding gravely, what about the local aristocrats? Wealth and power can't be overlooked either. Dealing with clever people is easy, the dog grinned, baring its teeth. We watch from afar, let them exhaust themselves. When the time is right, it made a motion, like picking fruit, then strike. Under the light, man and dog went over the plan again and again, finally shaping the team leader's authority, controlling area heads, handling emergencies, gathering spiritual artifacts both openly and covertly. Ning Yuan silently admired how fast the dog's thinking and insight had grown well beyond an average person's. Though still limited at this level, at this pace, no ceiling could hold it back. The next morning, with mist still lingering in the sky, Guiyang led his wife to Star Lake Garden and found a beautifully renovated standalone villa at the address Ning Yuan had given. Ning Yuan handed over the keys. Stay here for now. After settling in, he took out a silver gray suitcase and led Guiyang and his wife into a guest room. The girl was gently tied to the bed, her eyes blindfolded with black gauze, trembling slightly as she murmured fragmented words. Ning Yuan opened the suitcase and pulled out a paper fox mask. Its surface yellowed with age, stained with dark red blood spots eerily chilling under the cold light. Such functional spiritual artifacts were rare, and this mask's value was undeniable. He placed the mask over the girl's face, pressing a finger to the fox's forehead. A faint stream of primal energy flowed from his fingertip into the mask, which slowly shifted in color from dull to vibrant. Guiyang clenched his fists tightly, knuckles white, breathing barely audible beside him. Ning Yuan stared intently at the color scale. Yang Yuexian had warned him. The deeper the color, the longer the memory wipe. Loss of control could reduce the wearer to a blank slate. Minute by minute passed, until the mask finally settled at a pale red. Ning Yuan immediately withdrew his energy. The girl's spasms gradually eased. Ning Yuan removed the mask, placed it back in the suitcase, and clicked it shut. Looking up, he said calmly to Guiyang, her memories from the past 2 months have been erased. Guiyang's Adam's apple bobbed as he hurriedly untied the bonds and carefully removed his wife's blindfold. In the soft light, her delicate features were serene and gentle. Guiyang, I just shaved you clean yesterday. How did your beard grow back so fast? She blinked, confused. Hearing the familiar voice, Guiyang's tears welled up, but he bit down hard to hold back sobs. Ning Yuan glanced at the two before quietly leaving the room alone. The next morning, Ning Yuan met Guiyang again. With his stubble shaved off, Guiyang looked refreshed and energetic. Ning Yuan arranged for him to temporarily take over as head of the Dazhou branch, directly assisting Su Wei with all the ongoing affairs. A horse or a mule? You have to take it out for a spin to know. The big yellow dog lounged lazily on the sofa, its tail gently thumping. It looked up at Ning Yuan, surprised. This is the first time I've seen you put so much faith in a supernatural. Does he really have what it takes? On the other side of the living room, Ning Luo sat cross-legged by the coffee table, scrolling through financial reports on her laptop. To help out, she had volunteered to handle some administrative work. After Ning Yuan agreed, Su Wei handed over part of the financial authority to her. Ning Yuan scratched the dog's head and gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Whether Gu Yang can handle this will be clear in a few days. If he proves capable, he'll be promoted to deputy captain. When I'm not around, he'll have full responsibility and authority in my place. What? Deputy captain? You've only known him a few days? The dog suddenly sat up straight, its fur bristling. Aren't you afraid he might stab you in the back? There have been generals appointed at first meeting in history, Ning Yuan chuckled. If he meets my standards, deputy captain is nothing. As for betrayal, if I trust him, it's because I'm not afraid of it. The dog's eyes darted around, then coughed quietly and muttered, actually, I could be deputy captain, too. It's easy to loaf around, but the ocean of power suits me better. Ning Yuan laughed and patted the dog's head. Don't worry. The value of my dog-headed strategist is greater than his. There are many occasions where you'd rather stay hidden works openly, you in the shadows. You don't meet directly, but must cooperate. You keep an eye on him, he commands troops outside, and you mastermind from the rear. At this, the dog's tail froze before wagging vigorously. As Ning Yuan predicted, in just 5 days, Su Wei was full of praise for Gu Yang handling incidents, negotiations, and task assignments, often better than herself. At Ning Yuan's signal, Su Wei gradually delegated more power to Gu Yang, finally freeing herself from non-stop work. That morning, Su Wei pushed open the door to Ning Yuan's villa. Wearing a neat professional skirt and a small crossbody bag, she changed shoes and looked up to find Ning Yuan and the big yellow dog curled up on the sofa playing video games together. She lowered her voice and leaned over the dining table out of breath. Ning Luo pulled an ice-cold fruit juice from the fridge and handed it over. Su Wei, massaging her sore calves through nude stockings, accepted it gratefully, her voice tired but sincere. Thank you, Luo. You're so kind. This stretch has really worn me out, she complained as she drank. Heads of other provinces are tough to deal with. It's a huge pain communicating with them. Ning Luo closed her laptop, tilted her head, and gave her a reassuring smile. It's like that at first. Once you get familiar with them, it gets easier. Su Wei took a few sips of her drink, then leaned back down on the table and said, forget it. I guess I figured it out, I just don't have what it takes. But since Gu Yang's over there, I can take it a bit easier, she said lazily, waving her hand. I have no idea where Ning Yuan dug up that guy. He's a total freak. Not only is he highly skilled, but he can work non-stop for over 10 hours straight, like some kind of devil. If his wife didn't bring him meals on time, would seriously think he's a robot. Ning Luo, sitting nearby flipping through documents, chuckled lightly. You're too flattering. On the sofa at the other end of the living room, Ning Yuan sat side by side with the big yellow dog, their hands flying over game controllers as they battled fiercely in the game. Just then, the phone on the coffee table buzzed with an incoming call from an unknown number. Ning Yuan glanced at the caller ID and decisively pressed decline. The ringtone barely lasted 3 seconds before stubbornly ringing again. After several rounds of hang up and ring, he grew slightly impatient and hit pause on the game, picking up the phone. Hello? Simon really can't be relied on, came a soft, slightly reproachful female voice from the other end. Not answering my call is no different from pretending you don't know me once you pull your pants up. Ning Yuan was momentarily startled before recognizing Yun Zai's voice. No wonder the number wasn't saved. He replied coolly after a moment. I'm busy right now, no time to talk. Heh, busy with what? Yun, she laughed lightly, but her tone was unreadable. Meanwhile, the big yellow dog, forced to pause the game, glanced around idly, then casually looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window. That fleeting glance instantly made its fur bristle. Outside, Yun Shi stood in the misty rain at night, wearing a vintage white dress and holding a paper umbrella, smiling at them through the glass. Her smile was cold and lingering, as if it gripped the dog's throat directly. Every hair on its body stood on end, and a sudden, inexplicable fear washed over it. Not the usual fear of Ning Yuan getting handled, but a primal terror, as if faced with a natural predator. The dog opened its mouth to warn Ning Yuan, but when Yun Zai's eyes darkened, it shut its mouth rigidly, almost understanding the unmasked threat in her gaze. It could only tremble and paw repeatedly at Ning Yuan's calf. Ning Yuan, oblivious, remained calm and said over the phone, what? To fulfill the promise? I'm really not free now. They'll talk when I have time. When will that be? Yun Zai's voice was teasing, half smiling. I don't know. We'll see, Ning Yuan said irritably. They'll contact you. Just as their call ended, the paper umbrella outside quietly closed. The big yellow dog's eyes widened as it watched Yun Shi take slow steps toward the villa, then she passed through the wall as though a ghost, without a ripple disturbing the glass. The dog fell utterly silent, only the faint clack of its trembling teeth breaking the stillness. Ning Yuan hung up, tossed the phone back onto the table, and urged his companion, come on, let's continue. I was just about to win, but the big yellow dog remained frozen in place. Ning Yuan frowned and was about to speak when a faint, delicate fragrance drifted past, tightening his chest. Yunzai's scent. So you were busy with this. A soft voice whispered by his ear. She had already sidled over and perched on the armrest of the sofa, resting her chin on one hand, a playful smile on her lips. It was as if all her earlier grievance had turned into teasing. Busy with what? Isn't busy? Ning Yuan expressionlessly set down the controller and turned to meet her gaze. At this moment, Ning Xiaoluo and Su Wei remained as if oblivious to Yunzai's presence, not even glancing their way. She sighed softly as she sat down beside Ning Yuan. You're really terrible. Mother was right, never trust a man's words, she teased with a half-serious smile, lifting her chin. We agreed before. I answer one of your questions, and you promise me one thing in return. No backing out. Women are usually very careful about these things. Ning Yuan was silent for a few seconds, his tone calm as he said, all right, what's the promise? Yunzai's eyes curved like crescent moons as she raised two slender, graceful fingers. Spend 2 days with me, and I'll take you somewhere fun. This time Ning Yuan didn't hesitate, he simply nodded. Okay, I promise. In the corner, the big yellow dog finally relaxed. It was most afraid that Ning Yuan might suddenly come to blows with this strange woman. Its instincts told it there was something eerie and unpredictable about Yunxi, and if it surfaced, no one could guess what would happen. Ning Yuan rose and stepped out of the villa with Yunxi. Before leaving, he glanced at the dog, which solemnly nodded back everything understood without a word spoken. About half an hour after they left, Ning Xiaoluo finally finished her homework and approached the living room, feeling suspicious. The big yellow dog was lying thoughtfully in front of the sofa, while Su Wei was deeply asleep beside the coffee table. Where's Xiao Yuan? Where did he go? Ning Xiaoluo whispered. The dog glanced at Su Wei, then also lowered its voice. He went to handle something. He didn't want to disturb you since you were busy. Ning Xiaoluo nodded and turned back to her own tasks. The sun was setting, casting an orange-eared glow over a city park. By a lakeside bench, Ning Yuan and Yunxi sat side by side. The small box of ice cream in Yunzai's hand gave off a chilly mist as she savored it spoon by spoon. Ning Yuan quietly watched the nearby lawn, adults playing with children, chasing each other, laughter ringing out. Following his gaze, Yunxi was drawn in by the warm scene. Honestly, the happiest people in this world are these ordinary folk. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment. Ignorance means having no desires. You're right, they are far happier than we are. Yunxi smiled lightly, scooping a spoonful of ice cream and offering it to Ning Yuan's lips. Want some? He turned to meet her bright eyes, but didn't open his mouth. Instead, he asked quietly, we've never met before. Why do you act like this? Yunxi withdrew the spoon, still smiling. If that's your second question, wait until after tomorrow. Then he'll answer you. He said no more, returning his gaze to the playful scene ahead. Yunxi watched his profile intently. That familiar yet distant outline stirred a faint, long-buried memory almost impossible to trace. Inside a vast, towering grand hall filled with drifting white clouds as soft as silk, suddenly a golden orb the size of a human head rolled out from the mist, coming to rest at the feet of a man in black robes. Yunxi, didn't I warn you not to come to the hall today? A deep, powerful male voice sounded from behind the black-robed man as he saw the golden orb. Hearing a sound, a small head peeked out from behind a towering pillar shrouded in mist. The pillar stretched high into the clouds, with fog swirling over a jade-like floor. The little girl looked no older than 6 or 7. Her eyes, dark and round like grapes, darted nervously yet curiously among the 3 figures inside the hall. Just as she hesitated, a gentle, soothing female voice called out from within, Yunxi, come to your mother. Before the resplendent golden throne stood a burly man clad in a gilded robe, the emperor of this dynasty, also gazing toward the tiny figure. Between him and the elegantly dressed woman in palace attire stood a stranger in black robes. The girl glanced at her father, then her mother, and finally fixed her eyes on the man in black, but never moved forward. This child is spoiled and somewhat impolite. Please forgive her, the stout man said with a bow and a sheepish smile. The black-robed man offered no reply. Instead, he bent down and picked up a golden orb about the size of a fist from the floor. The orb was entwined with countless tiny golden snakes, which all trembled as if afraid the moment it rested in his palm. Holding the orb in one hand, he raised the other and gently beckoned toward the girl behind the pillar. Sir, isn't father the highest authority? Why does the emperor call him Sir? Yunxi wondered, but instinctively stepped forward. As she approached, she got a better look at the man, tall and slender, long hair cascading over his shoulders, his black robe fluttering softly in the breeze. His face was strikingly handsome yet cold, with eyes so dark and deep they seemed to swallow the light. Yunxi stared in trance, the image instantly imprinting itself in her mind. The man in black reached up, smoothing her hair before lightly pinching her soft cheek. His voice was calm. This child has talent. She's better than you. Haha, sir, your insight is unparalleled. She truly surpasses me, the golden-robed emperor said proudly, clearly harboring high hopes for his only daughter. The black-robed man's gaze rested on Yunxi, a faint smile curling his lips. It's our first meeting. Do you have any wish? I can grant it. At his words, the emperor and the palace-clad woman both froze, then burst into joy, their eyes burning with anticipation. My dear daughter, race your great opportunity. Those treasures your father could never provide, he can. The hall fell silent for a moment. Yunchi thought seriously, then lifted her head and said clearly, I want to be your wife. Her words hung in the air. The burly man's mouth fell open, and the palace woman's face instantly turned pale. Yunchi, what nonsense are you talking? They both hurriedly apologized to the black-robed man. Sir, the child is young and speaks wildly. Please forgive her. A deep chuckle came from the black-robed man. He looked at Yunchi and slowly shook his head. Wife won't do, but when you grow up, I might consider taking you as a consort. Upon hearing this, the burly man was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Sir, I take you at your word. In the park, the autumn air was crisp, fallen leaves skittering along stone paths. Yunchi withdrew her thoughts and quietly watched Ning Yuan's profile beside her. At that moment, a soccer ball rolled to Ning Yuan's feet. Behind it, a little girl of 5 or 6 chased after the ball, followed by a breathless middle-aged woman. Seeing the refined appearance and demeanor of the couple on the bench, the woman quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, please forgive us. Ning Yuan bent to pick up the ball, handing it back with a gentle rub on the girl's head and a tender pinch to her cheek. It's okay. His kindness made the woman exhale in relief. After repeated thanks, she took the child and left. Watching all this, Yunchi didn't smile. Instead, a faint shadow crossed her eyes. She took a few deep breaths, stood, and then brightened her face. Let's go. It's time to take you to that fun place. The Qinling Mountains. At dawn the next day, she led Ning Yuan to the foot of the mountain range. Mist swirled between the peaks, flowing like a silver tide. She spread her fingers slightly, and a flash of light appeared, revealing 2 delicate, almost translucent human skin masks in her palm. Put this on. She first pressed one mask gently over her own face, where it instantly melded with her skin. Then, on tiptoe, she brushed the other mask softly across Ning Yuan's face. The cold, sticky sensation seeped into his pores. The mask writhed as if alive. In a moment, a flash of light. Ning Yuan touched his unfamiliar face, gaunt, shadowed, with the weary marks of middle age. His clothes had changed too, replaced by a dark gray coat. Standing beside him, Yunchi had transformed into a round, pudgy man, his wrinkled jacket's buttons nearly straining to hold closed. What startled Ning Yuan most was the strong, sharp alien aura radiating from her. From now on, we're both aliens. The chubby man grinned widely, revealing white teeth. You're Wuliang and Wu Chang. Remember that? Ning Yuan nodded silently, already guessing that their so-called fun destination was most likely the alien enclave. They slipped into the forest, one following the other, footsteps as light as shadows. After half an hour, they stopped in a clearing forcibly carved out of the woods. Surrounded by vibrant green trees that formed a natural curtain, a simple wooden cabin stood quietly in the center. Over a dozen people were already gathered in the clearing, some sitting cross-legged, fingers flying over mobile phones, others leaning against trees, scrolling short videos, a few with arms folded, eyes closed in rest. Their clothing varied suits, hoodies and jeans, even delivery uniforms, but all were unmistakably aliens. Ning Yuan's heart tightened. Their auras were deep and formidable, each one someone to be reckoned with. His pulse quickened further when he spotted a familiar figure, Su Yao, who had escaped last time, casually leaning against a tree with a detached gaze. The group glanced briefly at Wu Chang and Wu Yang, then, satisfied, returned to their own affairs. Only the faint tapping of screens and occasional breaths filled the silence. Time passed slowly in the quiet. A few minutes later, squeak, the cabin door creaked open. A young man emerged wearing loose white linen robes. His black hair fell freely, and his face was gentle and refined, like polished jade. In his arms lay a snow-white fox. His gaze swept over the crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips as his warm voice said, "Thank you all for coming." At that moment, Ning Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized this man, one of the rare peak elites among the aliens in his previous life. Though humanity had made leaps on the path of transcendence, the aliens seemed to possess mysterious methods, continuously arriving on this planet and steadily restoring their primal strength. It was important to note that under the planet's suppressive rules, the top-tier powers of both sides had long maintained a delicate balance. Even at that time, when 7th-tier transcendent humans had appeared, none could defeat him. Bai Muqing. Under the dim yellow light, Bai Muqing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression calm but his gaze chilling to the bone. This young man, once unknown in the early stages, would become a serious threat to the human race in the later period. Bai Muqing, a young man, folded his arms and stepped forward, his tone impatient. Cut the crap. What exactly are you calling us here for? Don't waste my time, I still have quotas to hit this month. Everyone turned to look. The speaker wore a bright yellow delivery uniform, his helmet hooked at his waist. It was Tsang Xiaodian. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Xiaodian, have you really gotten addicted to delivering takeout? Song Xiaodian glanced up, sneered coldly, and said, you don't understand a thing. I'm tempering my Tao heart in the secular world. Only by experiencing pain firsthand can you comprehend it and then free yourself from it. I can feel my Tao heart growing stronger every day. Such mystical and cryptic words left everyone exchanging baffled looks. Ning Yuan glanced silently at him. This person would also become well known in the future, ranked alongside Bai Muqing as a formidable enemy of humanity. Bai Muqing raised his hand, cutting off the unfolding side conversation. All right, I won't waste everyone's time. I've called you here today for two matters. First, regarding Yu Fu. The foreigners have almost figured out where he's being held. When they make a move, we need to cooperate. The room fell silent instantly. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes. Yu Fu, the alien life form captured and studied. Before the Greater Hu City incident, Yang Yu had revealed that the creature's secrets were leaking, which is why it was urgently relocated. It seems the new location has now been exposed. After a brief pause, someone spoke up. Wasn't it decided we wouldn't interfere? Let those from that region deal with it. What does it have to do with us? Exactly. We don't stand to gain anything anyway, another agreed. Bai Muqing sighed softly. The situation has changed. Humanity has custody of Yu Fu and will sooner or later extract plenty of intelligence from him about us. Yu Fu knows many of your divine abilities. This is not in your favor. Besides, as a member of the divine race, he must be killed but not humiliated. We can't let these ants torment him. If we can't rescue him, then we must silence him. Furthermore, various human nations have heavily invested in him. Disturbing him affects the whole operation. The foreigners alone may not succeed. Do you still think this doesn't concern us? His words hung in the air, and the group fell silent. Song Xiaodian took off his helmet and nodded gently. Bai Muqing is right. Yu Fu knows too much, and keeping him captive only brings harm to us. The others exchanged serious looks, then one by one nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, everyone also gave their assent. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Bai Muqing spoke up. Then it's settled. When the time is right, I will get in touch with all of you. Just as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd asked with curiosity, Bai Muqing, you said there were two things. What's the other one? The crowd immediately fell silent and turned their attention to Bai Muqing. Bai Muqing gently stroked the snow-white little fox quietly nestled in his arms, then looked toward a certain direction in the crowd, his tone softening. Su Yao, do you want to say it, or should I? Everyone followed the sound of his voice. There stood a girl with braided pigtails, wearing a knee-length dress, her features delicate and her complexion pale as snow. She stepped forward and stood beside Bai Muqing, her voice a little tight. He'll say it. She took a deep breath, but the words came out tinged with undeniable sorrow. Not long ago, Mou died. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd changed drastically. What? Mou actually died. With his strength, who could have taken him down? Su Yao, what happened? Tell us quickly. Under the crowd's pressing questions, Su Yao's eyes quickly reddened. Gritting her teeth, she continued. In a direct fight, Brother Mou feared no one on this planet. Even when attacked by several third-tier transcendents at once, he could come out unscathed. But, at this point, tears welled up uncontrollably, her voice faltering. A despicable transcendent used a special cursed item to ambush him. It worked through touch. Brother Mou only had to make contact once, and the cursed power began to eat away at him. After that, because of the planet's rules suppressing his strength, he couldn't draw on more power to dispel the curse, and in the end, she broke down in tears. The crowd exchanged looks in disbelief. This planet actually has those kinds of cursed objects? Bai Muqing sighed and took over the explanation. What happened next, he'll say? The item was an old, worn-down long knife. It definitely posed a danger, but as long as one avoided direct physical contact, it wasn't a major threat. Everyone must be very careful. Hearing this, the crowd felt some relief, though they couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Mou, such a mighty figure, actually died so foolishly. Someone looked at Su Yao bluntly. So, you want us to help you get revenge? Su Yao wiped away her tears, her voice calm but firm. The attacker is from headquarters, named Ning Yuan, a second-tier transcendent. I'm no match for him. If anyone is willing to help, I will offer my treasured items as thanks. The air grew tense for a moment. She discreetly glanced at Ning Yuan beside her, a smile hidden in her heart. At that moment, a snide laugh came from a corner. Heh, a second-tier transcendent? Su Yao, how long have you been out of touch with the outside world? Su Yao looked over. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a meticulously styled haircut. She frowned, trying to explain, I've been hiding in a mountain range to avoid being hunted, and only recently came out. I'm not familiar with the outside situation. What is it? The man in the suit shook his head and pushed up his glasses. Su Yao, just 7 days ago, that second-tier transcendent you mentioned Ning Yuan successfully broke through to third tier. I'm afraid only you and Bai Muqing, who has always lived here, remain unaware of this matter. The man in the suit pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. Ning Yuan is currently the most famous figure at the HQ of Chinese Transcendence. His promotion speed is shockingly fast. Some even rate him above level S internally. What? Su Yao's pupils shrank sharply. Her lips parted, but no words came out. The suited man continued calmly. To kill a level 3 transcendent with the headquarters' high hopes invested in him, the price we'd pay is enormous. That price isn't something your 2 mere treasures can cover in short. Helping you would likely cost us our lives. The weight of his words hung heavy in the room, suffocating the air instantly. Bai Muqing leaned against the window, gazing out at the night-swallowed street, sighing. A level 3 transcendent Qingguang. I wasn't even fully confident I could kill him. Now Ning Yuan shows up. This is truly bad news. No one spoke. Clearly, no one was willing to risk their lives over Su Yao's personal grudge against a level 3 transcendent. Coming back to her senses, Su Yao lowered her gaze in gloom. If the target were just level 2, these people might risk bloodshed over some treasures, but faced with a level 3, none of them would stake their lives. No, I won't accept this. Her face twisted with rage. He killed the one I loved most. How can I swallow this so easily? Everyone's expression remained cold and indifferent, offering no sympathy. Suddenly, Su Yao's eyes lit up. She turned sharply to the man in the suit. Does Ning Yuan have family? If I can't kill him, at least I can strike back at his loved ones. They'll make him feel the pain of losing someone dear. The suited man pondered briefly before nodding. As far as I know, Ning Yuan has a sister, a regular person he depends on. A sister? And she's an ordinary person? Su Yao's eyes brightened instantly. Perfect. Where is she? Take me to her, and he'll give you a treasure. The suited man shook his head. The HQ keeps members' addresses under the highest secrecy. We only know he has a sister. Her name and address are untraceable. However, you might get lucky in Dazhou City. Ning Yuan is the person in charge there. The light in Su Yao's eyes dimmed immediately. Just then, a cold voice cut through the silence from a corner. I know where Ning Yuan's sister is. Everyone turned toward the source and saw a thin, sullen-faced middle-aged man leaning against the doorframe, a greasy-faced fat man standing beside him. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's hope flared again, and she rushed forward. Wu Yang, you know? The middle-aged man, known as Wu Yang, nodded slightly. I have an underling in Dazhou City who once saw Ning Yuan bringing his sister home. At these words, Yun Shi almost burst out laughing. Su Yao, however, was ecstatic. Wonderful. Wu Yang, if you lead me to Ning Yuan's sister, he'll give you a treasure. Hehehe. Wu Yang chuckled lowly, his eyes cold. It's a small matter. To be honest, more than treasures, I want to know how exactly do you plan to deal with his sister? Su Yao pondered briefly before a twisted, wild smile spread across her face. Hehehe. They'll find dozens of men to torture her until she wishes she were dead. Wu Yang, or perhaps Ning Yuan himself, watched her silently. A slow smile curved his lips as he nodded in approval. Good, that's an excellent plan. I like it. The conversation between Su Yao and Wu Yang was taken by everyone merely as a source of amusement, without much interest. Even Bai Muqing felt the same, and he rather liked this guy named Wu Yang. At least this meant Su Yao wouldn't cling to him anymore. After the crowd dispersed, Ning Yuan turned to Su Yao with a casual yet courteous tone. Are you coming with us, or should I contact you later? Su Yao smiled brightly and stepped forward a few paces. I can't wait even a moment. He'll go with you. Ning Yuan nodded, and that settled it. The three of them set off at once, leaving the Qinling Mountains behind. The mountain wind faded, thick fog fell away, and time slowly passed with the sound of their footsteps. Once fully clear of the mountains, Ning Yuan, walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Furrowing his brow, he stared ahead down the empty forest path. Brother Wu Yang, what's wrong? Su Yao stepped forward uncertainly. The next second, Ning Yuan abruptly turned back and glared at the space behind her, his voice low and sharp. Who's there? Su Yao instinctively looked back. Bang! A heavy blow struck the back of her neck. Pain blinding her, she collapsed to the ground. Ning Yuan knew she carried a treasure that could block his powers, so he closed in and knocked her unconscious with a single palm strike. Su Yao slumped unconscious, and Yun Shi appeared silently from behind. She removed her mask, revealing her true face. Her bright eyes shifted between Ning Yuan and the prone Su Yao, her tone teasing. TSK, you didn't kill her, just knocked her out. What mischief are you up to? Ning Yuan also took off his mask and stuffed it into his pocket, expressionless as he looked at Su Yao. What else? I'm just returning what she did to me earlier. Yun Shi blushed slightly and shot him a glare. You're really mean. Ning Yuan said nothing and bent down to toss Su Yao over his shoulder with efficient ease. Yun Shi, our 2-day arrangement ends here. I have other business. Let's part ways. Wait. Yun Shi called after him. Ning Yuan turned, raising an eyebrow. What? You want to come along too? Huh. As if I care, Yun Shi spat at him. Quit pretending and give me back my mask. Ning Yuan smirked. This mask is fun. Let me borrow it a few days. Yun Shi beamed and reminded him. Without me, you can't use it. Try it if you don't believe me. Ning Yuan pulled the human skin mask from his pocket and pressed it to his face. The cold touch was gone, and it had no life. Now it was just ordinary leather. Well, Didn't I tell you? Yun, she held out her hand. If you want to borrow it, same rule as always. Borrow once, you owe me a favor. Ning Yuan flicked the mask back to her. This is goodbye, don't expect to meet again. With that, he sprang up like a shadow and streaked into the horizon. Yun, she stood motionless, her fingertips gently stroking the mask as she whispered to herself. No reunion. I hate these 4 words. Dazhou City. In a remote, long-closed gymnasium, dim lights flickered and echoes filled the emptiness. Ning Yuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep, the call was quickly answered. Solid and steady, Gu Yang's voice came through. Captain. Ning Yuan glanced at Su Yao, who was bound by her hands and hanging in midair, then asked Gu Yang on the phone. Gu Yang, how familiar have you gotten with the factions inside Dazhou City recently? Captain, I've pretty much got them all figured out. Gu Yang's calm voice came through the speaker as usual. Good. Ning Yuan leaned against the railing of the abandoned stands, his gaze as cold as ice sweeping over the suspended Su Yao. Find me Twentino, 200 street thugs. They have to be men. The top floor of a building in the commercial district of Dazhou City. Gu Yang, who had been poring over computer files, paused. Captain, you want 200 street thugs? Just ordinary guys? Exactly, Ning Yuan said in a low voice. Young, bold, and utterly lawless. In other words, reckless enough to do anything you ask them. Think you can find them? Gu Yang was silent for a few seconds, then finally answered with certainty. No problem. I can do it. I want them tonight. They'll send you the address. Bring those men straight here, and prepare some cash. Their pay will be settled afterward. Understood. Gu Yang was decisive and didn't ask any questions. After hanging up, he immediately pulled up a hidden list deep in his local disk, his fingers flying over the keyboard. A few minutes later, having settled on a name, he dialed it directly. Tick, tick, tick. Cold water droplets fell from a leaking ceiling, hitting the worn wooden floor with a sharp, hollow sound. The rhythm shook Su Yao awake. Her blurry vision gradually cleared as she saw the shifting figure in front of her. Her pupils instinctively narrowed. Ning Yuan was sitting less than 3 meters away, casually fiddling with 2 items, her hidden bamboo flute and her protective jade pendant. Around them lay a long-abandoned gymnasium. The dust thickly coated the stands, broken railings lay scattered, and an old, damp mustiness filled the air. Ning Yuan, it's you. Su Yao's voice was hoarse, a mixture of shock and hatred flooding out as soon as she spoke. But before she could finish, the realization hit her like a blow. Her entire body went numb. Her feet lifted from the ground, her arms tightly bound by rough hemp ropes, suspended high in the air. She couldn't summon any strength below her neck, as if paralyzed. Oh, awake, beautiful lady. Ning Yuan didn't even look up, just toyed with the jade pendant. What do you want? We can talk this through. I have no desire to be your enemy. Su Yao tried to steady herself, but her voice still trembled with fear. Ning Yuan chuckled. He stood, then pulled out a dusty full-length freestanding mirror from behind him, setting it upright in front of her. The mirror trembled slightly before revealing her current appearance without mercy. In the reflection, Su Yao looked pale, her bangs disheveled. She struggled in vain, her body unmoving despite repeated attempts. Finally, she screamed, Ning Yuan, if you want to kill me, just do it. I don't know how you bribed the traitors Wu Liang and Wu Chang, but sooner or later you'll come down here and face me. I'm waiting for you. Her defiant cry earned no sword's edge, only a deeper smile from Ning Yuan. Ha ha ha, Su Yao kill you? He shook his head. You're far too beautiful, what a waste to kill you. What do you mean? Su Yao gritted her teeth, eyes filled with wary terror. Ning Yuan slowly approached, reaching out to stroke her pale cheek. His fingers felt cold but gentle, patient. His voice was calm yet chilling. I, Ning Yuan, grew up poor, scared of wasting anything. When farmers harvest, even the grains fallen into cracks must be painstakingly gathered. I would never waste a single grain in my bowl. A woman as beautiful as you, and of a different race to boot, how could you possibly die so easily? As he spoke, Ning Yuan's hand slowly moved down from her cheek to her neck. The moment Su Yao felt Ning Yuan's hand on her skin, she froze sharply. Then, a searing wave of shame tore through her mind like a blade. Her eyes instantly flushed red with fury, and she spiraled into a hysterical rage. Get away. Take your filthy hands off me. How dare an insect like you touch me? They'll kill you. She roared, her voice cracking with raw, savage anger. Ning Yuan laughed heartily at her outburst and slowly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Su Yao breathed heavily, her eyes full of cold cruelty, staring daggers at him. Her voice was razor-sharp. Ning Yuan, if you want to kill, then kill me. But if you dare humiliate me, my friends will know about it and they will never spare you. They will make you suffer the most agonizing death imaginable. A strange smile curled the corner of Ning Yuan's mouth. His gaze was deep and indifferent as he took 2 slow steps back. Smack! He clapped his hands loudly, the crisp sound echoing through the empty gymnasium. Creak! Right after, the huge wooden door of the gym was pushed open from the outside. A large crowd of young men poured inside, faces alight with smiles as if they had just finished an easy party. Nearly 200 of them gathered ominously inside, all strong and tough-looking. Their clothing and hairstyles were wildly colorful, their hair dyed in a rainbow of patterns, creating a dark, chaotic sea of heads. Leading them was a slender youth with a sly, roguelike face. He sported glaring yellow hair, shaved close to the scalp, and wore shiny earrings. With a half-smile, he respectfully bowed before Ning Yuan. Big brother Ning, and Meng Kuan. Just call me Xiao Kuan. We've got 200 Riadai no more, no less. All ruthless fighters, from those who can take down 80-year-old elders, to those who can stab 3-year-old toddlers. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Oh, all ruthless fighters. Then you must know why I called you all here, right? Meng Kuan glanced at Ning Yuan before looking at Su Yao, whose eyes were bloodshot and face pale as death. He grinned slyly. Heh, I get it. But it seems like there's no need for all of us 20 are enough to torment her to death. Ning Yuan lightly patted Meng Kuan's shoulder, his voice low and calm. No, she's no ordinary person. She's an alien being with an extraordinarily resilient body. Even 20 people wouldn't be able to harm her much. Not to mention 200 it might still not be enough. What? Meng Kuan's expression turned tense instantly, almost spinning around to flee. Those behind him also went pale. Ning Yuan smirked mockingly. No need to be afraid. She can't move, she can only watch your impotent rage. Meng Kuan's eyes widened, unable to meet Su Yao's frigid, blade-like killing intent. Seeing this, Ning Yuan's expression darkened suddenly, his voice icy as he demanded. What's wrong, you bunch of useless cowards? Are you so much of a man that you only bully weak, ordinary people? Our aliens are cruelly treating our own kind, you hate it? The chance is right in front of you, but you're scared? You don't even have the guts to act against an alien who can't move? At Ning Yuan's words, Meng Kuan's face flushed red and white, and the nearly 200 men's expressions turned grim. Smack. After a moment, Meng Kuan gritted his teeth and slapped his own face hard. Damn it, we're going all in. He said in a low voice. Big brother, you're right. I've been in the game for so many years, death doesn't scare me, but am afraid of some alien who can't even move? Then he shouted loudly to those around him. Brothers, we're not supernatural beings. We can't stand toe-to-toe with those alien clans in open combat. So now that we finally have a chance to personally make those beasts pay, how could we ever give it up? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. That's right. I've got no backing. If I die, I die. What's there to be afraid of? Haha. I've faced whites, yellows, and blacks, but never aliens. This life is worth it. Let's do it. Those aliens slaughter my people like dogs. I've hated them to the bone for a long time. Listening to the rising roar, Ning Yuan nodded quietly, his gaze sweeping over everyone with satisfaction. You insignificant ants. How dare you? Su Yao finally snapped out of it. Overcome with fury that instantly twisted into fear, she stared fiercely at the nearly 200 men in front of her, her scream shredding the air like tattered cloth. Ha ha ha. Did she ask if we dare? Meng Kuan laughed loudly, turning to glance at the crowd. Do you guys dare? Through fire and water, Brother Kuan. As long as Brother Kuan orders it, there's nothing we won't do. Meng Kuan nodded with approval. These men were making it easy to command. Big brother, you go first, he said, deliberately flattering Ning Yuan. Heh, I have to control her and protect you. Ali won't step in. Ning Yuan raised a hand to refuse. After receiving the approval, Meng Kuan stopped hesitating. He took a deep breath, shrugged off his leather jacket, and was about to step forward until Ning Yuan interrupted. Wait a moment. Line up first and introduce yourselves, one by one. After today, you're all her men. Meng Kuan blinked, then burst into laughter. Big brother's right. Brothers, form a line. Facing Su Yao, he bowed with a sly grin. Name's Meng Kuan. I'm your first man. Remember that. Ah, they'll kill you all. No, you insignificant ants. Try touching me and see. Su Yao completely lost it, screaming hoarsely. Hee, just call me Dewa. My name's Wang Tong. Li Junxing. Peng Zijia. Jiang Yuan. Qian Jun. Lin Lin Tao. Duan Yuan Ming. Su Haolong. Li Jun. Lu Shixiang. Ai Kuan. Wang Liangquan. Zhang Shizhua. Jiang Shikuan. Guiyule. Su Shiluan. Bao Batong. Zhou Jiayang. Nearly 200 names echoed through the gymnasium, leaving only Su Yao's piercing screams and curses reverberating under the vast dome. Ning Yuan watched for a moment, then turned and walked out. Outside, the night was cold and still. Guiyang leaned against the wall, tilting his head to look at the stars. The shifting shadows cast a faint weariness across his profile. Seeing Ning Yuan come out, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and offered it. Sparks danced as the two stood side by side, exhaling clouds of smoke. Why don't you go back inside? Too brutal? Ning Yuan asked. Guiyang shook his head with a smile. The aliens see us like ants, they have no mercy. So why should we show them any softness? Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. How have things been lately? Anyone or anything you haven't been able to deal with? Guiyang thought for a moment and nodded. Some second-tier supernaturals and factions have been two-faced, but it's nothing serious. Once the situation stabilizes, they'll take care of it. Good. If you ever come across problems you can't solve, let me know. They'll go handle it myself. Outside the gym, beneath a sky sprinkled with countless stars, faint anguished screams echoed softly from within. Ning Yuan and Gu Yang sat side by side on the steps, speaking quietly. Ning Yuan shared openly his plan, the resource strategy he and Big Yellow Dog had crafted, a dual approach of public openness and covert accumulation. The idea was to first consolidate all usable supplies, then grip control of every supernatural being in the district. Those who needed to be suppressed would be, while those worth winning over would be sweetened with rewards, ensuring everyone willingly executed their assigned tasks. Guyang nodded throughout, his tone confident and approving. Holding power without hoarding resources, that's not real power, he scoffed. Even in peacetime it's this way, let alone now in these chaotic times. Headquarters only trusted top supernaturals like us because they implicitly accepted the means. If no one gains anything, why would they risk their lives for you? As long as it's not blatant or too ugly, headquarters won't interfere. Gradually, the night wore on as they deliberated together. Ning Yuan grew increasingly impressed with Gu Yang, a man not only formidable in strength, but also never second-guessing his decisions, instead always offering more efficient ways to execute the plan. Dawn broke, and the gym doors creaked open. Figures staggered out one after another, panting, and approached the two men. Gu Yang had already set up an old wooden table outside, with a heavy briefcase atop it, stacks of cash neatly piled inside. The group lined up, each taking a bundle of 10,000 yuan from him in turn. Many thanks, big brothers. If a job like this comes up again, count me in. Same here. It's not just for the money, I want to take revenge on the outsiders. Hearing their flattering words, Ning Yuan and Gu Yang exchanged a knowing smile, silently approving their eagerness to fight. Only when Meng Kuan and several of his men exited last did the handover conclude. Their clothes were splattered with dark red blood, each carrying a heavy black plastic bag, nearly bursting and emitting a strong metallic stench. They set the heavy bags down, then happily collected their pay with grins. How's the feeling? Ning Yuan asked Meng Kuan with a half-smile. Heh. Meng Kuan pinched his nose, smirking proudly. Thought that woman was pure, but she begged for mercy in less than half an hour. Still, the boss was right that outsider's body is tough. We took turns hacking her with machetes for a full hour before we managed to take her apart. Ning Yuan chuckled lightly. All right, you all look exhausted. Take that money and get some rest. Laughter broke out among the men as they hoisted their bloodied bags and money and walked off. With the night's operation complete, Ning Yuan and Gu Yang parted ways. Gu Yang returned to headquarters to continue holding down the fort, while Ning Yuan drove back to Xinghuapan. Several days later, at dusk, Ning Yuan was strolling along the shaded path of his residential community with Ning Xiaoluo when his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed Xia Xinran. He hesitated briefly before answering, only to hear a slightly hoarse male voice on the other end, belonging to Xia Changfeng. Heh, Captain Ning, you must have been very busy lately, huh? Hearing the elderly man's voice, Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a chuckle. Heh, not too bad, old Master Xia. The two exchanged pleasantries. After chatting for a while, Xia Changfeng shifted the topic with a smile. Hey, race the deal. My Xia family happened to acquire a rare spiritual artifact, and someone will deliver it to my home tonight. Since you just became the team leader, we haven't prepared a proper gift yet. This artifact is incredibly precious. It's unsafe to keep it here, and sending it over is even riskier. How about, Captain Ning, you come over tonight and take it away in person? Hearing this, Ning Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, quickly calculating in his mind. What game is this old fox playing now? But since the spiritual artifact is coming to him on a silver platter, how could he refuse? If the other side intends to make a move, he simply wouldn't take the bait. With that thought, he laughed aloud. Since the old master says it like that, how can I decline? Xiao Changfeng chuckled as well. Ha, great. They'll have Xinran send you the address. Let's have a good drink tonight. No sooner had they hung up than Ning Yuan received a message from Xia Xinran. Brother Ning, hey, race my family's address. He put away his phone and accompanied Ning Xiaoluo back home first. Xiaoluo, I need to go out for a while. He'll be back late, so no need to make dinner specially for me. From the kitchen, Ning Xiaoluo poked her head out, drying her hands, and nodded obediently. Okay, come back early. In the corner of the living room, their big yellow dog was rubbing the table with its paw. Suddenly, it turned its head toward Ning Yuan, its eyes wide and round. I see your red lawn star moving, and the spring breeze blowing. Looks like some romance is about to hit you soon. You can still read fortunes now? Ning Yuan was stunned. Learned a bit out of boredom. Don't guarantee it's accurate, the dog replied, shaking its paw with mock seriousness. Ning Yuan gave the dog a weird look from head to toe, then shrugged and left. Under the night sky, a streak of dark light pierced the heavens. He looked down through layers of clouds. On the outskirts of Jinling City, a massive estate nestled by mountains and water lay quietly. Antique lofts mingled with modern villas, connected to the outside world only by a private road. Without an invitation from the Xia family, no outsider could enter. With a flash, he had already arrived at the estate gate. Moonlight bathed a young woman in white xias and Ranho was waiting there. Seeing him, she broke into a bright smile and hurried forward. Brother Ning, welcome. Ning Yuan nodded and followed her into the main building. The grand living room was brilliantly lit, and nearly 20 core members of the Xia family stood and applauded upon seeing Ning Yuan. Laughter and applause filled the air. Congratulations, Captain Ning. Hello, Captain Ning. Brother Ning, you're amazing. He smiled and responded politely, warm but measured. Xia Changfeng personally greeted him, gripping Ning Yuan's hands firmly. Being captain comes with great power, but also great pressure. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. The Xia family will always support you. Thank you very much, old master, Ning Yuan replied courteously. If anything difficult arises, he'll surely ask. The two walked side by side to a long dining table that could seat dozens. Steam rose from hundreds of traditional southern dishes spread before them, accompanied by vintage fine wines and precious spiritual brews tempting in color and fragrance. Xia Changfeng introduced warmly, Ning Yuan, you're a distinguished guest of the Xia family. It's your first time here. Are you northern folks used to traditional southern cuisine? Ning Yuan looked over the dazzling array of dishes, smiling as he waved his hand. Old Master Xia, you've gone well, it's just too lavish. Nonsense. The more people, the more we eat. It's just home cooking, Xia Changfeng said cheerfully, raising his glass. Besides, although we extras don't need to eat every meal, enjoying good food is one of life's great pleasures. With that, he beckoned everyone. Come, everyone, take your seats. Seeing this, the rest of the Xia family members found their usual places and settled in. At the dinner table, Ning Yuan's arrival broke the Xia family's usual rule of no talking while eating. The grand hall was brightly lit, glasses clinking amid lively conversation. One by one, the Xia family members toasted with Ning Yuan, creating a warm, festive atmosphere. Sitting to Ning Yuan's right, Xia Xinran frequently served him dishes, her white porcelain bowl piled high with food. Amid the laughter and exchanging of cups, the cheerful banquet soon ended in a spirit of harmony. After leaving the table, Xia Changfeng led Xia Qidong and several core family members to invite Ning Yuan to sit on the leather sofa in the living room. The tea table held steaming cups, filling the air with a fresh fragrance. Just as everyone raised their teacups, Xia Qidong's phone suddenly rang. He gestured not to move aside and answered directly. What? The reply from the other end was clearly bad news. Xia Qidong's tone instantly sharpened. You're saying you can't make it tonight? What have you been doing? I have important guests waiting here. Fine, fine. Hurry up then, you're nothing but a bunch of useless fools. After scolding, he slammed the phone down with a dark expression. Qidong, what's wrong? Xia Changfeng took a sip of tea, asking casually. Father, hey, race the situation. Xia Qidong composed himself and explained. The people responsible for transporting the spiritual objects switched to an old van to avoid drawing attention. But it broke down halfway, so it won't arrive tonight. The earliest will be tomorrow morning. Hearing the report, Xia Changfeng frowned slightly and sighed. Ugh, such a basic mistake. Then he turned to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, this is my failure to handle things properly. Ning Yuan waved him off, signaling not to worry. Master Xia, please don't be so formal. Accidents happen. Waiting one more night isn't a big deal. Seeing Ning Yuan's understanding, Xia Changfeng smiled and nodded. Good. How about this? Maybe the spiritual item will arrive before dawn. Since it's already dark, instead of making the trip again tomorrow, why not stay overnight at my home? You're the captain with a tight schedule. ITLL, save you some trouble. After a moment's thought, Ning Yuan agreed. Indeed, waiting here was better than rushing back and forth. Plus, he wanted to see if Xia Changfeng might try any tricks. With the matter settled, they chatted briefly before each took their leave to return upstairs. Ning Yuan was escorted to a luxurious guest room specially prepared by the Xia family. The spacious bathroom upstairs was like a small private chamber. Warm mist filled the air as two pale figures appeared faintly through the steam. Xia Meng rolled up her sleeves and gently rubbed foam along Xia Xinran's back with tender fingertips. Sister, why do you seem so distracted? Xia Meng asked softly, noticing her unease. Xia Xinran shook her head and leaned back slightly against her sister's embrace, whispering, Meng Meng, I'm so afraid of marrying into the Shangguan family. Hearing this, Xia Meng massaged her shoulders. Then maybe you should quietly leave the Xia family? But it's not that easy. I'm already trapped, Xia Xinran replied gloomily. Warm water swept over smooth skin, washing away the bubbles bit by bit. Soon, the two finished bathing and returned to the bedroom side by side. Soft, amber lighting filled the room. Xia Meng slipped under the covers and turned her head toward her sister sitting at the dressing table. Sister, aren't you going to sleep? Xia Xinran changed into a silk nightgown, lightly touched up her red lips, and smoothed her damp hair. She walked to the bedside, gently stroked Xia Meng's forehead, and spoke warmly. Meng Meng, you go to sleep first. Sister has something to take care of, but will come back later tonight to keep you company. Xia Meng nodded, then obediently closed her eyes. Xia Xinran tiptoed out of the room, glanced back at her sleeping sister on the bed, and gently closed the door behind her. The hallway was dimly lit, the marble floor cold beneath her bare feet. Her heartbeat seemed loud against the quiet footsteps as she stopped at the tightly shut door at the end of the corridor. She pressed her lips together, reached out, and tried the doorknob. Click. The lock gave way. It wasn't bolted from the inside. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The room was dark, bathed only in cool moonlight pouring through the floor-to-ceiling window. A tall man stood with his back to her, city lights framing his silhouette with a faint golden glow. Seeing that familiar figure made Xia Xinren's heart pound. She closed the door behind her, locking it quietly, then leaned against it lightly. Ning Yuan finally turned around, his cold gaze scanning her head to toe. Xia Xinren wore a silky nightdress that barely reached her thighs, the thin fabric outlining her slender curves. Moonlight highlighted her snow-white skin, flawless and delicate like jade. Their eyes met her face blossomed with a flush of nervousness and embarrassment. Her hands, hidden at her sides, trembled slightly, but she forced herself to look up. Ning Yuan's eyes lingered on her trembling shoulders before he let out a soft sigh. Why are you like this? You don't actually like me, do you? No, I don't dislike you, she answered quickly, her voice barely above a whisper. Go back. We're not meant for each other, and I have no interest in you. His tone was flat, unreadable. His words cut through her smile, turning it bitter and fragile. She lowered her gaze, avoiding his icy eyes as tears welled up and blurred her vision. Why? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Ning Yuan said nothing. Can't you just pity me? If I'm with you, I wouldn't have to marry into the Shangwan family. I don't want to marry that person. Marry into the Shangwan family? Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, finally showing a flicker of emotion. Your grandfather wants to use you to form an alliance with him? Xia Xinren wiped away her tears and nodded softly. A sudden realization flashed through Ning Yuan's mind. In a previous life, had no connection with these families, so he was unaware of the marriage arrangements. But he remembered Shangwan Yun's sixth-tier transcendent, whose lineage was rumored to be tied to the Xia family, making the two clans closely linked. If that was the case, then Xia Xinren was likely the grandmother of Shangwan Yunha. The thought struck him as he glanced at her flat stomach. His expression shifted, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his lips. Xia Xinren opened her mouth to say more, but before she could, strong arms suddenly wrapped tightly around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Ah! She gasped in surprise, instinctively clutching his neck. The moonlight flickered, the bed shifted gently. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. 3 hours later, half awake, Xiao Ming got up to use the restroom. She found her sister's room empty and, puzzled, headed toward the bathroom. On the way back, she caught faint, strange noises. Driven by curiosity, she followed the sounds to a bedroom door and pressed her ear against it. Inside, she heard Xia Xinren's voice, trembling with sobs and pleading. Frozen in place, Xiao Ming's cheeks flushed crimson. She covered her mouth with both hands, then hurriedly retreated on quick little steps, almost running back to her own room. The next morning, the bathroom steam still lingered as Ning Yuan shook the water from his hair and casually wiped his face, then briskly changed into a clean shirt. On the bed, Xia Xinren bit her lip, enduring full-body aches, but still supported herself to carefully straighten his collar and cufflinks one by one. Ning Yuan turned and gently ran his fingertip over her flushed cheek, his voice low and even. Get some good rest. Brother Ning. Thank you. She wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his broad chest, her voice feather-light. Ning Yuan lowered his gaze, but his look remained as indifferent as ever. He clearly saw through Xia Changfeng's schemes. Whether or not he married Xia Xinren, in the eyes of outsiders, he was already tied to the Xia family. But if he had to choose, it was far more satisfying to use the Xia family to give the Shangwan family a hard time first. Thinking of Shangwan Yun's embarrassed expression, a faint sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. The door closed and footsteps faded away. Xia Xinren curled back under the covers. Not long after, there was a soft knock. Xinren, it's me. A woman's voice called outside. Aunt, come in. The door isn't locked, she replied softly. The middle-aged woman pushed open the door, locking it behind her, then quickly sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing Xia Xinren's flushed face, she understood immediately and happily hugged her niece. Oh, Xinren, you've really done a great service for our Xia family. Your grandpa was so delighted this morning at breakfast. I've never seen him that happy. Ning Yuan is a third-tier transcendental and a team leader with a bright future. Being with him, your status will come in time that's much better than marrying that boy from the Shangwan family. Xia Xinren blushed even deeper, unable to utter a word. Come on, have breakfast downstairs with your aunt. The woman eagerly reached to pull her up. Aunt, my whole body aches. I want to sleep a bit longer. They'll skip breakfast. Xia Xinren's voice was barely a whisper. The woman paused, then covered her mouth, laughing until her shoulders shook. TSK, Ning Yuan sure knows how to make things complicated. Fine, you rest. Xia Xinren, teased, pulled the covers over her head. The woman smiled, shook her head, and twisted her waist as she left the room. In the villa's living room, Breakfast was laid out. Xia Changfeng, holding a bowl of porridge, chatted pleasantly with Ning Yuan, speaking only about family matters, never mentioning Xia Xinran. Ning Yuan took a sip of tea, then put down his cup and got straight to the point. Old Master Xia, my business is complicated early on, and there are few I can fully trust. Could you select a few from your family to assist me? As the words landed, Xia Changfeng and Xia Qidong exchanged a glance, both showing delight in their eyes. The old master immediately smiled and nodded. Good. We'll discuss the details shortly. Ning Yuan was the first to clarify the benefits, and Xia Changfeng was more than happy. These two, the old and the young, clearly understood each other's intentions perfectly. No need to say much to understand. After breakfast, Ning Yuan accompanied Xia Changfeng to his study. Once the heavy redwood door was closed, all outside noise was shut out. Inside, the scent of sandalwood mingled with the faint smell of ink. The two men sat opposite each other across an intricately carved desk, their chairs leaning slightly forward. The atmosphere was cautious yet tinged with impatience. Xia Changfeng first rolled up his sleeve and took out a palm-sized jade box, smooth and translucent, placing it solemnly in front of Ning Yuan. His movements were steady and respectful, as if presenting not just the box but the fate of the entire Xia family. Ning Yuan accepted it without hesitation, setting it aside beside him, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Changfeng's face. Old Master Xia, he'll get straight to the point, Ning Yuan said calmly but firmly. The Xia family may move part of its influence into the central China district. I will grant you full authority to operate freely within that region. The words landed like thunder. Xia Changfeng was stunned briefly before delight nearly overwhelmed him. It was the exhilaration of seeing dawn after years underground. In the past, the headquarters tightly controlled the overall situation. Resources were funneled through layers, allocated by top families with powerful transcendent members. The Xia family lacked high-level transcendent talent, received shrinking resources, and its status plummeted, while other families rose relentlessly, the gap widening endlessly. This year, circumstances forced headquarters to decentralize power. The country was divided into 5 major districts, each controlled by 5 top captains. Except for central China, every other district's captain was backed by an influential family that openly or covertly monopolized resources and built their power. The Xia family remained stuck in place, helpless as others grew their fortunes from nothing. Now, Ning Yuan's single sentence granted the Xia family qualification to enter central China, along with the protection of a third-rank captain's umbrella. Seizing resources here could help them surpass those long-dominant families sooner rather than later. Xia Changfeng's heart pounded, but he forced himself steady, rising to take a deep breath and bow respectfully. Ning Yuan, the Xia family will never forget your kindness, and will do everything it can to support you. Ning Yuan smiled lightly and gestured for him to sit. Old Master Xia, don't rush. I have 2 conditions. As expected, Xia Changfeng was not surprised and gave a look encouraging him to continue. First, Ning Yuan said, fingers lightly tapping the table, from now on, aside from business dealings, the Xia family must not form any friendships or alliances with other families. Survival of the fittest hats, how the future will be. Most of those so-called top families will soon be swept away by the tide of change. Several long-rooted families in central China are especially cautious and meticulous. Trying to squeeze resources from them is nearly impossible. My cooperation with Xia is not just to help you, but to help myself. I need a reliable ally to counter them. At that, Xia Changfeng's eyes flickered, detecting Ning Yuan's underlying sharpness. Given opportunity, Ning Yuan would assimilate other families and consolidate all resources under his own hand. Shocked, Xia nonetheless nodded without hesitation. Survival of the fittest was an iron law, as the Xia family's current plight plainly proved. Seeing his understanding, Ning Yuan went on. Second, all transcendent members of the Xia family must serve in central China, meaning they come under my command. This is non-negotiable. Upon hearing the second condition, Xia Changfeng fell silent for a moment. Ning Yuan's second demand made it clear. He wanted to legitimately control the life and death authority over all the extraordinary practitioners in the Xia family, ensuring the Xia family wouldn't betray him, while also binding them tightly to his cause. It was essentially cutting off any opportunity for the Xia family to back out. Yet, in the end, Xia Changfeng still nodded in agreement. The reason was simple. The Xia family had no other option. If they chose to marry into the Shangguan family, at best they could keep the clan from collapsing, but they would receive no resource support. Without top-tier practitioners to hold the line, the Xia family would forever remain on the defensive. But if they tied themselves to Ning Yuan, the potential benefits were almost unimaginable. They wouldn't just gain a voice at headquarters, but also substantial resource advantages. Weighing the pros and cons, Xia Changfeng had no choice but to agree. Afterward, the two began discussing the detailed preliminary arrangements for the Xia family, registering shell companies in the central China region, quietly relocating their existing businesses there, covertly transferring their influence bit by bit. Only when dusk settled did their conversation come to an end. Outside the manor, a thin mist lingered. Xiao Changfeng personally saw Ning Yuan out the gate and watched as the black car's taillights faded into the distance. He let out a low sigh. This alliance with Mr. Ning should be a cause for celebration. Why the sigh, father? Xiao Qidong and Xiao Qiming asked in confusion. Xiao Changfeng forced a bitter smile. Alliance. On the surface, yes. In reality, once we step into central China, there's no turning back. All of Xiao's practitioners and resources will be right under Ning Yuan's watchful eye. It's no different from becoming his vassal. The brothers exchanged uneasy glances. Xiao Qiming frowned. If that's the case, why did you still agree? There was no other way. Xiao Changfeng looked at them soberly. Ning Yuan made his terms clear, no room for negotiation. Either we submit to the Shangwan family or to him. Ning Yuan is calculating and far-sighted. I'm no match for him. It's hard to believe he's only just over 20. Is this truly fate? Then his expression turned grave. Listen carefully, both of you. The brothers immediately stood at attention. When I pass away, you must obey Ning Yuan without question and never harbor rebellious thoughts. If one day he wants to take over the Xia family, you are not to resist. Surrender all resources and just strive to preserve your lives. If you want the Xia family to avoid destruction, you must remember this. As his words fell, the brothers exchanged stunned looks, shocked but powerless. A dozen days passed. In Zhou City, Xinghai Huapan, Ning Yuan entrusted all arrangements for the Xia family's entry into central China to Gu Yang, who wholeheartedly agreed. As Ning Yuan said, the long-established top families there were too cunning and tight-knit. They could only be disrupted by outside forces. With Ning Yuan's backing, once the Xia family's power surged, it would shake those old clans' foundations and see if they could still sit comfortably. Whenever those families made a move, Gu Yang would find a justification to respond. To help Gu Yang, Ning Yuan even crafted the big yellow dog's image as a reclusive master, forming a mysterious bond between each of them, man and dog alike. Nowadays, whenever Gu Yang faces a dilemma, he often calls up Zhuge Huang for advice. There were even nights when the two men and the dog chatted over the phone until dawn. Inside the villa, the TV was stuck on a loop showing the big yellow dog being knocked out in the arena. The screen's glow reflected off its fur as the master lay there listlessly, not even bothering to wag its tail. In contrast, Ning Yuan sat on the sofa, full of energy and smiling. Boss, the big yellow dog couldn't help but grumble. You're the leader, yet you dump everything on the subordinates. Don't you feel guilty? Ning Yuan chuckled lightly. If I had to do everything, what would be the point of you guys? Besides, this is the perfect time for you to show your presence. What do you mean? The dog tilted its head. Ning Yuan said nothing. Once he reached the 4th tier, he wouldn't need to dance around the big families anymore, could just go directly to get what he wanted. Late at night, only a faint light glowed in the courtyard. Sitting cross-legged, Ning Yuan stared at the jade box before him, now completely empty. With daily cultivation aided by spiritual artifacts, the 3rd spirit seed inside him was growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th tier marked a transcendence, true departure from ordinary perception. 1. Power level skyrocketed. 2. Lifespan increased by 400 years, meaning a 4th tier transcendent could live nearly 500 years, including their base longevity. Beyond that, the 5th, 6th, and 7th tiers would further extend lifespan. Just in terms of longevity alone, the difference between 3rd and 4th tier was like that between a mortal and an earthly immortal. But reaching the 4th tier was no easy feat. One needed at least a grade aptitude. The time investment was enormous. Without spiritual aids, grade required nearly 50 years, a grade still 30. Even in his past life, trained at headquarters under full support, Ning Yuan took a full 10 years just to break from 3rd to 4th tier. Now relying on the terrifying speed of the dark spirit, even without artifacts, breaking through took less than 10 years. With ample spiritual items, the time could be shortened further. Ning Yuan quietly calculated his current progress, unable to help but compare this life with the last. In his past life, his awakened power was inscribed light spirit, incredibly strong early on, thrusting him among the top transcendent elites globally for decades. He tirelessly saved millions. Yet the light spirit's growth was painfully slower even than some grade powers. Without headquarters' early heavy resource investment, he would have struggled to even reach 3rd tier, let alone 4th. Once headquarters realized his 4th tier potential was limited and stopped pouring resources into the bottomless pit, Ning Yuan's cultivation nearly stalled entirely. As a result, he stayed at the 4th tier for close to 400 years. Dejing City, headquarters of the supernaturals. Sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the minister's office, mingling with the aroma of freshly brewed tea. Louis carefully held the purple clay teapot and personally poured a cup for Ning Yuan, his smile warm and sincere. Ning Yuan, with great power comes great responsibility. You must have been exhausted lately. If there's any difficulty, don't hesitate to ask headquarters for help. The warmth of the cup seeped through Ning Yuan's fingers as he nodded slightly, his voice steady. Minister, it's nothing. For the country, for the people, a little hardship and fatigue are nothing at all. That brief remark made Lu Yi's brow lift slightly, admiring the composure of this young, third-tier supernatural. Taking a sip of tea, Ning Yuan set the cup back down and leaned forward slightly. Let's get to the point, Minister. You didn't call me here just to share tea, did you? Lu Yi sat opposite him, his expression serious. In a few days, an international summit will be held. Top powers will all send representatives. We have only 3 spots, provisionally assigned to me, Professor Yang, and you. Me? Ning Yuan was taken aback, then waved his hand with a crooked smile. Minister, you must be joking. I'm just a rough man who doesn't understand state affairs. How could I attend such a meeting? Lu Yi seemed to have expected his modesty and lowered his voice. This summit is different. It has strict requirements. Only third-tier supernaturals are attending from every country. Third tier? Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Seizing the moment, Lu Yi explained, you've reached third tier now. You're a pillar of the nation. Qin Lao is too old and can't travel abroad. Jiang Xiong is heavily burdened with responsibilities. If Tian Xiangfeng were still here, he'd be suitable too. But unfortunately, he isn't. He sighed. So you are the only choice to accompany me and Professor Yang. You'll attend the meeting and protect us. The situation overseas is complicated, very different from home. Some of the strongest supernatural factions have even aligned themselves with alien forces. Several days later at dusk, a special plane marked with the national emblem took off from Dejing City Airport, headed straight for Country M. In the front row of the cabin, Ning Yuan, Lu Yi, and Yang Yuesian sat side by side. Behind them were a dozen staff members and a second-tier supernatural. Darkness swallowed the clouds outside, city lights stretching endlessly beyond the window. Lu Yi stared into the deepening night, his tone grave. The situation in Country M is complex and hard to define for now. When supernatural powers first emerged, they operated freely, without strict central control, causing various supernatural factions to spring up like mushrooms after the rain. The strongest is the Dawn Society, roughly equivalent to the capital's power. But it has neither the authority nor the right to command the others. Behind the scenes, they're locked in relentless conflict, fighting to the death over resources. Yang Yuesian pushed up his glasses and took over the conversation. Times have changed, but most people's minds remain stuck in the past. There's a saying, at first, people did not take this invasion seriously. Only when extinction loomed did they realize everything could have been changed. He turned quietly towards Ning Yuan, his gaze sharp and composed. Ning Yuan, do you know what the everything could have been changed in that phrase refers to? After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan spoke 2 words, internal strife. Snap. Yang Yu snapped his fingers, a mocking smile playing across his brow. Exactly, internal strife. It can bring down a nation. But even if it means downfall, people obsessed with self-interest will still fight among themselves. He recalled the past with a weary tone in his voice. At international conferences, I've called on all the supernaturals worldwide more than once to end their internal conflicts and unite against the alien races. But after all these years, not only has fighting not stopped, it's only gotten fiercer as our strength has risen. His speech sped up, as if unleashing long-suppressed anger. Some alien races have taken advantage of the chaos to recruit and back a large number of supernatural sloggably. They're still using human resources. Aliens exploiting humans to make us kill each other. How absurd is that? In my view, the number of humans who die at the hands of these aliens will never surpass those killed by their own kind. He ended with a loud, ear-splitting laugh, but no one joined in. Even Lu Yi, usually cheerful, lowered his gaze with a somber expression. As the Minister of Supernaturals, he understood just how unpredictable human nature was. Getting everyone to unite? Nearly impossible. Ning Yuan sat quietly, his gaze fixed on Yang Yu. Silently, he sighed inside. Having witnessed the apocalypse in a past life when Blue Star's population dropped below 100 million, and even the top-tier strong still schemed and fought openly and covertly knew. Just as Yang Yu said, humanity would never admit its mistakes until utterly desperate. Thunder rumbled suddenly outside the aircraft's hull, followed by raindrops pattering against the windows. Is it raining? Someone whispered uncertainly. Wasn't the forecast for tomorrow? He checked the computer screen. Heavy rain tonight, showed clearly and froze. Several loud thunderclaps caused the cabin to shake slightly. The lone rank 2 supernatural among them grew uneasy, walking to a rear window to stare out into the dark curtain of rain. Lightning illuminated his grim expression. Lu Yi felt a flicker of apprehension, but, glancing at Ning Yuan's distant, otherworldly calm, he calmed himself. With a rank 3 flyer present, even if the plane lost control, they would be saved. Crash. Another lightning strike rattled the cabin. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. Ah, there's someone outside. Everyone turned simultaneously to the screaming female crew member. Her face was pale as a sheet, pressed close to the window, trembling as she pointed outside the aircraft. Hearing the sharp cry from the woman seated ahead, the second-tier supernatural nearby in the rear cabin immediately stood and approached. Wu Anxiao quickly hurried through the narrow aisle, frowning as he reached the female attendant's side and leaned close to the window. Through the intermittent flashes of lightning amid the torrential rain, he carefully scanned the night sky beyond the wing, quietly asking, "Yeah, are you sure you didn't miss see? I've been watching out here the whole time, but I haven't seen anyone." He stared intently for a long moment, but still detected nothing unusual, his tone heavy with doubt. Suddenly, another sharp scream tore through the cabin. This time, it came from a male crew member who appeared to have greater mental fortitude. Suppressing his trembling, he shouted hoarsely, "There's someone. There really is. Right on my side." The man was seated near the middle of the plane, not far from Lu Yi and the others. Upon hearing him, almost everyone turned their heads toward his window simultaneously. The next lightning bolt slashed across the night like a blade, illuminating the scene outside with extraordinary clarity there. Floating in midair, almost touching the wing of the plane, was a white man in a black trench coat. The flash froze his features in place. Tall and thin, with hollow cheeks and an expressionless face, his dull gray eyes seeming completely void of any emotion. To be hovering steadily in such a violent storm was surreal, a chilling image that sent an involuntary shiver down Lu Yi's spine. Instinctively, he judged this must be a powerful supernatural. Otherwise, no one could remain so steady in this weather. Is he sizing us up? Trying to figure something out? Yang Yu squinted and lowered his voice to analyze. Wu Wanxiao didn't hesitate. His pupils shifted from black to white, then shimmered with threads of silver, his second-tier ability, insight. This power allowed him to detect all abnormalities and sense hostility, precisely why he was one of the core members guarding security at headquarters. As the silver light flickered, he gasped sharply and blurted, "A bomb. He's got a bomb on him." Thanks to his insight, he clearly saw the explosive device strapped inside the man's trench coat. What? Lu Yi's pupils constricted violently, and the others in the cabin suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat. There was no doubt. They were facing a deliberate attack. Almost simultaneously, Ning Yuan moved. He merely turned his head slightly, expressionless, gazing out into the black storm beyond the window. "Captain Ning," Wu Wanxiao spoke rapidly. "He has a bomb strapped to him, and he's extremely hostile. It looks like he's coming for us." Before Wu Wanxiao finished, his throat suddenly tightened and froze him in place. Outside in the rain, the middle-aged white man flying in the storm seemed instantly cleaved by an invisible blade. In the blink of an eye, he was cut into several segments, scattering down into the churning dark clouds above the sea. Even Lu Yi and the other ordinary passengers glimpsed that terrifying sight. In an instant, every gaze snapped to Ning Yuan. No one doubted that the thunderous strike had come from this captain. Ning Yuan maintained his turned posture, his dark eyes quietly reflecting the lightning and rain beyond the window. Calmly, he said, "That was a man long dead. Whoever controls him is still down on the ground." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's expression darkened immediately. Just after the plane crossed the border, assassination attempts came one after another. There had to be a conspiracy behind it. Yang Yu first frowned and analyzed. Clearly, they're targeting us. If the intel really was leaked from headquarters, then the killer's likely trying to lure Ning Yuan away to strike at us. Lu Yi reacted quickly, suppressing his anger as he turned to instruct Ning Yuan. "Exactly. If this is an inside job, it means they know only you and Wu Wanxiao came on this trip. You absolutely cannot leave the plane." "Minister," Ning Yuan interrupted calmly as he slowly stood up. "Keep in mind your identity and show the stature of a top-tier power. With me here, don't worry." Before anyone could respond, he vanished down the hallway like a shadow, then in the blink of an eye stood on the wing. The fierce wind and pounding rain of the dark night were kept off by an invisible barrier around his body. Inside the cabin, everyone stared in surprise at that figure. Then Lu Yi relaxed and smiled. He had only assigned a second-tier transcendent, Wu Wanxiao, to accompany Ning Yuan this time, precisely because he was confident that Ning Yuan, a third tier, could handle anything. If Ning Yuan couldn't deal with it, no number of second-tier operatives would help. Second-tier, transcendent Wu Wanxiao was fired up. Power and money meant nothing to him, only the strong deserved respect, and Ning Yuan's every move exuded absolute confidence. On the wing, Ning Yuan's expression was unreadable as he overlooked the swirling sea of clouds. His black eyes grew darker. Using the darkness of the night as medium, he sensed even the slightest abnormal fluctuations below. As long as a strong transcendent aura leaked out, he could lock onto the target instantly. On the ground, a remote wilderness. Through pouring rain, two figures stood silently, one tall, one short. Rain droplets bounced off their transparent shields overhead. The tall woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, with a slender, fiery figure. She squinted, gazing up at the night sky in patient wait. Beside her, a short East Asian man about 1.5 meters tall kept his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, he snapped them open and whispered fearfully, "Not good. There's a third-tier transcendent on that plane. Are you sure?" The blonde woman knitted her brows and glanced sideways. The man wiped cold sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly, "Definitely. The boss puppet was sliced into dozens of pieces the moment it engaged. I couldn't even see its moves clearly." Hearing this, the blonde's heart raced, but she took a deep calming breath. It's that plain. Under the boss orders, send all remaining puppets up. Even if you can't kill Yang Yu, you must uncover everything about that third-tier, transcendent Ning Yuan's abilities. The short man showed fear, but steeled himself to comply. Closing his eyes, he concentrated. A wisp of blue smoke drifted from his head toward nearby grass. Instantly, a human-shaped black shadow stiffly rose. The blonde raised her hand to activate the puppet's flight when suddenly her heart tightened. A cold gaze locked onto her. Anyone could tell at a glance it was the third-tier, transcendent. God, that guy can lock onto us from the sky too. Li, cancel the mission, scatter. Before she finished, she was cut off. Her short companion's head was hoisted by one hand by a young Chinese man in a black shirt. The dead man's face was frozen in shock and disbelief, while the man who silently and effortlessly killed his comrade now stared expressionlessly at her. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.